Chapter 1, What the hell? A minute passed, and I was still sitting on the bed in a daze, my mind utterly scrambled. The dim lighting revealed a decaying room, peeling walls, a filthy floor, and a rusted bed frame. None of this made any sense to me. What is this place? I desperately searched my memory. Just moments ago, I'd finally escaped the blessings of working overtime like James Bond and finished my project. I was about to take leave and go home to rest when, suddenly, while walking down the street, a blinding light stunned my eyes, followed by urgent honking. After intense overtime work, my brain wasn't functioning properly. When I opened my eyes again, I was here. I grabbed my hair. If I wasn't mistaken, that blinding light wasn't from an alien spaceship's beam, but the truck that sent me into this parallel world. I gasped. Had I really been hit by a truck and transported to another world? I pinched my arm. It hurt, confirming I wasn't dreaming. But where exactly is this place? I got out of bed. Through the battered door came footsteps, then the door creaked open. A blood-covered man holding a dripping knife entered, baring pitch-black teeth as he let out a hoarse growl. Clearly no friend. My hackles rose instantly. Could I really be facing kidnapping right after transmigrating? How unlucky was this? I barely had time to think. My body reacted on instinct, kicking out immediately. Whatever the case, I needed to deal with this guy first. Glancing around, I grabbed a nearby chair and raised it high, ready to deliver the finishing blow. The blood-covered man I'd kicked let out a pained yelp. "Oh wow, boss, what was that for?" The atmosphere froze. The figure on the floor clutched his stomach, looking up at me in terror as he rasped, "Boss, I didn't mean to scare you. I told you this morning, my throat's been acting up." Hearing the commotion, several more blood-stained figures carrying weapons rushed in from outside. "What's going on? Why are you on the ground? Boss, why are you holding a chair?" The man on the floor took off his wig, looking terrified as he exclaimed to the others, "The boss. I think the boss has lost it." Amidst the chaotic chatter, I stood dumbfounded, staring at the bloodied figures before me. Before I could make sense of it, a rush of inexplicable memories flooded my mind. Holy shit! So this is actually inside the haunted house, the failing one I own myself. I helped the employee who'd been kicked to the ground and awkwardly said, "Sorry, everyone, I got carried away." "You okay?" The employee shook his head and said bitterly, "Boss, I know this haunted house isn't getting any business and you're under a lot of pressure, but you still need to pull yourself together." The others also sighed. Since the haunted house opened 2 months ago, the maximum number of visitors in a single day was only around 10, and that was on weekends or holidays. On regular days, not a single soul showed up, leaving the NPCs utterly bored with nothing to do. With tickets priced at just $20 apiece, business is so dismal that we can't even cover utility bills, let alone pay salaries. No wonder I've gone mad. Starting a business drives everyone crazy eventually. I could only lament my rotten luck. Honestly, what was the previous owner thinking? An orphan who struggled through college and saved every penny after years of work only to blow it all on this dump. Now I'm stuck with this mess with no clue how to fix it. Just then, several employees exchanged glances before one spoke up. "Boss, we've thought long and hard about this. I'm resigning." "Same here, boss. Got mouths to feed at home. Can't afford to stay." Truth be told, leaving might actually help ease your burden since you're clearly struggling too. Man, it's been 2 whole months and I'm hurting just watching the losses pile up every single day. "So, boss, could you please settle our salaries?" They'd clearly agreed privately before confronting me. No way they could keep wasting time here. I wasn't surprised. Given the situation, I couldn't afford to keep staff either. Letting out a sigh, I said, "I understand, and I appreciate all of you holding out for so long. I'll settle your wages now." The group exhaled in relief. To be honest, they had already prepared themselves for me being unable to pay. After all, this haunted house was in such a wretched state. Using my memory as a guide, I tapped away on my phone for a while and transferred the money. As soon as the payment went through, the 4 NPCs immediately washed off their makeup, changed out of their costumes, and left without a backward glance. From a distance, I could still hear them discussing. What was the boss thinking when he set up this haunted house in a scenic spot? It's just ridiculous. Haunted houses are such boring things, they're practically obsolete. I had a bad feeling about it from the beginning when we first opened. He must be young, looks to be in his early 20s, acting on impulse and jumping right into it. Sigh, just think how much money he's losing. What a reckless way to waste a fortune. If this were my son, I'd hang him up and beat him. I scratched my head with a bitter smile, then glanced at my phone to see a miserable balance of 94.3, feeling utterly despondent. We're all transmigrators, so why did I start out completely broke and saddled with a huge mess? I turned to look at this eerie haunted house standing abruptly at the edge of the woods, completely at a loss. The location is absolutely terrible. Although it's within the suburban scenic area, to cut costs, it was placed in a remote corner of the attraction where barely anyone comes. Most tourists gather in the commercial street at the front of the scenic area. And the entrance design of the haunted house is half-hearted too, just a big gaping skull with a few skeletons hung around it, splashed with paint that reeks of blood. That's all there is to it. but I know it's due to lack of funds. Don't be fooled by how shabby it looks. This cost nearly 400,000 yuan to set up, and now it's all gone. I don't even have the funds to keep it running anymore. Just as I was pondering how to deal with this mess, whether to sell it or not, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind, and a translucent panel materialized before my eyes. My eyes widened, heartbeat accelerating. Could it be, that thing is coming? Ding! The Kaleidoscope amusement park system receiving 1%, 12%, 36%, 72%, 99%, ta-da-da. Just as I was filled with anticipation, the system emitted a piercing alarm sound, and the progress bar got stuck. Warning! Warning! Signal reception abnormal, system loading failed. Ding! Passive protocol activated. Horrorland system beginning reception. Ding! Reception complete. Holy shit! Even this crappy system can have signal issues? That's downright outrageous even in the world of transmigration. But what the hell is this thrill park system? The Nightmare Paradise system is designed to create a one-of-a-kind horror-themed amusement space for its host. Though the host currently only owns a haunted house, the system believes it can expand to encompass an entire area, teeming with all manner of ghosts, demons, and supernatural beings in the future. The host can use the system to continuously absorb fear points from visitors through the Haunted House Project, which enables prize draws to unlock new horror elements such as characters, props, background music, and more. Considering the host's current dire situation, the system has sent a care package mystery box. What you'll receive depends entirely on your luck. You're actually pretty nice. I took a deep breath, feeling exhilarated. Though it wasn't the amusement park system most people would expect, the Horrorland system wasn't bad either. At least my haunted house would be saved. I slowly said, "Open the mystery box." On the translucent screen before me, a mystery box gradually opened. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained 2 zombies, virus-free. What? For a moment, I thought I misheard. Shouldn't the newcomer's gift pack be a reward like haunted house scenes? Why does it only come with 2 NPCs? Besides, nowadays everyone's tired of zombies. They probably aren't even scary anymore. Wait. Through memories surfacing in my mind, I realized this world differs from my previous one. Though horror films exist here, most are shoddy third-rate productions, just mindless splatter flicks. People in this world don't pay much attention to horror elements. Many famous IPs don't exist here. Concepts like zombies or vengeful spirits are absent. My eyes lit up as I thought, this has potential. Just as my imagination was running wild, I suddenly heard movement behind me in the haunted house, resembling the low growl of a beast. I turned to see 2 blood-drenched zombies staggering toward me. Both zombies had rotting flesh, one lacked eyeballs and a lower jaw, its tongue lolling from the gaping maw, the other missed an arm, its bloodshot eyes fixated on me like a starving man spotting a feast, shuffling forward with desperate hunger. Though I've watched countless horror movies, seeing this creature in person still made my eyelid twitch involuntarily. Damn, this is a real zombie. This design could genuinely scare someone to death if encountered at night. As the zombie drew closer, a sudden realization hit me. Clenching my fists, I furrowed my brow and asked the system, "Wait, system, can these zombies actually harm people?" The system replied, "Ding. All summoned horror entities possess aggressive instincts and emit fear-inducing auras. However, any form of damage toward the host is completely nullified." Hearing this, I felt slightly relieved and loosened my fists. Suddenly, the zombie lunged at me, opening its mouth wide to bite my shoulder. I watched calmly as they stopped just 20 centimeters from my body, blocked by a shimmering barrier of light. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't touch me. I'm quite satisfied watching them stubbornly keep biting. Subconsciously, I swat at them, smack, and both zombie heads go flying off. They visibly freeze, and the atmosphere turns eerily quiet. The system then added, "Friendly reminder, while the horror entities are inherently violent, the host may command them not to attack visitors. However, the longer they suppress their nature, the more their essence fades until eventual dissipation. To maintain the entity's existence, the host should periodically allow them to indulge their true nature." I froze, furrowing my brow. So I have to regularly let the zombies out to feed on people, or they'll disappear? Good grief, raising actual zombies is one thing, but having to feed them too? I wonder if chickens, ducks, cows, or sheep would do. Even though I've traveled to this world, it's not much different from the last one, strict laws and all. If zombies were to appear, the entire city would probably get locked down instantly, and as the haunted house owner, I wouldn't be able to escape either. I took a closer look at the system panel and noticed progress bars beneath the 2 zombies, steadily decreasing. This must be what the system referred to as their nature. I'd rather call it the hunger meter. But it seems it'll take some time for them to fully deplete. First, let's deal with the haunted house issues. Chapter 2, Money Back Guarantee if not scary. After the 2 zombies reattached their heads, I had them follow me back to the haunted house. The current operational pain point is the lack of customers. Although the scenic area is remote, its proximity to a major city means families and companies often gather here on weekends for farmhouse-style leisure activities, resulting in moderate foot traffic. The problem is my haunted house just isn't appealing enough, no one comes to play. Advertising costs money we don't have, and we can't even afford to print flyers. Truly, you can't make bricks without straw. Scrolling listlessly through my phone, I considered applying for a bank loan as startup capital. With the system I've got, would money really be a problem in the future? Suddenly, while scrolling through Douyin, a short video platform, inspiration struck. Posting online could increase exposure, attract traffic, and best of all, it's free except for some time investment. I pulled out my phone, headed to the haunted house's eerie corridors, and started arranging zombies for filming. Listen to my command, walk over slowly from there, snap. Hey, don't walk so fast, damn it, are you trying to bite me again? Yes, just like that. Your expression still needs work, look more ferocious. Why are you so stiff? Show some emotion. Snap. Alright, hold it right there, this uncoordinated movement is exactly what we need. The two zombies weren't very intelligent, behaving more like animals, but after I disciplined them, their eyes seemed much clearer as they looked at me. They became completely obedient, not daring to defy or bite me. In my past life, I had some experience with photography. Finding angles and enhancing the camera sense came naturally to me. Paired with the right background music, that song that goes, gong 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 gong, da hi gong gong gong. The atmosphere was instantly set, and I wrapped it up in no time. I just registered a new Douyin account and uploaded it. Just then, voices sounded at the door. Oh, hey, there's actually a haunted house here. TCH. The outside looks so shabby, probably nothing special inside either. Oh well, since there's nothing to do right now, just come in with me and take a look. I've never been inside a haunted house before. I walked out and saw a couple, the guy being dragged along by the girl, looking rather reluctant. Boss, is your haunted house fun? How much are tickets? I smiled and said, sorry, the haunted house is still under upgrades, but right now admission is quite cheap, just 50. Want to give it a try? Previously it cost 20, but with the new NPCs we had to raise prices. I was also curious how brave people in this world would be. The girl asked, is it scary? I thought for a moment and replied, if it's not scary, I'll refund your money. The girl grinned mischievously. Alright, boss, then give us 2 tickets. Remember our deal, you refund if it's not scary enough. No problem. After they entered with their tickets, I returned to the monitoring room to observe. The entrance corridor was dimly lit, eerie music began to play, and the girl, slightly frightened, hid behind her boyfriend, saying, this seems a little scary. The guy curled his lips dismissively, even puffing out his chest in an exaggerated show of bravado. Piece of cake, come here, hold tight, I'll take you inside, he declared. Aren't you scared? The young man laughed. Probably just another one of those haunted houses with cheap props popping out at every corner. They're all like that these days. Watch and see. The girl walked ahead with some skepticism. Upon reaching the corner, she saw a disheveled dummy in a cage twitch slightly while a low-quality speaker distortedly screeched. Far from frightening, it was almost comical. Seriously? Just this, she exclaimed, dumbfounded. I told you it wasn't worth it. Even the props are so fake, no wonder nobody comes here. The guy just shrugged. After walking a little further, their eyes adjusted to the dark. The shoddy setup left them more exasperated than amused, their boredom now complete. Honestly, I also think this haunted house has poor flow design and atmosphere. It's just a single winding corridor with some jerky mannequins at the corners, terribly cliché. Even kids probably wouldn't get scared. Seeing them so unimpressed, I shook my head helplessly. I'll have to renovate when I have money. I turned to the 2 zombies beside me. Let's go give them a proper scare. Now that I think about it, there aren't even any NPCs here. So boring. Maybe we should just leave. The girl whispered. The boy yawned and nodded. Yeah, the exit should be close anyway. Honestly, it wasn't scary at all. We should ask the owner for a refund. True, I almost forgot about that. Just as they were talking, a white-robed dummy dropped from the wall beside the passage. They walked past it without blinking. At the corner, they spotted a dark figure about 4 or 5 meters away in the backlight, just a vague shadow, as if someone were crouched on the ground doing something. With their previous experience, they were sure it was another dummy. Though this haunted house is kinda lame, you can tell the owner really wants to scare us. Should we pretend to freak out and give him some face? Otherwise, the poor guy might feel bad. The girl giggled behind her hand. The guy burst into laughter and was about to nod when suddenly the shadow moved. No mechanical sounds, just an unsettling chomp-chomp chewing noise. They froze. The chewing stopped. The shadow slowly turned its head as red emergency lights flickered on, revealing a nearly decomposed, flesh-dripping skull staring straight at them. I'm Li Wei, owner of this haunted house. That day, a couple came to visit. Out of nowhere, a zombie appeared, blood-red eyes gleaming, mouth dripping with fresh blood, growling like a wild beast. The girl was so frightened that goosebumps rose all over her body as she stumbled backward several steps. Though the boy kept insisting it was just an NPC, his voice trembled with fear. Before he could finish speaking, the zombie stood up, stretching out its blackened, rotting hand while holding a blood-drenched intestine, and began advancing toward them step by step. The background music abruptly stopped, leaving only the tap-tap footsteps of the zombies, each step pounding against their hearts. The girl pointed in horror at the figure lying on the ground. The boy looked and realized it was the haunted house owner, me. Using the last of my strength, I shouted, "Run, now, something's wrong, go." After uttering those words, I died with eyes wide open. The girl screamed bloody murder while the boy felt his scalp crawl with terror. The zombie limped closer, so close they could smell the metallic stench of blood thickening the air. The guy knew something was terribly wrong. Grabbing his girlfriend's hand, he tried to pull her away. But her legs turned to jelly. With one tug, she crumpled to the ground in a heap. As the zombie closed in, the girl squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Too terrified to look back, the boy kept dragging her forward in a desperate sprint. Her piercing cries echoed incessantly. From my hiding spot, I watched until the boy finally glanced back, finding no zombie in pursuit. Breathing hard with relief, he helped his trembling girlfriend up. The girl was filthy and disheveled, looking as eerie as a haunted house prop. They were about to exit through the entrance when suddenly footsteps echoed again. The two immediately picked up their pace and ran. The haunted house corridor twisted like a maze, winding them into frantic frustration. Just as they finally glimpsed the exit's glow, a dark silhouette lunged from the shadows, knocking the young man flat. The girl screamed as she shoved the zombie away, grabbing the boy's hand before sprinting out. Once bathed in sunlight outside the door, they regained their senses, leaning on each other as tears streamed down their faces. They were about to call the police when I stepped out from behind the door, smiling. The girl exclaimed that I wasn't dead, to which I shrugged and said, "How could I possibly die?" The guy insisted he'd seen my heart and lungs being ripped out. I explained this was a haunted house, that such theatrics were standard fare, then proceeded to pull out the prop organs and drape them around my neck. Only then did they realize it was all fake, cursing me for being so cruel. I patted their shoulders and said, "If it doesn't scare you, I'll refund your money. Can't ruin my reputation." They were both furious and helpless, saying they'd initially thought it was a low-quality haunted house but never expected it to be this terrifying. The guy chuckled wryly and said I was impressive. The girl asked what those two freaks were, and I told her they were zombies, explaining they were reanimated corpses after humans got infected by mutated viruses and bacteria. They stared in stunned silence before asking if this was my design. I nodded and mentioned the haunted house would be upgraded soon. They said they'd return after renovations and bring friends. Pleased with satisfied customers, I encouraged them to come back for another challenge. They waved goodbye, thoroughly rattled. Returning inside, I found two zombies awaiting inspection. Giving them an approving nod, I instructed them to maintain this standard moving forward. Although I know they have an appetite for gnawing, as long as they don't harm the visitors, it's fine. Their natural instincts make them far more professional than the hired NPCs. I checked their hunger meters and saw they'd already used up a tenth of their stamina after working for just a while. Just then, someone shouted, "Shaoli, your lunchbox is here." At that moment, someone called for me from outside. I stepped out to find an old man in security guard uniform, riding an electric bike with a basket full of lunchboxes on the back. Only then did I remember I couldn't cook inside the scenic area, so I had to get lunch from the park's restaurant. But the scenic area is quite large, and walking there is too troublesome, so I paid this security guard named Old Wang to bring me meals daily. "How's business today? Huh, where are your employees?" Old Wang asked curiously. I smiled bitterly and said, "They all quit today." Old Wang clicked his tongue and said, "Looks like your shop is about to go under too. How about I ask the manager to save you a security guard position? Becoming a security guard early helps you avoid 30 years of detours." Hee hee, thank you for that. I casually picked up 3 lunchboxes, handed him 100 yen, and said, "I'll scrape by for a while longer." "Oh, and Old Wang, you don't need to bring so many lunchboxes from now on." Old Wang nodded, pocketed the money, and rode off on his electric bike with style. I handed the 2 lunchboxes to the zombies, wanting to test if I could change their eating habits, but clearly failed. The zombies didn't even have the slightest urge to take a bite. Sigh, do I really have to let them bite people? Wouldn't that cause citywide panic? Chapter 4. Youth is wonderful. After lunch, not a single visitor showed up, not even a shadow in sight. Today's revenue probably won't exceed $100. With nothing else to do, I started brainstorming how to revamp this haunted house. We've already got terrifying NPCs, now we just need to set the scene. The setup needs a narrative, ideally one that realistically depicts the process of zombie mutation, letting people in this world experience the terror of the undead. I'm sure this kind of novelty will thrill visitors. First, I'll need a major renovation, tearing down all those monotonous winding corridors and replacing them with scenes filled with hidden clues. The gameplay element is essential too, so I'll design a key hunting escape mission. I sketched and scribbled on paper, and soon a rough blueprint of the haunted house escape route took shape, connecting several distinct spaces seamlessly. The good news is, the experience will absolutely be off the charts. The bad news? The total cost is definitely over budget. Money. Who would have thought that as a transmigrator, I'd one day be stumped by finances? I scratched my head in frustration. Having only transmigrated a few hours ago, I hadn't figured out a solution yet. For now, I could only focus on managing the business. Speaking of management, I remembered the Douyin video I posted earlier. No idea how that's going. I picked up my phone and checked it, thinking I must have misread. Holy cow, 999 plus likes and 999 plus comments. This went viral. I knew I filmed well, but the algorithm for Douyin is such a mystery. Sometimes, meticulously shot videos get just a handful of likes, barely making a splash, while random recordings occasionally blow up. I opened the comments section, where the replies were visibly piling up by the second. Holy shit, this is insane. At first, I couldn't tell what was lurking in the dark, thought my eyes were playing tricks. Then the camera zoomed in, and it scared the hell out of me. Hiss hiss, the blogger called it a zombie? What the hell is a zombie? Damn, that's really scary. Where is this haunted house? I wanna go. This is the most realistic makeup I've ever seen, movie-level stuff. How did you create that broken jaw and those blood-red eyes? Has anyone been there to check it out? How was it? Haunted houses aren't typically popular attractions in amusement parks, but thanks to those two zombies' bizarre appearances, they managed to grab a lot of netizens' attention. After some thought, I pulled up the security footage, edited the couple's experience, and uploaded it to my account. Of course, I omitted any mention of the zombies, while keeping the visitors' reactions intact. I made sure not to spoil anything. This time I conveniently included my address in the post. Thanks to the buzz generated by the previous video, this one blew up almost instantly after being published. While people were still debating whether the haunted house was any good, I simply presented raw visitor footage. Viewers clicked in expecting a casual tour, only to see footage of the couple strolling leisurely before the scene abruptly cut to them fleeing in terror. Ah, this is killing me, my stomach hurts from laughing. Dude, did you even consider how your girlfriend would feel? Just dragging her along the ground like that? Poor girl, she must have been scared stiff. Damn, is it really that terrifying? Two grown adults scared out of their minds like this? Don't know why, but even though they're terrified out of their minds, I just can't help laughing. So what exactly did they see? Zombies or something? Never seen a haunted house this insane before. Gotta check it out myself sometime. I refuse to believe this. Let's go together. Too scared to go alone. Pretty please take me with you, sis. Seeing such lively discussions in the comments, I immediately topped up for boosted promotion. This golden opportunity to ride the viral wave could completely turn around my current situation. After putting in another $100, my wallet was empty again. But the promotion yielded even more noticeable results. The likes skyrocketed from a few hundred to over 2,000 in no time. The comments section also saw an influx of netizens from other cities joining the discussion. With more people, skepticism started creeping in too. Most netizens adopted a wait-and-see attitude, while a small minority dismissed it as hype and deliberate mystification. After all, how could a haunted house possibly be that terrifying? That haunted house looks pretty shoddy from the outside. How could something like that scare anyone? Come on, it's not like we've never been to a haunted house before. Those cheap scares are so played out. This has to be a marketing stunt. Those two must be plants. Seeing comments like that, I furrowed my brows and was about to step in to explain when a netizen jumped into the argument with them. I took a closer look. Oh wow, that profile picture, wasn't that the guy from the couple earlier? Damn it, who said I was a plant? Cough. Though it's embarrassing to admit, we weren't acting at all. That damn haunted house actually has some real skills. Don't let its plain appearance fool you. And that owner, he's way too damn cunning. Here comes the man himself, tearfully condemning the haunted house like it was hell on earth. Everyone else just stood there, stunned. Of course, he had his own motives too. If he didn't exaggerate, wouldn't he just look like a complete coward? Moreover, he surely hoped more netizens would go and experience it themselves. That way, he wouldn't be the only one humiliated. However, this move only piqued the netizens' interest further, prompting them to start searching for the location of this haunted house. I was quite satisfied with the situation and was about to put away my phone to take a break when I heard someone arriving outside. I went out to check and saw 5 people who looked like students gathered at the entrance. This is the place, right? According to the address, this is it, Terrorshock Haunted House. Ha, such a cliché name. Why's it so deserted here? Yeah, we came to the attraction today. If it weren't for Douyin, we wouldn't have known about this haunted house. I smiled. Would you like to experience it? The buzzcut student at the front nodded eagerly, his excitement palpable. Boss, we came here just for this. Is it really that scary? Absolutely, you won't be disappointed, came the confident reply. The student turned around and said smugly, hear that? It's settled then, whoever lasts the longest gets to be Xiaohua's friend, and the rest will bow out automatically. The others immediately started yelling, who's afraid of who? You bunch of bootlickers, don't get in the way of me making friends with Xiaohua. With that pathetic courage of yours, you think you can compete with me? I couldn't help but laugh. Turns out these guys came over due to some rivalry over romantic interests. Watching them strut boldly as they bought tickets and entered, I couldn't help but sigh, youth is beautiful. Stop stepping on my damn foot. It's too dark in here, I can't see. You guys aren't scared, are you? Screw you. The 5 of them walked in noisily, their faces feigning fearlessness while remaining inwardly vigilant. After all, they'd just seen that video of the couple being scared out of their wits, proof enough that this haunted house had some real tricks up its sleeve. But after walking through several minutes of third-rate props and blatantly half-hearted setups, their guard gradually relaxed. That's it? Pfft, turns out that viral video was totally staged. I told you so. What a waste of time. Completely boring. Looks like the 5 of us will have to find another challenge. Some students came to the haunted house today. The one with the crew cut sneered. Aren't there supposed to be zombies or something? I don't see anything, said another student. That couple mentioned it would appear suddenly. The skinny student at the back snorted dismissively, muttering under his breath that it was just a cheap trick. Suddenly, the skinny student heard footsteps behind him, but he was the last in line. His heart lurched as he whipped around, only to find a grotesque, gaping maw mere inches from his face. The jagged mouth, framed by decaying flesh, oozed thick, dark blood. The stench of rot flooded his nostrils. At the same time, a pair of gnarled hands clamped around his throat. His body seized up, eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious. With a loud thud, the sound of his fall startled the other students. They turned to see a zombie crouched over the skinny boy, its back to them as it tore into his flesh with eerie chewing sounds. Scream! Holy mother of! The haunted house erupted with shrieks. These students had never faced such horror before. They bolted in panic, scattering in every direction. They turned back after running some distance, only to see their skinny classmate convulsing violently like he was being electrocuted. The tense and terrifying atmosphere instantly reached its peak. Someone asked, "What's wrong with him?" Another said, "No idea," while someone else questioned, "Should we save him?" One student screamed, "I'm just a kid. This isn't something kids should be doing." At that very moment, the skinny student suddenly stopped and stood up in an eerie posture, his face turning black and decayed, looking exactly like that zombie. The moment their gazes met, the 2 zombies roared and charged towards them at full speed. An unprecedented sense of horror and overwhelming pressure accompanied the sound of their footsteps, terrifying the 4 students until their faces turned deathly pale. "Run! Help! I quit, this is too scary." The hallway stretched endlessly, they lost several shoes and even phones in their desperate flight, yet none dared stop to retrieve them. The zombies' growls echoed around them, so close at times they could feel the creatures breathing down their necks. Stopping would mean certain death. Finally reaching the corridor's end, they spotted a large door. Everyone scrambled through in a life-or-death stampede, shoving frantically to escape outside. When they saw me, their boss, their expressions lit up as if beholding an angel. "Boss, save us. Boss, something terrible happened. People are dead." They surrounded me in a sweat, chattering all at once about what had happened inside, like startled little rabbits. After listening, I couldn't help but laugh and asked, "So, was the experience satisfactory?" They said, "Boss, what are you talking about? Now's not the time for this." Yes, go take a look inside." I pointed at the exit with a knowing smile, and only then did they realize the zombies hadn't chased after them. Were they fake? But we saw our skinny classmate get bitten and turn into a zombie with our own eyes. I led them to the entrance and found Skinny sitting in the rest area, gulping down water. His face was deathly pale, and his hands trembled so violently that water splashed all over his pants. I explained, he was the first one to faint after that. It was an NPC wearing his clothes doing the performance. Of course, this was all my doing. Although zombies aren't the brightest, they're remarkably obedient. Ha! They froze momentarily before bursting into laughter as the fear subsided, their laughter growing louder and louder until they were clutching their stomachs in uncontrollable mirth. "Damn, boss, what kind of haunted house does this? You nearly scared us to death." I almost pissed myself, ha. What a rush. For a second there, I thought today was the end. That's the magic of haunted houses, they keep you on edge, make you scream in terror, release all your pent-up stress, and leave you feeling exhilarated afterward. So even though they knew they'd been tricked, they weren't angry, instead, they thought this haunted house was absolutely incredible. I chuckled, but according to your agreement, this counts as a complete wipeout, no one made it to the end. The crew cut leader said helplessly, "Who could remember any promise back then?" I was wishing my mom had given me 2 more legs. "Boss, you're breaking all the rules, no one could withstand that." The thin guy who fainted chuckled bitterly, "Yeah boss, next time we visit we'll have to bring spare pants. Need a change of clothes too, my back's completely soaked, but damn, that was worth it. Totally worth the trip." I chuckled helplessly and snapped my fingers toward the entrance. A zombie emerged, clutching a box filled with their lost shoes and phones. For the first time, they saw the zombie clearly under good lighting. Even though they knew it was just a fake NPC, they still got quite a scare. I reminded them, "Go get your things." They hesitated and said, "Boss, we'd rather not go over. Could you bring them to us instead?" After I helped them retrieve their belongings, they sighed with relief, put everything on, took a group photo with me, and left. After they left, I pulled up the system interface. I remembered the system could collect terror points. Let's see how much we gathered. It displayed, terror points, 90. Only this much from 7 people. I felt somewhat disappointed. A single lottery draw costs 1,000 terror points, so at this rate, it'll take at least 10 days to half a month before I can draw again. But it's only the first day, things are bound to improve later. As it got dark, I decided to close up shop and head home to rest. I used to live in the haunted house, but one night I nearly died of fright when I ran into a shoddy dummy while going to the bathroom. I rented a place elsewhere as soon as day broke. I saw the 2 zombies still standing there dumbly, so I reminded them, "You're not allowed to go out at night." They nodded in agreement. I locked the haunted house door with satisfaction and rode my scooter out of the scenic area. After crossing the street and arriving at the small town, I rented an apartment there, sharing it with a roommate. However, that roommate was quite busy, so we rarely saw each other. After washing up, I lay in bed still pondering how I had crossed over before drifting off into a daze. Little did I know, the haunted house suddenly became popular again. Those students went back and posted about it on Douyin, instantly piquing the curiosity of hesitant netizens. Everyone started planning to come try it themselves. The next day, I slept in, brushed my teeth, had breakfast, and was about to head out when I glanced at the neighboring room, still shut. No idea what this roommate of mine is up to all day. I hopped onto my electric scooter and couldn't help but speed up, partly because I was uneasy about leaving those 2 zombies alone in the haunted house. When I arrived at the haunted house entrance, I was surprised to see quite a crowd gathered there. In the past, I couldn't have begged for such a scene at my haunted house. Most of the onlookers were young people. When they spotted me approaching, they immediately swarmed over. "Boss, you're finally here. We've been waiting forever. Hurry up and open the doors, boss. We all came specifically for the challenge. We want to see if your haunted house is really as terrifying as they say. Boss, 3 tickets please." Chapter 6. The zombie fainted from hunger. Li Wei hadn't expected such a large crowd either, probably due to the viral short videos combined with it being Saturday. He immediately waved his hands and shouted, "Everyone quiet down. Form a line first. Once I get things sorted, we'll start selling tickets." At his call, the visitors finally settled down and obediently formed a queue. Li Wei took out his keys, opened the door, and stepped inside. He turned on the lights, aired out the place, then located 2 zombies lying motionless among the fake corpses and ordered them to get back to work. Looking at the still utterly bewildered zombie, Li Wei suddenly felt an illusion of being some evil capitalist boss. After all preparations were complete, Li Wei finally walked to the entrance and, seeing a line of about a dozen people outside, smiled and said, "All right, welcome everyone to the terror-haunted house. Please line up and enter in groups of 5. This number was just right, not too many, not too few. If there were more people, the group would gain courage, and although the zombie's terrifying aura was innate, it would still be weakened. If there were too few, the waiting time would become too long, and the experience wouldn't be as good. Boss, can we take pictures inside?" The 5 people at the front of the line were clearly excited, already pulling out their phones. Li Wei shook his head, to maintain a sense of anticipation for other visitors. "Filming inside isn't allowed." "Oh well, alright then." The group still sounded somewhat disappointed. As they entered, the other visitors outside all turned their expectant gazes toward the exit, wondering how this group would fare. Would they really complete the course with unshaken composure as they'd claimed? In less than 5 minutes, blood-curdling screams pierced the air. You should know that haunted houses have background music, but the screams actually managed to drown out the noisy soundtrack so clearly that everyone outside heard them perfectly. That was way too horrific, it sent chills down everyone's spine. Many couldn't help but wonder, could it really be that terrifying? Before long, 5 disheveled figures stumbled out of the exit, their hair in complete disarray and looking utterly wretched. "Holy shit, I'm actually still alive. Scared me to death. Scared me to death. Stop chasing me. Wah, finally ran away. You don't love me anymore, just abandoned and ran off without me. You jerk." I just pulled the wrong person. I thought it was you. It's so realistic, and the NPC's acting is just too good, I nearly peed my pants. The boss is too cruel. Watching others scream in terror is one of the joys of visiting a haunted house. Some can't resist their curiosity and eagerly ask those who've gone through it, "Is it really that scary?" And often, the traumatized visitors will pour out their woes, animatedly describing their ordeal with frantic gestures, making the excitement reach its peak. Li Wei watched as the terror points continued to accumulate, feeling quite pleased, and shouted, "Next group." Then another handful of people entered, while outside the haunted house, visitors kept trickling in to queue intermittently. By mid-morning, 3 groups had already arrived, bringing the total visitor count close to over 20 people. If an ordinary amusement park saw only 20-some visitors in a morning, they'd probably think the sky was falling. But for Li Wei, this was already record-breaking even on opening day. The foot traffic hadn't been this dense. Listening to the chime of payments hitting his phone, Li Wei silently calculated, at least over 1,000 yuan earned. Good, this brought him one step closer to his goal of renovating the haunted house. He genuinely wanted to renovate the haunted house. This was only the first day of the internet hype, and the number of visitors was already pushing the haunted house to its operational limits. If this continued for a few more days, once the video spread across the entire country and the haunted house truly went viral, the small venue simply wouldn't be able to handle the crowds. Also, he needed to hire a ticket seller at the entrance as soon as possible to maintain order. By noon, the visitors had all left for lunch, and Li Wei finally had a chance to sit down and rest. Security guard Old Wang arrived on his bike, delivering the usual lunchbox while teasing, "Not bad, Xiao Li. Every time I passed by this morning, the place was packed. You're making a fortune." Li Wei chuckled wryly, "The small profit doesn't even cover my losses from the past 2 months. If you really feel you can't hold on any longer, why not transfer this place to me? I'll hire you to help run it," Old Wang coughed and said. Seeing Old Wang's seemingly earnest expression, Li Wei felt speechless. The old man wanted to take over now that he'd seen some success, whereas before he hadn't even given it a second glance. Li Wei waved him off. "Go on, get out of here. With your health, could you even handle this high-intensity work?" Old Wang patted his chest confidently. "Of course. Back in my day, well, let's just say work wouldn't be a problem. Besides, being around all these young people would do me good, might even make me feel years younger." Li Wei directly refused, crushing his impractical ideas. After just a few words, another group of tourists arrived there. Old Wang watched those beautiful female tourists approaching from afar, feeling both greed and envy before shaking his head and leaving. Since some tourists always headed in this direction, it sparked the curiosity of other visitors in the scenic area. Some followed suit and joined the queue. Li Wei hardly had any rest this entire day, either managing the crowd queues on site or comforting the startled visitors, barely keeping his feet on the ground from sheer busyness. This bustling scene didn't last long before coming to an abrupt halt after just 2 days. It wasn't that visitors stopped coming, on the contrary, their numbers kept growing, but the first to break down were actually the zombies. Indeed, Li Wei never expected this. While preoccupied with crowd control during this period, he'd completely overlooked the zombies' hunger meter. It wasn't until visitors started complaining about not seeing any zombies that Li Wei finally remembered this crucial detail. After entering the haunted house, he still couldn't find the zombies. After searching around, he finally spotted the 2 creatures slumped motionless in a dark corner. Their already gaunt bodies looked even more withered now, with their crimson eyes dimmed like toys that had run out of batteries. Li Wei pulled up the system panel and realized these zombies had fainted from hunger. Gruen, ah! The zombie let out a weakened growl upon seeing Li Wei approach, barely mustering the strength to lift its hand. Scratching his head, Li Wei stood up and went to the entrance, addressing the visitors still in line. "Sorry everyone, our NPC has fallen ill and can't perform today. Please understand, head home for now and come play another day." The crowd waiting outside immediately erupted in dismay. "Damn it, I was next in line and now it's cancelled. I've been itching to try this after watching others play for hours before finally getting my chance. What a shame." Though everyone kept grumbling, there was nothing to be done when the staff fell ill. They had no choice but to leave and return another time. After the crowd dispersed, Li Wei approached the zombies again and noticed their figures had grown somewhat translucent. It seemed they would vanish completely before long. Li Wei's eyes widened. These were his staff members, the current star performers of his haunted house. If they disappeared, he reckoned the haunted house would go under as well. He hurriedly pulled up the system panel to check how exactly he should feed these zombies. Ding! When a horror character's progress bar falls below 20%, the host can select a target. The system will automatically deploy the horror character near the target. After elimination is complete, the horror character will return to the haunted house. A flicker of thought crossed Li Wei's eyes. The system hadn't specified what kind of people could be targeted, which meant anyone was fair game. This is indeed a formidable weapon. Whether to wreak havoc or do good rests entirely on a single thought of his. Moreover, all these methods are deployed through the system, and Li Wei believes ordinary people won't be able to detect even a trace of it. Now, the only thing left to do is to choose a target. So, who exactly should he pick? Chapter 7, Choosing the Target. Without hesitation, Li Wei immediately took out his phone and opened the social news section in search of inspiration, only to be drawn in by the glaring headline on the page. Breaking update, new developments in the case of Japanese retired boxer Ushigo Mayo assaulting a driver in Xia country. Li Wei frowned slightly and clicked to read without thinking. This incident actually happened a month ago. At the time, taxi driver Lu, in his 50s, was working the night shift when he picked up a drunk Fusang tourist who had just left a bar. He proceeded to drive the passenger to the requested destination. Unexpectedly, halfway through the trip, the Fusang passenger suddenly flew into a drunken rage, violently attacking the driver with punches and kicks without warning. When Lu pulled over to call the police, the drunkard dragged him out of the vehicle and beat him mercilessly. A bystander happened to film the altercation. The Fusang man, a former boxer, was physically imposing, far too strong for 50-something Lu to defend against. Lu was beaten until he coughed up blood on the spot. Although the video muted the Fusang man's drunken slurs, everyone watching knew those unheard words must have been vile insults by any standard. Even Li Wei couldn't help but frown upon seeing this, his heart burning with anger. Fortunately, the Japanese boxer didn't fight for long before being subdued by multiple bystanders. However, after being sent to the hospital, driver Lu was diagnosed with several broken ribs and severe injuries. In the end, the court ruled that Japanese national Ashimaya was sentenced to 1 month of criminal detention and a 2,000 yuan fine for assault. He was also ordered to cover all of driver Lu's medical expenses and psychological compensation, amounting to several 100,000 yuan, and was subsequently deported. Although many were still dissatisfied with the punishment, since the perpetrator faced consequences and driver Lu received substantial compensation, people chose not to dwell on it further, ready to move past the incident. Just at this moment, Nato Bai, who had just been released from prison, immediately bragged about this experience on foreign social media with shameless arrogance. It was so damn satisfying, the feel of it was even better than a punching bag. Every strike landed solidly, and that bastard's screams were music to my ears. You all should try it when you get the chance. Apologize? Never. I've got plenty of money, I'll just throw cash at them to humiliate them, ha. I can afford to beat up 10 Huaxia people and pay the fines. They're all weaklings, ha ha ha. Too bad I was drunk at the time, otherwise I'd never have been caught. Wasted 20 damn days for nothing. But this isn't over. I'm going back to Huaxia soon, I'll find another local to vent on again, hee. %. This video was dug up by Chinese netizens on foreign platforms. Seeing the guy's smug face right after being released from detention instantly blew up the internet. Countless people are furiously blasting this damned Japanese bastard online, demanding he be sentenced to death. Damn it, I knew this bastard wouldn't show any remorse. Screw him. Damn, are all Japanese people this shameless? They shouldn't have sent him to the police station, should have killed him on the spot. Don't you dare run, I'll beat you to death. I can't believe there are people like this. Li Wei smiled, it seemed he had found the person he was looking for. Since the other party was so arrogant and dared to keep provoking without remorse, they shouldn't even think about leaving now. He turned silently to look at the two zombies, speaking coldly, hand this man over to you. The zombies' eyes glowed red once more, filled with bloodlust, even the sticky saliva in their mouths began to drip, they had long been ravenous. Then, the two zombies gradually vanished before Li Wei's eyes. Meanwhile, in a hotel elsewhere, Niu Changmei, a Japanese man, was pointing at the front desk and cursing loudly. I'm a foreigner. What gives you the right to deny me a room? I'll accuse your Xia country of discrimination. I'm reporting you. The receptionist was thoroughly disgusted by this foreigner with a notorious reputation, but she maintained a professional smile and calmly said, I'm sorry, sir. As I've already told you, we're fully booked today. Please try elsewhere. Baka, this is the second hotel I've been to. You're all saying there are no rooms, who are you trying to fool? Ashikobi yelled, slamming his fist on the counter. The receptionist remained silent. Witnessing this, veins bulged on Ashikobi's forehead. As a boxer, being treated with such disrespect would normally have made him lash out violently, but recalling his time in detention, he gritted his teeth, shot the receptionist a venomous glare, and stormed out. The receptionist girl's back was completely drenched in sweat. Facing such a thug, it was impossible not to be terrified. Thankfully, the guy didn't dare to push things any further. Niu Changmei stormed out with her luggage, scanning her surroundings as neon lights flickered amidst the city's hustle and bustle. At that moment, her loathing for Xia Kingdom had reached its peak. As passers-by around him pointed and whispered, Ashigata Mia glared back angrily before striding off toward the distant park. Night had already fallen. He grabbed a quick bite to eat and settled in a corner of the park, deciding to spend the night there. Tomorrow he'd head straight to the airport. He couldn't stomach another moment in this damned country. He wasn't particularly worried about his own safety, after all, Xia country was famously secure. Besides, in a nation without guns, what did he, a retired boxer, have to fear? Lying on the park bench, Ashinamiyu closed his eyes to rest. He'd been utterly exhausted lately, so he fell asleep almost immediately after lying down. The night park was alive with the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs. As a cold gust of wind blew through, the sleeping Ashinamiyu shivered violently and woke up. Pulling his clothes tighter around him, he cursed. Damn, it's freezing. He sat up to drink some water, glanced at his phone. It was already past 3 a.m., with only the streetlights in the distance still glowing. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, a sudden unease prickled his senses. His scalp tingled as he jerked his gaze toward the opposite side of the road. He hadn't noticed when, but beneath those trees now stood two shadows. At first, he dismissed them as tricks of the light until they began creeping closer. Their silhouettes unmistakably resembled two human figures. Ashibata Maya narrowed her eyes, stood up, and began stretching her muscles, her neck cracking loudly as she twisted it. She then smirked coldly at the shadowy figures and said, "Friend, I don't know what you're planning, but running into me is your misfortune. My heart is already filled with rage, and I just need an outlet. You don't mind getting beaten to death by me, do you? Hee hee hee." These two were sneaking around, clearly up to no good. Even if he went a little overboard this time, no one in Xia country could call him out for it. Besides, even if he did kill these two, he'd be gone by morning. How could Xia country ever catch him? The two shadowy figures gave no response, continuing to approach silently. Ashibata Maya scoffed, looking to die. After speaking, he clenched his fists, adopting a boxing stance, and aggressively charged forward. He wanted to see just who dared to provoke him. Chapter 8, Crime Scene. As the distance closed, Ashiwata Miya mustered all his strength to throw a straight punch. This strike was fueled by his fury, aimed squarely at his opponent's chin. From his professional perspective, this punch was practically perfect. If it landed on an average person, it could instantly cause a concussion, knock them off balance, or even render them unconscious. He decided to tackle one first. Put. The moment his fist made contact with the opponent's chin, instead of the expected sensation of hitting something solid, it felt like punching into a pile of rotting mud. The sticky sensation sent goosebumps crawling across Ashina Yoshia's skin. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he jerked his hand back like he'd been shocked, only to discover in horror, it was stuck. A viscous black liquid began oozing down his wrist, accompanied by an unbearably foul stench that assaulted his nostrils, making him retch with nausea. What the hell is this damn thing? He trembled as he looked up at the shadowy figure. Under the dim light, two horrifically grotesque faces came into view, decayed, repulsive, terrifying like corpses left exposed for dozens of days. And his fist was lodged, of all places, in the neck of that jawless monster, where every slight movement stirred up black mucus that kept dripping down. Ah! Ugh! Ashibata Miya widened her eyes in terror and screamed while stumbling backward. What the hell are you? He had never witnessed anything so bizarre before. Tremors racked his entire body as he desperately tried to yank his hand free, but damn it, the grip wouldn't budge. In a blind panic, his left fist pummeled wildly. Driven by sheer survival instinct, his powerful blows sent chunks of rotting flesh flying from the zombie's face with sickening thuds. Yet even as blood and flesh flew, the creature kept staring fixedly at him, its dead eyes locked onto its prey. Aha! Let go of me! Niu Changmei violently twisted with all his might, actually tearing off the zombie's head, but to his despair, even separated from its body, the damn thing's hand still clung to him. Seeing the decapitated monster's eyes still rolling, Michiya Galobe completely lost it. He turned on his heel and ran for his life without a second thought. Roar! The zombie moved as soon as he did, completely different from its clumsy movements inside the haunted house. At this moment, the zombie was even more agile than a human, darting after him like a mental patient sprinting in pursuit. No! Please, spare me, stay back. Help! Is anyone there? Save me! I'm a foreigner. Please help me. His cries carried far through the night park. But the area was vast with no residential buildings nearby. Even after his voice turned hoarse from shouting, no one noticed. Roar! The zombie had already rushed behind him. Ashikawa Miya tried to dodge, but the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his wrist as the zombie's teeth sank in, frantically sucking his blood. In that brief moment of distraction, he was knocked to the ground by the zombie with no chance to resist. Before he could react, a mangled hand plunged into his abdomen and began rummaging inside, while another zombie picked up its own severed head and crouched down to join the feast. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. I'm dying from the pain. No, stop. I'm Japanese. Don't eat me. Ashibomiya only felt excruciating pain throughout his body as his flesh was torn open. Uncontrollably, tears and snot streamed down his face. So hopeless, so terrified. Fear had long since saturated his entire being. He wanted to struggle, but his strength was fading along with his blood. Just as he tried to call for help once more, a bloody muzzle descended toward his throat. Ashikawa Miya still couldn't figure out until his dying breath how such a thing could have happened to him. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have come to Xia country. No, he would never have hit that driver, because his original itinerary was only for a week. He clearly could have avoided this fate. Though Li Wei wasn't present in person, he could remotely watch the scene from a bird's eye view through the system panel. With a wave of his hand, he closed the panel. The scene was admittedly bloody, but having lived 2 lives, even if he hadn't tasted pork himself, he'd seen pigs run. Scenes like this were commonplace in movies, so he felt no fear, quite the opposite. Given that the other party was Japanese, he even felt a certain satisfaction. Such an arrogant bastard deserves no pity. His death was wholly justified. After waiting a moment, a flash appeared before Li Wei's eyes as 2 zombies materialized before him. Compared to their previous half-dead state, they now seemed quite lively and vigorous. Li Wei inspected their bodies and sighed in relief. No residual blood or flesh chunks remained. Clearly, the system had cleaned them during the teleportation process. He reopened the system panel and noticed the zombie's hunger bar had replenished completely. When he tried checking the park's situation again, all he found was a pool of blood left behind. Everything else had vanished without a trace. TSK. Poor thing must have been starving for days. Ding. Current deposit, 226,710 Xia Kingdom dollars. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded, leaving Li Wei stunned. Where did this sudden windfall come from? It wasn't until the system explained that after feeding horror characters, a random amount would be withdrawn from the target as compensation that Li Wei finally understood what was happening. He suddenly perked up. This is a brilliant idea. Not only does it allow me to punish evil and reward virtue, feed the NPCs, but also earn money. Damn, that's awesome. Never expected that Japanese guy to be so loaded. Random payout instantly netted me 220,000. Now I can arrange for someone to renovate the haunted house. After assigning positions to the zombies, Li Wei pulled down the gate and rode his electric scooter back home. A few hours later, as dawn faintly broke, some early risers in town who were accustomed to morning jogs got up as usual and headed to the park for their runs. Then, a shocking pool of blood was discovered in a corner of the park. Police responded immediately after receiving the report and were equally startled upon arrival, promptly cordoning off the scene to begin their investigation. The pool of blood is quite large, and based on how much it's coagulated, the incident must have happened last night. But what's strange is that apart from the bloodstains, there's not a single other clue at the scene, no signs of the body being moved either. It's as if the corpse vanished into thin air. How bizarre. Who is the deceased? Just as the officers were puzzled, a woman in police uniform suddenly walked in and asked. The woman looked quite young, in her 30s, but judging by the epaulets on her shoulders, her rank was anything but low. From the moment she appeared, many of the officers on the scene visibly relaxed and respectfully greeted her. Inspector Liu, you're here. The deceased's identity is quite clear. His belongings were placed nearby, and the documents inside indicate he was a man named Ashigata Miyano, a Japanese national. Lu Chushin frowned. That Japanese guy who got into a fight? Right. He was just released and officially ordered to leave the country within a few days. His plane ticket showed tomorrow's date, and surveillance footage confirmed he'd been turned away from several hotels. He probably came to the park to spend the night, but something clearly happened to him. After delivering his report, the officer kept watching Lu Chushin. She was a nationally renowned investigative prodigy who'd cracked numerous bizarre cases, highly regarded by superiors. With no leads in sight, everyone hoped she'd have the answers. Lu Chushin nodded and began surveying the scene alone, her expression grave. No one dared interrupt. The team held their breath, waiting. The cunning frog keeps touching your belly. After a moment, Lu Chushin suddenly opened her eyes, exhaled sharply and said, if I'm not mistaken, there should be two perpetrators. They were initially waiting under the tree, you can tell from the slight trampling marks on the grass there. Then they chased each other, all the way here, where the murder took place. These are signs of struggle. The weapon doesn't seem to be a sharp blade, because the crowd was astonished. They had examined that grass too, but their observational skills paled in comparison to this genius. To reconstruct the entire crime process in such a short time was unbelievable. Check through the footprints. I think both of them had a limp. Though there are still some mysteries, like how a disabled person could overpower a boxer, or how the bodies were moved. But as long as we check the park entrance surveillance and drag out those two limping suspects, everything will become clear. The bodies are probably still somewhere inside this park. Under Lu Chushin's deductions, everyone felt as though the clouds had parted to reveal clear skies. Excited, they sprang into action. The killer seemed to have nowhere left to hide. P.S. Why do people always assume that a female officer must flirt with the protagonist? Or that every cop appearance equals solving the case? Asterisk facepalm asterisk, rest assured, this book won't indulge in those stale tropes. Chapter 99. Renovations. The news of Mayashi Ashigata's unknown fate spread across the internet that very day. The twist happened so abruptly that many couldn't process it at first, dismissing it as fake news until more details emerged and people realized it was horrifyingly true. The internet instantly erupted in jubilation, with universal celebration. Clearly, netizens had thoroughly detested this Japanese man. Even though the police released no updates or details about the Japanese man's condition, the leaked crime scene photos told the story. No one could lose that much blood and survive. Netizens began speculating that some anonymous hero, witnessing this foolhardy Japanese man's actions, must have been moved by righteous fury to eliminate him outright. After all, in our country, there are too many people who despise the Japanese. This time, when Ushiomiya dared to openly provoke our fellow citizens, the consequences were inevitable. Ahem, the noblest of heroes served their country and people, truly admirable. Well done. Ah, so satisfying. Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Come on, get up and show off again. Watching his video last night made me so angry I couldn't sleep, but today it's clear now, everything makes sense. Since it happened in our city, there was quite a bit of local chatter. After noticing the news, Li Wei silently gave it a like. Though he knew the system probably wouldn't leave any evidence, he still couldn't help checking for police updates. Finding nothing unusual finally put his mind at ease. With money in hand, he started looking for design companies to spice things up the very next day. To prevent visitors from making futile trips, we immediately posted a new announcement on Douyin. Dear visitors, our haunted house is about to undergo an epic upgrade. In the coming period, the attraction will be comprehensively optimized. As for the origins of the zombies that many are curious about, how they appeared, everyone will find clues in this season's haunted house. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. The moment this message was posted, the comments section erupted. Netizens expressed disappointment, as after days of viral spread, the earlier short videos had sparked increasingly widespread discussions, forming a trending topic on Douyin. Seriously? I finally got interested, and now it's under renovation? Boss, oh boss, can't you wait just a few more days? Good thing I already tried it last time. Though I was scared half to death and still have nightmares sometimes at night, it was totally worth it. Is it really that scary? Doesn't seem possible. Those 2 zombie NPCs were downright inhuman, they scared me to tears. Wah. It seems the boss has gained a lot of confidence, everything's going to be upgraded. I have to say, even I'm starting to look forward to it. Support the boss, we'll definitely come back to play again another time. Netizens complained on one hand, while visitors who had experienced it before were thrilled. The existing setups are indeed quite rudimentary, relying entirely on NPCs to carry the atmosphere. Although the NPCs are truly outstanding with their endless array of terrifying techniques, the lackluster settings still make their performances feel somewhat disjointed, always leaving something to be desired. Now that the boss has announced a comprehensive upgrade of the scenes along with explorable storylines, the playability is bound to improve significantly. Li Wei paid no attention to the online chatter as he stood at the haunted house entrance, waiting for someone to arrive. Old Li. Hearing someone call his name, Li Wei looked up to see a young woman in a suit running towards him. Li Wei laughed. Su-wen, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you forever. Su-wen grinned mischievously. There was traffic just now. When Director Li called, I came here straight away, you know. Cut it out, we're old classmates. Stop with this Director Li nonsense, Li Wei said with an exasperated chuckle. He and Su-wen were high school classmates. When he wanted to invest in a haunted house last time, he happened to come across her design studio, and that was when they recognized each other. You've been quite popular lately. I often see videos of your haunted house on local Douyin. Why suddenly renovate when you could be expanding your fame now? Su-wen asked curiously. Li Wei shrugged. No choice. The previous design wasn't well thought out, so now we have to replan. Here's the rough sketch I drew, take a look and see how we can improve it? Su-wen took the blueprint and studied it with interest. Deep down, she knew the previous haunted house design had failed, partly because she was just starting her business and hadn't considered everything thoroughly, partly because Li Wei's budget had been tight, resulting in that rushed, half-finished product. But the more she looked at the design drawings, the more impressed she became, unable to hold back her praise. Did you come up with all these ideas? Damn, this is absolutely brilliant. Not bad, I guess, Li Wei replied with a chuckle. This requires quite a bit of construction work though. Do you have enough budget? Su-wen asked curiously. Money emboldens a man. With funds at his disposal, Li Wei wasn't the least bit intimidated. Waving his hand confidently, he declared, would 200,000 be enough to get it done? Su-wen's eyes sparkled. Mr. Li, your generosity itself. That's plenty. These aren't home decorations, it's definitely more than enough. Better make it quick. I need to make money fast. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll get it done for you within a week, Su-wen assured while pounding her chest. Both were decisive by nature. Once they decided, they acted immediately. That very day, Su-wen arranged for a construction crew to move in. They immediately started knocking down the walls inside the haunted house with loud bang 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 sounds. Once everything was cleared, they began taking measurements and arranging for materials to be delivered. The interior of the haunted house had always been dimly lit, so there was no need for overly refined decorations. In fact, much of it had to be deliberately aged, which meant the construction progressed quite quickly. Li Wei naturally had to stay and supervise the process. He needed to carefully describe the stylistic layout of each room to Su-wen, as well as the placement of the furniture. Su-wen listened with astonished admiration. This design is so devious, I had no idea you could be such a sneaky mastermind. Aren't you afraid you'll end up scaring someone to death with this setup? Li Wei replied without batting an eye. No problem. Just make them sign a liability waiver before entering. Su-wen's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. After a long pause, she finally raised her thumb and exclaimed, Brilliant! Chapter 10, You Bastard. P.S. Many readers have expressed confusion about the female lead in this chapter. To clarify, there won't be any romantic female lead, but the protagonist can't be surrounded only by single men, right? So there will be some close female friends who are also career partners, nothing more than that. By the 5th day of renovation, various pieces of furniture began arriving, and the site had already taken shape. By the 6th day, with the lights rearranged, a brand new haunted house world unfolded before Li Wei's eyes. Not bad at all, it perfectly replicates the scene I envisioned in my mind, Li Wei remarked with satisfaction. Suwon smiled with pursed lips. Mr. Li, I'm glad you're satisfied, that means I can consider my job done. By the way, there's something I've been meaning to ask, where are those 2 zombie NPCs of yours? I don't see them around. Due to the renovations, the zombies had long been returned by Li Wei into the system. Those 2? I gave them a few days off, but they can come back anytime. Suwon suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Aren't you afraid the hype will die down if you drag it out too long? I have a friend who's a million-follower influencer nicknamed Brother Leopard. He's always into bizarre stuff. Want me to ask him to come live stream for you? Li Wei pondered briefly and said, that's not a bad idea, it'd be like free advertising and could reassure potential visitors. As for spoilers, Li Wei wasn't worried at all. He'd hidden so many clues throughout the attraction that no single visit could uncover them all. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. But, I've never actually tried a haunted house before, mind if I check it out first? Li Wei was stunned. Are you sure you can handle it? This upgrade brings a whole different level of thrill. Suwon curled her lips with confidence and said, please, I personally designed all of this, I know every table and chair inside out. I seriously doubt anything here can still scare me. Li Wei shrugged his shoulders. In that case, you'll be the first visitor to the upgraded haunted house. I'll go summon the NPCs, just wait here. Since the other party was willing to be the first test subject, Li Wei naturally had no objections. After the construction crew finished cleaning everything up, Li Wei placed the zombie inside, made the arrangements, and let Suwon begin. We're all friends here. If you get scared, just yell Daddy, save me, and I'll let you out, Li Wei teased. Back in his college days, he'd played Daddy to his dorm buddies more times than he could count. Daddy? Suwon scoffed defiantly. Humph, don't think you can scare me, no way. Whoever calls for help is a puppy. Li Wei said with a half smile, then please proceed. After Suwon entered, Li Wei raised his wristwatch to check the time, silently counting in his heart. 1 minute, silence. 2 minutes, silence. 3 minutes, screams. 4 minutes. Frantic running footsteps echoed. Since both the exit and entrance were nearby, Li Wei could sense the visitors' panic through the frantic footsteps reverberating against the main door. Bang bang bang. Open up. I quit. I don't want to play anymore. Open the damned door. Suwon's trembling voice came through urgently. Since the haunted house had incorporated some escape room elements, the main door required finding a key to open. Clearly, Suwon either hadn't found it or was already scared out of her wits. Li Wei chuckled, feigning confusion. Old Su, what's wrong with you? Why are you screaming so miserably? Suwon was on the verge of tears, pounding on the door as she pleaded, stop joking around, just open the door already. I'm scared. Li Wei cleared his throat and teased, no problem opening the door, but what was it we agreed to do, again? Suwon, standing on the other side of the door, kept anxiously glancing behind her, terrified. When she heard Li Wei's words, she instantly felt a mix of grief and indignation. Woo, Li Wei, you jerk, you just want to laugh at me. He, Old Su, you wouldn't want, to be caught by zombies, would you? Godfather, save me. Suwon cried out, both embarrassed and furious. And, woof. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle as he swung the door open. Instantly, a dark figure lunged at him, attempting to crash into his embrace unexpectedly. Reacting instinctively, Li Wei sidestepped, causing the other to miss entirely and land face-first on the ground in a comical sprawl. Feeling slightly guilty, Li Wei helped her up. Watching Suwon shivering uncontrollably, he could no longer contain his laughter, bursting into hearty chuckles. Li Wei, you jerk! The haunted house may be temporarily closed, but the impact of the previous short videos hasn't cooled down at all. Instead, it's still blazing hot. The fan base for Horror House has already surpassed 50,000 followers. Among the initial 3 short videos, one garnered over 1 million likes, another exceeded 800,000 likes, and even the simple announcement video with just a few lines of text managed to rake in 300,000 likes. An instant success from the get-go. Now, the comments section buzzes with activity every day, filled with netizens asking for the address while keeping an eye on the haunted house's upgrade plans. I wonder how things are going. Haven't heard anything for days. Right? The boss really took a huge loss this time. I'd already gathered a big group ready to visit, then suddenly they announced renovations. The boss is going to lose massive foot traffic. Exactly. My excitement peaked when I first wanted to go, but these past few days I've cooled off. I'm actually pretty excited. Maybe the boss has a surprise in store for us? You're overthinking it. Not to look down on the boss, but the aesthetic of his previous haunted house setups was really kinda tacky. How much better could this upgrade be? At best it's just the NPC interactions and atmosphere adding some points. As everyone was discussing, a netizen suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, guys, look, the boss updated, the haunted house renovation is finished." Seeing this comment, the entire group fell silent before abruptly logging out en masse. They each clicked on the homepage and indeed found a new video. When opened, it displayed just 4 words, "Opening tomorrow." Netizens widened their eyes in astonishment, silently exclaiming, "Holy shit." They truly hadn't expected the boss to move this fast, just a few days. What's more, there's already a ticket purchase link posted below the video. You can buy tickets online and simply verify them on site to enter. You could tell the boss was brimming with confidence. Though many were eager, even more people remained hesitant in wait and see. After all, no one knew exactly what this so-called upgraded haunted house would be like, better or worse. Most people aren't locals, and if they made a special trip only to find it wasn't much fun, it'd be a waste of both time and money. So let's wait and see for now. Check out the feedback from the first wave of visitors to see how things go. By the next morning when the attraction had just opened, they noticed an unusually large crowd already waiting at the entrance. In the past, very few people would come this early. What's going on today? Can we go in yet? We're here for the haunted house. Hey bro, you here for the haunted house too? Ha, same here. Me too, me too. Wanna team up? I'm kinda scared, girl. What's this haunted house you're all talking about? Is it fun? Watching the crowd's excitement, even the staff at the entrance were baffled. So many people actually coming for a haunted house? TSK. Weird. That kid really pulled it off. He pulled the lever directly and let people in. A large portion of the crowd split off and headed straight for the haunted house. When they arrived at the familiar spot, everyone noticed that the entrance still hadn't changed, the same tacky skull and crooked signboard remained. Ha, did I remember wrong? Nothing's changed here. Right, where's the upgrade? Could this be a scam? Chapter 11:11, Life and Death Agreement. The visitors, seeing Li Wei come out, curiously asked, "Boss, did you really make changes here? I don't see any difference." Li Wei smiled and said, "It's been revamped. Don't worry, folks, we've made a full upgrade inside. It'll definitely give everyone a brand new experience." Hearing his words, everyone grew intrigued and were just about to buy tickets when suddenly the boss spoke again. "Oh, and friendly reminder, people with heart conditions definitely can't go in. Also, purchasing a ticket requires signing a waiver agreement." Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at each other, wondering if they'd misheard. A life or death waiver? Since when did haunted houses require something this serious? Isn't this overkill? "Boss, are you joking?" one visitor asked with an awkward chuckle. Li Wei shook his head, "Indeed not. Although it wouldn't scare you to death, we need to prevent people with heart conditions from sneaking in." The crowd had been excited initially, but this ice-cold bucket of water called a life and death waiver made everyone hesitate. The key issue was that nobody had ever heard of such a thing. Though haunted houses are rare even in amusement parks, they're still supposed to be entertainment venues. Introducing legal agreements like this just makes people worry, am I really going to die in there? Moreover, judging by the owner's attitude, he won't let anyone in without signing the waiver. How arrogant! Just as the crowd was murmuring among themselves, someone suddenly raised their hand and said, "Boss, using this kind of trick to build tension for visitors before the game even starts is pretty clever." The voice sounded hearty and bold. As everyone turned to look, they saw a burly man holding up his phone, chatting and laughing, seemingly live streaming while talking to Li Wei. Doesn't this guy look familiar? Could it be Brother Leopard? Brother Leopard? The famously daring blogger from Douyin who loves exploring remote wilderness? He actually came here. Damn, Leopard Bro is here to try the haunted house too. Haha, this should be a piece of cake for him. That guy once danced in an ancient mass grave back in the day, legendary status verified. A blogger with millions of followers, that's some serious clout. Haha, things just got interesting. The boss is about to get owned now. Of course he's getting owned. Leopard Bro even called out the psychological tricks like the liability waiver. He's totally seen through the boss's whole routine. Li Wei glanced at Leopard Bro, recognizing him as Su Wen's blogger friend, and chuckled, "You wanna go first?" Brother Leopard flexed his biceps confidently and said, "Of course. A measly haunted house? Piece of cake." Seeing Brother Leopard step up, tourists who recognized him also came forward, shouting, "Brother Leopard, take us with you. Let's go in together." Brother Leopard turned around and arrogantly replied, No, this time I'm playing alone. I don't want to be slowed down by anyone else. Ha ha ha." Then, looking at his live stream on the phone screen, he smugly added, "Folks, Brother Leopard always keeps his word. Since you challenged me to do this, I'll show you what a real man looks like." The live stream viewership suddenly surged from just over 3,000 to tens of thousands, with many people sharing the stream to invite friends to watch. Leopard Bro's a real man. No need for words, 2 rockets fired to show my respect. Ha, let's see the boss act so cocky now. Time to slap him hard across the face. Hurry up, hurry up. The boys here have been itching for this. No matter what tricks the boss has up his sleeve, they're all child's play in front of Brother Leopard. Brother Leopard was quite pleased with his live stream fans' reactions, their emotional engagement was off the charts. He swaggered over to Li Wei and scanned the QR code to buy a ticket. Li Wei grinned. "You'll have to find the key to unlock the final door if you want to get out, got it?" Brother Leopard waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "Easy." With that, he strode in with his phone in hand. This livestream had been approved by Li Wei as part of their first bold move to promote the haunted house. Seeing Brother Leopard charge inside with a roar, the waiting visitors in line instinctively pulled out their phones, searching for his live broadcast on Douyin to see what was happening inside. Or perhaps they were eagerly anticipating Brother Leopard delivering a crushing blow to the overly confident owner. Passing through the entrance curtain of the haunted house, he stepped into a pitch-black corridor. Leopard waited until his eyes adjusted to the darkness before moving forward. "Just an ordinary passageway, though I've never been here before, it seems pretty much like what you guys described. Looks like the boss hasn't done any renovations, eh?" Leopard Brother roared with laughter. "There's a bit of light up ahead, let's go check it out," Brother Bao explained as he walked. After passing through a short passageway, he was surprised to find a room ahead. The room wasn't large, and though the lighting remained dim, the layout faintly suggested that the place resembled a hospital ward. The ward was in complete disarray, chairs and tables overturned, papers scattered everywhere in utter chaos. The 6 adjacent hospital beds were stained with blood, as if something horrific had occurred. On the dimly lit walls, terrifying bloodied handprints remained, sending shivers down one's spine. There was no background music whatsoever, only dead silence. Absolutely chilling. Brother Bao's smile stiffened slightly. "Looks like there's really something different inside here. Gotta say, fellas, the atmosphere is on point." Brother Bao's gotta give the boss credit. The live stream chat was already flooded with a dense barrage of scrolling comments. "Holy shit, it's way more refined than before. Scene of a homicide. Hissing, this is quite interesting. No wonder the boss was so confident, he really invested heavily in this. Brother Bao, keep walking, don't stop." At that moment, a piercing burst of static shattered the deathly silence so loud it startled the previously enthusiastic crowd mid-discussion. Brother Bao was no exception. Whipping his head around, he realized the wall-mounted TV had switched on by itself. Through the snowstorm-like interference, what appeared to be a news broadcast flickered indistinctly before a panicked voice crackled through in fragments. "Warning! Warning! Unknown virus detected, highly contagious and aggressive. All citizens must shelter in place immediately. Secure windows and doors. Do not go outside. Warn, Ning, RUUN. A bone-chilling scream erupted from the television, reverberating throughout the entire room. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as an ominous premonition surfaced. Panic, fear, confusion, utter bewilderment. Chapter 12. Terrified. Brother Leopard nearly dropped his phone, but he finally understood. So this is how the zombies originated? Everything makes sense now. Viruses are nothing new to everyone, but nobody ever imagined a virus could turn people into zombies. But where did the virus come from? Without human manipulation, how could it mutate so suddenly? Holy shit, this is getting exciting. The livestream audience seemed to be caught in a massive conspiracy, staring at the haunted house before them, ready to unravel the mystery thread by thread. "Go on, Brother Leopard, there's a door over there. Check it out." The audience was thoroughly enjoying the show, but Brother Leopard was starting to feel uneasy. Right now, his impression of this haunted house wasn't exactly positive. Logically speaking, he'd done crazier things like dancing on graves and had even spent countless nights in desolate wilderness areas, keeping company with wild beasts. He wouldn't boast that his courage was as vast as the sky, but tackling this measly haunted house should have been a piece of cake. Back when his friend Suwon had invited him, he hadn't thought much of it, but now that he was inside, for some reason, his heart raced with unease. He just couldn't shake the dread. "That's strange," Brother Leopard muttered to himself, then continued walking with his camera. Along the way, he accidentally kicked something that clattered noisily. Looking down, he was surprised to find it was a flashlight. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, never expecting a haunted house to be so considerate. But the moment he picked it up and switched it on, illuminating the path ahead, he immediately regretted his decision. Damn it, the flashlight's beam only intensified the eerie haunted house atmosphere. Pushing open the ward door, he stepped into a corridor illuminated only by a flickering dim light in the distance. Brother Leopard swept his flashlight beam across the hallway, revealing several corpses lying prone on the floor, their long-dried blood now browned. A wheelchair lay overturned not far away, its wheels still spinning slowly. Upon closer inspection, deep gouges scarred the walls as if clawed by desperate fingers, with fresh blood still oozing from the marks. What the hell happened here? Folks, I'm guessing the virus outbreak wasn't contained and spread through this hospital? Brother Leopard muttered to his screen as he cautiously advanced. Of course, mainly to distract myself. Leopard bro, quit the nonsense and hurry over. Are you too scared to walk past the corpses lying on the ground? Don't chicken out, Leopard bro. In my eyes, you've always been towering and formidable. Why does it feel like Leopard bro is acting all timid this time? not like you at all. Seeing so many people mocking him, Brother Bao forced a hearty laugh to appear calm. I don't dare to go? My friends, there's no place in this world Brother Bao wouldn't dare to pass through. I'm just being considerate of your feelings. He walked over slowly while keeping his eyes firmly fixed on the corpses lying on the ground. Covered by hair and clothing, he couldn't tell if they were fake or not, so Brother Bao remained cautious to avoid being startled and embarrassed. The viewers also watched with teasing eyes, but as Brother Bao passed by, the corpses didn't move at all. Clearly, they were just props. Just as I thought. There's nothing scary about these things, just trying to be mysterious, Brother Bao declared boldly. No sooner had he spoken than a bloody corpse suddenly dropped from above, hanging upside down, its face coming into intimate contact with Brother Bao's. An ear-piercing scream instantly erupted in the corridor. Holy shit! Brother Bao fell flat on his back, drenched in cold sweat as he gasped for breath. Only when he looked up again did he realize it was actually a dummy. He had been scared by a fake corpse. The audience vaguely caught glimpses of something through the shaky footage, but couldn't help bursting into laughter. Brother Leopard, are you serious right now? That's just a mannequin. Brother Leopard, how could you get scared like this? Damn! First time seeing Brother Leopard so panicked. Was it really that terrifying? Brother Bao was also getting frustrated and embarrassed. Picking up his phone, he kept explaining, it's not that I'm cowardly, but this boss is too sneaky. He used dummies to distract us, then attacked where we least expected. Folks, this is military strategy. Just as he was speaking, the eerie noises behind him started again. Brother Bao turned around and realized all the corpses lying on the ground had disappeared. A chill ran down his spine. He immediately stood up, determined to get through this haunted house as quickly as possible. The hallway remained shrouded in an ominous draft. Brother Bao quickened his pace. Though there were doors on both sides, he ignored them, his eyes fixed expectantly on the door at the end of the corridor and the word exit above it. Almost there. Get the hell out of this damned place. Just as he reached the middle, he noticed a glass window on one wall with an open door beside it. Curious, he peered inside and instantly froze. A feasting zombie lifted its head and locked eyes with him. Leopard Brother had researched zombies beforehand, watched videos, even questioned people who'd experienced the attraction, so he'd mentally prepared himself for this moment. Though its appearance was somewhat horrifying, in the end, it was just a person in costume. Could it possibly be as terrifying as the time he'd faced off against a wild wolf? Now, he found it truly comparable. Damn it! Ever since catching sight of that zombie's blood-red eyes, an inexplicable terror had enveloped him. Now, he felt as though he was reliving that harrowing experience in the wilderness, paralyzed under the predatory gaze of a wild wolf, powerless against the fear creeping through his body until he trembled uncontrollably. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. This absurd thought, once it surfaced, was utterly impossible to suppress. Brother Bao's hands trembled so violently that the cameras shook wildly, yet even so, netizens caught a terrifying glimpse of the zombie's chilling gaze. Holy shit, why does it feel even scarier than before? Is it just me? Seriously, I feel the same way. Before it was just frightening, but now it sends chills down my spine. Brother Leopard, stop shaking, I can't see clearly. Even through the screen, everyone felt uneasy and restless. Brother Leopard's voice trembled, and no, it's impossible, brothers, it's all fake, yeah, fake. He kept reassuring himself as he slowly retreated step by step, careful not to make a sound. In the lifeless silence, the groans of zombies gradually emerged. Brother Leopard's heartbeat accelerated as his sense of danger intensified. Glancing sideways at the distance to the exit, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Almost the moment he moved, the zombies in the room also sprang into action, roaring maniacally as they chased after him, their speed terrifyingly fast, like some dark-skinned track athlete. Grah! Brother Leopard's scalp was about to explode, every hair on his body standing on end as he sprinted with the fiercest strength he'd ever mustered in his life. Then, with one final burst, he flung open the exit door and turned to block it with all his might. Boom! A tremendous crashing sound and impact shook the door, nearly knocking Brother Leopard backward. Thankfully, his usual workout routine paid off. He resisted with every ounce of strength he had, teeth gritted. The zombie roared in fury, slamming against the door with violent, metallic bangs. The livestream audience watched in nail-biting tension, each of them equally horrified by the frenzied appearance of the undead creature. Ah, so scary, no way, I can't possibly go in there after seeing that. That zombie NPC is insane. Forget about Brother Leopard, even I almost pissed myself in terror. Moving slowly was already terrifying enough, but now with this mad dash, holy shit, my heart's practically in my throat. Hold on, Brother Leopard, stay strong. Chapter 13, Scared to Fainting. Gunnar had no time to pay attention to the live stream now. His mind was solely focused on survival, so much so that he'd completely forgotten he was merely participating in a haunted house adventure. The commotion outside lasted quite a while before suddenly ceasing, as if the zombies had vanished. But Leopard remained cautiously alert, holding his position steadfastly. Within moments, beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Damn it, did it run away? He cautiously pushed open a crack and widened his eyes to observe the situation outside. The zombie from earlier had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a chaotic, empty corridor and flickering lights. Leopard, Bao Ge, let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped danger. His legs still felt slightly weak at this moment. He turned around, preparing to go out, only to realize he was in a laboratory? Still can't get out? Leopard brother was on the verge of tears. He really didn't want to play anymore. Wait, didn't that boss mention something about needing to find something to get out? The key! Yes, it's the key. Leopard brother felt rather troubled now. He hadn't considered this issue during his entire journey here, nor did he know whether the keys were outside. Forget it, better check out the situation inside first. Leopard brother no longer possessed his previous reckless boldness. This time he treaded entirely on tiptoe with extreme caution, because he'd heard there were 2 zombies in this haunted house. One had already appeared earlier. Could the other be here? The laboratory was even gloomier than the outside. His flashlight beam had grown dim, and by its faint light he could make out several experiment tables at the room's center. They were cluttered with glass bottles of chemical reagents, syringes, and some peculiar research documents that appeared quite aged, already thick with dust. Brother Leopard was about to pick it up when he realized he was still holding his phone for the live stream. He'd almost forgotten about it. He whispered to the live audience, "Hey folks, wasn't Brother Leopard amazing earlier, keeping those zombies at bay? Now we've reached what looks like the hospital's lab area. This place is top tier. Look at these documents on the table, all stamped with top secret. Netizens in the live stream watched curiously, eager to know what was written, but the lighting here was simply too dim. The footage remained unclear. Brother Leopard wasn't in the mood to investigate either. He casually grabbed one of the documents, stuffed it into his pocket, and moved forward only to freeze at the sudden resurgence of zombie growls nearby. Sure enough, there's another one inside. He immediately shut his mouth, not daring to make a sound, and cautiously shone his flashlight around. The mottled corners of the room held several iron cages. It was unclear what had been kept in them before, but several of the bars were twisted out of shape. Nearby lay the remains of humans in white clothing, likely researchers. Suddenly, Bao Ge's pupils constricted. He spotted a figure standing in the corner, facing the wall, softly bumping its head against it. Those low growls were coming from there. The zombie didn't seem to notice him. Brother Leopard let out a slight sigh of relief, though his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. As long as he didn't disturb it now, everything would be fine. Another one. This haunted house really knows how to put on a show. Wait, look, what's that on the zombie's waist? It's a bit shiny, hard to see clearly. Looks like a key. Holy crap, the key's on the zombie? Damn, are they really going for it? Oh my god, I'm terrified. Brother Leopard also noticed the live chat comments and immediately understood. He quickly turned his flashlight to scan the area, spotting a door not far away. Right in the middle of the doorknob was a keyhole. Clearly, they'd need to unlock it to get out. Damn, what kind of crazy ideas did this boss come up with? But to escape, Brother Leopard could only take a deep breath, crouch down, and carefully move toward it. Folks, tell my mom I'm no coward, Brother Leopard declared tragically to the camera. Yet, a mere 3-meter distance took Brother Leopard nearly 5 minutes to cross. The closer he crept behind the zombie, the faster his heart raced. With every thud of the zombie against the wall, his entire body trembled violently. As he finally reached the zombie's back, Brother Leopard stretched out a shaking hand toward the key dangling at its waist. The atmosphere froze in that instant. The live stream audience collectively held their breath, not daring to exhale for fear of startling the zombies through their screens. 50 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 10 centimeters. Leopard Brother was drenched in cold sweat as he very carefully lifted the key and slowly unhooked it. The zombie still didn't move. Brother Leopard's heart pounded wildly, his hands trembling so much he could barely suppress a howl of exhilaration. Still facing the undead creature, he clutched the key tightly while continuing to retreat step by step. The livestream had already exploded in popularity, with viewership surpassing 100,000. The barrage of comments flooded in like an avalanche. Hell yeah, Brother Leopard is a fucking legend. That was insane. I almost pissed myself just now. Friendly reminder, you're allowed to breathe. Leopard Brother watched with smug satisfaction. The pressure he'd endured to retrieve the keys hadn't been in vain. His efforts were finally paying off. This was about to go viral. Keeping a 3-meter distance, Leopard Brother wasted no time and swiftly approached the massive iron gate. Just as he was about to unlock the door, the impact sounds from behind abruptly ceased. The next instant, an ear-splitting, ghastly roar shattered the silence. Holy shit! Leopard Brother was scared out of his wits, cursing profusely. He knew the zombies were coming. In a frantic hurry, he fumbled for the key to unlock the door. The barrage of comments on the screen went completely blank. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Hurry, hurry! Leopard Brother's voice trembled. He could already hear the zombies' footsteps right behind him, so close he could almost feel their breath. Then, with a shaky hand, he dropped the key. Instinctively, he reached out to grab it. Missed it! Leopard's face went pale. Before he could retrieve it, his reflexes made him turn around only to see the zombie's face terrifyingly close. The next second, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted dead away. The phone happened to land on the ground, capturing the zombie's blood-red eyes and Leopard's humiliating collapse. Holy shit, Leopard just got scared into a coma. Am I seeing this right? Holy shit, Brother Leopard actually failed in the haunted house. I never would have imagined that. Weren't you supposed to show them up, Brother Leopard? Come on, pull yourself together. Jesus Christ, I feel like Brother Leopard was brave enough just one step away from grabbing the key, but then he dropped it. What a tragedy. Damn, that was so gripping, it felt like I was the one exploring myself. Outside the haunted house, quite a few people were already queued up watching Brother Leopard's attempt to navigate the challenges. The waves of thrills had everyone on edge, and though they assumed Brother Leopard would surely make it through, well, things didn't go as expected. He passed out from fright. Boss. Brother Leopard fainted inside. A visitor urgently called out to Li Wei. Li Wei. He knew the zombie's aura grew more terrifying after feeding on blood, but he never expected this outcome. A burly man like that, scared unconscious? So he walked to the exit, opened the door, and everyone saw Brother Leopard's rigid body leaning against the gate collapse straight backward, his entire face completely drained of color. A few audience members stepped forward and helped Li Wei carry Brother Leopard up, settling him onto a chair in the rest area. Almost immediately after sitting down, Brother Leopard woke up in a panic, screaming, "Stay away!" Ha! Chapter 14, Origin of the Zombie Virus. Li Wei smiled and said, "You're already out, no need to be afraid." Only then did Brother Leopard snap out of it, looking around bewildered to find himself surrounded by multiple layers of onlookers. "Am I really out?" Brother Leopard asked incredulously. The next second, his face instantly flushed crimson as he sprang up like a coiled spring, wishing he could vanish into a hole in the ground. Just moments ago, I was the center of attention, surrounded by an entourage. Now, being carried out in full view of everyone, the sheer embarrassment is something only those who've lived through it can truly understand. But Boss Bao, as someone who's seen big scenes, quickly regained his composure after the brief awkwardness. Laughing heartily at Li Wei, he said, "Not bad, boss. Your haunted house is absolutely brutal. Even I couldn't take it, seriously intense. After that scare, I feel oddly refreshed." Li Wei replied, "Customer satisfaction is our top priority." Boss Bao's face twitched slightly as he forced a dry chuckle. Satisfied? Oh, way too satisfied. If I get the chance, I'm definitely coming back for another round. After saying this, Brother Leopard had no face to stay any longer and hastily left. However, the audience on site was clearly excited. Their earlier concerns about the haunted house upgrade were now laid bare before their eyes. It was truly as amazing as the owner had described. Not only were the scenes realistic, but the atmosphere was top-notch, and there was even interaction. It wasn't like these people had never visited other haunted houses before, but now, in comparison, those seemed utterly lame. "Boss, one ticket please." "Me too, bro, wanna team up?" "Ahem, that's exactly what I had in mind." The visitors outside eagerly formed a line and began entering, only to come running out moments later with shrieks and screams. The haunted house once again buzzed with lively energy. With the participation of million-follower influencer Bao Gu, the online hype surrounding this haunted house skyrocketed once more. Even Bao Ji's follower count surged by over 100,000 in just a short span of time. Though he had only left recently, clips of iconic moments from this livestream were already being reposted everywhere by marketing accounts and netizens. Meanwhile, the classified document Bao Gu had previously obtained in the laboratory was also uploaded online. After reading it, the public finally understood the full story behind these events. The classified document stated, in 2002, a new type of virus was discovered in a village in the central desert of the United States. The military immediately suppressed the news while secretly collecting samples for research, intending to develop it into a biochemical weapon. By 2004, studies confirmed it as a prehistoric progenitor virus. The laboratory planned to combine its genes with other species. In 2006, a major breakthrough was achieved. The virus perfectly fused with infected canine genes, giving birth to a new strain, designated as the T-virus. By 2013, after numerous covert experiments by the military and biotech corporations, the virus was found to be highly infectious. Crucially, all infected subjects exhibited extreme aggression and could not be neutralized by ordinary injuries, only by destroying the brain. Currently, there is no known cure for the virus. The last line of information had been blacked out with a pen, seemingly not meant for public disclosure, though visitors could easily guess some accident must have occurred, causing the virus to leak within the hospital. Yet for visitors, stumbling upon relevant story clues while exploring a haunted house was an utterly novel experience. This was way more thrilling than watching movies or playing games, completely immersive. The owners got serious dedication. Not only did he design these zombie-like creatures, but he even crafted a backstory for them. Impressive. It looks terrifying, but this kind of game really piques my interest. There must be more secrets hidden here. To all the netizens who said the upgrades were no good, do you dare to team up and go now? If even Bao Gu couldn't do it? Heh, seems like if I pass, I'll get to slap some sense into him. I'm so excited watching this, my desire to play has peaked. More and more people became interested, found the haunted house's official account, and decisively purchased tickets. It was predictable that a massive wave of visitors would soon arrive. That day, visitor numbers reached another record high. By evening when it was time to close, some disappointed visitors had to leave without experiencing the attraction. Over 3,000 yuan in revenue, not bad. Li Wei checked the numbers and finally headed home satisfied. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw his roommate eating instant noodles in the living room. Spotting Li Wei, the roommate smiled and asked, "Want some?" Li Wei was taken aback. "Haven't seen you for so long, I thought you'd skip town." Xiao Feifei couldn't help but retort, "What do you mean skip town? I was just on a business trip." The two had their own daily work lives with little overlap. Xiao Feifei wasn't particularly beautiful, not ugly by any means, but certainly no stunning beauty either. She was more of the pleasant-to-look-at type. Still, Li Wei quite liked her unconventional personality. They were both easygoing people, so they got along pretty well. Li Wei didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing a bowl to serve himself some instant noodles before slurping them down noisily. "Didn't you eat dinner?" Xiao Feifei asked curiously. "I did, but it's been such a busy day, everything's already digested." Amused by his response, Xiao Feifei teased, "Didn't you say your haunted house was failing before? How come you're suddenly so busy?" Li Wei took a sip of instant noodle broth and smiled, changed the business model, and suddenly it became a hit. Xiao Feifei, "Well, congratulations. I never asked, where exactly is your haunted house? I'll stop by next time I'm free." "It's inside the scenic area near here." Xiao Feifei visibly paused, then said after a thoughtful moment, "Seems I really should visit sometime soon." Li Wei put away the dishes and said, "You're welcome anytime." After tidying up, he went back to rest. Xiao Feifei sat on the sofa deep in thought when suddenly her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she stood up and went into her room before answering. "Hello, Officer Liu, the Kochi Mayano case has hit a dead end. There are still no new leads, and there's pressure from Japan too. What should we do? My earlier theory must be correct, but since surveillance hasn't turned up anything and no body was found in the park, there must be something we've overlooked. Let's put the case on hold until we get new leads. As for Japan's complaints, ignore them. For scum like this, our willingness to investigate it all is already giving them face." "Heh, I feel the same way. I really don't want to deal with this scum's mess. By the way, Officer Liu, are you still investigating that family massacre case?" "Yes, we've traced the clues to the scenic area. We're getting close now. We've preliminarily identified the suspect, and I need to find an opportunity to test him. A massacre case from decades ago, we can't let the murderer remain at large." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feifei took a deep breath. Her gaze turned profound as she looked through the window at the top floor of an old house dozens of meters away. The lights were on in its windows, and shadows flickered within. No one knew that her determination to become a police officer, climbing step by step from a junior officer to her current position, had all been for the sake of solving this family massacre case. Now operating under a changed name to carry out the mission, hoping to solve the case soon to honor my parents' spirits in heaven. Meanwhile, in Li Wei's room, he was also on a phone call with Su Wen, who was laughing uncontrollably after hearing what had happened to Brother Leopard. She even gave Li Wei a thumbs up. After all, she'd known Brother Leopard for years and had never seen him in such a sorry state. She said it was a real eye-opener and promised to recommend more influencers to him next time. Li Wei just chuckled in agreement. After hanging up, he lay on his bed, eager to try his luck with the prize draw. His current horror points had already exceeded 2,000, and he was curious what amazing items might come out of this draw. Chapter 15. It's a misunderstanding, I really didn't. Li Wei opened the system panel and selected the lottery page. As the meticulously crafted grid squares appeared before his eyes, he was about to make his move when he suddenly paused. After some thought, he went to wash his hands, dried them with a tissue, and tossed it onto the table. He wasn't sure if the system lottery included consolation prizes like "thanks for your participation," but having better luck would certainly increase his chances of getting something good. Li Wei didn't hesitate to spend 1,000 points. The squares began to scroll. Though he couldn't clearly see what was inside, Li Wei inexplicably felt a surge of anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lottery reward, physical enhancement. Li Wei froze. He had assumed all the rewards would be horror-related, never expecting something like physical enhancement. With the system's enhancement, Li Wei only felt subtle changes occurring in his body. His external muscles gradually became firmer and more defined, resembling the effects of long-term fitness training. Then his bones crackled as they were reinforced. At this moment, Li Wei's entire being underwent a qualitative leap in vigor and vitality. This overwhelming sense of power made him suspect he could punch an ox to death with one blow. Awesome! Li Wei clenched his fists excitedly. With this physical enhancement, he at least possessed some confidence to face this unfamiliar parallel world. Looking at the remaining 1,000+ points of terror value, Li Wei initiated another draw. This time, let's hope for some other kind of enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've acquired the horror character, the Weeping Witch. Ha! The Weeping Witch? What the heck? Li Wei was still wondering what it could be when he saw the face appearing in the grid, instantly giving him goosebumps. Hiss hiss. Isn't that the character from Left 4 Dead that terrified countless players? Holy shit, I actually drew this guy? In that very instant, Li Wei's vision blurred, and a gaunt, pale-skinned woman with ash-gray hair appeared before him. Her face had become emaciated beyond recognition, like a skull, with two equally crimson eyes. Her tattered clothes were filthy and turned a deep gray, while her 10 claws stretched as long as daggers, resembling dark red blood clots. The moment she appeared, the Weeping Witch covered her face with both hands and let out a sobbing wail, sending chills down Li Wei's spine. Back in the day, this creature had scared him plenty in the game, and that was just through a computer screen. Now, seeing her materialize right before his very eyes made his heart skip a beat, sending a shiver down his spine. But the next second, he came to his senses. Wait a minute. It's different now. No matter how terrifying these characters are, they can't harm him anymore. So what's there to fear? The Weeping Witch is clearly sensitive to bright light and external stimuli, and the lighting in this room happens to agitate her. In an instant, she lets out a piercing, frenzied shriek and lunges at Li Wei with claws bared. Li Wei narrows his eyes, clenches his fist, and delivers a direct punch to her head. With a loud thud, the strike instantly halts the witch's charge. Afraid she might scream again, Li Wei clamped one hand around her neck while continuing to deliver relentless punches with the other. Thud, thud, thud. The Weeping Witch was utterly stunned, frozen in place as her worldview crumbled. With a sweep of his arm, Li Wei temporarily sealed her back into the system, making sure she stayed contained. At that moment, his door was knocked urgently, and Xiao Feifei's voice came from outside. What's wrong? Li Wei, what happened? Li Wei immediately turned on his computer and opened the door nonchalantly, smiling. What do you mean? Nothing's wrong. I'm just watching a movie. Xiao Feifei gave him a suspicious look before scanning the room behind him, finding no one else there. Finally, her gaze landed on the computer. In an instant, she understood and coughed awkwardly. Oh, sorry about that. I heard a woman's voice just now. So, turns out you were watching a movie, huh? Ahem. Sorry to disturb you. Carry on. After speaking, Xiao Feifei hurriedly left without daring to stay another second. Seeing that he'd managed to fool her, Li Wei also let out a sigh of relief. But why had her expression seemed so strange? Surely he hadn't given himself away? Puzzled, Li Wei closed the door and turned back to look at his computer only to freeze in shock. Not only was the screen displaying the desktop, but sitting right beside it, as if to mock him, was the tissue he'd used to wipe his hands earlier. Holy shit, this is such a huge misunderstanding. He immediately pushed the door open and shouted, I was really just watching a movie. I mean, no, I was watching, Li Wei's words were getting all tangled up. No matter how he tried to explain, it just sounded even more suspicious. Xiao Feifei turned her head and waved her hand dismissively, pretending not to care. I know, no need to explain. It's no big deal. We're all adults, it's normal, totally normal. Don't overthink it. I didn't see anything anyway. Li Wei. Damn it, the more I explain, the worse it gets. Plus, why would I have any psychological pressure from porn? My computer was literally just turned on. Li Wei's face grew progressively darker, unable to voice his misery, until he could only let out a silent sigh in the end. Maintaining one lie indeed requires more lies to cover it up. This is truly exhausting. The next day, Li Wei arrived early at the haunted house of horror, and the first thing he did was release the Wailing Witch. The once ferocious Wailing Witch immediately cowered upon recognizing Li Wei, her menacing claws hovering hesitantly in the air. Quiet down, Li Wei said impatiently. The witch instantly fell silent, her eyes flickering with timid apprehension. From now on, you'll stay in that room, got it? Li Wei casually pointed to a room in the hallway. And focus your main effort on scaring visitors, just like before. Growl, chase, keep the pressure on them. Of course, don't actually hurt anyone. Clean up your act. As for your food, I'll arrange something for you later. Li Wei gave these instructions without waiting for the witch's response. Seeing her dazed expression, he assumed she understood, then called over the two zombie employees to introduce them to her. To his surprise, the zombies appeared somewhat intimidated when they saw the Weeping Witch. Li Wei clicked his tongue in amazement. This must be what they called level suppression. After making these arrangements, he headed to the entrance where visitors were already waiting, their numbers slightly larger than the previous day. Boss, we're back again. Hearing someone call out to him, Li Wei looked up and realized it was none other than that couple he had first greeted. They had returned. Several middle-aged people were actually following behind them. Ahem, didn't I say I'd come back for another challenge? I happened to see you'd upgraded your haunted house, so I rushed right over. The guy behind me is my dad, and his friends, they're all really curious about the haunted house and want to give it a try, the boyfriend from the couple said smugly. Li Wei's eyelid twitched. Bringing their parents to a haunted house, what a filial child. What a guy. No idea what this guy was thinking, but since they'd already arrived, Li Wei couldn't very well turn them away. He went through the usual routine, welcome, welcome. Just to check, none of you have heart conditions, right? The middle-aged man shook his head with a laugh. None at all, just some high blood pressure. No need to worry, boss. Chapter 16, Karma Comes Too Fast. High blood pressure? Li Wei frowned slightly, remembering that people with high blood pressure or heart conditions shouldn't be subjected to frights. He quickly consulted the system in his mind and was reassured by the answer. Inside the haunted house, the system guarantees the vital signs of every visitor remain safe, meaning it would frighten them within non-lethal limits. The worst that could happen was someone fainting. With the system's assurance, Li Wei naturally didn't need to worry about fatal incidents. Still, proper procedures had to be followed. He produced 5 liability waivers and handed them over. The documents felt unnaturally heavy in their hands, yet everyone picked up their pens and signed. That boss is a real psychology expert, the middle-aged man remarked with admiration. His companion agreed, exactly. Regardless of what's inside, just signing a waiver builds tension and pressure without people even realizing it. After purchasing tickets, the 5 of them walked through the entrance together. Dad, can you see in the dark? Don't trip. Cut the crap, my eyesight's better than yours, the middle-aged man retorted sharply. Are you saying this thing can really give me creative inspiration? The young man chuckled, of course. Me and Ali played with it a while back, super intense. Plus these zombies are brand new, combined with the boss's edited backstory. Doesn't that beat whatever scripts you've been struggling to write? Most importantly, it's terrifying. The middle-aged man snorted in disdain. I'll admit it looked good on short videos with a fresh storyline, but terrifying? I doubt that. His 2 friends also nodded with knowing smiles. Xiaohao, you probably don't know, one said lightly. Your father was a soldier back in the day. Never saw combat. True, he was in the arts corps, but he still developed real courage. Not something ordinary folks can match, you understand. Damn right. The middle-aged man thumped his chest proudly. What, you think a cultural troop soldier isn't a real soldier? Xiaohao and Ali also agreed with this sentiment, which was why they'd brought the group here. Even though they'd entered through the same hospital ward, the visitors were still stunned by the intricately designed scene before them. Unlike the tourists who rushed through, the middle-aged man examined every detail meticulously. Looks like this must have been a treatment area before the viral outbreak. The beds are equipped with bandages, tsk, so many torn ones, and protective suits in the corner. This should be an isolation zone. The owner's attention to detail is remarkable. It's almost as if he's mapped out the entire zombie evolution system. Hearing this, the others realized it was indeed true. Xiaohao even picked up the medical record hanging at the foot of the hospital bed and examined it under the light. To everyone's surprise, it was densely filled with notes documenting how the patient, initially suffering from just a cold and fever much like the flu virus, eventually developed violent symptoms. The last entry was even a prescription for a change of medication, suggesting that was likely when the incident occurred. At that moment, the television also suddenly turned on, startling everyone. The middle-aged man waved his hand, just a small trick. After carefully observing the room, he excitedly recorded these details, thinking it was a great idea that he should definitely discuss with the boss when the opportunity arose. Upon pushing the door open, the hospital corridor appeared before them. I remember there were NPCs ahead, Xiaohao reminded them. I know, but we're here this time for a scene inspection. Let's inform the NPC later not to disturb us, the middle-aged man said. Xiaohao and his girlfriend exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. What was supposed to be a thrilling haunted house adventure had turned into what seemed like a field trip. How boring. But since his father had said so, he had no choice but to hold his girlfriend's hand and walk down the corridor to inform the NPC in advance. I think it's by the glass window up ahead, right? You scared? Haha, I'm not afraid. We've already played this once before. Even though it's a different scene, the NPCs are ultimately the same. As the two were talking, they spotted the zombie inside the glass window. Though they'd seen it once before, they distinctly felt something different this time. It was hard to put into words, but it seemed even more terrifying. The way both of them froze in their tracks made it clear they were seriously frightened. Why aren't you moving anymore? I didn't. I'm not. I just, stay away from me. We don't want this. Before they could finish speaking, the zombies across from them charged toward the door. In such an immersive scenario, their brains simply couldn't convince themselves it wasn't real. The two instinctively turned and ran, screaming in terror as they fled. Dad, help! Daddy, I'm scared! The middle-aged man frowned in disgust as he watched the two running toward him. Wasn't he supposed to explain things to the NPC? Why is this unlucky kid so terrified? The person beside him chuckled. Xiaohao hasn't gone through those experiences yet. It's normal for him to be a bit timid. The older man shook his head. This kid really needs to toughen up. Back in my day. Wait, what's that behind him? All three held their breath as they looked only to see a zombie chasing after him, their heartbeats accelerating uncontrollably. This is kinda terrifying. Run for your lives. He initially wanted to maintain his dignity as an elder, but under the soul-crushing screams of Xiaohao and Xiaoli, all three of them felt their scalps go numb, instinctively overwhelmed by the urge to flee. The middle-aged man immediately pulled open the nearby door and slipped inside, with the others quickly following suit. The couple dashed in and promptly slammed the door shut behind them, leaving the zombies to rampage outside. The five of them gasped for breath by the room's door, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness mainly because the reality check had come too swiftly. Just moments ago, they'd mocked their son for cowardice, yet here they were, running away themselves. The facade of a middle-aged man shattered into pieces on the ground, and he himself regretted how he could have been scared like that just now. How could this happen? Ollie forced an awkward laugh trying to lighten the mood. Ahem. Well, it seems like no one's been in this house. Ah, seems so. Ha ha ha, let's take a look. The group looked around. The room was equally messy, but there were shelves lining the walls piled with various jars and bottles. As the light swept across, they realized each bottle contained thick, viscous liquid preserving strange, deformed organs. Is this a specimen room? The middle-aged man widened his eyes in shock. One by one, they examined the grotesquely distorted organs, clearly harvested after experiments. There were even tiny human-like specimens. The props were disturbingly lifelike. Combined with the overpowering stench of formaldehyde permeating the room, everyone felt sick to their stomachs. Let's get out of here, this is too disgusting. Ollie couldn't take it anymore. By then, the zombies outside had also gone quiet. Everyone pushed the door open to head to the next scene when suddenly, they heard faint, indistinct sobbing. At first, they paid it no mind, assuming it was just the boss playing tricks again. But as they moved forward, the sound grew clearer, a girl's crying, and it didn't sound recorded. It's coming from that room, Xiaohao said, pointing at the slightly ajar door not far away. Should we go take a look? Maybe it's a lost tourist inside? Ollie asked curiously. The middle-aged man shook his head. Impossible, we're the first group of visitors to enter. Must be some hidden storyline? He actually wanted to check it out, but those zombies earlier had genuinely frightened him. His heart was still racing. Woo woo woo. The crying sounded again, utterly heartbreaking, and the group couldn't simply walk away. So they all headed toward that room together, pushing open the door as hallway light seeped through the crack. In the darkness, everyone indeed saw a figure sobbing in the corner with her back turned to them. Chapter 17, The Ambulance Arrives. The silhouette was clearly not a mannequin, it was a woman, emaciated, with disheveled hair and a grimy appearance, but her weeping sent chills down their spines. In an instant, an absurd feeling surfaced in the minds of several people. Could it be that the owner of this haunted house is secretly engaged in some illegal activities, like imprisoning women? Once this thought took root, it grew uncontrollably. If true, it would completely shatter everyone's worldview. The owner looks so clean-cut, could he actually be a wolf in sheep's clothing? Miss, are you alright? The middle-aged man, bursting with righteous indignation, quickly asked. The sound of sobbing continued, and the figure did not respond, still weeping. Hello, what's wrong? Do you need help? Xiaohao also asked in a low voice, glancing around and noticing there were no surveillance cameras nearby. This only strengthened his suspicion. Damn it, what a heartless bastard. How long has this girl been locked up? She's become so emaciated, just skin and bones. Judging by her tattered clothes, she must have suffered inhuman abuse, and the grayish-white hair is easily explained. When people don't see sunlight for extended periods, their hair turns gray-white. Every piece of evidence reveals the cruelty behind this case. Ali beside them had long been holding back tears. As a woman herself, she could empathize more deeply with all this. Just imagining being in that situation filled her with despair. In her heart, she'd already cursed the young boss dozens of times. The group moved closer, with Xiaohao thoughtfully turning on his phone's flashlight. When the bright light landed on the gaunt woman's body, she reacted as if severely startled, whipping her head around to glare at them. Though her face wasn't decayed like a zombie's, those crimson eyes were all too familiar. When the weeping witch opened her mouth and unleashed an unbearably shrill screech, everyone's pupils contracted, legs trembling as they too began screaming in terror. Hey aha! Zombies! Zombies! Oh my god! Help! Whoa whoa! Ah! The middle-aged man walking at the front fainted on the spot when he saw the wailing witch spreading her long, razor-sharp claws and charging at them with a piercing scream. The others didn't fare much better. Under the assault of the demonic shrieks, Ali fainted immediately. Xiaohao sprinted the fastest, darting out of the room in the blink of an eye, but failed to break and crashed headfirst into the opposite door, knocking himself unconscious too. The other two nearly pissed their pants, running back with all their might, stumbling and screaming their way out of the haunted house. This group had already been inside for quite a while, much longer than the average visitors. The crowd waiting in line outside grew increasingly impatient. At first, they thought these guys were impressive for lasting so long, but as time dragged on, complaints inevitably surfaced, with some even urging the owner to go check on them. Just as they were talking, the two men suddenly came bolting out of the entrance, covering their ears like startled rabbits, faces twisted in terror. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into riotous laughter. After all, it still didn't pass, just a flashy silver spearhead. The two frightened men gradually regained their composure under the sunlight and amidst the laughter, too flustered to care about being mocked. Grabbing the boss's arm, they dragged him inside while stammering, "Something terrible happened, they got knocked out by a woman." Li Wei was speechless for a moment before answering, "A female zombie? She's called the Witch. It's a new variant of zombie I designed. Truly the nightmare of countless gamers, making an impressive debut by terrifying 3 people into unconsciousness on the spot." Seeing their worried expressions, Li Wei reassured them, "Don't worry, our haunted house won't have any fatal scares. Let's carry them out, I'll call an ambulance." Since the rural hospital wasn't far away, the ambulance arrived within 5 minutes. Amidst the siren's wail, the crowd parted to make way. As the doctors and nurses entered with stretchers, everyone stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Holy crap, what happened here? They didn't actually scare someone to death, did they? It can't be that bad. With Brother Leopard taking the first hit, anyone who comes to play should be mentally prepared. Surely no one could be scared to death? Look, they're carrying out 3 people. They seem to still be breathing, probably just unconscious. What exactly happened inside? Last time Brother Leopard just fainted but woke up quickly. This time it's so much worse. The crowd kept murmuring among themselves. Since the ambulance could only accommodate 2 stretchers, the 3 of them had to wait for a second ambulance to arrive. By then, the police had also shown up. Li Wei looked at the 2 men in surprise and asked, "You actually called the police?" The 2 men responded awkwardly and somewhat sheepishly, We thought you, had done something illegal, so we called the police at the time." Li Wei. No need to think, this was obviously a huge misunderstanding. 2 officers stepped forward and asked warily, "Which one of you is the boss?" Li Wei sighed helplessly. "Me, I'm the owner." "Good. We just received a report accusing you of imprisoning and abusing women here. We will now conduct a lawful search of your premises. Do you have anything to say?" Before Li Wei could speak, the man next to him scratched his head and said, Officers, I was the one who called the police just now. We made a mistake, it was a misunderstanding." The 2 officers exchanged glances and frowned, asking, "A misunderstanding? Are you sure?" "Ahem, it really was. We mistook the haunted house's NPC for someone else," the man admitted awkwardly, lowering his head while his toes curled in embarrassment. The officers' expressions instantly darkened in exasperation. One sighed, "Come on, man, you're old enough to know better. Next time, get a proper look before calling. You gave us quite a scare with that phone call. We thought something serious had happened. Still, since we're here, we'll have to investigate. By the way, what's with the ambulance?" Li Wei coughed and said, "Passed out from being scared in a haunted house." The officer looked skeptical. "Don't kid me, how can anyone faint from just a haunted house?" "My haunted house is different," Li Wei declared confidently. Without another word, the officer stepped inside for a quick inspection, eventually reaching the room where the weeping witch had been. Li Wei had already stationed the zombie trio there, waiting. "These are our haunted house NPCs, Li Wei introduced. The officers looked them up and down, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. "The makeup is way too realistic. Of course, we spent generously on their costumes." Following protocol, the officers attempted to question the NPCs, only to find they merely nodded or shook their heads, utterly incapable of speech. Li Wei continued to explain, "They are deaf-mute disabled people and individuals with autism. Seeing their hardship, I offered them jobs so they could at least put food on the table. Ahem, though the food is human." Upon hearing this, the 2 officers looked at Li Wei with newfound respect, their gazes filled with reverence. "Young man, well done. Who would have thought you had such compassion? People like you are far too rare in today's society." "Right, though the job's a bit unconventional, you've given them a way to be self-reliant." "Good on you." The 2 officers kept praising Li Wei, making him somewhat embarrassed. With the situation more or less dealt with, the remaining 2 quickly followed the ambulance to the hospital, while Li Wei led the officers back to the entrance. By now, the waiting tourists outside were growing impatient and hastily asked, "Boss, what on earth happened in there?" Li Wei chuckled lightly, "It's nothing serious, just added a special NPC. Originally wanted to give you all a surprise, seems like it was a bit too intense though." The visitors all widened their eyes in disbelief. "Special NPC? Damn, boss, you're killing it. I wanna see it. I really wanna see it. Boss, I want tickets. Hurry up and give me 3. Chapter 18, Rent Increase. Seeing the enthusiastic reactions from the visitors, the 2 police officers who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, clicking their tongues in amazement. One of them stirred with curiosity and said, "How about we go experience it too?" The other person froze, clearly not expecting this response, and said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "You're not joking, are you? We're not kids anymore. Still playing haunted house games? Ha, but the design inside looks really intricate and thoughtful. Since we're already here, why not give it a try? I hear it helps relieve stress. Haven't you been under a lot lately? Absolutely. Then quit hesitating. My treat. It won't take much time. At this thought, the two officers walked to the back of the crowd and joined the line. Listening to the screams rising and falling inside the haunted house, their moods lifted considerably. There were many people playing on site, but very few could complete the challenge. Most were scared into running back the way they came, and even those who managed to finish were left utterly terrified and unrecognizable. When it was their turn to enter, the tourists watched curiously, completely surprised to see police officers joining in. Even Li Wei was curious to find out whether the officers could make it through the haunted house he had designed. And so, everyone waited, ears pricked for any sounds from inside. It had been eerily quiet until, about 10 minutes later, movement was heard. Two policemen stumbled out through the exit door, their steps unsteady. Aside from their pale faces and ragged breathing, they held themselves together decently, no complete loss of composure. The crowd erupted in cheers, accompanied by applause and whistles. Way to go, officers. That's insane. You can tell they've had professional training, so impressive. That's definitely the most composed escapee I've ever seen. The two officers nodded solemnly to the crowd, then strode steadily through the sea of awestruck onlookers. Only when they could no longer feel the scorching gazes on their backs did the policemen halt, their bodies instantly drenched in cold sweat as if they'd been fished from water. Hold me up, damn it, my legs have turned to jelly. No, my heart's about to explode right now, thumping so hard it just won't stop. That lockpicking bit at the end had me on edge. Look at my hands, shaking like I've got Parkinson's. The two officers truly hadn't expected such a tiny haunted house to pack such a punch. The atmosphere was even more intense than anything they'd encountered on duty. Good, you didn't disgrace us cops. After the police left, the crowd of visitors remained as dense as ever, forming a unique sight within the entire scenic area. Only this place had a snaking, disorderly long line. Now Li Wei doesn't even need to arrange for them to sign the waiver forms. Every visitor's first action is to grab the life and death agreement themselves, dramatically signing their names with flourishing strokes before snapping photos for their social media. These days, these liability waivers have become badges of courage. Visiting a haunted house without signing one might as well mean you never came at all. Li Wei naturally delighted in this development, simply standing by as they formed groups, scanned payment codes, and marched in to receive their thrills. He didn't need to lift a finger anymore. The whole operation had developed its own perfect rhythm. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly walked out from the crowd, looking somewhat incredulously at the lively scene before him. He approached Li Wei, frowned, and said, "Shaoli, I heard that an ambulance and the police just came. What kind of trouble have you stirred up here?" His tone carried a hint of impatience. This man was Huang Zhongwei, the general manager of the scenic area, responsible for overseeing all matters big and small within it. However, his greedy and lecherous nature was utterly unconcealed, which made Li Wei dislike him. Li Wei replied indifferently, "There was a mishap, but everything's fine now." Huang Zhongwei was displeased with Li Wei's attitude. Just a petty businessman barely scraping by under his management, Li Wei had previously been struggling to keep a rundown, failing haunted house afloat. Now that things had turned around, he suddenly thought so highly of himself? Did he really think he was somebody now? His eyes greedily scanned the young tourists still waiting in line. While the resort earned profits from rentals, food, and lodging, the haunted house was clearly on its way to becoming a hot attraction. Letting this guy monopolize all that traffic was truly a waste. Young people's spending power, he knew all too well, that's pure, gleaming cash. After a moment's thought, his tone suddenly softened. "Though nobody believed in you when you first moved into the scenic area, I always thought you were a decent young man. And now you've proven me right. You've made it work, achieved results. Everyone's pleased, but, you know, the overall visitor numbers have been declining these past few years." Li Wei really didn't want to listen to him beat around the bush and said flatly, "Manager Huang, if you've got something to say, just say it directly." A shadow of gloom flashed through Huang Zhongwei's eyes before he burst into laughter. "Oh, it's nothing much, just that your contract is about to expire. Originally, it was a 3-month lease, and if you want to renew now, well, the price will have to go up." "Li Wei, how much more?" Huang Zhongwei said with a beaming smile, "This is the area of 1 mu of land. Although not all of it is used, the size is right here. The previous price of 10,000 a month was indeed too low. After a unanimous discussion by the Scenic Area Committee, it has been decided to raise it to 30,000 a month, and payment must be made for a full year at a time." He didn't blush or flinch, showing not the slightest hint of embarrassment over the rent being tripled. As for the claim of a unanimous committee decision, the committee was under his control anyway. Who would dare object if he wanted to raise the rent? He knew Li Wei was strapped for cash, otherwise, the kid wouldn't have laid off his previous staff. Though he'd gotten lucky these past few days and made some small profits, there was no way he could cough up a year's rent of 360,000 yuan all at once. Since he couldn't pay up, then he couldn't blame anyone for kicking him out. "Manager Huang, if I recall correctly, our contract stipulated a 3-year lease at 10,000 a month. Breaking the agreement so openly doesn't seem right, Li Wei said calmly. Huang Zhongwei looked at him with pity and reached out to pat his shoulder, but Li Wei dodged. Unfazed, Huang continued, I know this is hard for you to accept, but it's already decided. Whether you like it or not, you've got 1 week left. If you can't pay the rent, little brother, you'll have to go. With great power in his hands, dealing with a small businessman was as easy as squashing an ant. His words made it abundantly clear he wanted to drive Li Wei away and take over the haunted house business himself. He couldn't even be bothered to hide his intentions, practically taunting. What can you even do about it? Just as he was about to savor the sight of the young man's furious and defeated expression, he froze. Because Li Wei still showed no sign of emotional disturbance, calmly staring back at him as if he couldn't care less. Huang Zhongwei felt inexplicably angry after his punch landed on cotton, all force met with emptiness. The smile faded from his face as he said coldly, I've told you how things stand. If you want to continue, bring the money. Otherwise, get the hell out. With that, he turned and walked away with hands clasped behind his back, not bothering to glance back. Chapter 19, The Power of the Weeping Witch. Their brief confrontation went unnoticed by others, the venue remaining as merry as ever. Li Wei silently watched Huang Zhongwei's retreating figure, lost in thought. It seems that even treating others with kindness can't stop some people from being as greedy as a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Thinking to use his authority as the scenic area manager to suppress him? Li Wei sneered coldly, wasn't this just giving him a reason to strike back? He truly didn't have 360,000 yuan right now, but even if he did, he wouldn't hand it over. Since this guy wanted his haunted house, let's see if his fate was strong enough to withstand it. Perfect timing. When the weeping witch gets hungry later, we'll send her over to manager Huang. Isn't he a lecherous man? Let him taste what this female zombie has to offer. Huang Zhongwei had just left when security guard old Wang crept in stealthily. Seeing Li Wei, he grinned, that bastard manager came to see you, didn't he? Li Wei, how did you know? Heh, with all the commotion you've been making here, you've drawn away a lot of visitors. He noticed it days ago and even came to ask me about it. No need to guess, that guy's green with envy again. Sure enough, he's here just a few days later. Old Wang wore an expression of someone who'd seen it all before. He patted Li Wei on the shoulder and chuckled, Kid, you look pretty pitiful, so I'll tell you straight, Huang Zhongwei has his eyes on your business. If you'd been giving him his monthly tribute all along, he might have restrained himself out of face, but you never gave him a dime. If you'd just gone under quietly, no one would have said a word. But now you're exploding in popularity. TSK. Li Wei said calmly, I know what he wants. Old Wang shook his head. Seems like you're still holding a grudge. As an old-timer security guard in this park for over a decade, I'm telling you don't go picking fights you can't win. The reason he dominates the park unchecked, with power like this, is simple, he's got backing from above. Li Wei also chuckled, what kind of person is he? Fang Xian, the boss of the scenic area, is the brother-in-law. Now you get it, right? Old Wang whispered. Fang Xian? It took Li Wei a moment to recall this was the locally renowned real estate tycoon with substantial assets, and the scenic area was just a trifling part of his holdings. He hadn't expected Huang Zhongwei to have such connections. Then he laughed, with that kind of background, yet still so petty, coming after his small sum of money? Talk about greedy. Of course, in Li Wei's view, no background mattered. When his IP got hungry, everyone was just food on the menu. Seeing Li Wei deep in thought, old Wang mistakenly assumed he was scared. Smirking, he said, now you understand how serious this is. You're still young, you're no match for them. Li Wei came to his senses and said casually, we'll see. There's still a week left, who knows, things might take a turn for the better. Old Wang froze, then said helplessly, well, you'd better pray hard then. After all, he'd already given the warning. If this kid insisted on charging headfirst into difficulty, old Wang was more than happy to sit back and watch the show. Last year, Huang Zhongwei had also taken a fancy to a store selling cultural and creative products. That shop owner had been a reckless young fool too, and how had that ended? He'd slunk away with his tail between his legs, just like a whipped dog. These youngsters, they won't turn back until they hit the wall. Old Wang could already foresee Li Wei's fate. Taking another long look at the queue of young visitors, old Wang took a deep breath, rubbed his hands together, and walked off. Li Wei stroked his chin. If even old Wang could tell Huang Zhongwei was targeting him, then many employees in the scenic area must have noticed too, making it harder for him to strike directly. If the conflict just erupted and the person involved died immediately, suspicion would fall heavily on him. Even if the police eventually cleared him, he wouldn't be able to keep fooling the haunted house NPCs anymore. Maybe I'll wait a while longer before getting rid of him. This is terrifying. How can there be such a horrifying female zombie? I absolutely despise the boss. After finally psyching myself up, you pull this crap, what decent person could handle this? Help, it's genuinely terrifying. Wah, the boss is so evil, I don't want any more surprises, no more. The moment she screamed, I felt my soul nearly leap out of my body, I was completely stunned. Damn, is this some kind of zombie mutation? That's downright cruel. Who would have thought a sobbing girl could be this terrifying? A moment of curiosity traded for a lifetime of trauma. Thanks a lot, boss. Bursts into tears. The appearance of the weeping witch was like dropping a nuke into a turbulent lake, an utterly unexpected detonation that left the visiting tourists utterly shaken. Anyone would be drawn in by the weeping sounds inside the haunted house, and anyone would unconsciously go over to investigate. Many even mistook it for lost visitors from the previous group, only to come running out screaming for their parents in terror. The body flees in front, while the soul chases behind. To put it bluntly, before the witch appeared, about a quarter of the visitors could barely manage to get through. But ever since she showed up, the pass rate plummeted. There'd be just 1 out of 10 who could complete it, if that. From Li Wei's observations that morning alone, several groups of visitors were scared to tears, quite a few fainted from fright, and as for those who wet themselves, well, Li Wei could only pretend he didn't see it. Even though the haunted house was in a remote location, the sky-piercing screams carried far and wide, so utterly harrowing that passers-by who didn't know better thought some tragedy had occurred, drawing them closer to investigate. What they saw were visitors with deathly pale faces, trembling as they leaned on each other while staggering toward the park entrance. Along the path, others crouched on the ground too shaken to move, or clutched their heads wailing, as if they'd survived some horrific calamity. Curious onlookers called out, "Hey man, what disaster happened over there?" "Nothing, just the disaster of my life." "Ha, what are you talking about? I don't understand." "If you don't understand, then that's correct. Let me ask you, do you want to become a real man? If you do, then go to the haunted house. Go find it there. I've left all the courage you need in that place." Dude, are you pretending to be the Pirate King or something? Chapter 20. I'm a neat freak. After a busy day, Li Wei was about to close the shop and head home when he suddenly remembered his account. Picking up his phone, he saw the popularity was still growing. Several videos had surpassed 100 million total views, and his follower count had surged to 300,000. He was something of a minor influencer now. Li Wei thought for a moment and decided to stoke the flames further. He took out his phone and recorded a clip of the weeping witch. The footage didn't actually show the witch, just a dimly lit corridor, shaky camera work, and faint sobbing sounds in the background. It was the kind of pseudo-documentary style that felt terrifyingly real. As soon as the video was posted, the comments started piling up. Li Wei opened it out of curiosity and couldn't help but burst into laughter. At first glance, the screen was flooded with uniform "Go away" meme stickers. Several bloggers also reposted it, including a somewhat famous beauty vlogger on Douyin who quickly shared it with a tearful complaint, "That's the sound. Just hearing the crying gives me goosebumps now." Originally known for her looks, the blogger appeared in the video crying pitifully, making no effort to save face. "I mustered up all my courage to try it today, thinking I could at least make it through, only to be defeated by that crying sound." Her words resonated with many people, and quite a few netizens who had just visited today chimed in, because the lingering impression was too strong. Even after calming down for several hours, those terrifying memories remained etched in their minds, resurfacing at any moment. Netizens could only collectively curse at the haunted house owner to vent their fear. Amid this harmonious atmosphere, someone sneered, "Is it really that bad? It's just some crying sounds. Look how scared you are, typical women." As a result, his comment was immediately surrounded by backlash. "Bro, I'm not kidding. It's seriously terrifying. I'm a grown man and it scared me half to death. If you don't believe me, go try it yourself. Don't take this lightly. I just went there today, and even now that sound gives me chills. A nightmare. It was literally my worst nightmare. A girl's tears are deadly powerful, that's no exaggeration." Hearing such unanimous agreement, even the skeptics began to waver. At this point, a science blogger stepped forward to explain, discreetly sharing a blurry photo he'd secretly taken of the witch. The image was grainy, but you could vaguely make out a gray figure running toward the camera with arms outstretched, utterly chilling. Most people had no idea what was going on. Turns out, the owner pulled a new stunt, designing an unannounced NPC, the witch from the photo, which turns into a mutated zombie. I never imagined zombies could mutate like that. The owner's a freaking genius. The witch is designed to hide in corners and make crying sounds. When I entered, she was right in the passageway. None of us dared to breathe, tiptoeing past with hearts pounding. Eventually, I realized the witch wasn't very sensitive to sound unless you got within 2 meters and startled her. What she's truly sensitive to is light. The moment light touches her, she lets out a shrill scream and lunges at the nearest person. And judging by the evidence I found, this witch was originally locked in a cage in the third-room laboratory before she escaped. There's related documentation in the lab. I only skimmed it briefly, but it seemed to involve a couple who turned into zombies and were being studied. If any of you brothers head there next, feel free to fill in the details. The blogger clearly did their research and visited the scene firsthand, uncovering quite a few insider details. This revelation made many bewildered netizens finally see the light. Damn, so that's how it was. No wonder she went berserk when I shone the light on her. Thanks bro, I've booked my ticket for tomorrow. Your guide came just in time. Seems like a pitiful fellow, but damn, that's terrifying. All your talk has me spooked now. That photo alone is horrifying. Where on earth did the boss get his inspiration from? What a genius. Though I appreciate the boss's dedication, the lingering effect is too strong. I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Help! Visitor advisory, those easily frightened are advised to wear diapers. Before shutting down the haunted house, Li Wei checked the hunger meters of the 3 zombies. Apart from the witch having consumed 1/3 of hers, the other 2 were still full. Probably because the witch had spent the day screaming and running around, her energy was draining faster. Li Wei couldn't help but marvel, such a hard-working employee was truly rare for a boss. Seemed like he needed to prepare early time to pick out some ingredients to reward his workers. Li Wei was riding his electric scooter back home, pondering whether there were any particularly vile scoundrels he'd encountered recently, when suddenly someone blocked his path. Under the streetlight, he realized it was actually the 4 employees who had resigned just days ago. Li Wei asked in confusion, "What are you all doing here?" The 4 exchanged glances before the leader rubbed his hands together and said, "Well, boss, we heard business has been booming lately. Your haunted house is really taking off." Li Wei smiled and said, "Yes. Do you need our help? Just say the word, boss, and the 4 of us will resign tonight and report for duty tomorrow morning. No questions asked." "That's right, boss. We heard you've got 3 new NPCs there. Cough, not to brag or anything, but those newcomers definitely won't perform as well as we would. After all, we're seasoned pros. You must be short-handed for sure. Look at all these visitors today, there's no way you can handle it all alone. Boss, what do you think?" All 4 of them widened their eyes and looked at Li Wei expectantly. Based on their previous interactions with the boss, they had long since figured out his personality. The boss was soft-hearted. As long as someone pleaded with him, he would feel embarrassed and basically agree to most requests. Truth be told, if they hadn't happened to see videos about Haunted Soul's house on Douyin these past few days, they would never have believed that the almost bankrupt haunted house could become so popular in such a short time. They just felt uncomfortable and conflicted seeing the boss making money. After all, why should he benefit when they got nothing during their time there? Now that they're gone, all the advantages suddenly appear. If only they could go back. Given the boss's reputation for treating employees well, promotions and raises would be a given. Li Wei looked at them with a half-smile and said, "Thank you." The 4 thought they had a chance, their grins stretching ear to ear as they prepared to wave off his thanks modestly until Li Wei continued, "But no need. Since we parted on good terms, there's no point revisiting this. Besides, I'm particular about cleanliness, I don't reuse people." Li Wei waved his hand and strode off without another word, leaving the 4 rooted to the spot like wooden statues. This turn of events wasn't at all what they'd expected. Shouldn't the boss have rejected them differently? He's changed. Watching Li Wei's retreating figure, waves of resentment, grievance, and anger surged through them, ultimately coalescing into helpless sighs. After all, they'd resigned of their own accord. But opportunities are like that, once missed, they're truly gone, with no reasoning or excuse that can bring them back. Chapter 21, The Front Desk Ticket Seller Appears. Upon returning home, Xiao Feifei was absent again. Li Wei found it curious. She claimed to work in sales and often needed to travel for business, yet he couldn't detect any salesperson demeanor about her. Not that they interacted much anyway. Li Wei simply regarded her as a roommate he got along with. Grabbing one of Xiao Feifei's instant noodles to boil, Li Wei checked his horror points on the system panel as he waited. Another 2,000 terror points, enough for 2 consecutive draws tonight. This was one of the few pleasures Li Wei allowed himself. The pancake in the pot hadn't softened yet when Li Wei opened the lottery page and casually spent 1,000 points to spin the wheel. After a moment, the grid came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the horror item, Sadako's videotape. Li Wei stared wide-eyed at the videotape that had suddenly appeared on the kitchen counter, completely baffled. The Sadako videotape? This thing actually exists? This was Sadako, the infamous vengeful spirit, a legendary horror movie character from his past life who held a significant place in cinematic history. Li Wei had heard the story since childhood. Rumor had it that when the film first premiered, people had died of fright in theaters. Even the urban legend about viewers dying 7 days after watching the tape had spread like wildfire, treated as absolute truth by many. Li Wei had to wait until he was a bit older when a friend happened to find a copy and invited him to watch it together. They ended up terrified. The film traumatized his young mind so deeply that he had nightmares and wet the bed every night for a while. It was an exceptionally brilliant classic of Eastern horror. Now, holding the videotape in his hands, Li Wei's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. However, he had no desire to watch it at all. Since it was a system product, Li Wei firmly believed Sadako could definitely crawl out of the television. Just thinking about that scene made his scalp tingle. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Wei muttered in complaint, "Wait a minute, system, what era is this? Who still uses VHS tapes these days?" host need not worry. The videotape is merely the original medium. It appears differently to different people. It could be a DVD, a USB drive, or even a computer file. Li Wei was stunned. Holy shit, this is actually a cyber ghost keeping up with the times? It's a total game changer. He even briefly considered mailing it to Huang Zhongwei. Tossing the videotape into the system, Li Wei refreshed the lottery page, eagerly anticipating an even better prize the second time around. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lottery reward unlocked. Horror character, Zombie Xiaoxia. Hearing this name, Li Wei froze, staring incredulously at the face in the grid, his mouth hanging open wide. Holy shit! Wasn't this the adorable yet dim-witted female zombie from Vampire Cleanup Department? Although the movie's plot was just so, the zombie Xiaoxia had gained quite a following. Li Wei slapped his forehead and chuckled dryly. But what am I supposed to do with this? She's not scary at all, utterly useless, just a pretty face. He had assumed the system could only summon hordes of sinister ghosts and monsters. Who knew it could also pull out such a surprisingly wholesome character? Xiaoxiao belongs to the human spirit zombie category, having turned into a zombie due to a sudden mutation but retaining the potential to regain her humanity. Under his eager gaze, the silhouette of a woman materialized before him. Dressed in ancient attire with her hair styled in a traditional updo, her figure appeared graceful and alluring even from behind. But Li Wei gradually sensed something amiss. Her hair was dripping wet, and her clothes were smeared with mud. Sure enough, when the woman turned around, her face resembling withered tree bark and her dark, shriveled hands came into view. Li Wei could barely stand to look. She was practically on par with a walking corpse. But he also knew this was the state before receiving the transferred yang energy. When Xia the zombie saw Li Wei, instead of behaving like a ravenous ghoul eager to bite him, she stood there somewhat dazed, just tilting her head sideways. Truth be told, Li Wei felt some resistance and disgust looking at that face. But to restore her to her original form as Xia, he still leaned closer. Holding his breath 10 centimeters away, he blew a quick puff of air before swiftly retreating. Like wind scattering dry leaves, the wrinkled shell on zombie Xia's face began peeling away. The chilling aura surrounding her body gradually dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed back into a teenage girl. Is this nature's gift? The zombie Xiaxia tilted her head to examine Li Wei, her expression still somewhat vacant yet oddly endearing. Having taken human form, she had actually become quite pleasant to look at. Li Wei regarded beauty with indifference, and certainly harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards a zombie. As a shrewd businessman, his immediate concern was calculating how to best utilize this creature. A pretty vase. What menial position should he assign this decorative yet useless asset? By the way, ticket seller, this spot is perfect for someone like you. Li Wei suddenly realized he'd found the ideal role for Xiaxia. She'd be the ticket seller at the entrance and double as their mascot. With such an adorable yet unsettling villainous character, why wouldn't he take advantage? No salary needed, no breaks required, the perfect natural-born worker. And visitors would surely love watching her. Li Wei patted her shoulder and said, "From now on, you'll be working hard at the haunted house, got it?" Xiaoxia glanced at her own shoulder, then reached out and patted Li Wei's shoulder in turn, as if mimicking him. Well, just like an inquisitive little kid. Li Wei shook his head and ignored her, carrying his freshly cooked instant noodles to the living room to eat. Xiaoxia bounced around the living room, peering here and there with curiosity. I remember Xiaoxia doesn't need to drink human blood, seems like pig blood will do? That certainly saves a lot of trouble. As he was deep in thought, the front door suddenly swung open. Xiaofifi returned covered in dust, took a deep breath as soon as she entered, and laughed. Ah, the smell of instant noodles, tomato beef flavor? Nice, nice. I'm just starving, huh? Only then did Xiaofifi notice that, apart from the stunned Li Wei standing in the living room, there was also a beautiful girl. Her skin was fair, and she was intently watching the fish in the aquarium. Even Xiaofifi, as a fellow woman, was utterly dazzled by her beauty. Is she your girlfriend? Li Wei shook his head, got up, and pushed the bouncing Xiaoxia into his room before explaining. My employee, ahem, she came for an interview tonight as a ticket seller. Xiao Feifei looked skeptical. Who are you trying to fool? What kind of employer interviews staff late at night and brings them home? Unless you're trying to pull some shady casting couch business? Her stare grew increasingly suspicious as she spoke. Li Wei sighed. What kind of person do you take me for? Underestimating me, huh? No, underestimating Li Wei? Xiao Feifei pursed her lips. Though she was also a police officer, as long as both parties were consenting, such private matters were beyond her jurisdiction. She relented. All right, no need to explain. Just keep the noise down tonight. Li Wei, he's a zombie, and you want me to. Holy shit, shut that crazy imagination of yours right now. Chapter 22, what has this kid done to deserve this? Watching Li Wei awkwardly finish his instant noodles and head toward his room, Xiao Feifei couldn't help but tiptoe after him to the doorway, pressing her ear against it to listen in. She didn't overthink it, but was worried something bad might happen. After all, that girl seemed quite naive. It would be such a shame if she got tricked by Li Wei. After listening for a while, Xiao Feifei realized nothing unusual was happening and left with a shake of her head. Truthfully, Li Wei had already put Xiao Xia away inside. She was definitely too conspicuous right now. The next day, Li Wei got up and left early. Since he planned to use Xiao Xia as a ticket seller, it'd be best to give her a makeover. After arriving at the nearby mall, he found a secluded corner to summon Xiao Xia. Considering that zombies could only hop with their legs together and wanting to avoid drawing attention, Li Wei first visited a tech store to buy a self-balancing scooter. He had Xiao Xia practice hopping onto it to get accustomed, then took her on a ride to shop for clothes. No need to buy anything too fancy, just a few casual outfits and floral dresses, ahem. Of course, as a zombie, the stiffness in her body was unavoidable. Li Wei ended up having to help her change clothes. Helping others is the key to happiness. After getting a short haircut later, the woman who looked vintage and elegant in the morning had transformed into a modern, stylish figure by noon. If there's one drawback, it's that zombies fear sunlight, so we'll have to make do with buying some umbrellas. Ever since Li Wei appeared with the zombie Xiao Xia, they've been attracting constant attention. Particularly when entering the scenic area, old Wang's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he frantically rubbed them. If he hadn't been on duty, Li Wei felt certain the man would have come running over. Huang Zhangwei, who had been patrolling with his hands behind his back, couldn't tear his eyes away upon seeing Xiao Xia. From a distance, Li Wei could practically feel Huang's rapid breathing juxtaposed against his unnaturally still chest. Damn, who's that guy got with him? Huang Zhangwei whispered fiercely to his lackey, his undisguised greed flashing in his eyes. The lackey's mouth watered as he said, I don't know, Boss Huang. Could it be his girlfriend? Who'd have thought this punk had such a looker for a girlfriend? Huang Zhangwei shoved aside the lackey blocking his view and gritted his teeth. Screw off, damn it. What the hell is this kid doing with a girlfriend like that? It's a damn waste. A long line had already formed at the haunted house entrance, and because Li Wei arrived late this time, many people were growing impatient from the wait. What the hell is the boss doing? How can someone oversleep when they're running a business? I've reminded him several times on Douyin, but it's like tossing a stone into the ocean, no response. Could something have happened to the boss? He's gotten too big for his boots, no doubt about it. Probably thinks he doesn't need to put in effort now that he's gained popularity. This makes my blood boil. I came all the way here excited to check it out. Nope, when the boss shows up later, I'm definitely giving him a piece of my mind. I'm so furious. The crowd was restless, with visitors indignantly voicing their frustrations. Many had come specifically for the new witch character, only to feel disappointed before the experience even began. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The boss is here!" Everyone whipped their heads around, wearing furious expressions, ready to unleash a torrent of complaints about the boss's lax attitude. But then, their gazes instinctively slid from the boss to the woman beside him, sheltering under an umbrella while riding a hoverboard, and all their anger evaporated like mist. The sunlight was casting just the right glow on that pale yellow umbrella, bathing the girl's face in a warm amber halo. Her skin looked like translucent jade, fair, flawless, with bright eyes and gleaming teeth, utterly unforgettable. Damn, who is she? So adorable. Xiao Xia glanced at the crowd and slightly parted her lips, revealing those adorable little canines. Li Wei instantly knew she was probably putting on a show of defiance. Yet this appearance made hearts flutter even more. Boss, who is this? Someone in the crowd asked loudly. Many secretly gave thumbs up. The question was perfect and perfectly timed. Everyone wanted to know. Li Wei cleared his throat. This is Xia, the new ticket seller I just hired. I went to pick her up this morning, which made me late. Anyone have objections? The previously indignant crowd was now all laughter and cheer, understandingly waving their hands as if to say, mind? How could we possibly mind? We'd gladly wait another hour without complaint. Absolutely. These are minor matters, we're happy to wait. So you're the ticket seller, miss? You're so young, everyone be careful not to scare her. I just knew the boss wouldn't let us down, this is wonderful. Boss, hurry up and start selling tickets. I want to buy mine from the pretty girl. Beauty equals justice, alright? Fine, I forgive the boss. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle as he led Xiao Xia through the gaping crowd to the haunted house entrance. The ticket booth was set inside the mouth of a skull. This sheltered location was out of the sunlight, making it the perfect place for Xiao Xia to stay. After briefly explaining the work tasks, Li Wei had visitors line up to purchase tickets. Many male comrades, already impatient, quickly stepped forward to buy tickets upon hearing this. Miss, 2 tickets please. Cough by the way, may I ask your name, where you live, and, if you have a boyfriend? Xiao Xia stared blankly at the money in his hand, then glanced at Li Wei before finally tearing off 2 tickets to hand to him. As for answering questions, give me a break, how could a zombie possibly speak? Seeing Xiao Xia not speaking, everyone thought she was just shy, but her utterly adorable demeanor captivated both men and women. Many visitors who could have simply scanned a QR code to pay now insisted on using cash, just to steal a few more glances at Xiao Xia. So cute. Yeah, absolutely adorable. If only she were my girlfriend. You're seriously delusional, kid. A good scare in the haunted house will sort you right out. Wow, those curves are even more impressive than mine, must be a D cup, right? Ahem. Even as a woman, my heart's racing with envy. The ticket booth at the entrance had practically turned into a photo spot. If Li Wei hadn't gone over to disperse the crowd, people probably would have forgotten they were there to enter the haunted house at all. Several college students dazedly took the tickets from Xiao Xia's hands. Urged onward by others, they walked toward the haunted house, glancing back repeatedly with unmistakable reluctance in their eyes. The ticket girl just glanced at me a second longer. Damn, my heart's racing. They whispered among themselves, chatting and laughing, completely forgetting they were here to be scared. Only after stepping inside did they plummet straight from heaven into hell. Baptized by zombies and a witch, they barely scrambled out, fleeing in sheer terror. Mentally, it felt like riding a roller coaster, but once outside, their shaken souls were instantly soothed at the sight of Xia. Their faces lit up with goofy grins. I just want to see her one more time. No, I'm buying another ticket right now. Watching their friend's dazed expression, the few remaining rational members of the group exclaimed, "Are you insane? We barely escaped that witch alive, and you're damn well trying to go back in?" But Xiao Xia is just so adorable. If I visit a few more times, she's bound to remember me. Damn it! My mom warned me not to hang out with lovesick idiots. Guess she was right. Chapter 23, Stirrings of Foolish Passion. Huang Zhongwei had been captivated by Xiao Xia from the moment he saw her, and even after returning to his office, he remained seated at his desk, replaying the girl's appearance and figure in his mind. Truly a baby face with wow, The unattainable always stirs restlessness, and compared to that girl, Huang Zhongwei felt like he'd been dining on scraps all alone. Already prone to lust, he spent the entire morning pacing restlessly around his office, utterly incapable of focusing on work. When the bootlicker came in with his coffee and saw this scene, he chuckled, "Boss Huang, why don't you go rescue her?" Huang Zhongwei shot him a sidelong glance, but the bootlicker wasn't fazed. As Huang's right-hand man, he'd long since figured out this manager's preferences. He continued smoothly. Who knows what relationship that woman has with the haunted house guy, but if she's reduced to working at the ticket booth, she must be pretty desperate. And you've always had such a kind heart, Manager Huang, how could you bear to watch life grind her down like this? The corners of Huang Zhongwei's mouth lifted, clearly pleased with what he heard. Go on, he said. The lackey rubbed his hands together. Just like those women in our company, they couldn't understand your goodwill at first. But given time, didn't they all end up relying on you? Besides, if it's that kid's girlfriend, Manager Huang should definitely save her. What's the point of her being with that brat anyway, right? Huang Zhongwei patted the lackey on the shoulder, grinning broadly. Your words speak straight to my heart. Well then, let's go rescue that poor girl. The two walked out of the office one after the other, drawing quiet curses of scumbags from other staff members, though there was nothing they could do about it. Huang Zhongwei arrived at the haunted house entrance. By now, it was noon, and there was no line at the attraction. Using his authority as the scenic area's general manager, he strode straight to the ticket booth and looked down at zombie Xiao Xia, who was spacing out. Looking at her once more, Huang Zhongwei grew increasingly satisfied. It had been a long time since a woman had stirred his heart like this. Leaning his elbow casually on the ticket counter, he deliberately flashed his gleaming designer watch and the jade ring on his finger. With confident ease, he said, "Young lady, are you working part-time here at this haunted house? If you're looking for work, you could come to me. I happen to need a personal assistant lately, and you'd be just perfect for the role. How about it? The pay is negotiable, name your price. No need to hustle selling tickets in this chaos every day. What do you think?" He flashed what he thought was a suave and charming smile, waiting for her response. He was convinced his offer would be irresistible. What low-level woman stuck working at a haunted house wouldn't be tempted? Even if the other party detects the ambiguity in his words, it's fine. Even if rejected, he could keep escalating the offer. Everyone has their price. This was a conclusion he'd drawn over many years. He refused to believe this woman would rather sell tickets in this dump than follow him to a life of luxury. After waiting a moment, Huang Zhongwei frowned slightly and glanced at the woman, only to find Xia Xia still zoning out, completely ignoring him. Huang Zhongwei's smile froze, and the atmosphere turned awkward. Sensing this, his lackey hastily interjected, "Young lady, our general manager means well. He thinks you're qualified for the secretary position. This is one of the rare opportunities in your life, better seize it." Xia Xia still ignored them. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind her. "What? Can't you see my employee doesn't want to deal with you? Being this shameless, aren't you embarrassed?" Since both sides had torn off all pretenses, Li Wei didn't even bother giving him a polite look. Huang Zhongwei's expression instantly turned icy, his fists cracking as they clenched. Wherever he went, he was treated with respect. When had he ever been humiliated like this? His lackey even slammed the table and shouted, "How dare you speak to the general manager like that, punk? Who do you think you are?" Li Wei didn't even glance at him, speaking directly to Huang Zhongwei. "Keep your dog on a leash and don't let it bark wildly. Also, this isn't a place for you to cause trouble or you'll face the consequences." Xiao Xia seemed to sense hostile intentions from the other party. She abruptly stood up, baring her little canine teeth in a show of defiance. The onlookers watched curiously as Huang Zhongwei burned with rage, forcibly suppressing his anger until his silver teeth nearly shattered from clenching. Without another word, he turned and stalked away. The lackey also turned to leave, though not before shooting Li Wei a final glance, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. He knew his boss wouldn't let this matter rest. Sure enough, barely a few steps away, the lackey heard Huang Zhongwei's trembling, suppressed voice, "This isn't over, this isn't over." The lackey immediately put on an angry expression, "Boss Huang, that punk actually disrespected you like that. Let's find some guys to teach him a lesson, show him who really runs this tourist spot." Huang Zhongwei's face flushed crimson with hatred. "No, beating him up would be too boring. That haunted house of his has been doing too well lately. Hey, tonight we'll turn off the surveillance cameras and send people in to wreck the place. Let's see him try to stay in business after this. I hear his NPC employees even live on site." Ha. The lackey sneered, "Don't worry, Boss Huang, I know exactly what to do. Tomorrow he'll find his haunted house in complete chaos, and the employees, will be too terrified to ever work for him again. Without income, he won't be able to pay the rent in a few days and will have to slink away in disgrace. Huang Zhongwei's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Make sure it's done discreetly. Leave no evidence, understand?" "No problem." "Oh, Boss Huang, what about that ticket seller? She seems like a stubborn one," the lackey probed. "A stubborn one? Those are precisely the kind I love to break. Once she sees Li Wei's humiliated state tomorrow, she'll understand who can truly treat her right," Huang Zhongwei said coolly. Li Wei felt no ripple of emotion over Huang Zhongwei's slinking departure. A man doomed to seek death wasn't worth excessive attention. He glanced at little Xia, who was still baring her teeth beside him, and couldn't help but laugh. Her zombie fangs were so tiny they could practically pass for cute little canines. "Did you want to drink their blood?" Li Wei asked curiously. Who knew what was going through little Xia's mind? She tilted her head sideways and shook it, looking vaguely disgusted. Li Wei burst into laughter, never expecting that even as food, Huang Zhongwei couldn't catch Xia's fancy. By afternoon, the number of visitors seemed to have increased even more, appearing almost non-stop without any chance for breaks. Fortunately, Li Wei's body had been enhanced, and the other 4 employees weren't human either, so they could handle it. If they'd been ordinary people, they would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. But when checking the employees' hunger meters after closing, Li Wei noticed they'd all depleted alarmingly fast. The 2 zombies were down to their last third, and the witch was nearly depleted, unusually showing signs of weakness. Li Wei scratched his head, looked like he'd have to decide on tonight's target. Chapter 24, Intruding the Haunted House. All 3 zombies and 1 jiangshi were locked inside the haunted house. Li Wei rode his bike back as autumn approached, the evening air carrying a chill. "Once I make some money in a while, I ought to get myself a car to drive." He had no desire to endure the misery of riding his electric scooter in heavy rain or freezing cold. Just as he was thinking this, he noticed old Wang curiously peering out from the security booth, then sizing him up intently upon seeing him. "What's up?" Li Wei asked, puzzled. That girl you brought in the morning, why didn't she leave with you?" Old Wang stroked his beard curiously. Li Wei frowned slightly. "Why are you always staring at girls, old man?" Old Wang showed no trace of guilt at being caught, instead replying matter-of-factly, "Everyone likes looking at pretty girls, can an old man like me be any exception? Is she your girlfriend?" Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. "You're being too nosy, old Wang. At your age, you shouldn't be indulging in such spots." With those words, Li Wei twisted the throttle and sped off, leaving old Wang standing there unbothered. He gazed once more toward the haunted house, lost in thought. "What a pretty little girl," he chuckled to himself. Hey. Li Wei wasn't planning to go home for instant noodles today. He had arranged to meet Su Wenting on his phone to discuss some matters, at a street-side food stall not far from his place. Li Wei arrived to find Su Wen already sitting there waiting for him. "You're up early, huh? Wow, even the bowls and chopsticks are warmed up already?" Li Wei greeted with a smile. Su Wen grinned and said, "Director Li summoned me so urgently, how could I dare to be late? Tell me, what would you like to eat? This meal is on me, don't even think about being polite." She had made a decent profit from Li Wei's last project, so her finances were a bit more comfortable now. Without standing on ceremony, Li Wei picked up the menu and casually ordered a few dishes. Once the food arrived, he ate while speaking. "It's nothing major, really. Just catching up with an old classmate. On another note, I'm planning to expand the haunted house." Hearing that a new project might be on the table, Su Wen froze. She raised her glass in mock ceremony, downed it in one go, and then couldn't hold back. "Expanding again? Old Li, no offense, but aren't you moving a bit too fast? You've only just started turning a profit." Though she was keen on making money, she was even more unwilling to see her friend take such enormous risks with expansion. If problems arose later, she would feel guilty for life. Li Wei took a bite of food and explained, "Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. I haven't decided on a specific theme yet, but we should still lay the groundwork and reserve the structural framework now." He knew a haunted house with only one theme wouldn't be enough, but leaving arrangements until the last minute would be pointless. It was better to expand the framework while they still had time, so when a new theme appeared, they could directly fill in the content. Hearing this arrangement, Suwon felt relieved and gave an okay gesture to show she had no objections. Then I wish you great prosperity in your business, old Lee, and may we never forget each other when you strike it rich. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle as he clinked glasses with her. As the two drank and toasted, the scenic area had already become deserted. Although the park was large, encompassing both commercial zones and natural scenic areas, and some tourists stayed overnight in the resort hotels, virtually no one ventured out for nighttime strolls, leaving the grounds empty after dark. Huang Zhongwei's top lackey stood smoking under a street lamp when footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he saw 4 tattooed men hurrying toward him. "Brother Dao, you called and we came right over. What's your command this time?" The 4 men stood in a row, slightly bowing with respect. This man was their big spender. Every time they completed a task for him, they'd receive a hefty sum, enough for them to live lavishly for quite a while. Though Brother Dao always played the lackey in front of Huang Zhongwei, to outsiders he carried undeniable authority. He crushed the cigarette in his hand and said coldly, "Walk down this road. In 10 minutes, you'll see a haunted house. Go in and smash everything inside to pieces." That's it? The 4 were surprised. After all, the jobs they'd handled before were serious enough to land them in prison for years. Brother Dao nodded and said, "Good. Also, there should be several staff members living inside the haunted house. Find them first and beat them up. Once they're scared enough, keep intimidating them so they won't dare to work there again. Just these little tasks. Get them done smoothly, and come to me tonight for your payment." Piece of cake. Don't worry, Brother Dao. We'll make sure it's done clean and tidy, the tattooed bald man leading the group said cheerfully, while the others were equally eager. Get to it. I'll go disable the surveillance system in the scenic area now. You've got 1 hour. Do it well and don't mess up, or you'll face the consequences, Brother Dao said before turning to leave. The remaining 4 wasted no time and immediately sprinted toward the haunted house. Before long, sure enough, a strangely shaped haunted house loomed by the roadside. This must be the place. "Hey, I think I've seen this haunted house on Douyin. It's been pretty popular lately," the bald man remarked in surprise. Popularity doesn't matter. Looks like someone's pissed off the wrong people. Let's smash it up quick and get this over with. Afterward, I'll treat you all to some fun with the seafood merchant," one of them sneered. Ha ha ha. The 4 of them didn't take the small haunted house seriously at all. Only after noticing the red light of the surveillance camera in the distance blink out did they pull up their masks, tug their hoods low, and swagger over. Without surveillance, this place is theirs to mess around. Even if someone gets beaten up, they might not get caught. "Leave the beating to me later, my fists have been itching for this." The bald man cracked his knuckles, cruelty flashing in his eyes. The others just shrugged, unconcerned. Everyone knew the bald guy had a twisted streak. Too bad for those NPC employees, though. The haunted house's entrance had an iron gate. Since the area was generally safe, Li Wei had simply locked it with a regular padlock through the gate rings, hardly any obstacle for these thugs, who pried it open in a few moves. Pushing the door open, they were met with pitch darkness inside. The bald-headed guy fumbled around before finally finding the light switch, but haunted house lighting was intentionally eerie. When flipped on, it cast a dim crimson glow, making the place look like hell itself. "Gotta admit, this haunted house has some atmosphere," chuckled a scrawny man in a low voice. "Makes me wanna just torch the place for kicks." Enough talk, a sharper voice cut in. "I say we hold off on wrecking stuff until we've tied up those NPC staff members first. If even one escapes, we'll have hell to pay." What a great idea. Let's go in and search to see where they live. Little did they know what they were about to face. Chapter 25, Abnormal Mutation. "Boss, they've already gone over." Yes, don't worry, they know what to do. I've also turned off the surveillance cameras. There won't be any loose ends left behind." After finishing his report, the lackey hung up the phone and leaned back in the monitoring room chair, smoking a cigarette. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of crushing people outside the rules. It felt exhilarating. As for whether the other party could withstand it, that wasn't his concern. Even if Li Wei discovered something unusual tomorrow morning and called the police, there'd be no clues for them to find. The scenic area's surveillance footage was regularly deleted during maintenance. Nobody could question such standard procedure, and none of the employees would dare report him anyway. This was their territory. Ding! Detected 4 humans prying open the haunted house's lock and forcibly breaking in. While eating, Li Wei heard the system's alert. Slightly tipsy moments ago, he immediately sobered up, frowned, and stood to say to Suwon beside him, "I need to use the restroom." Suwon, also somewhat drunk, waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead. So alcohol doesn't make you flush, it just goes straight to your kidneys." Once in the restroom, Li Wei directly summoned the system panel to inspect the situation. Now the entire haunted house was under his surveillance, with every move visible in crystal clarity. Sure enough, on the panel, he saw 4 hooded and masked men swaggering down the haunted house corridor, even picking up tools along the way, clearly up to no good. After a moment's thought, Li Wei realized it must have been Huang Zhongwei's doing. The man truly held grudges, just a few words exchanged that morning, and by evening, he'd already sent people for retaliation. But at this hour, the haunted house was empty. Could they be here to vandalize the place? Li Wei was considering whether to return and expose their scheme, but the next instant, he smirked. Stop, what? What conspiracy are you talking about? Of course, I should pretend to know nothing at all. It just so happens that the zombies in the haunted house are all starving and troubled about finding food. Now we have volunteers delivering themselves to our doorstep, saves me the trouble of hunting them down. Thoughtful, how incredibly thoughtful, my dude. With this thought, Li Wei returned to the dining table. Su-wen gazed at him with drunken, hazy eyes and asked curiously, "What's up? Something good happened? You're grinning so wide." Li Wei shook his head, picked up some food with his chopsticks, took a sip of wine, and chuckled, "What good thing? Come on, enough chatter, let's eat." "Oops, I meant let's have some food." "Ha ha ha, you're not drunk, hick, drunk, are you?" Looking at Su-wen's flushed, tipsy face, Li Wei flicked her forehead with his knuckle. "Now tell me, who looks drunk here, you or me?" Su-wen clutched her forehead aggrievedly, huffing angrily, You deservedly don't have a girlfriend." Inside the haunted house, the four hoodlums had entered the zombie ward and were marveling at the setup inside, poking at this and peering at that, treating the place like it was some playground. "Faked up pretty nicely, huh, but this might fool those idiots, for us brothers, it's just a joke. Seriously, don't get what's supposed to be scary here. Some lights, some red paint, look at these dummies in the corner, absolutely ridiculous. Is that all? How disappointing. Later we'll catch those NPCs pretending to be ghosts and monsters. They regularly scare others, probably never imagined they'd be the ones getting scared themselves. Just thinking about their expressions gets me excited." The four still didn't dare cause major damage, but kept searching for the staff restrooms. Pushing open the door to the corridor, they found exactly 4 rooms lining both sides. Exchanging glances, their smiles grew unmistakably wider. These had to be the living quarters. The 4 of them moved with tacit understanding, each choosing a room, some pulling out daggers, others casually grasping wooden sticks, their eyes filled with malice. If they resist, beat them until they're afraid. Once they're scared, they'll back down. It doesn't matter if they scream, this place is remote, and no one will hear them. Just make sure none of them escape. After giving his orders, the bald man took the lead, kicking open a door and charging in fiercely, snarling, "Get up!" The moment he spoke, he froze. Inside stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, the kind rarely seen. Hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes and stared at him without blinking. The bald man grinned wickedly. "Well now, didn't expect to find such a beauty here. That figure, TSK, worth it, absolutely worth this trip." He strode over deliberately, putting on a fierce expression as he growled, "Don't move, get out here now." He expected the young woman to be frightened, but to his surprise, she completely ignored him, not moving an inch. "Damn it!" The bald guy steeled himself and quickened his pace, reaching out to grab her, intending to teach her a harsh lesson. Just then, the woman suddenly thrust her hand towards him, something he barely acknowledged. What strength could a little girl possibly have? Rather, this gave him a chance to indulge his vile impulses. Just as his hand was about to make contact, an abrupt change occurred. A tremendous force struck him. His hair stood on end as his entire body was sent flying backward as if hit by a motorcycle. He crashed through the door panel and landed in the corridor, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Though the bald man usually worked out, even he couldn't withstand such a blow. He coughed up blood instantly and realized his nose was broken. Sharp pain racked his body, most likely from several shattered ribs. He stared in terror at the still beautiful figure inside the door, unable to comprehend what was happening, and scrambled backward on all fours before shouting loudly, "Come quick! We've got trouble here, hurry!" No sooner had he spoken than an equally horrific scream erupted from the neighboring room, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of violent struggle, clattering, banging. No, please no, The bald man whirled around to see his companion burst through the door in panicked disarray, stumbling and collapsing to the floor. His face was twisted with terror, trembling uncontrollably, and when he spotted the bald man, he stretched out a hand and gasped, help me." Only then did the bald man notice someone was savagely tearing into the lower half of his body hidden in the dark doorframe. The bestial growls and chewing noises sent chills down his spine. It hurts, ack, don't eat me, sob. The agonized wails of his companion being torn into mingled with the thick scent of blood. Only then did the bald man clearly see the figure's appearance. It was actually a zombie. Its rotting mouth had already ripped off a large chunk of flesh and was now chewing voraciously. The bald man was on the verge of collapse. Were these NPCs going nuts? How could this happen? At that moment, another blood-curdling scream erupted from a different room, snapping the bald man out of his daze. Seeing that the pretty girl hadn't emerged, the bald man scrambled to his feet. Staring in horror at his gutted companion, he gritted his teeth and lashed out at the zombie, sending its body flying with one kick, though its head remained clamped on his companion's thigh, refusing to let go. The bald man wanted to help, but the blood was too copious, the viscous fluid nearly making him slip again. His companion had already lost consciousness from blood loss, leaving only the echoing screams to fill the dim passageway. The bald man's mind buzzed, his vision swaying uncontrollably. Fear took hold as he staggered forward, propped against the wall for support. He needed to get out of here. Chapter 26. Walking to certain death. The bald man trembled in fear, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood. His legs turned to jelly. If not for the wall he was leaning against, he would have collapsed to the ground. 4 people had entered the room. Besides himself, one had already been devoured, another was still trapped inside, screaming in anguish, and the last, there was no movement from him at all. He was probably already dead. This is a den of demons, a living hell, a damned land of devils. Didn't they say only staff lived here? What the hell is this? Baldy's thoughts were in complete disarray. Could it be, the zombies are real? He felt he'd uncovered the haunted house owner's secret, but this only amplified his terror. Now he regretted it so bitterly his intestines turned green. Why the hell had he come knowing it'd be this horrifying? To deliver himself to death's door? The bald man hobbled forward, taking advantage of the current absence of monsters to spot or chase him while he desperately fled. Right at that moment, the doorknob of the last room began to turn lightly at first, followed by the door slowly being pushed open from inside. The bald man's heart leaped to his throat, and he shook his head in terror, stammering, "No, no, don't." He feared another zombie might burst out and devour him. In his current state, there was no way he could run away. Creak! The creaking sound of the old door grew increasingly grating. The bald man's breathing turned rapid, his face deathly pale, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The next moment, his companion peered out from inside. Their eyes met. The bald man widened his eyes. "Why are you didn't?" Shoo! Drenched in sweat, his companion's pupils trembled violently, clearly paralyzed by fear. Raising a trembling finger, he cut in, inside, don't disturb it." Only then did the bald man hear the sounds coming from inside. Whoa, whoa. Chilling sobs echoed out, clearly signaling something abnormal. The bald man peered inside several times, but it was pitch black, he couldn't make out anything. "What the hell is happening out there?" My companion swallowed hard before asking, then looked around only to be scared half to death as he saw a zombie feasting on another comrade. He simply couldn't believe it. The friend who had just been laughing and chatting with him was now lying in a pool of blood. He didn't even dare look at those wide-open, lifeless eyes. Covering his mouth, he stammered, how could this happen?" The bald man was already paralyzed by fear, his voice trembling as he said, "I don't know. Quick, help me up. Let's get out of here, this place is downright eerie." His companion was on the verge of tears, pallid lips trembling. "The moment I walked in, I felt something was off, so I didn't dare make a sound. Then I heard your screams. Boss, I'm terrified." The bald man was scared too, but this was no time for idle talk. Supporting each other, the two quietly retreated. They initially wanted to retreat to the entrance and escape, but the biting zombie behind them had already dragged its victim out. The screams from another room had also ceased, meaning zombies could appear at any moment. If they retreated now, they would undoubtedly alert them. Their only option was to move forward toward the next scene. Just as they passed through the corridor and prepared to open the laboratory door, the eerie creak of a door opening sounded behind them once more. The two spun around in shock to see a gaunt, ashen-skinned woman clutching her face between bony hands, sobbing mournfully as she shuffled forward through the doorway. The bizarre sight sent chills down the bald man's spine, his breath catching in his throat as he frantically elbowed his companion to hurry. Never had he imagined weeping could sound so bone-chilling, especially in this hollow corridor under flickering lights, the wails creeping closer like some deathly siren's call. Sweat poured down his companion's body as he twisted the doorknob with desperate strength, but the damn thing wouldn't budge an inch. Won't open. The bald man was on the verge of losing his mind, his voice trembling as he choked out, "Why you, quit fucking around. She's coming over. Hurry the hell up, Aya. Woohoo. Behind him, the witch's weeping and the sound of footsteps echoed in his ears, the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. The bald man caught a whiff of urine's pungent stench. Terrified, he shoved his companion aside and desperately rammed himself against the door. Thud, came the muffled impacts. Each collision sent agony coursing through the bald man until he wished for death, but compared to the sheer terror of dying, the pain seemed trivial. "God damn it. Help me," the bald man growled through gritted teeth. His companion had already pissed and shit himself in terror, and under urging now recklessly threw his entire weight against the door. Bang! The pounding grew increasingly violent. Just as they gritted their teeth for one final desperate shove, the door burst open. With a thunderous crash, both men tumbled onto the laboratory floor. Before they could rejoice, the witch's weeping ceased behind them. Their unease peaked immediately as predicted. The next instant the witch erupted into piercing shrieks, stretching out blood-red talons as she charged toward them in frenzy. The bald man had sprained his ankle again from the fall, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. But seeing the witch go berserk, he was so terrified that he pissed himself, screaming shrilly, "Close the door, close it now." His companion stood up, stretched out his arms to shut the door, and then leaned his body against it, pushing with all his might. "Boss, there's a door over there, it's the exit, go open it," the man shouted in terror. No sooner had the words been spoken than 5 razor-sharp claws pierced through the iron door panel, impaling the man's head. The man's eyes widened in shock, clearly never anticipating such an outcome. He stared in horror at the blood-smeared black claws that had suddenly appeared before him, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word. By the time the claws retracted, he had already lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The bald man desperately clamped his mouth shut, trembling with fear as tears and snot streamed down his face. The sight of crimson fluids and whitish matter oozing out made his stomach churn violently, until he finally vomited everything onto the floor. Screech, screech. The metal door was being torn apart by claws, leaving deep gashes. The bald man desperately scooted backward, not daring to look behind him. His only hope now was that door in the distance. Aha! The witch's piercing screams still echoed through the air. Faster, needed to move faster. Petrified out of his wits, the bald man crawled miserably toward the door. Pumped by adrenaline, he gritted his teeth, forced himself up, and grabbed for the door handle. "It'll be ready soon, just a moment." The next instant, he froze when he saw the game prompt. "Find the key to proceed." The bald man broke down. "I don't want to play this game. I don't. Let me go. Let me leave this place. Don't kill me." Bang! The tattooed bald man turned around to see the door behind him swing open, the witch's twisted face lunging forward, rapidly expanding in his vision. The next moment, his world turned upside down, spinning violently before everything plunged into darkness. Chapter 27. I'm not drunk. Ahem. Let me interrupt for a moment. I've noticed many complaints about the romantic plots, degree. Actually, focusing on career development doesn't mean there can't be emotional interactions. These don't necessarily have to be romantic relationships, folks. They can develop into friendships or partnerships. Also, the male lead definitely isn't being ambiguous. Unclear situations would count as ambiguity, but he's always been decisive in rejecting advances. Male friends will naturally appear later. As for everyone around the male lead being beautiful women, degree. Well, honestly there are only 3, apart from the classmate with a crush. One just handles ticket sales at the front desk, and the other is a police officer on assignment. They're all just work collaborators. Where's all this romance coming from? Seriously? This chapter mainly depicts how the Sigma male protagonist treats relationships. Those who dislike this can skip it. Ding! Trespassers in the haunted house have died. Hearing the system's notification, Li Wei remained utterly unfazed. He couldn't care less about the fate of those thugs. Had his human staff actually stayed overnight there, he couldn't fathom what might have happened to them, nor the potential devastation that could have left his haunted house in ruins. Since the other party had ill intentions, this outcome is hardly undeserved. After finishing dinner with Su Wen, they were supposed to head home separately as planned. But seeing her now, drunk with flushed skin and weak limbs, Li Wei couldn't bring himself to let her go alone. If something happened to her in this state, he'd definitely be implicated too. Helping Su Wen up, Li Wei sighed helplessly. "You barely hold your liquor, yet you kept drinking anyway. Look at how drunk you are now." Su Wen looked up with drowsy eyes and protested unhappily. "I'm not drunk, don't hold me. I can still drink." "Fine, you're amazing. Let me take you home. Where do you live?" Not telling you." Li Wei. He looked at Su Wen's foolish grin with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then got up to pay the bill before helping her stand and slowly guiding her outside. "Hey, I told you I could still drink. Why are we leaving? Did you chicken out?" Su Wen pouted, reluctant to go, hugging the wine bottle as she mumbled. All right, whatever you say." Su Wen declared triumphantly, "That's what I thought. Trying to outdrink me, huh? No way. And don't think you can take me to a hotel. I'm totally sober. My place is in XX neighborhood." Before he could even finish speaking, the man started snoring. If not for Li Wei supporting him, he would have already collapsed. Helpless, Li Wei could only carry him on his back. Honestly, anyone who's carried a drunk knows they're surprisingly heavy. Thankfully, Li Wei's enhanced physique made it effortless. And, he hadn't expected Su Wen to look so slender yet feel so substantial against his back. Quite the tight squeeze. "I'm warning you now, if you're gonna puke, don't do it on my clothes." "I'd be disgusted," Li Wei cautioned. "Go to hell. You're the one who'd puke," Su Wen retorted reflexively from her perch on his back. Walking all the way to her place was out of the question. The distance was too great. Just as Li Wei was about to hail a taxi, a white sedan abruptly pulled up in front of them. The window rolled down to reveal a familiar face. Xiao Fei Fei. "What a coincidence," Li Wei greeted. Xiao Feifei eyed him suspiciously, then glanced at the girl on his back before blurting out, seriously now, where did you pick up another girl this time? Don't tell me she's another one of your interviewees? No wonder Xiao Feifei was suspicious. She had lived with Li Wei before and never noticed him being like this. How could he change women every few days? The first one looked dull, the second was drunk and seemed like she'd been picked up off the street. As a cop, she just couldn't let it slide. Damn, Li Wei sighed helplessly. This is a friend of mine. By the way, you've got a car, mind giving me a ride? At that moment, Suwon on his back abruptly stirred, murmuring drowsily, I don't want to take the car. I don't want to. I want to fly back. Take me flying. Fly your ass off, don't mess around. Without thinking twice, Li Weike flung Suwon into the backseat and then settled himself into the front passenger seat. Old Xiao, Boss Xiao, let's make a stop at XX neighborhood on the way. Xiao Feifei. The drive wasn't long, taking just over 10 minutes. After parking, Li Wei got out and carried Suwon on his back, about to head into the neighborhood when Xiao Feifei ran up from behind and said, let me help you. Li Wei thought about it, it might raise misunderstandings if he took her back alone. Since things could get complicated to explain later, he agreed. By the way, how come you're free to come back tonight? Not busy anymore? Li Wei asked curiously. Xiao Feifei sighed and said, busy, indeed, but no matter how busy I am, I need to take breaks. That's why I took a day off planning to visit your haunted house. They say it's really good for stress relief. If you're looking for stress relief, you've come to the right place. You're always welcome. Xiao Feifei lived on the 8th floor. After using her fingerprint to unlock the door, Li Wei stepped inside. As expected of someone in the interior design business, the place had style. The warm yellow lighting cast a cozy glow indoors. Upon entering the bedroom, the scent of incense greeted them instantly, and would you believe it, there were even rose petals scattered on the bed. This is taking style a bit too far. Li Wei placed the person on the bed and was about to leave when Suwon grabbed his hand. With her eyes closed, she mumbled as if talking in her sleep, so cold, don't go. I want more to drink. After touring the house, Xiao Feifei suddenly wondered if she had, well, done a good deed that turned out badly? Though she was a police officer, she was still a woman. Some subtle hints were easy to pick up on, and she felt instantly, overwhelmingly embarrassed. Hearing Su Wen's words at that moment, she became even more convinced of her suspicion. Clearing her throat hastily, she said, well, I should head back now. Since she's cold, why don't you keep her company? Go on ahead, who needs your company? The incense fumes in here are making my nose itch. Besides, we live together, you can't just ditch me and run off. How am I supposed to get back later? Not cold now, right? Li Wei declared with satisfaction, rolling Suwon up like a sushi roll with the blanket he'd hastily bundled around her. Let's go, I still have things to attend to back home. Xiao Feifei was utterly speechless at Li Wei's nonsense. Damn dude, you really don't know how to treat a lady with tenderness, she's still a stunning beauty after all. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Xiao Feifei cursed internally, but froze the next moment. Though it's true he doesn't have a girlfriend, it seems high-quality women have never been in short supply around him. How utterly unfair. Let's go, Li Wei shouted. Seeing him heading out, Xiao Feifei couldn't very well stay behind either. Besides, she bore some responsibility for how things had turned out. How embarrassing. Until the front door slammed shut with a bang, the thoroughly drunk Suwon suddenly flipped over and sat straight up, like a caterpillar rearing upright. Then, flushed with mortification, she kicked the blankets away. Whether it was from being overheated or from anger, her face grew even redder. I'm so mad, it's all that woman's fault. How dare she barge in halfway and ruin all the plans I worked so hard to set up, she angrily exclaimed. But when she recalled Li Wei's rough tactics, Suwon couldn't help feeling frustrated. Venting her irritation by pounding her pillow, she grumbled, why can't he just understand romantic hints? No one knew she'd actually had a secret crush on Li Wei since their school days. During this time, she'd been intentionally, and sometimes unintentionally, looking for chances to interact with him, yet to her frustration, he remained as dense as a block of wood. They say that when a man pursues a woman, it's like climbing a mountain, but when a woman pursues a man, it's just like parting a thin veil. Suwon couldn't help feeling that in her case, the saying was completely reversed. That guy Li Wei is completely impervious to hints. Can't he really tell that I like him? Figure out what? What room arrangement or whatever? I don't get it, Li Wei said casually in the car. Xiao Feifei laughed in exasperation. I never thought you could be this clueless about matters of the heart. Don't you think there's something off about that girl? Nah, what's strange about just getting drunk? Li Wei said nonchalantly. Xiao Feifei was exasperated, but she couldn't bring herself to point it out explicitly. She'd seen how much effort that girl had put into arranging all those atmospheric little details in the room for Li Wei. Now all that careful thought had gone to waste. Li Wei curled his lip, appearing indifferent on the surface, but inwardly he understood everything perfectly well. He wasn't stupid, how could he not see it? Su Wen's behavior over this period might as well have been a sledgehammer to a glass wall. But as far as Li Wei was concerned, he'd only just transmigrated here a few days ago. Why would he have any interest in romance right now? Women will only slow down his speed of conquering the world, okay? Chapter 28, Endless Troubles. After returning home, Li Wei washed his face and went straight to his room. Lying on the bed, he casually opened the system panel to check the situation inside the haunted house. By now, the two gangsters' corpses in the corridor had already been hollowed out by zombies, leaving behind pools of blood and scattered organs. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, there still lay the gangster corpse with its head punctured and the bald man who had been chopped into pieces. Obviously, the witch only likes to kill, not to eat. It's just that the scene was too bloody. Li Wei considered himself a good person and couldn't bear to watch such cruel scenes, so he asked the system to clean up the corpses. The system's voice chimed, ding. Since this occurred within the haunted house, it's recommended that the host preserve the scene. This can enhance the terrifying atmosphere, increasing the psychological fear experienced by every visitor who enters. Li Wei froze for a moment, then found himself caught between laughter and tears. I know such gory scenes can enhance the horror effect, but the key point is if these remain and tourists discover they're real tomorrow, how can this haunted house stay in business? Host need not worry. The system will preserve the scene's condition while replacing the corpses and blood with simulated props. No traces will remain. Li Wei was speechless. Ah, so that's how it is. Well, that works then. Since the system could handle it, Li Wei naturally had no objections. Such cost-free installations were exactly the kind of things they should have more often. Sure enough, under the system's transformation, the originally revolting entrails turned into props, the blood pools on the ground became red paint streaks, and the corpses morphed into silicone-made props so lifelike at a glance, except their faces were smashed beyond recognition. The zombie scenario was growing richer. Li Wei glanced again at the three zombies, their hunger bars were full once more. As for zombie Xiao Xia, she remained quiet inside the room with her eyes closed, as if powered down. Well, she contributed tonight too. Maybe tomorrow, I'll bring her a bowl of pork blood congee. In the surveillance room, Brother Dao, the lackey, had already smoked a full pack of cigarettes, filling the entire room with thick smoke. His frown deepened as he kept lifting his wrist to check the time. He was growing increasingly impatient. Damn it, it's been 40 minutes already. Why aren't they back yet? Though he looked down on those punks, he had to admit they were reliable when it came to getting things done. For a long time now, they'd never caused any trouble, always finishing quickly and coming straight back to collect their money and go enjoy themselves. But today, what's going on? Could it have been discovered? He abruptly stood up, filled with anxiety, but after some thought, it didn't seem likely. The entire park was completely deserted now. The security guards had all clocked out. Who could possibly have noticed? Unless something unexpected had happened inside the haunted house? But I heard they hired people with disabilities as NPCs. Could a few troublemakers really not handle them? That's ridiculous. No matter how he looked at it, there shouldn't have been any risk involved. He thought for a moment, picked up his phone, and called them, but after waiting for a while, there was still no answer. Fuck. What the hell? Useless bastards. Just as Blade was nearly losing his temper, the phone suddenly rang. Thinking it was the thugs calling back, he immediately answered, fuck your mom. Finally decided to call, huh? Ha? Who the fuck are you cursing at? Hearing Huang Zhongwei's voice, the lackey froze and quickly explained, Manager Huang, my apologies, I thought it was those thugs calling. I wasn't cursing at you, so sorry, so sorry. Huang Zhongwei grumbled irritably, you wouldn't dare curse me, I know that. Where are things at? Don't you know I've been waiting forever? The lackey was thoroughly embarrassed. How was he supposed to know what happened? Stiffening his neck, he replied, there shouldn't be any issues. They went to the haunted house ages ago. But strangely, they haven't come back to collect their payment yet. Could they have left first? Don't you fucking tell me there's been some accident. God damn it. You swore to me nothing would go wrong. Now I refuse to deal with this mess. You handle it yourself. If they haven't sorted it out, you drop everything and go fix it right now. I want to see Li Wei furious tomorrow. Do you hear me? Huang Zhongwei hung up the phone angrily, leaving his lackey bewildered in the wind. He thought for a moment, then stood up and walked outside. He needed to see for himself what exactly was happening, otherwise, there'd be no way to explain it all. Damn it, he even had to clean up their mess after paying them. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As his steps quickened, he reached the haunted house entrance and found lights on inside. The main door was left wide open, and the lock lay broken on the ground, clearly their handiwork. Hey, you guys done yet? Dogleg Knife growled in a low voice toward the inside. What's going on? Hey, Baldy. The voice echoed through the night, but there was no response. The haunted house remained eerily silent. Brother Dao frowned deeply, hesitating as he stared at the haunted house before him, unable to take another step. For some reason, the haunted house that had seemed so comical and ridiculous during the day now resembled a bottomless abyss, chilling him to the core. It felt as though merely approaching it would swallow him whole. It must be an illusion. Definitely an illusion. He shook his head, feeling like he'd lost his mind. It was just a haunted house. How could it actually scare him? How embarrassing. After yelling a few more times, Brother Dao gritted his teeth and slowly walked toward the haunted house entrance. He was determined to see what those guys were up to. Ding! Detected another human intruder in the haunted house. Li Wei. Seriously? This just never ends? Li Wei, who had just stepped out of the shower, went completely numb upon hearing this news. If I don't take action myself, he really thinks he can step all over me, doesn't he? Testing my patience again and again? Waving his hand to let the zombies deal with the intruder, Li Wei then opened the system panel and retrieved the Sadako videotape he had obtained from the prize draw earlier. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish. Mr. Huang, what's got you so worked up? In a certain villa, a woman in a cheongsam swayed gracefully as she approached with 2 wine glasses, handing one to Huang Zhengwei, whose face was filled with anger. Huang Zhengwei downed the red wine in one gulp before letting out a long sigh. Nothing serious, just some annoying matters, he said. The woman smiled seductively. If it's just annoyances, then don't dwell on them. It's rare for you to call me over, why don't we? Huang Zhengwei glanced at her, then suddenly lost interest and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You can leave. I'll transfer the money to you later. The woman rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking to herself how utterly useless the man was, but still managed to force a sweet smile. I'll head back first then, she said. Don't forget to look me up next time, okay? After the woman left, Huang Zhengwei stood up in frustration and headed to the bar to pour himself a drink. As he passed through the living room, he suddenly noticed something on the floor. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a disc. Why is there a disc in this place? Chapter 29, A Boring Prank. Huang Zhengwei couldn't figure it out. He walked over to pick it up and examine it, but there was nothing printed on it. Could it have been dropped by that woman earlier? Fortunately, there was a set of equipment in the living room. Unable to curb his curiosity, Huang Zhengwei walked over to the TV, turned on the device, inserted the disc, grabbed himself a drink, and finally settled back on the sofa to watch. The television emitted white noise with a shalalala sound, its screen filled with flickering static. What a piece of junk, total waste of time, Huang Zhengwei cursed. He'd considered countless possibilities, except this one. The disc was already damaged. He casually grabbed the remote to turn off the TV, then stood up to stretch before heading to his room to rest. After taking just a few steps, the previously turned-off television inexplicably switched back on, emitting white noise again. Huang Zhengwei was startled and whirled around to see images appearing on the screen. At the center of the screen was a circle surrounded by utter darkness. Within the circle, some scenery was moving. It looked like clouds in a night sky. Within seconds, the footage flickered again, showing an indoor wall with an oval-shaped mirror hanging on it. In the mirror, a long-haired woman tilted her head while combing her hair, seemingly smiling at the camera. The image quality was extremely blurry, more reminiscent of black and white silent films. It was hard to imagine seeing such grainy, ancient footage filled with static in today's world of widespread 4K resolution. There was no sound either. Huang Zhengwei frowned, utterly perplexed by these inexplicable fragmented images. Though he couldn't make out the features of the woman in the mirror, she didn't seem familiar to him. Is this all that's recorded on the disc? I can't make heads or tails of it, and for some reason, he keeps feeling eerie. Just as he sensed something was wrong, a gigantic eye suddenly appeared on the television screen. Ah, holy fucking shit. His family's television was over 80 inches, making the sudden scene appear extremely shocking. His heart gave a violent twitch, his hand trembled, and the wineglass fell to the ground, shattering to pieces as he staggered backward. At the center of this eye was the character Jin, which blinked occasionally, giving Huang Zhengwei the unsettling feeling of being watched. His back was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, the scene switched once more, revealing a grove of trees with a withered well right in the center. What the hell are these things? Huang Zhengwei swallowed hard, his heart pounding with fear. He quickly walked to the TV and turned it off, ejecting the disc before snapping it in half and tossing it into the trash bin. Damn it! Who the hell did this? He cursed angrily, seething with frustration. Suddenly, through the reflection on the TV screen, he caught sight of a figure clad in white, long disheveled hair hanging over its face, standing right behind him. Huang Zhengwei let out a terrified shriek and whipped his head around, only to find nothing but empty space behind him. Must be seeing things? Huang Zhengwei noticed his hands were trembling. He took a deep breath to calm himself. No need to scare himself like this. Ring ring ring. The sound of his phone interrupted his wild thoughts. He walked over to check it. It wasn't his lackey calling, but a string of garbled code. He usually wouldn't answer calls from unknown numbers, but this time, perhaps due to inner unease, he urgently wanted to hear another voice to soothe his nerves. Even if it was a scam call, he didn't care, so he quickly answered and pressed the phone to his ear. Hello? A cacophony of noise came through the phone. Huang Zhengwei listened carefully for a while before realizing, it sounded exactly like the white noise from the disc earlier. In an instant, Huang Zhengwei's pupils contracted, and his hair stood on end. With feigned ferocity, he barked, "Speak! Who the hell are you? If you've got the guts, give me your name. I swear I'll kill you." There was no response. The call ended abruptly. Huang Zhongwei gritted his teeth and roared a few furious words, slamming his phone down in a fit of rage. Clearly, this was just a nasty prank meant to torment him. Someone had recorded that airy disc to scare him, along with that phone call. But aside from the cleaning staff, the only ones who could enter his villa were his lovers. And yet, when he returned in the afternoon, that disc hadn't been on the floor. Could it really have been tossed in by that woman just now? Huang Zhongwei pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea. That woman depended on him for her livelihood. How could she dare to prank him so blatantly? Was she looking to get herself killed? Unable to figure it out, Huang Zhongwei stopped dwelling on it and cursed silently. Just let me find out who did this, I'll make sure they're dead. That night, he barely slept at all. In his dazed state, he had countless nightmares. By the next morning, his eyes were sunken with heavy dark circles, his exhaustion reaching a breaking point. Yet he didn't rest further. Instead, he got up and headed straight for the amusement park. He was burning to know what expression Li Wei would wear when he saw his haunted house utterly wrecked. Would it be furious rage, bitter regret with tears, or perhaps begging for mercy? Ha ha ha, I'll make you pay for your recklessness yesterday. Pushing open the office door, Huang Zhongwei was about to call his lackey to join him when he noticed the normally attentive henchman who'd always have coffee ready for him was absent today. Where's Xiao Dao? He casually grabbed a subordinate and asked. The subordinate forced a smile and said, Boss Huang, we don't know either. Brother Dao hasn't shown up yet this morning. What's more, colleagues from the monitoring center came earlier saying the surveillance was down from last night until morning, asking if anything happened on our end. Huang Zhongwei frowned. He knew cutting off the surveillance room had been authorized by him to Xiao Dao. Logically speaking, it should have been restored last night after the job was done. Since when has Xiao Dao been so careless with his work? He picked up his newly purchased phone to call and confront him, but no one answered. Huang Zhongwei felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. But glancing at the time, he knew that Kid Li Wei would be arriving soon, so he headed toward the haunted house in high spirits. Along the way, he could see groups of tourists walking in the same direction. I'm so nervous, it's that feeling of wanting to play but being scared at the same time. Same here. They say you should never provoke the scariest witch, or else no one can make it through. Heh, that's exactly the thrill I'm here for. I even took a high-speed train for hours just for this. I'm not like you guys, I came to see the ticket girl. Huang Zhongwei tilted his head slightly to listen and realized the haunted house's popularity was genuinely soaring. Many visitors had come all the way from out of town just to experience it. Logically speaking, a haunted house boosting the development of a scenic area should be considered good news. Any other attraction would eagerly seize such a golden opportunity. But Huang Zhongwei was different. The mere thought of that man's face filled him with uncontrollable fury. Money isn't really the issue, the scenic area is just one insignificant asset among his brother-in-law's vast properties. So, he'd rather give up this unimaginable wealth than let that young man off the hook. Huang Zhongwei sneered, these people probably don't know the haunted house has already been destroyed. Hehehe. Chapter 30, Huang Zhongwei stunned. Huang Zhongwei arrived at the haunted house entrance with a gloating expression, where over a dozen people had already gathered, forming an orderly line under Li Wei's arrangements. Everyone, don't push, form a line first. You'll be able to enter soon, Li Wei shouted. Hearing this, Huang Zhongwei frowned suspiciously. What the hell? Why hasn't it shut down? Shouldn't the interior have been wrecked by now? Li Wei also noticed him and responded with a forced smile, Manager Huang, back again today? What, thinking of supporting our little business? Then you'll have to join the line at the back. Huang Zhongwei stared at him intently, trying to discern from the man's expression whether he was bluffing, but frustratingly couldn't tell at all. Something wrong with your haunted house? Hearing this, Li Wei knew he hadn't accused the wrong person. With a chuckle, he said, Manager Huang, what exactly are you referring to? Playing dumb. You're fucking pretending and no mistake. Huang Zhongwei had already seen through the young man before him. He sneered coldly, I heard the scenic area was robbed last night. Your place wasn't damaged, was it? Your employees, are they alright? His eyes carried a provocation, barely stopping short of openly admitting it was his doing. Li Wei responded with a half-smile, why would anything happen to my employees? If any thieves really broke in, it's them who should be worried. Huang Zhongwei narrowed his eyes, pondering the meaning behind Li Wei's words, but the other man simply walked away on his own, ushering the tourists inside one after another. Then screams began to echo frequently through the haunted house. Clearly, there wasn't actually anything wrong inside. Huang Zhongwei stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the fully operational haunted house, his mind completely numb with disbelief. Damn it! He'd already given the orders. Was this how they handled things? No, this wasn't right. Huang Zhongwei wasn't a fool either. He recalled the phone call from his lackey last night and how the surveillance system hadn't been reactivated. It definitely wasn't because they'd forgotten or that they'd worked too late and hadn't shown up today. It was highly likely something had happened to them after entering the haunted house. Everyone had lost contact, which meant they'd been imprisoned. And whoever could silently imprison so many people had to be inside the haunted house itself. With this realization, Huang Zhongwei's gaze toward Li Wei changed completely. No wonder his opponent seemed so confident. This had to be connected to him. What was he trying to achieve? Why hadn't he alerted the authorities if he'd captured people? Was he planning to blackmail him? Who would have thought someone so young could be so treacherous? Huang Zhongwei sneered. He was the last person to yield to threats. Had they gone straight to the police, things might have been more troublesome. After all, as the mastermind behind the scenes, he couldn't easily explain things if the truth came out. But now, well, they dug their own grave. Now you're in so deep even the Yellow River couldn't wash you clean. Huang Zhongwei sneered. Though he couldn't call the police, that didn't mean he was out of options. He picked up his phone and dialed a buddy he knew well. Before long, a car pulled up in front of the haunted house, and a man stepped out dressed in a firefighter's uniform. Huang Zhongwei greeted him. You made it? The man nodded understandingly and smiled. We received a tip from the public, so of course we had to come check it out. With that, the two walked toward the ticket booth. The firefighter took out his credentials and handed them to Li Wei, asking, You're the owner of this haunted house, right? Li Wei replied calmly, That's me. What's this about? We received a report suspecting your establishment's fire safety arrangements might not meet standards. Just a routine inspection, please cooperate, the man explained. Huang Zhongwei sighed with feigned concern and said, Xiaoli, hurry up and lead the way. This place of yours is a gathering spot. You ought to pay more attention to potential safety hazards. Don't wait until an accident happens and drag the scenic area down with you. Leaning closer, he added in a low voice, I know you've got people hidden inside. Right now, I'm giving you a chance, beg me to let you off. Otherwise. Huang Zhongwei eyed Li Wei with a cold, piercing gaze, hoping to see terror and panic on the other man's face. To his disappointment, there was none. Li Wei replied flatly, I don't bother arguing with the dead. Since you're so confident, go ahead inside. Coincidentally, I just restocked with a few new props. Huang Zhongwei froze. This wasn't how he'd imagined things would go. But with the arrow already knocked and the bow drawn, he had to proceed. He immediately exchanged a glance with the firefighters and strode inside together. Just getting those people out would mean his haunted house couldn't stay open. Li Wei addressed the tourists. Everyone, please wait a moment, there's a small matter we need to handle. The spectators understood it was a fire safety inspection, something that concerned everyone's security, so they all waited quietly. Inside the haunted house, with Li Wei's signal, the zombies remained motionless. Even so, for Huang Zhongwei who was entering for the first time, it was still quite creepy. Though the place was large with many rooms, it was straightforward at a glance. Under the firefighters' inspection, there were no secret compartments or hidden spaces, let alone anyone hiding. After making a full round and examining every corner carefully, they found nothing. Impossible. How could this be? Huang Zhongwei couldn't believe it and was completely bewildered. If those people aren't here, they couldn't have just vanished into thin air, could they? Did they all suddenly relocate somewhere else in the middle of the night? The firefighters also checked the fire safety conditions, which were up to standard. Suddenly, one of them noticed several mannequin props arranged in the laboratory scene and marveled. This haunted house was clearly designed with great care. Look at these mannequins, so incredibly lifelike. At first glance, you'd think they were real people. Huang Zhongwei glanced over perfunctorily, but the next instant he froze. One particular corpse prop looked oddly familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. The corpse prop consisted only of an upper torso, posed crawling on the ground with trails of blood everywhere. One hand supported its weight while the other stretched forward, as if desperately reaching for help. When Huang Zhongwei saw the fierce tiger tattoo on the corpse's arm, his pupils contracted sharply. He finally understood why it looked so familiar. Wasn't this the exact same tattoo as his lackey Xiao Dao's? The position and design were identical, even the fading matched. Looking again at the figure's build and clothing, it was completely identical to that lackey from yesterday. Huang Zhongwei swore he wasn't mistaken. Even with the prop corpse's face smeared beyond recognition, he'd know it anywhere. He even noticed a knife scar on Xiao Dao's hand, a mark from his gangster days when someone had slashed him, something Xiao Dao had proudly shown off before. Hisses. This is real. It's really Xiao Dao. He staggered back and sat dumbfounded on the ground. The firefighter beside him couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. This isn't real at all, just a prop dummy. Feel it, the texture is clearly silicone, like those ultra-realistic dolls. Hearing this, Huang Zhongwei cautiously crouched down and experimentally poked the prop, even fiddling with the intestines. Indeed, it wasn't a real person, but the resemblance to Xiao Dao was uncanny. What sent chills down his spine was that there were 5 such corpse props in the haunted house, each with a different cause of death. Though he hadn't seen those gangsters in person, his lackey had mentioned there were 4 of them, one of whom was bald. Now, a bald corpse prop lay not far from him, slumped against the doorframe. This coincidence was downright eerie. Huang Zhongwei trembled with fear. He was genuinely terrified. Everything was too bizarre. Tentatively, he called out, Xiao Dao. The corpse prop remained completely still, while the firefighter beside it looked somewhat uneasy instead. He suspected Huang Zhongwei might have lost his mind. Chapter 31, Aura of Domination? In the end, Huang Zhongwei didn't even know how he exited the haunted house. His gut told him those props must be related to Xiao Dao and his group, but his reason vehemently refuted this. They were just props, fake. How could people possibly turn into hyper-realistic props? But whose props are made so realistically, completely matching their appearances and details? It couldn't possibly be crafted overnight. Under this clash of consciousness, he felt his entire worldview was cracking apart. His mind was in total chaos, so much so that he even forgot the original purpose of his trip. Is my fire safety up to snuff? Li Wei asked with a smile as they emerged. The firefighter shook his head. No issues at all. The setup meets regulations. Li Wei turned his gaze to the absent-minded Huang Zhongwei and grinned. Manager Huang, have you found anyone yet? Like a voice from hell, Huang Zhongwei jerked his head up, his harsh tone belied by inner turmoil. What have you done to them? Those dummy corpses inside, are they them? Are they? Li Wei laughed heartily and said, Manager Huang seems a bit confused. If you already admitted they're props, what else could they be? No. You're lying. Tell me, what did you do to them? Huang Zhongwei hysterically grabbed at Li Wei's collar, only to be slapped away by Li Wei, stumbling and nearly falling. Fear stems from the unknown now. Looking at Li Wei, he found him increasingly inscrutable. With a cold expression, Li Wei said, Manager Huang, I still prefer that unruly attitude you had at the beginning. Seeing you break down like this disappoints me. Under that piercing gaze, Huang Zhongwei's breathing grew ragged. He felt an overwhelming sense of panic creeping in, fear slowly corroding his composure. He took a few fearful steps backward, then turned and fled in a panic. Li Wei froze, never expecting the usually high and mighty Huang Zhongwei to be such a coward. It's not that the other person is timid, it's because you run a haunted house. The more fright points you absorb and the more horrifying characters you summon, the more this will reflect on you. Subconsciously, you will emit an oppressive aura of terror. Hearing the system's explanation, Li Wei stroked his chin and couldn't help but smirk. Is this what they call the legendary dominating aura? Watching Huang Zhongwei flee in panic, Li Wei shook his head and paid him no further mind. He wasn't worried about Huang figuring anything out. A doomed man's words would be believed by no one, even if he spoke the truth. After such a long delay, the visitors were growing restless. Li Wei quickly arranged for their admission. Business remained brisk today. Thanks to the combined allure of the witch character and the ticket-selling woman, they'd garnered another wave of visitors. Checking the online ticket sales on their Douyin account, Li Wei saw they'd already surpassed 200 tickets sold. It seemed even more people would be arriving soon. During his midday break, Li Wei made a special trip outside the scenic area to bring Xia a bowl of pork blood congee. As a zombie, Xia couldn't resist the aroma of the pork blood congee. Without caring about scalding herself, she plunged her entire face into the bowl with the savage enthusiasm of a wild boar rooting for food, a sight too grotesque to behold. Eventually Li Wei couldn't stand watching anymore. Taking up a spoon, he began feeding her bite by bite, at which point the scene finally became somewhat presentable. Grue. Whoa. The three zombies behind just watched, protesting with their sounds. Li Wei could even sense the envy radiating from them. They're all horror characters, why should a Jianshi be more esteemed than zombies, even requiring the boss to personally feed it? Li Wei turned back and looked at their hideous faces one by one, shaking his head in disgust. It was still more pleasing to keep watching Xiao Xia. There's no helping it. As a human being with normal aesthetic sensibilities, expecting him to remain completely impartial was simply impossible. In the afternoon, Xiao Feifei also arrived, and Li Wei personally came out to greet her. It really is bustling here. Old Li, get me a ticket. I want to see what this haunted house that scared so many people looks like, Xiao Feifei said confidently. Li Wei had Xiao Xia issue the ticket and then asked, do you want some special treatment? Going in alone means no one else will see you in a sorry state. Xiao Feifei pouted her lips. Who do you think you're looking down on? How scary could this haunted house of yours possibly be? I've always had nerves of steel. Alright, fearless Xiao. Go on in then. The group of 5 entered together, but within moments, screams erupted and 3 of them came running back out the entrance. That fast? Li Wei was speechless. Holy shit boss, your haunted house truly lives up to its reputation. Those NPCs are terrifying as hell. Incredible, just incredible. This is the most badass haunted house I've ever experienced. Ha. To Li Wei's surprise, Xiao Feifei actually had some skills. She hadn't run away yet. 10 minutes later, she managed to find the key and successfully exited through the main door to complete the experience. She was left panting heavily with wide eyes, her entire body feeling utterly drained. But her 2 companions who got carried by her were quite excited, looking at Xia Feifei with admiration as they said, Sis, you're incredible. That witch charged straight at us. If you hadn't pulled us aside to hide, I think I would have died of fright. Yeah, I completely froze back then. My mind went blank, didn't even know what I was doing. So exhilarating. Is this what it feels like to get carried by a god-tier teammate? Li Wei couldn't help but praise. Impressive. So the reputation of daring Xiao isn't unfounded after all. You're actually the first one to pass today. Xiao Feifei recalled the scene of being chased by the witch just moments ago and couldn't help shivering. With a bitter smile, she said, No, I underestimated your haunted house. I almost got wrecked. Did you design all this yourself? She had been on the force for years, yet never experienced such an adrenaline rush, more thrilling than chasing down criminals. Li Wei replied, Yes. At first I didn't even know what zombies were, Xiao Feifei admitted with admiration, but as I gradually explored based on the letters inside, everything became clear. The immersion was incredible, and those NPC actors really gave it their all. But what impressed me most was your scene arrangement. The layout of those hyper-realistic corpse props was absolutely flawless, just like a real crime scene. As a police officer, she possessed extraordinary observational skills, yet after seeing the positioning of those 5 corpse props, the entire scenario reconstructed itself naturally in her mind. Being chased, being eaten, being torn apart. His every detail formed a seamless loop without any inconsistencies. One could imagine Li Wei, the designer behind this setup, must be an incredibly meticulous person. It gave her a peculiar sense of professional kinship. Li Wei couldn't help but laugh at those words. What did they mean by just like a real crime scene? This was the most authentic crime scene possible, completely untouched, exactly as found. Chapter 32, All-in Lottery. After arriving, Xiao Feifei simply refused to leave. Although she didn't play multiple times again, it was remarkably rare to see her standing beside Xiao Xia, helping sell tickets. Though decent-looking, her features leaned more toward a heroic boldness. Now paired with the adorably naive Xiao Xia, these two women with contrasting styles unexpectedly added a vibrant splash of color to the gloomy haunted house. This significantly improved the mood of many visiting tourists, who eagerly came over requesting photos with him. Yet Li Wei always felt she was hiding something from him. Otherwise, why would someone helping sell tickets keep nervously glancing around like some peeping Tom? It wasn't like she was checking out handsome guys either. She'd just stare into the distance periodically, as if waiting for someone. Tell me, what are you looking at? You're acting really shady and creepy, Li Wei pointed out. Xiao Feifei turned around with a deliberately resentful expression, saying, using the word perverted to describe a girl is really hurtful, you know? Li Wei shrugged and replied, sorry, but that word just fits you two perfectly right now. Xiao Feifei shot him a sidelong glance. Oh, get lost. I'm just here helping out as a friend. If I take a moment to enjoy the scenery, I get this kind of comment? I can only imagine how tough it must be working under you typical capitalist behavior. Capitalist? Li Wei felt more like a slave driver. He smiled and looked at Xiao Xia beside him, asking, are you tired? Xiao Xia shook her head blankly. Li Wei grinned, see? The staff don't agree with you. Xiao Feifei said helplessly to Xiao Xia, you shouldn't spoil this guy like that. Xia Xia tilted her head, blinking her eyes with a silly smile but saying nothing. Suwan arrived in the afternoon with her construction team. As soon as they entered, the foreman took over from Li Wei and started arranging the construction work. Li Wei wanted to discuss his haunted house ideas with Suwan, but she seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Xiao Feifei took the initiative to greet her but received a cold response, as if Suwan was still upset about what had happened the previous night. Although expanding the haunted house won't affect the visitor experience here, many people noticed the bustling activity in the back and curiously asked, Boss, what are you up to? Are you renovating the haunted house again? Seeing their eager eyes and the constantly raised recording phones, Li Wei smiled and said, you guessed right. The haunted mansion can't have just one theme, so I'm planning to expand it now and introduce a new theme soon. Everyone can look forward to it. Holy shit, really? A new theme? Damn, I haven't even cleared the zombie theme after 3 tries, and now there's going to be a new one? Oh my god, the boss is absolutely amazing. Ha ha, just keep updating. I'll 100% support you. I'll even bring my parents along. That's right, we're with you. So much fun. Boss, take your time if needed, but the new theme must maintain the same standard. Ahem. Boss, could you give us a little hint about what the new theme will be? After all, the haunted house still had its die-hard fans. Hearing the news, these enthusiasts were screaming with excitement, as if the thrills they'd experienced hadn't been enough already. Even the tourists who had just been frightened couldn't resist joining the discussion and offering their opinions upon hearing the news. However, no matter how much they probed, not even a hint about the new theme could be extracted from the boss, leaving everyone tantalizingly curious. To prepare for the new theme, many visitors resolved to seize the opportunity to conquer the zombie section first. It wasn't until closing time in the evening that Xiao Feifei finally found an excuse to leave. She said she wouldn't be going back tonight, while Suwan had quietly slipped away at some unknown hour. Li Wei shook his head, unconcerned, and hurriedly rode his electric scooter home. The reason for his haste was that he had received a notification at noon about the system panel being updated. At the time, he had given it a cursory glance. The main changes were to the lottery page. On one hand, the beginner's protection period had ended, meaning there would no longer be a 100% guarantee of drawing a horror character. On the other hand, the lottery investment mechanism had changed. Previously, it cost 1,000 fear points per draw, but now it had been upgraded, no longer limited to a fixed amount. The more points the host invested, the higher the chance of drawing something extraordinary. This was precisely why Li Wei hurried home with great enthusiasm. Upon arriving home, before even having time for dinner, he immediately inspected the system panel to begin the prize draws. Thanks to the patronage of visitors over the past 2 days, he had originally accumulated over 3,000 points of terror value. However, after digesting 5 people inside the haunted house last night, he unexpectedly gained an additional 1,000 points, bringing his current total to over 5,200 terror points. With so much terror value at his disposal, Li Wei was quite satisfied. His initial thought was to go all in for one big gamble, since terror points accumulated daily anyway. But after some consideration, he decided it would be wiser to first experiment and discover what exactly the differences were. So he followed the usual routine and spent 1,000 terror points for one draw. As the prize window kept scrolling, Li Wei guessed it was unlikely to draw a horror character this time. Props seemed more probable. Then the result popped up. Thank you for your patronage, Li Wei. He stood frozen for a full 3 seconds before snapping out of it. Damn, after so many draws, he'd never encountered this before. He thought there wouldn't be any thank you for your patronage scenarios, only to run into one now. This is a full 1,000 points of dread value, and there's actually no minimum guarantee. Though it wasn't exactly heartbreaking, it still left him torn between laughter and tears. Well then, the difficulty has increased, adding just a tinge more excitement to the prize draw. Now with just over 4,000 left, Li Wei decided to go all in. Investing all 4,000 at once, condensing 4 draws into one, surely this had to yield something extraordinary? The window scrolled once more, this time with a golden halo that made it look significantly more dignified. Li Wei was speechless. Things certainly felt different when you spent big money. The window gradually slowed under his gaze before finally stopping at the illustration of a card. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained one character capture trial card. Character capture experience card. Upon use, the host can travel into any horror-themed work and capture their desired horror character within half an hour, then bring them back to the haunted house. Reading the system's introduction, Li Wei skeptically examined the blank credit card-sized card in his hand. How could this utterly featureless thing transport someone into horror fiction? This is getting interesting. It must be a high-ranking prize. In the past, even if I drew a horror character, it was random and uncontrollable. But with this card, at least, I can finally decide on the next theme myself. Just when I needed a pillow, someone sent me one. This couldn't be more timely. Chapter 33, No Pushover. Li Wei already had the perfect choice in mind. Ghosts, of course. In this world setting, ghosts indeed exist, or rather, they lean more towards the characteristics of spirits. They are romantic creations by artists depicting the souls within human bodies after death, mere vessels for the living to project their memories of the deceased, nothing more. Li Wei, of course, aimed to go all out, completely overturning their concept of ghosts in their minds and transforming them into an entirely new kind of terror looming over them. It can't be that only I have childhood trauma, Li Wei laughed. Since they're ghosts, there are far too many options to choose from. He already has Shojin, but she can only manifest through videotapes as a medium. That's simply not enough. The haunted house needs a ghost that can terrify everyone without exception. Western ghosts feel somewhat lacking. They're more like monsters than actual ghosts, so Li Wei dismissed them from the start. Without a doubt, it's Eastern ghosts that are the most authentic. After some thought, Li Wei said, let's go check out Juan. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to enter the horror work, Juan? Li Wei nodded. The next moment, he felt his body floating as if being pulled away, but everything returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Only now, he was standing outside a villa. Li Wei found it quite peculiar. Could this be what teleportation feels like? He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the traditional Japanese-style architecture. However, the dense overgrowth of vegetation blocked out the sunlight, casting an unnaturally cool gloom over the place. Li Wei recognized this villa. It was the famously haunted Shijou's house, the most sinister dwelling in the Juon universe and the origin point of all supernatural occurrences. Anyone connected to this house had absolutely no chance of survival. By the way, system, how do I capture them? As long as the host's target consents, any desired horror character can be instantly collected by the system with a mere wave. After all that, I still need the target's consent? Li Wei found the situation somewhat absurd. He'd imagined it would be like catching Pokemon, just point at whichever creature he fancied and instantly recruit it. Was he really supposed to locate Xiaojia first and ask if she'd like to work at his haunted house? No salary, just free labor from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., with grueling working conditions? Not even humans would agree to that. Ghosts would shake their heads in refusal too. Especially these 3 malignant spirits currently residing in his haunted house. Not a single one of them could be considered friendly. Though Xiaojia was married, she had always held a lingering obsession for her white moonlight, the Xenia she admired. clinging to this infatuation even after marriage. She poured out her feelings in diary entries, which ultimately became the spark that ignited the tragedy. Her husband, Di Xiong, suffered from manic episodes and had oligospermia. Upon discovering Xiao Jia's diary, he flew into a rage, convinced he had been cuckolded. In his fury, he brutally broke her limbs before killing her. Even their son, Xiao Jun, starved to death in the aftermath. As for the innocent senior and his entire family, they too met a gruesome end, no surprise there. One might say the mother and son were tragic figures, their grievances twisting them into vengeful spirits. But while vengeful ghosts typically target their wrongdoers, these spirits showed no restraint. Anyone who passed through that house became prey, meeting a grisly fate. Worse still, friends and family who had even the slightest contact with the victims perished as well. Even some completely unaware passers-by met mysterious, untimely deaths, collateral in this cycle of relentless vengeance. Li Wei recalled how Juan, when it reached its peak, even expanded overseas. Foreigners who were targeted couldn't escape even by fleeing back across the sea, and the curse even spawned multiple new haunted hotspots in other countries. This is utterly insane and inhumane. Li Wei didn't believe for a second that these creatures could communicate normally or become his employees. Isn't this making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger? Ding, host need not worry, your existence transcends this world, and nothing can harm you. Li Wei thought to himself, I know, but the next moment he froze. Well then, the system has made it perfectly clear, both directly and indirectly, so what reservations does he still have? He pushed open the courtyard gate and walked toward the building. At that moment, the main door swung open, and a woman looked at Li Wei curiously. Who are you looking for? Li Wei recognized this person as a caretaker, quite a pretty one at that. So, does that mean the second owner of this house is still here? Ignoring her, Li Wei walked straight inside. Though the interior was chaotic, it clearly showed signs of habitation. A senile old man sat motionless on the floor, gazing blankly at the scenery outside the courtyard. Sir, just who are you? I'm going to call the police if you don't leave, the caretaker said nervously. Li Wei replied, this rundown place doesn't have anything valuable anyway. Just keep doing your caretaking job, I'll be gone after settling some business here. Without waiting for the caretaker to finish, he headed straight for the second floor. To be honest, the layout of this house was truly bizarre. Despite the bright sunshine outside, not a single ray of light reached the staircase landing. At the stairway, he spotted a crumpled family portrait, the Xiao family's photo, except her face had been cut out of it. Now that's a real treasure. Li Wei quickly pocketed it. While ordinary people would avoid this death curse object like the plague, for Li Wei, it was a prized new prop for his haunted house, perfect to use as one of the clues. Good. Saves me the trouble of finding someone to fake a photo. The caregiver behind him kept chattering non-stop, even threatening to call the police. But when she saw Li Wei running upstairs, she followed him. Stop, Mr. DeMeo, stop. Watching Li Wei push open the bedroom door, the caregiver stepped forward to block him again. Yet at that very moment, both of them saw the bedroom closet sealed shut with countless layers of tape, a chillingly bizarre sight. How could this be? The newly arrived female nurse had yet to visit the second floor and was visibly startled. Suddenly, both of them heard a strange noise coming from the ceiling, along with a grotesque, guttural sound like as if from a throat. The caretaker beside him was somewhat frightened. Li Wei tore off the tape directly and then pulled open the closet, revealing a notebook covered in colorful doodles. This is Xiao Jia's diary? A cursed object of great misfortune? Damn, this is exactly the kind of thing we need to kickstart the haunt. Can't let it go to waste. Li Wei behaved like some RPG character barging into people's homes, rummaging through cabinets and dressers before pocketing whatever he found. Perhaps it was precisely this behavior that angered the resident spirits. Sudden footsteps echoed behind him as Li Wei glimpsed a shadowy, grayish dead child dart past from behind and rush out of the room. Don't run away! Li Wei quickly gave chase. Although this kid seemed pitiful, he was far from harmless and went on to cause the deaths of many others later. Watching Xiao Jun dart into the room at the end of the corridor, Li Wei, who knew the plot well, recognized it as the bathroom. Without hesitation, he opened the bathroom door and looked with disgust at the pool of black water in the bathtub before rolling up his sleeves and plunging his hand in to fish around. And then he yanked the dead kid up by the head. Why are you running? I need to talk to you. Little June was completely dumbfounded, likely never having encountered someone like him before, then opened his mouth and let out a piercing, feline shriek. Li Wei's ears throbbed from the noise. Shut up, he barked. Seeing the brat showed no signs of stopping, Li Wei grabbed the damn kid by the collar, swung his palm, and landed a hard smack on his backside. Suddenly, a crisp snapping sound rang out, completely drowning out the cat's meow. Chapter 34, The Heartless Slave Owner. Meanwhile, seeing Li Wei suddenly run outside, the caretaker had initially intended to chase after him, but the noises from the ceiling grew even louder, causing the terrified young caretaker to retreat step by step, cautiously moving toward the door. She didn't want to stay alone in this eerie place any longer. Just as she was about to open the door, a muffled thud came from the closet, as if something heavy had fallen. The caretaker turned around and nearly wet herself in fright. There on the floor lay a transparent wrapped bundle, blood already seeping through. Then the plastic bag moved, a twisted hand emerged, followed by a woman who'd clearly met a gruesome end, crawling out with wide, dead eyes fixed on her. "Hey, aha! Yammeet!" The caretaker bolted hysterically through the door, colliding with Li Wei standing by the bathroom, her pretty face drained of all color. Li Wei heard the noise and curiously peeked out. Woohoo! The main character has arrived. In that moment of distraction, Xiao Jun, who had been beaten up by Li Wei for quite a while, vanished without a trace, reappearing behind Xiao Jia in the hallway, baring his teeth at Li Wei. The caretaker also ran to Li Wei's side, trembling with fear as he stared at the two ghosts. The scene resembled a standoff between two opposing armies. Kayako contorted her limbs, crawling spider-like on the ground with her blood-streaked face gaping expressionlessly at Li Wei. Li Wei had to admit the sound was genuinely creepy, and those unnaturally twisted limbs radiated overwhelming tension. The horrified expressions of the nurses nearby gave him a glimpse of how future visitors would react. Li Wei's eyes sparkled. This was exactly the kind of employee he needed. She simply had to join his team. Xiao Jia's choked throat continued to emit airy sounds as her body writhed, inching toward Li Wei. Remembering the system's requirements, Li Wei flashed a kindly smile and crouched down, saying, "Xiao Jia, I came here specifically looking for you. How about working with me from now on? Don't just stay cooped up in this haunted house all the time, it's no way to get ahead in life." Holy crap! The caregivers behind them nearly lost their minds upon hearing this. Seriously, dude? Of all times to lose your marbles, you choose now? Is that even human language you're speaking? We've clearly encountered a ghost, so why do you act like you're here for an interview? Xiao Jia didn't respond, just kept staring at Li Wei with wide eyes, then reached out both hands towards his face. To be honest, Xiao Jia's appearance was quite pleasant looking, but no matter how pretty she was, Li Wei had no desire to be touched by her. This creature had a habit of grabbing people's heads with both hands, either to snap their necks, yank off their jaws, or simply drag them away. Li Wei swatted her hands away in disgust. "Stop fooling around, we've got serious business to discuss." Xiao Jia. An awkward silence fell over the scene, so thick you could hear a pin drop. The nurse standing behind them covered her mouth in shock as she witnessed the bizarre scene, completely stunned. She had truly never seen someone so recklessly bold. Even when faced with a malicious ghost reaching out to kill him, he simply swatted away the spectral hand as if nothing was wrong. This completely breaks all the rules of engagement. Is the ghost not scary enough? Or has this guy's courage grown so bold it's sprouting fur? Xiao Jia clearly hadn't expected this either. After freezing momentarily, she rarely showed an angry expression, her eyes practically bulging out as she pushed off with both hands and lunged straight at Li Wei. Her blood-stained white dress and twisted limbs spread wildly as she came at him, seeming intent on wrapping around Li Wei and strangling him. Li Wei frowned and raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap. Bang! A crisp, resounding crack. Though he didn't use much force, his body had been previously enhanced, and with the system's buffs amplifying the strike, little Jia was sent flying straight into the wall. Li Wei sighed in exasperation. "I told you to quit messing around. Can't you just calm down? Do you really have to make me get rough? Meow 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 huh?" Little Jun, who had been hissing and meowing fiercely, gradually softened his voice at this sight before closing his mouth completely, casting a fearful glance at Li Wei. Xiao Jia's eerie voice sounded once more, though it definitely came from above this time. Li Wei had just looked up when he noticed dark red stains spreading across the ceiling like ink blots. Strands of long hair began dangling downward, followed by Xiao Jia's head emerging from the bloody filth, her face twisted with malice as she glared at him. The nurse beside him froze in terror, her scream piercing the air as she felt the hair strands draping over her shoulders suddenly constrict like living nooses. Rubbing his temples, Li Wei sighed in exasperation. It seemed reasoning with these vengeful spirits, now twisted into curses, was utterly impossible. He reached up, grabbed fistfuls of the dangling hair, and yanked violently. Xiao Jia, who had only managed to manifest her head, suddenly lost her balance. With a loud crash, the entire ghost came tumbling down from the ceiling, landing face-first like an uprooted onion. Li Wei didn't hold back either, stepping forward and saying, "Since you don't understand human language, I happen to know a bit about fists and kicks." Xiao Jia was stunned and had no time to react before Li Wei grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. The next moment, the cold, eerie haunted house echoed with the dull, meaty thuds of punches landing. Ugh, ugh, ugh. To show respect for Xiao Jia, this renowned figure in the ghostly realm, Li Wei went all out and spared no effort. Besides, he was genuinely curious about his own limits under the system's enhancement. As for the ghost's limits, Li Wei figured there was no need to worry, this was an immortal and indestructible vengeful spirit. Surely, she couldn't be damaged, right? The nurse had never imagined she'd one day feel pity for something like a ghost. Watching the female ghost being pummeled like a punching bag, all she could think was how utterly savage? This ghost really doesn't know how to save face, damn it. The fear in her heart subsided slightly at this moment. She was extremely curious, who exactly was this man? He seemed to have come specifically for these vicious spirits? At the same time, she felt immense relief. If she had stopped him from entering earlier, she would be facing this alone, no, together with the old lady downstairs. Both of them would probably be done for today. Xiao Jia's resentment grew heavier, enveloping her like a spreading black mist. An extremely savage sound suddenly erupted from her throat. Arg! What the hell are you talking about? Bang! Under the fist, the black mist dispersed. Li Wei beat the elder one and then taught the younger a lesson, not stopping until he had thoroughly vented his anger. Looking at the two ghosts huddled together in the corner, he said, I know you understand me. Here's another chance to choose either follow me, or follow me. This leaves me with no choice at all. Xiao Jia had been thoroughly beaten. The humans and ghosts belonged to different realms, and normally, only she could lay hands on humans. This time, those fists the size of sandbags landing on her left her writhing in unbearable pain. She lifted her head, her face shrouded in a mist of blood, and gazed at Li Wei. Part of her wanted to refuse, but fear won out, and she could only nod weakly in submission. Li Wei was pleased. It seemed the system-enhanced fists, the method of physical exorcism, had proven remarkably effective. He once again flashed a bright smile and said kindly, that's more like it. If you'd agreed earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this. As they say, no discord, no concord. By the way, don't let my earlier heavy-handedness fool you. I'm actually quite lenient with my subordinates at work, so no need to worry. At this moment, Li Wei felt like some kind of unscrupulous slave owner. This feeling wasn't half bad. Chapter 35, Building a Team. Having successfully enlightened these two notorious malevolent spirits, Li Wei was in quite a good mood. Indeed, one must do more good deeds and help others. By the way, where's your husband Nobita? My territory was specifically designed for you three ghosts. It's incomplete without any one of you, Li Wei asked curiously. Logically speaking, after Nobita dealt with Xiao Jia due to the diary incident that year, he immediately went to kill the innocent senior that Xiao Jia had a crush on and his entire family. He was then taken out in one go by Xiao Jia, who had turned into a vengeful spirit, so his soul should be here too. The commotion just now was so intense, why hasn't he shown up? Hearing Li Wei's question, Xiao Jia and Xiao Jun simultaneously raised their hands and pointed toward the attic. Up there? The two nodded in unison. Seeing this, Li Wei followed their pointing fingers into the study. He reopened the cabinet where he'd just found Xiao Jia's diary and spotted an entrance atop it. This was how one could crawl into the attic. He stuck his head inside, curiously looking around, and then spotted two figures in the corner. Well, there they were, a young couple, the residents of this house, lying motionless in the corner of the attic, clearly already dead. Li Wei remembered that this incident would later be discovered by the police, but since he had stumbled upon it now, he casually instructed the caretaker, who had been closely following him, to call the authorities. Hey, Daxiong, I know you're currently possessing this man right now. I don't have much time, here's your chance to work with me from now on. Do you accept or not? Li Wei got straight to the point. The attic was eerily quiet. After waiting a moment, the male owner who had seemingly died with a grotesque expression suddenly moved. He abruptly opened his blood-red eyes to look at Li Wei, then nodded decisively without hesitation. Clearly, his earlier act of playing dead had failed. Now that even Xiao Jia, the most formidable presence in this haunted house, was no match, what else could he possibly do? Li Wei had expected to expend more effort, but it seemed the owner was quite sensible. After jumping out of the cupboard and collecting some useful items from the room, Li Wei sighed and asked, System, can we just relocate this haunted house directly? That way, I won't need to spend money rebuilding it from scratch. Besides, constructing a two-story villa with an attic in a haunted house setting isn't exactly practical. Ding! The system currently does not have the relevant permissions unlocked. However, the host can try their luck with prize draws for a chance to obtain scene layout cards, which can restore settings within a limited scope as realistically as possible. Li Wei shook his head. This lousy system really fell short. It couldn't even handle something this simple. Still, it didn't matter much. Li Wei was quite enthusiastic about designing haunted house routes anyway. Glancing at the time, he realized it had been exactly half an hour since he entered and subdued those three creatures. Time was tight. Li Wei had originally planned to capture the likes of the white old woman too, but clearly, there wasn't enough time. Still, with these three creatures, he could already pull off the grudge theme for his haunted house. Outside, police sirens began to wail. Hearing this, the caretaker finally let out a sigh of relief and hurried down to open the door for the officers. Then, dragging a large group of policemen with her, she rushed frantically up to the second floor, explaining breathlessly as they went. Officers, there really is a ghost here, I'm not lying. I saw it with my own eyes. The owners of the house didn't just disappear, their bodies are hidden in the attic. A man helped me. He was right here. Sir, the police are here, huh? The caretaker pushed open the bedroom door, only to find the room empty. The man from before was nowhere to be seen. Stunned, the caretaker began frantically searching the room, unwilling to believe what her eyes were telling her. The old woman was still there, and so were the corpses of the couple, but the man and all those terrifying spirits had vanished without a trace. It's probably just a hallucination caused by shock, the officer explained. The nurse looked around in confusion, murmuring uncertainly, was it really just a hallucination? Meanwhile, Li Wei blinked and found himself back in his own room. He glanced at the time, a full half hour had passed in reality, but he was too excited to care, thrilled at having gained 3 formidable subordinates. After ordering takeout, Li Wei sat down and took out a blank sheet of paper, ready to design a scene themed around the curse. Since it was still a haunted house with puzzle-solving elements, interactive content definitely had to be designed. Li Wei spent the entire evening roughly outlining his ideas before finally getting some rest. Early the next morning, he went to the haunted house and waited to intercept Suwon when she arrived. Suwon still looked a bit uneasy as she asked, "What is it?" Li Wei handed her the sketch and said, "I've already designed the content for another haunted house theme, so you can work on both at once." Suwon was momentarily stunned. "So urgent? The framework isn't even finished yet, and you've already designed the content?" Li Wei chuckled, "When inspiration strikes, I can't stop it. Find a way to speed things up, I can pay extra." After a moment's thought, Suwon carefully examined the blueprint and said, "It doesn't look too difficult. I'll transfer another construction team here to work in shifts and try to finish sooner." "Great work, contributing your share to the business of terrifying others." Li Wei chuckled. Suwon couldn't help but laugh too, teasing him, "I don't share your peculiar hobby. If you want to thank me, next time don't leave me alone at home." Li Wei brushed it off with a laugh. "What then, would you rather be left on the side of the road?" Suwon pouted and muttered to herself about his thick skull. Before opening time, Li Wei went inside the haunted house and gathered all the staff. After the 3 zombies and zombie Xiaoxia arrived, he summoned the resentful family he had captured the previous night. Though the haunted house was small, it boasted decent species diversity. When the fierce ghosts appeared, the zombies merely glanced at them before disregarding them entirely. After all, their intelligence was limited, leaving little room for deeper thought. Meanwhile, the Jia family was brimming with curiosity about this unfamiliar environment, their eyes roaming around as they took in their surroundings. "Our startup team is assembled, finally showing some scale," Li Wei remarked with a touch of emotion. Although these guys in front of him all looked bizarre in their own ways, they were nonetheless Li Wei's new team members. As the company owner, he felt he should say a few words to rally the troops. So with a laugh, he announced, "Let's welcome our new ghost family, Xiaojia, Dishon, and Xiaojun. Everyone, give them a round of applause." Li Wei led the clapping, followed by scattered yet polite applause from the senior staff. The thought of having the ghost family introduce themselves had crossed Li Wei's mind, but he dismissed it as utterly absurd and downright ridiculous. "Your job is simple, scare people," he said instead, "but we'll talk more about that once the work scenarios are finalized. For now, take some time to observe how our veteran employees do it. Also, since we'll be working closely together from now on, let's take some time to get to know each other later. If you have any difficulties or problems, you can always talk to me, I'll definitely help. Together, let's grow bigger and stronger, and achieve even greater success. Got it?" The Juan family stood frozen in place, nodding blankly. Li Wei reached out and ruffled Xiaojun's hair, chuckling, "Alright, while we still have time, I'll snap a few more promotional photos for you all, along with some short promotional clips. Let's build some hype." Chapter 36, Huang Zhongwei's Breakdown. Li Wei's video was straightforward, a first-person perspective shot. Upon playing it, viewers would see a faint white figure flickering in the darkness. When the lights came on, nothing was there. Then darkness returned, and the pale figure had crept closer, accompanied by faint moans. The video concluded with floating text, "New horror attraction, The Grudge House, currently under construction, stay tuned." After finishing the video, he immediately uploaded it while curiously checking the messages in the group chat. This group was created after his follower count skyrocketed. On the very first day, thousands of people applied to join, quickly approaching the group's maximum capacity. However, those who actively joined were all extreme horror house enthusiasts. Many were veteran players who'd visited over a dozen times. Normally, members just casually chatted here, discussing new discoveries about the haunted house. This time, Li Wei's new video unsurprisingly caused another uproar in the group. Countless netizens instantly flooded the chat with discussions after watching it. "It's happening! It's really happening! They just started construction behind the haunted house yesterday, and today the owner is already teasing it. The Grudge House, even the name sounds intense. Any experts out there who can explain the video? I can't make heads or tails of it. If I had to guess, this time the theme is probably something like ghosts, right? Ha, isn't that just an overdone theme? What's so scary about ghosts? Everyone's sick of them. Zombies are way scarier. The owner isn't just phoning it in this time, is he? If it's just another ghost then that's boring. 8 out of 10 haunted houses feature ghosts. Could it be the owner saw the traffic coming and just slapped together a theme to cash in? At owner, is it really a ghost? Noticing he'd been tagged, Li Wei surfaced to explain. Calling it a ghost isn't quite right, it's more accurate to say it's a demon. Rest assured, we won't disappoint you. Like I always say, if you dare to come and aren't scared, no charge. Li Wei's slightly provocative statement sent the group chat into a frenzy. Ha, boss is underestimating us. After surviving the zombie theme, our courage is bigger than the sky now. What's a measly ghost? We never cared about them before, let alone now when we can handle them with ease. Yeah, the boss still doesn't really know us well enough. Whoever gets scared is a puppy. Of course, many also thought the boss was just using reverse psychology to cover up his own creative exhaustion. After all, ghost themes hold no intimidation factor in today's society. Now that it's confirmed to be this kind of attraction, it's genuinely disappointing for those who were looking forward to it. Might as well keep expanding the zombie theme instead. Li Wei fully understood this sentiment. He'd actually seen this world's horror films online before, and frankly speaking, they were somewhat comical, not scary at all. Had he been in their position, he'd probably feel the same way. But no matter, once the Grudge Mansion opens, people's understanding of ghosts will be completely revolutionized. Over the following days, business remained surprisingly good. Even on weekdays, a steady stream of tourists from various locations came to experience it, indirectly boosting the entire scenic area's popularity. Originally, the scenic area couldn't even rank among national attractions, with mediocre landscapes and average services mostly attracting nearby city dwellers who'd typically leave after a single day's visit. Now, with the haunted house's rising popularity, ticket sales have repeatedly hit new highs, benefiting many vendors within the area as well. Faced with such promising momentum, even the usually lethargic site management committee couldn't help but rally, eager to leverage this opportunity to boost the area's reputation, at least to present standout achievements at the year-end review meeting. Their enthusiasm, however, was in vain, as those truly in charge were nowhere to be found despite all the fuss. What's going on with Manager Huang? Nobody's seen him these past 2 days. At this critical juncture, we definitely need him to lead the team. He can't just fill his own stomach and leave us to fend for ourselves, complained one subordinate. Even his lackey hasn't shown up for work recently. Who knows where those two have run off to fool around? Not true, I heard Manager Huang fell ill. He's been staying at home this whole time without going out. Ill? What happened? I'm not sure. Only Zhang Hong would know about such things. She's probably the closest to Manager Huang in the entire office, the kind of closeness measured in negative distances. In the office, whispers of discussion circulated. The groundwork for several plans had already been laid out, and all that remained was for those in power to make the final decision. Dragging this on endlessly wasn't a solution, missed the right timing, and all efforts would be wasted. After much deliberation, everyone agreed Zhang Hong should approach Manager Huang to finalize the matter. After all, the actual work would still fall on them in the end. Zhang Hong was initially reluctant, but as Manager Huang's mistress, she had recently noticed his growing distance. This opportunity to approach Huang Zhongwei might just be the perfect chance to rekindle some intimacy. After applying her makeup, Zhang Hong grabbed a stack of documents and hailed a taxi, arriving with familiar ease at Huang Zhongwei's villa. Gazing at the villa, Zhang Hong's eyes brimmed with greed, wondering how much longer she'd have to endure that old bastard's company before she could afford such a luxurious mansion. Shaking off these thoughts, she pulled out a compact mirror for one last check, still flawless. With her chest lifted confidently, she strode inside. Having visited countless times, Zhang Hong knew Huang Zhongwei's door code by heart. She unlocked the door, stepped in, and called out coquettishly, "Manager Huang, I'm here." No response came, but Zhang Hong didn't mind. She figured he must be sick and sleeping. However, when she pushed open the villa's front door, the dim lighting inside startled her. The once bright villa now resembled nighttime, with every window covered in newspaper, blocking out even the faintest ray of sunlight. The interior was icy cold, and utter chaos reigned. Empty liquor bottles littered the floor. The place looked as if a hurricane had swept through. Stunned, Zhang Hong wondered, what on earth happened here? Could it be a burglar? Just as she was at a loss, her gaze fell upon a person collapsed on the sofa. Upon closer look, it was Huang Zhongwei. He had fallen asleep on the sofa while clutching a liquor bottle. Zhang Hong rushed over, calling urgently, "Manager Huang! Manager Huang!" Huang Zhongwei was shaken awake, groggily opening his eyes to look at Zhang Hong before suddenly snapping back to reality. His body trembled violently as he clutched Zhang Hong tightly, crying out in panic, "Zhang Hong, help me, help me!" In Zhang Hong's memory, Huang Zhongwei had always been someone who feared nothing, the type who bullied others rather than being bullied. When had he ever appeared this terrified and pitiful? Zhang Hong asked in alarm, "Manager Huang, what's wrong? What happened?" "There's a ghost in my house, so scary, and they're all dead." "What?" Huang Zhongwei sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face. It sounded like the ramblings of a drunk, and Zhang Hong was about to offer some comforting words when suddenly she saw Huang Zhongwei stumble backward in panic. Pointing over her shoulder, he cried out, "Ah, it's here! It's back! That ghost, ah!" The scream was so terrifying that Zhang Hong was startled, whipping around to find nothing in the corner. No, she was just there. I'm not lying to you, I swear. There's a ghost. Huang Zhongwei screamed in desperation. Zhang Hong found it all utterly eerie, the disordered rooms, the dim lighting, and the hysterical manager Huang. Everything sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. Chapter 37, Crawling Out of the TV. Through Huang Zhongwei's fragmented and somewhat incoherent words, Zhang Hong remained utterly confused. However, learning from Huang Zhongwei that his lackey Xiaodao had died was something Zhang Hong still couldn't bring herself to believe. How could a living person just die and turn into some sort of prop, no less? It was utterly absurd. Manager Huang, are you on drugs? Zhang Hong couldn't help but ask, as this was the only explanation she could think of for Huang Zhongwei's current state. Huang Zhongwei's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped Zhang Hong's arms tightly, shouting angrily, "No, I'm not. It's all that man's fault. He definitely isn't human. He's a devil." Zhang Hong winced in pain but didn't dare struggle, replying cautiously, "If someone died, why didn't you call the police?" Huang Zhongwei recalled the eerie scenes inside the haunted house and that cold, emotionless gaze of Li Wei. His whole body trembled at the memory. If something could turn people into corpse props without rhyme or reason, then this was far beyond what the police could handle. He even suspected that the disc and the female ghost were also orchestrated by Li Wei. Because the timing of the disc's appearance was too coincidental, it appeared precisely when he had sent people to destroy the haunted house, and just after the disappearance of Xiao Dao's group. At the mere thought of this, he was utterly crushed. These past few days, he'd dreamt of Xiao Dao and the others coming to exact vengeance, their intestines spilling out as they clawed at him. Even awake, he kept catching glimpses of that pale figure, lingering like a vengeful ghost. So he could only numb himself with alcohol. Zhang Hong looked at him anxiously, noticing Huang Zhongwei's increasingly unstable mental state as if he was on the verge of insanity, and hastily said, "Manager Huang, let's go to the hospital. I know a very skilled psychiatrist. I'll take you to see them." "You don't believe me?" Huang Zhongwei glared at her furiously. No, I believe you, I really do, but can we just go to the hospital first?" Zhang Hong soothed him. Huang Zhongwei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Why didn't anyone believe him? He ran back to his garbage-strewn house, dug out a photograph from the floor, and handed it to Zhang Hong. The photo was a group shot from a recent event at their scenic area, with the entire department present. Zhang Hong was puzzled why he'd brought this particular photo, but when she looked down, she was startled to discover that Huang Zhongwei in the very center had a completely blurred face. It was bizarre. It didn't look like poor framing, but rather as if the face had been distorted. What made it stranger was that all 20-something people in the photo were perfectly clear, only his face had changed. "Do you understand now?" Huang Zhongwei said fearfully. "Could it be that the camera malfunctioned, or maybe the photo was poorly developed?" Zhang Hong forced a dry laugh. As a normal person, she felt these were all plausible explanations. There were just too many silly mishaps in life. Huang Zhongwei gave a bitter laugh, snatched the photograph and tore it in half. He knew that no one would believe his words. These past few days, he hadn't failed to seek help from others, even pleading with his sister and brother-in-law, but all he received were suspicious looks as if he were on drugs. Nobody believed him, which was why he still hadn't reported it to the police. He glared at Zhang Hong, shoved her back violently, and roared, "Get out! Get the hell away from me! Manager Huang! Get out!" Huang Zhongwei roared, shoving Zhang Hong out the door before slamming it shut. Outside the door, Zhang Hong paced back and forth anxiously. She had never imagined Huang Zhongwei would go mad when she came here. What should she do now? Plans no longer mattered anymore. After much hesitation, she still took out her phone and dialed the police and an ambulance. She was terribly worried Huang Zhongwei might do something foolish in this state. Huang Zhongwei trembled inside the villa, grabbing a bottle of liquor and gulping down several mouthfuls before his wildly pounding heart finally steadied. He had considered moving elsewhere, but the female ghost clung to him like a shadow, unshakable, appearing more and more frequently. That sense of unease only grew stronger. Is this going to be the death of him? "I don't want to die. I don't want to die," Huang Zhongwei cried out in terror. He rushed back inside the house, found his phone, and without any hesitation, immediately called Li Wei. Dignity, arrogance, superiority, nothing mattered now. He was scared, truly terrified. If he had known that guy was so eerie, he would never have dared to provoke him. While the call was still connecting, Huang Zhongwei had already planned what to say. He was going to humble himself. As long as he could rid himself of the dark shadow looming over him, he was willing to do anything, even kneel and kowtow to Li Wei without complaint. On the other end, Li Wei was surprised by Huang Zhongwei's call, but after checking the time, he understood the moment had arrived. Recalling the other party's previous arrogant and domineering attitude, even sending people to destroy his haunted house, if this had happened to an ordinary person, their business venture would have been ruined. possibly leaving them drowning in debt and their life in shambles. So Li Wei felt not an ounce of pity for that scumbag. Besides, as a certain Pinyin once said, he didn't realize he was wrong, he's just afraid of dying. Without hesitation, Li Wei hung up the call, tossed the phone aside, and turned his attention back to overseeing the renovation of the new themed haunted house. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try your call again later. Huang Zhongwei stood frozen in place upon hearing this emotionless, mechanical voice. He had imagined negotiations, being shouted at, begging pitifully. He'd considered countless possibilities, but never this one. They wouldn't even bother to pick up? Huang Zhongwei's phone slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor as if he'd been struck by lightning. At that moment, a light suddenly flickered behind him, accompanied by an extremely faint hissing sound. Huang Zhongwei turned his stiff neck and saw that in the dimly lit living room, the previously turned-off TV had inexplicably turned on by itself. No channel appeared, only a flickering screen of static. His pupils constricted. Suppressing his fear, he hastily stood up and frantically rushed over to smash the TV, but he was too late. The chaotic static was replaced by a new image the next second, a forest covered with fallen leaves and weeds, with a dilapidated well at its center. Huang Zhongwei's eyes widened as he trembled, his voice shaking. No, no, please, no. He noticed something seemed to be oozing from the well, something black, creeping up the well walls, and in the next moment, something white pushed up from the mouth of the well. Huang Zhongwei was so terrified that he fell backward onto the ground. Only then did he realize the black things were hair, and the squirming white was the upper half of a human body. It was that female ghost. The image jerked violently as the disheveled female specter slowly crawled out of the well, step by step, making her way toward the television. No, it's fake, all fake. Don't! The female ghost that had been appearing in his vision repeatedly during this short period materialized vividly on the TV again. Huang Zhongwei's legs gave way as he collapsed to the floor, scrambling on all fours toward the villa's main door while crying out hysterically. Help! Help! Someone save me! His screams echoed from inside the house. Zhang Hong, who was waiting outside for the police and ambulance, heard them clearly. She rushed to push open the door, but it seemed to be locked. No matter how hard she tried, the door wouldn't budge. Manager Huang! Manager Huang! Behind the door, the room seemed to form its own isolated space. Huang Zhongwei frantically pounded on the door, roaring in terror, yet no external sounds could penetrate inside. The flickering lights in the room danced erratically. Ring ring ring. Hearing his phone ring, Huang Zhongwei turned back only to see the female ghost in white had already reached his television. With a forward lunge, her body stretched unnaturally beyond the screen, crawling out inch by inch. Impossible. No. Huang Zhongwei had never witnessed such a scene before. Watching those nailless fingers clawing endlessly across the floor before the figure rose and advanced, he instantly lost control of his bladder and bowels. Fear weighed on him so heavily he could barely breathe, his body frozen stiff with terror. Then he saw it, a single eye amidst the disheveled hair, an eye that defied all description. Malicious, resentful, vicious, and with eerie pale eyes. Ah! Chapter 38, Cooperation. Zhang Hong heard the ghastly screams coming from behind the door. Her heart pounding with panic, she threw herself against the door without another thought, but to no avail, it remained firmly shut. She could only stomp her feet in helpless frustration. Fortunately, 10 minutes later, the sounds of police sirens and ambulances arrived at the door simultaneously. Seeing two police officers and medical staff rush over, Zhang Hong felt emboldened as if finding her backbone. She urgently said, "Officers, he's inside and seems to be in trouble," he kept screaming. "I'm worried something happened." Without wasting words, the policeman reached out to open the door, but Zhang Hong cautioned, "That door won't open. I even tried ramming it earlier but couldn't get through." Before her words fully settled, the officer turned the doorknob and the door swung open. Zhang Hong cried out in bewilderment. This doesn't make sense. It wasn't like this earlier. But now wasn't the time to discuss such things. The chaotic scene inside immediately made the officers suspect burglary or robbery. Waving others back, they cautiously entered the premises. The interior reeked of alcohol mixed with a stench so foul it turned one's stomach. In the dim light, the two officers spotted Huang Zhongwei slumped against the corner wall. At this moment, he was curled up in a ball with his knees hugged to his chest, his face turned toward the corner, utterly motionless. "Sir, are you all right?" While one officer went to inspect the room, the remaining officers approached the corner and inquired. There was no response, as if he were asleep. The officer's expression grew serious as he cautiously reached out to touch him, then, Huang Zhongwei fell backward onto the floor. Ah! The policeman was startled, for Huang Zhongwei's expression at that moment sent chills down one's spine. His eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaped in a distorted manner, and his hands clenched tightly as if he had witnessed something utterly terrifying. Zhang Hong peeked in and, upon seeing this eerie sight, stumbled backward in fright, falling to the ground. "Something's wrong, he's not breathing. Doctors, nurses, hurry," the officer shouted after realizing the situation. The villa instantly descended into chaos. Huang Zhongwei was declared dead after on-site emergency treatment by medical staff, and his body was transported to the hospital by ambulance. 2 police officers cordoned off the scene. The case hasn't been definitively ruled as homicide yet, since no wounds were visible on the deceased's body. Yet if it wasn't murder, the chaotic state of the scene seemed suspicious. Either way, a life had been lost, and the case received high-level attention from the police. Li Wei learned of Huang Zhongwei's death the moment it happened. The guy should consider himself lucky. Dying at the hands of the infamous Sadako could be seen as his ultimate karma. However, what surprised Li Wei was that after Huang Zhongwei's death, the videotape had also vanished and did not return to his possession. Upon asking the system, he learned, good heavens, it turned out to be a one-time use horror prop. It disappears after a single use? Li Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of ridiculous, heaven-defying setting was this? He had initially thought that after use, he could hatch Sadako to join the haunted house, figuring she would be a fierce addition. But now, that hope has been dashed. Fortunately, the love-hate relationship with the Juan family is still intact, and the Juan haunted house is nearly complete. Everything is heading in the right direction. After dealing with Huang Zhongwei, Li Wei was considering celebrating with a drink that evening when an unexpected acquaintance arrived outside the haunted house. Mr. Li, I hope you don't mind me coming unannounced again. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhou He. Li Wei remembered this man. He was the middle-aged visitor brought by his first couple customers, who had apparently come for some kind of inspection at the time. The reason it left such a deep impression was because this man became the first person to faint from fright in Li Wei's haunted house, subsequently being carried away by ambulance. Or rather, to be precise, when his group visited, 3 people fainted outright, creating quite a commotion. Li Wei had initially intended to pay them a visit, but the other party called to say they'd already been discharged from the hospital. Thankfully there hadn't been any disputes. Curious, Li Wei asked, Mr. Zhou, what brings you here this time? Zhou He adjusted his glasses and smiled. There is indeed something. Mr. Li, let's talk somewhere else. Since it was already after work hours, Li Wei nodded, fine. Getting into Zhou He's car, they drove to a restaurant in the city center. The 2 men sat down and immediately ordered food. After a while, Zhou He finally spoke up, Mr. Li, to be honest, the reason I came to find you was mainly because I want to collaborate with you. Li Wei asked in confusion, cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Zhou He took out a business card and handed it to Li Wei, explaining, I'm a screenwriter in the film industry. I've been in the business for over a decade and have built up some reputation. As he spoke, he kept an eye on Li Wei's expression. On the back of the business card were listed several films he had written, movies that had achieved both critical acclaim and box office success in the industry. He had expected this to impress Li Wei, but to his surprise, the other man remained completely calm, showing no reaction whatsoever. Li Wei naturally had no recollection. He'd never seen any of this before. So, Zhou He said helplessly, to be honest, I feel my career as a screenwriter has reached its limit. So in recent years, I've been trying to shift towards directing and preparing for my debut film. I already had some inspiration, but after experiencing your haunted house, I was utterly amazed, especially by the zombie designs. I've never seen anything like it before. He took a deep breath and continued, so, Mr. Li, I hope to collaborate with you. I really want your authorization for the zombie theme. I've got to bring this zombie story to life on screen. Li Wei froze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His haunted house had been open for nearly a month. Over this period, many people had watched videos of the attraction both online and offline, marveling at the novelty of its gameplay. Yet, no one had actually thought to adapt these elements for the big screen. It had to be said, this middle-aged man had vision. Li Wei had indeed considered turning it into a movie. After all, greater exposure on the big screen would attract more visitors to his haunted house. But on one hand, he didn't know how to make a film, and on the other, he simply lacked the energy for it. Now that a discerning screenwriter had suddenly appeared, Li Wei felt it was indeed worth collaborating. Seeing Li Wei lost in thought, Zhou He pulled a booklet from his briefcase and placed it on the table, proclaiming proudly, Mr. Li, ever since that incident where I got scared into the hospital last time, I've been pondering how to write a zombie story. I've even referenced some of your materials, finally managed to complete one. Take a look. As a seasoned screenwriter with over a decade of experience specializing in suspense, he had full confidence in his work. Though the horror genre wasn't highly regarded in the film market, Zhou He believed the emergence of zombies would unquestionably fill the void in this niche. Moreover, he would become the trailblazer, making his grand debut in the film industry as a director. Chapter 39, Kingdom of Horror. Copyright awareness is very strong in this world, especially in the film and television industry, where regulations are extremely strict. Plagiarized works are condemned to a death sentence and face public scorn. Although Zhou He is a renowned screenwriter in the industry, out of respect for Li Wei as the original creator, he still chose to approach the matter with sincerity. However, when he saw Li Wei pick up the script he had poured his heart into, would flip through just a few pages casually, and then set it aside, Zhou He couldn't help but ask in bewilderment, Mr. Li, is there something wrong with the writing? After all, his works had always been the most sought after in the film industry, cherished by every filmmaker. Never before had they been treated so dismissively. Li Wei actually had quite a favorable impression of this middle-aged man over a decade his senior, so he decided to properly broaden the fellow's horizons. Though he'd never studied screenwriting, having seen countless zombie movies meant he was at least familiar with how the sausage was made. From horror to comedy, from gorefests to slapstick flicks, he'd basically seen every variation imaginable. So when comparing Joey's script against all those, frankly it came across as utterly uninspired, barely enough to pique Li Wei's curiosity at all. Li Wei said earnestly, "Old Joe, I have to tell you something discouraging. This script is rather mediocre. It fails to grasp the essence." "You mean, it lacks that certain pizzazz?" Seeing he still wasn't convinced, Li Wei continued, "Let me show you how it's done. You should write it like this. The story opens in a hospital on an ordinary day, except there's been an unusual number of cases of people hospitalized due to fights and brawls. After a long, busy day, the female lead returns home, looking forward to spending the upcoming weekend holiday with her husband. But the next morning, when a little girl from the neighborhood appears in their bedroom, everything changes." Li Wei was recounting based on Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. This film is considered the groundbreaking work of zombie movies in the new century. Li Wei had watched it countless times back then, so his memory of it remained vivid. Now, through his narration, even Joe He, who had never seen a zombie movie before, was utterly shocked. He had never imagined that films could be made like this. His expression shifted from initial indifference to growing solemnity, ultimately transforming into awestruck admiration, just like a face-changing performance. The dinner lasted several hours, and it wasn't until Li Wei became hoarse from talking that he finally finished recounting the general outline. Joey stared at Li Wei in astonishment, stammering, all of this was your idea, Mr. Li?" Li Wei replied without a hint of embarrassment, "Obviously. I thought I'd already reached the pinnacle of screenwriting, but now I realize there's always someone better, the sky beyond the sky." "Mr. Li, please take the pen back. You're clearly the more suitable writer," Joey said somewhat dejectedly. Staring at that youthful face, he suddenly felt his decade-long career had been wasted. Can hard work really be worthless in the face of natural talent? Li Wei paid no mind to the flattery and instead asked, "Old Joe, do you want to direct this script?" "I do." Joey looked up without hesitation, hastily stuffing the handwritten script on the desk into his briefcase. If he'd previously estimated his film's chance of success at 60%, then after hearing Li Wei's ideas, there wasn't even a shred of doubt this movie would be a blockbuster, an absolute smash hit. Such a golden opportunity for overnight fame was right before his eyes. How could he possibly not want to make it? "Then I'll film it for you." Even with Joey's considerable composure, he couldn't remain calm. Is this real?" "Of course, but there are conditions. I'll provide the script, the investment, and my company's name will appear as producer. As for everything related to filming, you arrange that yourself." Joey asked confused. "So it's essentially you hiring me to direct?" "Right, you'll still take the lead on filming everything, and there'll be box office profit sharing after release," Li Wei said with a smile. In his mind, he actually had a general plan for his haunted house. He wanted to create the world's largest horror kingdom, similar to the Disney Haunted Mansion or Universal's Halloween Horror Nights in his previous life. This required his haunted house to have numerous heavyweight IPs as support. For Li Wei, IPs were trivial matters. With enough scare points, he could bring forth more globally popular horror IPs. The other aspect was integrating with the film industry to expand the audience base and influence, thereby delivering a more immersive experience. This is precisely the strategic approach required to fully develop the system. Joey fell silent for a moment and said, "Mr. Li, leaving other matters aside, investing in films isn't that simple. Just the funding alone would require at least tens of millions." Li Wei chuckled casually, "You don't need to worry about that. Although I run a shabby haunted house, money isn't something you need to be concerned about." "But this..." He was still hesitating. Logically speaking, having someone invest in his film without him needing to seek funding himself was an incredible opportunity. But the thought that the investor was a young haunted house owner made the whole situation feel absurd and unreliable. Li Wei smiled, stood up, and said, "Old Joe, go home and think it over carefully. These are the terms. If you're willing to make the film, give me your answer tomorrow. If not, I'll find someone else." As he finished speaking and prepared to leave, Jody anxiously blurted out, "No, no, no. I'm willing, Mr. Li, I'm willing." His voice was so urgent and his pitch so high that it drew strange looks from other diners in the restaurant. "What are these two grown men getting all worked up about?" Li Wei laughed. "All right then, go refine the script first and draw up the budget. I'll release the funds as soon as they're ready and we can start filming immediately." "No problem, no problem." Just as the words left his mouth, Joey suddenly froze. Something's not right. I was here to discuss cooperation. By all rights, when a big screenwriter like me approaches a small business owner for collaboration, they should be overjoyed and eager to seal the deal. After all, I could bring them a surge in business, practically becoming their fortune bringer. So the upper hand should have been mine from the start. How did things turn around completely after dinner, with all the initiative shifting to their side? He left without ever figuring out what had happened. After parting ways, Li Wei headed back and happened to run into his landlord downstairs, so he handed over the rent for the next month. Today, after Sadako killed Huang Zhongwei, a huge sum of money appeared in Li Wei's account, over 5 million yuan when he counted carefully. Honestly, even in his past life, he'd only seen this kind of money in other people's accounts. Yes, I'm talking about you, dear readers. So it's impossible not to feel excited now. However, Huang Zhongwei's compensation money was far from enough. After all, renovations cost money, and now there's the additional huge expense of investing in a film production. At the very least, he'd need to prepare several million. Seems like squeezing more money from unscrupulous rich folks is still necessary. That evening, Suwon sent a message saying the grudge house had been completed. Chapter 40, First to be ruled out. Old Su, having your help is such a relief. I've sent you the final payment, next time I'll treat you to dinner. After texting Su Wen, Li Wei transferred the final payment to her, adding an extra tens of thousands as a bonus for her hard work. Su Wen had been wholeheartedly assisting him this whole time, apparently even turning down other projects. Li Wei naturally couldn't shortchange her. More and more visitors have been coming recently, but with only one zombie scenario available, the tourist capacity has been maxed out. Now that the new scenario is ready, it'll open tomorrow, which should help distribute the visitor load. Thinking this, Li Wei opened the system panel, eyeing the nearly 10,000 fear points he'd accumulated, and grinned. Time to draw some prizes, hope I get a few more helpers. Though Li Wei wasn't bold enough to go all in with his full 10,000 fear points just yet, tossing 3,000 into the draw was no big deal. Eagerly, he invested the fear points, watching the prize window spin as he silently prayed for luck. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the associated horror BGM, Juan. Horror BGM, when the music plays, the terrifying atmosphere in the haunted house plummets to freezing point. A bone-chilling fear will infect every visitor, breaking down their defenses from the outside in. Combined with horror characters, the effect doubles. After carefully reading the instructions, Li Wei was both astonished and doubtful. This BGM came at the perfect time. It could be fully utilized in the Juon-themed house. The horror characters already had an oppressive, terrifying aura. Now, with the environmental enhancement, this was practically pushing visitors to the brink. This is like the dishonest mother opening the door for dishonesty, utterly shameless. Li Wei clicked his tongue in admiration, thoroughly delighted. His luck was good this time, so Li Wei pressed his advantage and invested another 3,000 fear points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained the horror prop, Cordyceps fungus. Entomogenous fungus, a symbiotic organism combining bacteria and dust mites, non-toxic but possessing potent hallucinogenic properties. Li Wei recognized this thing. Wasn't it the same as what appeared in double vision? He furrowed his brows slightly. This thing seemed utterly useless to him. It had no real purpose other than inducing mental bliss and hallucinations. It was downright poisonous. He himself was immune, and even against enemies, such petty tricks were unnecessary. Weren't his subordinates far more useful than these cheap tactics? Li Wei was utterly disappointed. Those 3,000 terror points were completely wasted. Staring at his final 4,000 terror points, Li Wei went all in for one big gamble. This time, the results surprised him. After one spin of the wheel, he actually drew another zombie. But this zombie was special. It had only half a body, missing its lower half. Such a mutilated figure would be terrifying. Just imagine the scene, a zombie dragging its intestines and blood plasma while crawling on the ground. Tourists would surely piss themselves in terror. But it's just hard to explain. Li Wei rubbed his temples. Looks like I'll have to explain again that we hired disabled people. Having squandered all the fear points, Li Wei lost interest and went to bed. Early next morning, Li Wei was packing his things to head out when he happened to bump into Xiao Feifei, who was returning with dark circles under her eyes. Watching her yawn sleepily, the two nearly collided. Working overtime late into the night? Li Wei asked curiously. Yeah, something came up yesterday that needed handling. By the way, Huang Zhongwei is your resort's manager, right? Are you close with him? Xiao Feifei suddenly inquired. Li Wei shook his head, feigning puzzlement. Not familiar. Why do you ask? Xiao Feifei lowered her voice and said, I heard he died yesterday, inside his own villa. This incident has caused quite a stir. You probably see him often. Do you know if he made enemies with anyone? Li Wei responded calmly. Oh, he's dead? TSK, TSK, TSK. But if you're asking about people he might have offended, probably every vendor in the tourist area has something to say. What's the matter? Did you know him? Why so concerned? Xiao Feifei waved her hand dismissively and sighed. Not really. Just curious, that's all. After all, with such a big homicide happening nearby, everyone's talking about it. Just wanted to ask around. Is that so? Honestly, I wouldn't have known about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Looks like there'll be some staffing changes in the tourist area. Let's hope it doesn't affect small businesses like ours, Li Wei joked. Xiao Feifei gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought. She had visited the scene yesterday. Huang Zhongwei's death was inexplicable. The doctor's conclusion was cardiac arrest from extreme fright. Combined with Zheng Heng's testimony, it was clear the man's mental state had deteriorated severely, essentially scaring himself to death. This manner of death was unimaginable, and the crime scene showed no signs of forced entry. What puzzled her most was why Huang Zhongwei had made one final call before dying to Li Wei. What hidden truth lay behind this? Although some officers suspected Li Wei, Xiao Feifei believed he should be ruled out first, as he was at the haunted house during the incident with numerous eyewitnesses to confirm this. Moreover, having lived with Li Wei for some time, Xiao Feifei was quite clear about what kind of person he was. Additionally, it was said that Huang Zhongwei's lackey had also gone missing recently, who knew if there was any connection between these incidents. Xiao Feifei sighed. Despite her exceptional talent in cracking cases and her impressive track record, for some reason, the recent string of cases left her utterly bewildered. The same goes for Japanese boxer Ushikata, and now Huang Zhongwei's case is no different. How utterly bizarre. By the time Li Wei arrived at the scenic area, everything remained business as usual. Though the death of a general manager was indeed a significant event, it hardly warranted complete suspension of operations. Judging by the gossip buzzing around, people seemed rather pleased about it. This alone is enough to show how terrible Huang Zhongwei's reputation was among everyone. Before even reaching the haunted house, Li Wei noticed Old Wan walking hurriedly with his head down, looking nervous. When Li Wei went to greet him, the man actually jumped in fright. "What's wrong, Old Wang?" Recognizing him, Old Wang shook his head and forced a dry laugh. "Nothing much. It's just that manager Huang's sudden death has got everyone on edge." "What's it to you?" Li Wei asked suspiciously. "Old Wang, who knows what the new manager's like? Things are fine as they are now. If we get laid off, that'd be a huge loss. Also, stop chatting here. I just saw a few investigating cops head to your haunted house. Seems they're looking for you." Li Wei raised an eyebrow. They'd actually come knocking at his door. After a moment's thought, he realized only Huang Zhongwei's dying phone call could have dragged this trouble his way. When he reached the haunted house, sure enough, 2 police officers were waiting at the entrance. What a coincidence, these 2 officers happened to be the same ones who responded when visitors called the police last time. "Mr. Li, we meet again. We're here to ask about Huang Zhongwei. Do you have a moment now?" Chapter 41, The Light of Justice. "Of course, what would you like to know?" Li Wei replied. The officer gave Li Wei a careful look and smiled. "You must have heard about Huang Zhongwei's death. We found a call from him to you on his phone right before he died. Were you close with him?" Li Wei shook his head and said bluntly, "Not at all. If anything, there was some personal animosity. Because he took a liking to your haunted house?" "Right. I think quite a few people knew about that situation." Li Wei shrugged. The 2 police officers exchanged glances. This matched their investigation. Huang Zhongwei had a history of seizing others' properties, though in the past, people had only felt anger without daring to speak out. "Li Wei, as for him calling me, I was busy entertaining visitors at the time and didn't hear it. I don't know why he called, maybe he dialed the wrong number. Have you ever met one of his subordinates called Xiao Dao? I've seen him once or twice, but haven't spotted him around recently." The policeman nodded and continued questioning. "Investigations indicate you had an argument that morning. We suspect Xiao Dao came here looking for trouble the night he disappeared. Although we briefly inspected your haunted house last time, this time we'll conduct a thorough search. Cooperate by turning on all the lights inside and summoning all your staff members. We need to interrogate each one individually." Li Wei frowned slightly. Inspecting the haunted house wasn't an issue, but interrogating the NPCs would be problematic. Those were actual monsters that couldn't speak and had no identities, making them impossible to verify. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the entomopathogenic fungus he'd won in last night's lottery draw, and his eyes instantly lit up. So while opening the haunted house's main gate, he simultaneously activated the entomopathogenic fungus from his system and deployed it at the entrance. He was naturally immune to these things anyway, they just induced hallucinations and were harmless to the body, perfect for his purposes. The 2 officers who followed him noticed nothing unusual. This time, they conducted a thorough investigation of the haunted house, leaving no corner unchecked. They even used blood detection tools, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. All the bloodstains inside the haunted house were fake. "Mr. Li, you've expanded your haunted house, haven't you?" "That's right. Just meeting visitor demand. I've also hired a few more staff members, all of them are disabled or deaf-mute individuals." Li Wei smiled and asked the staff to come out. As he spoke, the 2 police officers' eyes grew dazed, staring at the odd-looking bunch as if nothing seemed unusual, then casually proceeded to question them on their own. The 2 policemen kept asking the undead creature, who could only respond with incoherent growls, questions about its age, hometown, and so on, even reaching out to accept a completely non-existent ID. To outsiders, the scene was somewhat comical. "Only 24, huh? Disabled from a car accident. Such a young life ruined. Here's your ID. Did you notice anything unusual that day? No? Alright then. Keep living strong, kid. Hang in there. Ha? Coming to work with only half your body? Oh, Trying to prove your worth, eh? That's the spirit. Shin here, truly admire that kind of dedication. By the way, about that night, why is there child labor here? Oh, it turns out the deaf-mute family has no one to look after the kid, so they have to work while keeping an eye on them. Sigh, the rope always snaps at its weakest spot, and misfortune always strikes those already down on their luck. After the two police officers finished their round of questioning, their expressions grew increasingly moved. In the end, they couldn't bear to witness such human suffering any longer and even began reaching into their pockets to donate money to these disabled individuals, missing hands, feet, or lower bodies, who remained silent and withdrawn. Li Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Though unaware of exactly what scenes were playing out in their minds, he still spoke up to stop them. However, Li Wei's image in their minds grew even more radiant and honorable. If there were background music at this moment, it would surely go like this: the light of righteousness shines upon the undershirt. Even after the two policemen walked out of the haunted house with admiration on their faces and bid goodbye to Li Wei, they remained emotionally unsettled. It seems this case has nothing to do with this haunted house after all. Yeah, they're all just poor souls stuck in there. They're lucky if they don't get victimized themselves. How could they possibly have the means to harm others? But this just means the case has hit a dead end. Maybe Huang Zhongwei meant to call someone else before he died, but pressed the wrong number in the heat of the moment. As for Xiao Dao, let's try a different angle. Could his disappearance be connected to those shady friends of his? After seeing the two off, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. He managed to muddle through the situation. It seems the system truly delivers high-quality products. Even items he initially thought useless could come in handy. After tidying up the scene, Li Wei opened the haunted house for business. Today marked the grand opening of the new theme, the Grudge House. Li Wei hadn't announced it online, planning to give visitors a thrilling surprise. After hanging up the pre-prepared posters, visitors began to trickle into the scenic area. However, likely due to the recent death in the area, the number of tourists dropped significantly. Huang Zhongwei's death itself was quite eerie, and as the news spread, the rumors grew wilder. People speculated all sorts of things. This led many to adopt a wait-and-see approach, temporarily putting their plans on hold. Though visitor numbers dwindled, media reporters, on the other hand, began pouring in. Yang Feiqin was one of them. As a moderately famous local TV reporter, she was assigned by her station to follow up on the case when this incident occurred. As a journalist, she naturally wanted her reports to gain attention. Nowadays, netizens are different. If she just waited for police announcements and reprinted reports as before, it would never attract any traffic. So Yang Feiqin preferred to actively involve herself in the case and delve into the investigation process. The crime scene was sealed off and inaccessible, but upon learning that the police had focused the key to solving the case on the scenic area, she didn't want to miss out. Thus, she arrived early with her cameraman, covering the case through live broadcasts. According to insider information, not only was the deceased's death gruesome, but the scene was also eerily bizarre. If this case isn't solved, it will most likely become an unsolved mystery. We've just interviewed the police and learned they're under considerable pressure. The authorities will release a new investigative bulletin this afternoon. Before that, we can explore the scenic area while gathering more details about the victim's life. Yang Feiqin's live stream audience exceeded 30,000 viewers. Naturally eloquent and with a background in legal reporting, her methodical breakdown of the case proved highly engaging for viewers who remained glued to the stream. Through interviews with local merchants, Yang Feiqin learned about the victim's habitually domineering personality and speculated whether the death might have resulted from vengeance. During the live broadcast, a piercing scream echoed nearby, startling her. In this tense atmosphere, Yang Feiqin immediately suspected another crime might have occurred. She hurriedly grabbed the cameraman and rushed toward the sound. When they arrived, they discovered it was a haunted house. The screams were all coming from inside. Unlike other areas of the tourist spot, this place was bustling with activity. The scene was almost comically exaggerated. Several people who came out were completely distraught, trembling uncontrollably like a leaf in the wind. Yang Feiqin felt rather awkward upon realizing the misunderstanding and was about to leave when she suddenly noticed the live stream chat erupting in excitement. Someone had gifted a carnival. Yang Feiqin froze in shock. This was, after all, a news broadcast livestream where a few free likes were considered fortunate on a good day. Since when were lavish gifts like carnivals being tossed around? The generous viewer immediately followed up with a comment. Reporter Yang, could you go check out the haunted house for us? They've got a new theme today, give us a peek. When this comment appeared, other netizens started joining the fun. This haunted house had recently gained some online fame. Many had heard of it but couldn't visit due to distance, leaving most as cloud players. Now hearing about new haunted themes, they immediately began urging for more. Right. Since there's nothing worth covering at the scenic area anyway, let's play around to relax first. We love watching content like this. Please pamper your fans. What is this thing? Why are so many people eager to try it? This haunted house is awesome. I've tried their zombie theme before, and this new one looks great too. Saw lots of people getting absolutely terrified. For real? Looks way over the top. Reporter Yang should go in and fact-check this. Chapter 42, The Grudge House. On the other side, Joey put down his phone with great satisfaction. The carnival giveaway he just posted was casually thrown out there. The sudden decision to launch it, of course, was to run some promotional ads and stir up excitement around his haunted house. In his view, spending 3,000 yuan on promotional ads was totally worth it. It also served as advance publicity for his upcoming film. As for whether Yang Feiqin would actually go play, he didn't really care. If she did, great. If not, then no big deal. Yang Feiqin genuinely hadn't expected someone to drop such a massive gift just to get her to visit a haunted house? What kind of move is this? She wasn't really willing, not because of fear, but because it was work hours and she wanted to devote herself entirely to the case at hand. Just as she was about to politely decline, she noticed the live stream's viewership skyrocket again, reaching 50,000 people in the blink of an eye. Many netizens were sharing the stream and bringing in more viewers. As the numbers grew, another big streamer called Brother Leopard joined the stream and immediately gifted 3 carnivals. His comments stood out the most. Damn impressive. Brother Leopard admires brave people the most in life. I heard reporter Yang, a woman, actually dares to go to this haunted house? I had to come and see. Ever since his last terrifying experience at the haunted house left him with psychological trauma, Brother Leopard had been haunted by it. He wanted to challenge it again but didn't dare. So when he heard about a brave soul live streaming their attempt, he rushed over and sent gifts without hesitation to encourage them. Yang Feiqin was stunned. What did this mean? This is a professional news channel here, guys. Have you got the wrong person? But seeing the skyrocketing live stream popularity filled her with excitement. This was undoubtedly the peak of her broadcasting career. The cameraman, who had been filming all along, chimed in. I just overheard people around here saying the owner of this haunted house is actually a good-hearted person. He hires marginalized individuals, providing jobs for those with disabilities. That's already a solid news angle. Since the homicide investigation isn't moving forward yet, let's check out this haunted house first. We can always report on it later. Yang Feiqin immediately picked up on it. With a journalist's instinct, she recognized this as a highly positive and newsworthy social story, pure, heartwarming public service. And it seems not many have noticed this yet, so I should definitely document it first. With that thought, she immediately put on a professional smile and said, since everyone recommends it so highly, let's go in and take a look. The cameraman froze, glanced at the shivering tourists around him, swallowed hard and said, I think I'll pass. I've always been a bit of a scaredy cat. Yang Feiqin curled her lips. That won't do. How will our viewers see anything if you don't come in? Besides, it's just a haunted house. Even I, a woman, am not afraid. What are you, a grown man, scared of? Think about the bloody crime scenes we've covered. The cameraman chuckled awkwardly. Alright then. Seeing Yang Feiqin agree, the livestream audience erupted in excited comments. Chinese netizens never miss a chance to stir up drama, and even viewers unfamiliar with this haunted house watched with growing curiosity. Yang Feiqin approached the ticket booth with his camera, instantly stunned by the sight of ticket seller Xiao Xia. As the haunted house's resident beauty, Xiao Xia suddenly flashed Yang Feiqin a grin, a trick she'd recently learned from Li Wei. That smile not only healed everyone present, but even the netizens in the livestream were awestruck. Mom, I think I'm in love. My heart's racing like a startled deer. Turns out that's not just an expression, it's literally happening. Honestly speaking, as a straight woman, I'm about to turn gay for her. At this moment, Li Wei walked out and, seeing the cameras, asked, what's going on? Yang Feiqin snapped back to reality and explained, boss, we're reporters from the local TV station. Can we come in to shoot and experience? Li Wei naturally agreed. After all, Bao Ji's live stream last time had great results. With reporters from the TV station participating in this new theme, it would definitely bring a different kind of publicity effect. Yang Feiqin was somewhat well known locally, so while they were queuing, several girls had already approached her asking to team up. Watching these girls' expressions of being both inexperienced yet eager to play, Yang Feiqin couldn't help but laugh, patting her chest confidently and saying, what's the big deal? Sis will carry you through this. Li Wei watched their fearless, rookie enthusiasm with an amused silence. Soon, it was Yang Feiqin's turn. Though there were 2 themes available, she went along with the audience's request and bought tickets for The House of Grudges. The House of Grudges? Sounds like just another run-of-the-mill haunt with ghosts and spirits. I really don't get what you're all so scared about, Yang Feiqin remarked, turning back to face the camera as she led the way. The 3 girls following beside him said worriedly, Teacher Yang, this haunted house is different. Last time, the zombies scared us half to death. This one definitely won't be easy either. The bullet comments in the livestream flooded in densely, all curious about what made the horror theme of this nightmare park so distinctive. After walking down a long, dimly lit corridor, the group arrived inside a room. Exclamations of surprise erupted instantly. It was hard to believe such an exquisitely crafted room existed in this haunted house. Everything from the entrance hallway to the living room and even the side corridor rooms had been recreated in detail, along with a staircase in the corner, despite there being no second floor. The decor is in Japanese style. Gotta say this ticket is really worth the price, young Feichin exclaimed with genuine admiration. As her first haunted house experience, she couldn't help feeling excited. Given how this haunted house owner operates, this theme must have its own storyline and hidden clues. We should look for them. Oh, there's actually gameplay like this? That sounds fascinating, young Feichin responded with surprise. Yet this aligned perfectly with her profession. As a legal affairs reporter constantly handling various cases, even if she wasn't as skilled as the police, she considered herself half a detective. The mention of clues immediately sharpened her focus. The lights were on inside the house, but they were dim, giving the entire space the appearance of nighttime. Entering the living room, the once cozy arrangement was now in complete disarray, furniture overturned, pots and pans scattered across the floor, and upon closer inspection, faint traces of blood could be seen. As professionals, the cameraman and Yang Feichin began touring the house, with several female teammates following closely behind, unwilling to separate from the group. Suddenly, young Feichin noticed something on the coffee table. Kneeling down to look, she found torn fragments of a photograph and instinctively started piecing them together. It appears to be a family portrait, except the woman's face has been cut out. At that very moment, the background music began to play softly. Chapter 43, The Height of Cruelty. The background music appeared with perfect timing. Its gentle intro went unnoticed as everyone remained absorbed by the photo. Yet the eerie atmosphere it created began seeping into their subconscious, unnoticed. A family of 3 must have lived here. Something seems to have happened. Could this mess mean a home invasion? Doesn't feel as fun or bloody as a zombie scenario. A little disappointing, frankly. Ghost themes are pretty generic. The haunted house setup is decent, but it's no match for a zombie theme. No NPCs either? The barrage of comments flooded the screen, but young Feichin at the scene frowned and said, "It's not that simple." Then she pointed to the shattered photograph, the large clumps of hair strewn across the floor, and the blood-smeared fan beside them, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this must have been a case of domestic violence." She happened to have covered a similar case not long ago, and the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to this one. At her words, everyone froze in shock. Domestic violence? This can't be possible, right? A few female colleagues glanced at the photo of the gloomy man. Whether it was their imagination or not, they all felt as if those eyes were staring intensely at them, unnervingly so. Just then, a shrill cat's cry pierced through the hallway, startling everyone. When they looked up again, they realized the lights in the room had dimmed even further without warning. A flickering bulb in the corner pulsed ominously, while the background music gradually swelled, saturating the air with a sinister, chilling atmosphere. "Mr. Yang, I'm scared. The background music is so terrifying. It gives you this hopeless feeling of isolation." The girls were practically clinging to each other. Yang Feichin exchanged a glance with the cameraman, clearly unsettled too. But as a legal affairs reporter, she forced a smile and said, "It's all fake. If you keep telling yourself that, you won't get scared. Come on, let's go check out that cat meowing over there. I love cats." She continued, leading the way toward the room next to the living room where the cat sounds were coming from. "This is a bathroom. Its door knocked askew." Yang Feichin swallowed hard and was the first to peek inside when suddenly a head appeared right before her eyes. She screamed in fright and stumbled backward, hitting the doorframe. "My God, there's a head!" The outburst came so abruptly that nearly everyone around was scared stiff. "That's just a mirror, okay?" the cameraman said flatly after glancing inside. Yang Feichin froze, then leaned in for another look. It was indeed just a mirror. Instantly embarrassed, she realized her awkward moment had been caught on camera, and worst of all, it was being live-streamed. But right now, she had no time to worry about that. The scene before her was horrifying. The bathroom walls were splattered with blood, and a badly chipped knife lay nearby. Inside the bathtub was a pool of thick, inky black water, with the dismembered corpse of a black cat floating on top, emitting a vile stench that assaulted her nostrils. Ugh! Yang Feichin's stomach churned at the sight of the cat's remains. Even the cameraman who had been steadily holding the camera began to tremble. Despite no haunted house actors jumping out to scare them, the place induced overwhelming psychological discomfort. Viewers online also sensed something was off, as the barrage of bullet screen comments noticeably dwindled. There's blood on the floor." A girl behind them stammered in warning. Only then did the group look down and see thick, crimson liquid staining the filthy floor. The sticky, viscous substance felt disgusting underfoot, with the bloody trail appearing dragged, stretching from the bathroom toward the corridor's rooms. Just as the group turned their eyes towards that room, the door creaked open by itself with a sharp squeak, followed by a crisp click, sound coming from within. The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances without uttering a word, with only the heavy sounds of breathing and heartbeats rising and falling incessantly. Live stream chat. "Holy crap, this theme's horror atmosphere is absolutely top-notch. This is quite interesting. Honestly, I'm not afraid of gory scenes. It's these eerie, creepy things that really get to me." What's inside that thing? And why is the background music so terrifying? I don't even dare turn it up too loud. So, are we going in or not? The cameraman hesitated. Yang Feiqin, having just embarrassed herself by getting scared, was now eager to save face and quickly said, "Of course we're going. I already have a pretty good idea of what kind of story this is." She walked ahead, with the others closely following, while the cameraman filmed from the rear. The light here was already dim, forcing him to switch to night mode. However, as soon as nighttime mode activated, the eerie atmosphere thickened even more. Yang Feiqin approached the door, the crisp click, click, sound still emanating from inside. For some reason, her heart raced wildly, and the background music grew increasingly bizarre. Even the barrage of comments ceased. Everyone held their breath, watching Yang Feiqin's hand as it reached toward the door. The door creaked open with a squeak. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight inside, feeling a chill shoot up from their tailbone straight to the crown of their head, their hair standing on end. Inside the room, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, appearing utterly deranged and delirious, gnawed at his own fingernails while reaching toward a woman on the floor, abruptly snapping her limbs apart. The crisp crack-crack sounds turned out to be the noise of bones breaking. No screams were heard, the woman was clearly dead, her limbs twisted and broken, dangling grotesquely against the floor. Covered in wounds, her white dress was soaked through with the steadily oozing blood. Her lifeless, wide-open eyes stared fixedly at the doorway. The eerie background music of Ju-on crescendoed to its climax, the visual horror and psychological assault striking simultaneously. The tension had reached its peak. Aha! Damn it! Screams and shrieks echoed through the hallways, everyone's voices distorted with terror as they stared in disbelief. This was no domestic dispute, this was a murder scene, and one of the cruelest, most deranged kind. Suddenly, the middle-aged man abruptly turned his head, staring at them expressionlessly. The atmosphere froze at that moment. When their eyes met, the bloodthirsty man roared with his mouth wide open. "Die! All of you die! Aya!" He picked up the knife from the ground and charged at the crowd like a madman, his vicious eyes clearly intent on slaughtering every single one of them right there. The three girls who had come together couldn't withstand the pressure any longer, they completely broke down and fled back in tearful panic. Yang Feiqin and the cameraman trembled violently like sieves, continuously muttering to themselves, "Don't panic, it's all fake, don't panic, it's just staff, help!" Before they could finish speaking, the man's ferocious face and gleaming bloodstained knife completely broke their composure. Driven by strong survival instincts, they too screamed and ran. However, the two fled down the corridor, rushing straight into the final room before slamming the door shut behind them with a loud bang. Before they could catch their breath, the approaching footsteps at the door grew clearer and clearer, and then, bang 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 bang, bang 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 bang. Violent, frantic pounding on the door erupted, accompanied by a man's hysterical screams that made the door tremble violently. Yang Feiqin threw herself onto the cameraman's back, trembling uncontrollably. The cameraman wasn't faring much better either, his face deathly pale as he staggered backward. Upon spotting a passageway, he immediately turned and sprinted away without hesitation. The live stream chat was in complete chaos at this moment. Leopard Bro, watching the shaky camera feed, lit a cigarette with trembling hands and took a deep drag. "Damn it, lucky I didn't go. This is terrifying enough to scare the shit out of people. This haunted house owner is absolutely ruthless." Chapter 44, Spacetime Disarray. Oh my god, is he really dead? His body was twisted into such a horrifying shape, so terrifying. Holy shit, that's terrifying. I'm too scared to even breathe. 2F** get up. This guy doesn't look like he's acting at all. When he rushed over just now, my heart skipped a damn beat, and that's even through a video screen. Who the hell could handle seeing that in person? This is way too realistic. The live stream exploded after witnessing such a brutal murder scene, with viewers unable to hold back their shocked reactions. Yang Feiqin and the cameraman had no attention to spare for the live comments, they fled down the corridor like their lives depended on it, only stopping to catch their breath after putting some distance between themselves and the horror. That's so creepy. The cameraman trembled as he turned to glance at the distant door, his heart still pounding. Meanwhile, Yang Feiqin was also losing her composure, her pretty face pale with fright. She deeply regretted agreeing to play this game, it was pure self-torture. Her nerves were so rattled she nearly wet herself. Seeing the cameraman lift his camera again, she forced a smile at the lens that looked more miserable than tears. So, dear viewers, I underestimated this. I genuinely got scared just now, but the plot matches what I suspected, domestic violence, escalating to murder. That couple must be the man and woman from the earlier photo, right? She took a deep breath and forced a dry laugh. Actually, once you wrap your head around it, it's not that bad, just a murder case, right? I've seen far more brutal things. Now that it's over, this passage should lead to the exit. Honestly, I feel like the whole experience was a bit short, kinda anticlimactic. There wasn't even much connection to ghosts. Yang Feiqin's remarks resonated with online spectators. After the initial scare, everything just ended, leaving many feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Not to mention, the whole experience paled in comparison to the zombie-themed attraction. It felt like an unfinished prototype. See, just as I guessed, they slapped this together to make a quick buck. What a letdown. Although I was genuinely scared just now, it feels rather abrupt, like it was cut short. With only one scene, the ticket price isn't worth it. Yang Feiqin interacted with netizens to calm her nerves, having regained her former composure. Smiling, she said, though the experience was a bit short, I have to admit this haunted house is quite interesting. Let's go interview the owner now and see what he has to say. As she spoke, she reached out to turn the doorknob and pushed the door open, inwardly relieved to finally leave this oppressive, confined space. Even if she were paid, she'd never come back to a place like this again. The camera guy smoothly shifted his lens toward the entrance. The door swung open, and then, everyone froze, utterly dumbfounded. The two of them had actually returned to this very house. It still had the familiar Japanese-style decor, the same layout as before. The only difference was that the interior was no longer in complete disarray. For a moment, Yang Feiqin and the cameraman froze in place, suddenly experiencing a sense of temporal disorientation. Did we not actually leave? Yang Feiqin asked stiffly, turning her head to look at the cameraman. The cameraman gulped. I think so. Holy shit, they can actually pull this off? The live stream exploded with activity at this moment. Countless netizens watching at home clutched their heads in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Thought the boss was only playing checkers, turns out he's playing 4D chess. Leopard Brother stubbed out his cigarette and massaged his throbbing temples. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine a haunted house could pull such a nested Inception move. This is pure villainy. First gives people hope, then personally shatters it with his own hands. This haunted house owner is an absolute demon. Fortunately, he hadn't gone himself. Feeling relieved, he sent another virtual carnival gift online. He had no courage to go himself, but hoped Yang Feiqin and the others could explore thoroughly on his behalf. Yang Feiqin wailed, "Why, isn't it over? Wait, this date, it's different from before." Yang Feiqin suddenly looked at the calendar hanging by the entrance. She'd noticed the date in the previous scene was 4 years earlier than this location, apparently the same setting, just 4 years later. The game is still going on. Does this mean we're supposed to uncover the story's development? The cameraman couldn't help but say. I suppose so. Yang Feiqin had no choice but to steel herself and continue playing. At that moment, she noticed another group photo hanging on the living room wall, clearly not the same one from before, showing a young couple this time. Obviously this murder house where lives were lost had already changed ownership. The interior looked cozy, but the eerie feeling persisted because it was completely empty, especially when Yang Feiqin noticed the many children's scribbles on the floor. His heart raced involuntarily. Every single scribble depicted black cats. Yet, judging from the family photo, this household clearly had no children, so where did these childish scribbles come from? And the black cat, could it be the one that was dismembered earlier? Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Netizens all recalled the previous incident, sending chills down their spines. Did something happen to this family after moving into the haunted house? Damn, something's obviously wrong. The child from the previous scene never showed up. Could this family have adopted him? I've never seen such a brightly lit haunted house scene that still sends shivers down your spine. Hey folks, have you forgotten the theme here is ghosts? After circling the living room, the two also checked the bathroom. The black water and dead cat from before had long disappeared, and the room that previously served as an exit couldn't be opened now. Clearly, the way out wasn't there. The trembling cameraman hesitantly suggested, what about checking that room? Yang Feiqin was resisting from the bottom of her heart, terrified that another crazed person might jump out to scare them. Yet this story gripped her completely, hitting exactly where her interests lay. As a journalist, isn't digging to the root of the matter her professional duty? It's also her obsessive-compulsive tendency. If she doesn't get to the bottom of things, she simply can't rest easy. Chapter 45. Starting to play dirty? Yang Feiqin finally mustered up her courage and decided to go in for a look after all. For this reason, both she and the cameraman adopted a strictly prepared stance, purposely doing warm-up exercises in the living room first so they could run for it at top speed if they sensed anything amiss. The livestream audience's excitement reached its peak, everyone holding their breath unconsciously. Yang Feiqin trembled as she reached out to grip the doorknob, while the cameraman readied himself to sprint at any moment. With a click, the door swung open. Instead of any blood-soaked scene to shock the senses, there was just an ordinary study, a display cabinet on the left and a desk positioned on the right. Both of them froze, but then sighed in relief. Thankfully, this haunted house owner still had some conscience left. Seeing that nothing happened, the viewers in the livestream felt a bit disappointed. Yang Feiqin pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the house with the exact same layout, she could still vividly recall the brutal scene from before. Just then, she suddenly noticed a conspicuous booklet on the desk, another potential clue. The cameraman zoomed in, revealing the booklet was quite worn, clearly having been used for some years. he couldn't help but admire it in his heart. That haunted house owner might be utterly wicked with his penchant for pranking people, but the attention to detail in the haunted house was so perfectionist it bordered on obsessive, not a single element was careless. It was a diary with a leather cover bearing the word Xiaojia, presumably a person's name. As Yang Feiqin picked it up to flip through, numerous cut-out pieces of paper fell out, all fragments featuring a woman's face, apparently clipped from photographs. Instantly, she recalled the group photo with the cutout face from the previous scene. These clipped faces strikingly resembled the murdered woman. Opening the diary. I saw Mr. Kobayashi today. I was so nervous my heart was pounding. My mind is overflowing with thoughts of him. He stood by the door today reading and smoking. I picked up his half-smoked cigarette and inhaled. Such bliss, it felt like an indirect kiss between us. Kobayashi fell ill today and vomited. My heart aches for him, but of course I didn't let his vomit go to waste. Shaolin got married, and I married Nobita too, but I just can't forget Shaolin. I miss him so much. What a surprise, Shaolin is Xiao Jun's teacher. Today I stole the key to his house and sneaked under his bed at night. But I'm so bitter, it wasn't me in his bed. At first Yang Feiqin would read aloud, but as the diary entries grew increasingly erratic, the overwhelming insanity made her feel suffocated, sending chills down her spine. This woman called Xiao Jia actually had such twisted behavior. Though every page was filled with her obsessive love, it gave people an extreme sense of discomfort. These are peeping toms and perverts. Anyone would go crazy discovering their secret admirer was like this. The mere thought of that container holding vomit made Yang Feiqin, the cameraman, and even the 100,000 livestream viewers all feel their stomachs churn. Just hearing about it makes me sick. That woman is absolutely not normal. Oh my god, she's been stalking him since their school days all the way until marriage. This is terrifying. In a way. Stop talking, the kids are scared. If I were her husband, I'd break down on the spot. Wait, holy crap. Could this be the reason that triggered the domestic violence? Many netizens quickly deduced the reason, and Yang Feiqin thought the same. If that notebook really belonged to that woman, then everything made sense. In that case, you really can't blame the man. After all, who wouldn't be terrified to have a wife so creepily obsessed with someone else? That's even worse than being cheated on. Yang Feiqin felt slightly uneasy as she set down the diary. Initially, she had felt sympathy for the woman, but now she wasn't sure what to think. She absent-mindedly checked the desk to see if there were any other clues. She hadn't even found the exit to this scene yet. It was highly likely the clue was somewhere in the study. After pulling open a drawer, she exclaimed in surprise, "There's a key here, and a newspaper." The newspaper was from 4 years ago, reporting a case in which a man murdered his wife, hid her body in a cabinet, and sealed their son inside as well. They weren't discovered until several days later. Seeing this, Yang Feiqin abruptly turned to look at the cabinet, especially when she spotted the traces of tape wrapped around it, and gulped. If I'm not mistaken, the exit is right there. The cameraman widened his eyes in disbelief. No way. That's a cabinet. No normal person would put an exit there. But he didn't finish his sentence, because having spent time with the haunted house owner, he knew the guy never played by the rules. It was entirely possible. At precisely this moment, the background music started playing at the worst possible time. Both of them had a visceral reaction, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. Oh my god, not again. The barrage of comments was nothing but a flood of exclamation marks. This immersive sensation was even more intense than when Yang Feiqin participated in solving the case, leaving her both terrified and fascinated. Without hesitation, she assigned this door-opening horror task to hand it over to the tall and burly cameraman. Ahem, you take the lead. The cameraman wanted to run, but seeing the lens being dodged, he knew that if he fled today, as a man, he'd surely be nailed to the pillar of shame. So, even though he was scared to death inside, he forced a smile and said, I'm fine, it's just, could you please steady the camera? Yang Feiqin, it's your legs that are shaking. The cameraman. Summoning his courage, he peeled off the yellow tape wrapped around it, then clapped his hands against his cheeks to psych himself up. Only then did he place his hand on the cabinet door. With his back to the camera, he immediately closed his eyes and hesitantly opened it with some reluctance. How about it? Nothing there, right? Hey, there's actually a hole here, Yang Feiqin exclaimed in surprise. Inside the closet was a dark stain, next to which lay a flashlight. Beyond that, there was only a large hole just big enough for a person to crawl through. Hearing this, the cameraman reluctantly opened his eyes, but the sight of the pitch-black opening made his scalp tingle. We really have to go through this? Can I say no? He asked. Yang Feiqin promptly refused. No way, I carried the last scenario. This round's your turn. You can do it, viewers, give him some encouragement. In the live stream, the viewers' cheers warmed hearts. Are you a man or not? Get up there. Go for it, Olay. Blaze the trail for everyone. Even if you die, you deserve ancestral worship. A real man never admits defeat. No backing down, just go for it. Life should be filled with passion. The cameraman whined with a bitter face. Well, thank you so damn much. With that, he grabbed his flashlight and dashed inside. Yang Feiqin, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. This passage was pitch black, utterly devoid of light, with only a flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. The walls were decorated like an attic corridor covered in spider webs. After squeezing through with great difficulty, Yang Feiqin bumped into the cameraman in front of her. "Why are you standing here motionless?" Suddenly, she noticed the cameraman's body trembling violently, like a tiny electric motor. Yang Feiqin immediately sensed something was wrong. Peering past him, her pupils constricted sharply. Just as she was about to scream, she instinctively clapped a hand over her mouth. Before them lay two corpses, their clothing identical to that of the couple in the living room photo. The current residents had died here. But that wasn't the scariest part. In the corner ahead lay two more bodies, one large and one small. The larger one had disheveled long hair, twisted limbs, and was wrapped in plastic film covered in blood, its eyes wide open in death. The small one crouched beside, the corpse grayish, wearing only a pair of shorts. Not far from these two corpses stood a door, quietly waiting for the destined one to open it. Yang Feiqin's voice trembled tearfully. "Why are they here?" The cameraman shivered as he spoke. "You're asking me? How should I know? What do we do now? Holy shit, there's some serious stuff hidden here. Damn, this is way too creepy. Who would dare to walk past it? Was someone dumped here? Hiss hiss hiss. If it were me, I'd turn right back around. Go where? Charge straight ahead." Netizens might keep cracking jokes online, but the two people inside the haunted house were in no mood at all. She wished she could drag all those sarcastic commenters to walk ahead and experience it firsthand. Otherwise, they'd never truly understand what they were going through. It's too realistic. Her brain simply couldn't process this as a game anymore. Yang Feiqin was genuinely terrified the female corpse might suddenly leap out and scare the piss out of her. She forced a dry laugh. Maybe we should forget it. I think we can learn more next time." "I was thinking the same thing." The cameraman nodded rapidly like pounding garlic. Yet at that very moment, a loud bang erupted from behind them, followed by a distinct click that sounded unmistakably like a lock engaging. Yang Feiqin and the cameraman both jolted violently, their faces instantly draining of color. That was the sound of the closet closing. Damn it! This haunted house owner is absolutely ruthless. Now they're playing dirty. For crying out loud. You can't just play like this. Before they could even freak out, an eerie, unsettling gurgling sound emerged from the deathly silent corridor. The two jerked their heads around. The pale little boy's corpse in the corner had disappeared unnoticed, and the female corpse wrapped in plastic sheeting seemed to have twitched. Sweat poured down their backs. Chapter 46, Soul-Shattering Terror. Holy shit, run for your lives. Confronted with this enclosed space blocked off at both ends, Yang Feiqin's fight-or-flight response kicked into overdrive as she desperately charged toward the opposite exit. The cameraman also wanted to bolt, but at that precise moment, countless dense objects came raining down from the ceiling, instantly obscuring their vision and separating the two from each other. It's hair! The cameraman whipped out his flashlight and nearly jumped out of his skin, goosebumps erupting all over his body. Where the hell did all this hair come from in this eerie passageway? He kept brushing it aside, but the strands were too thick. When those silky threads coiled around his limbs, his heart seized like it was being wrung dry. Gasping for air, he cried out in panic, "Yang Feiqin, where are you? Wait for me. I'm right ahead of you. Hurry up, I'm already at the exit." Yang Feiqin shouted back. "I don't know which way is forward. You must wait for me." The cameraman's mind was in turmoil as he stumbled blindly ahead. Suddenly, he felt someone grabbing him from behind. Overjoyed, he turned around. Yang Fei. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a gray-skinned child standing behind him, sunken eye sockets devoid of whites, gripping his clothes. The child opened its mouth and let out a piercing, ghastly shriek like a cat's cry. "Aya-aya-wah!" The photographer's scalp tingled with terror as he stumbled backward in panic, ready to flee, when suddenly he felt his body lift into thin air. Looking up, eek, the woman who had died earlier was now hanging upside down from the ceiling, her blood-drenched hands clutching his collar. Face to face with that horrifying visage, the cameraman's courage shattered completely. His liver and gallbladder seemed to split from terror before his eyes rolled back, plunging him into unconsciousness. Standing frozen at the entrance, Yang Feiqin strained to see past the corridor now choked with endless strands of hair. The photographer's position was completely obscured. Moreover, without the photographer's flashlight, the pitch-black corridor resembled a hopeless abyss, and Yang Feiqin no longer dared to step inside. "Where are you?" she called out timidly. There was no response. Just then, a clatter, the sound of something falling echoed, and the faint light ahead abruptly flickered and dimmed. It was the flashlight hitting the ground. Yang Feiqin knew that must be where the cameraman was. An idea struck her, and she immediately crouched down. Her hair only reached her knees, so squatting allowed her to barely see the weak remaining beam of the flashlight, about 3 to 5 meters away. However, with the backlighting, she couldn't make out where the cameraman was. Instinctively, she called out softly, but there was still no response, only the hollow, clanking impacts coming from that direction. Panicked and sweating profusely, Yang Feiqin hesitated whether to go over, but it was too dark. She was terrified. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that the camera had a night vision function and cleverly turned it on, zooming in on the direction of the flashlight to its maximum range. The netizens in the live streaming room all widened their eyes to watch, and in the next moment, the entire chat erupted in uproar. Under night vision mode, the crowd finally understood the source of the banging sounds. On the screen, amidst a mass of inky black hair resembling a dark cloth, a pair of feet were suspended in midair, about 30 centimeters off the ground. Judging by the trousers and shoes, it was clearly the cameraman. He had been hung up. Without any struggle, he lay stiff as death. At his feet sat a grayish-white child, pushing the cameraman's foot over and over with its hand as if playing a game. The cameraman swayed back and forth amidst the strands of hair, his feet knocking against a wall on one side, producing those clanging sounds. Holy shit! The cameraman's dead! Fuck, I can't even look at this anymore. The haunted house owner is straight up trying to kill people. Oh my god. What happened to the cameraman? Holy shit. Why aren't you running already? The livestream's atmosphere turned tense, with everyone's hearts in their throats. Yang Feiqin even collapsed to the ground, mouth agape in disbelief. Just as she was at a complete loss, a dull thud rang out. Without any warning, the plastic-wrapped corpse of a woman dropped from the web of hair, and then the body actually began moving. The woman who had died with unseeing eyes slowly crawled out of the plastic bag, supporting herself on the floor with blood-covered hands as she dragged herself forward. Her wide-open mouth unconsciously emitted a guttural sound. I quit. I don't want to play anymore. Yang Feiqin's nerves, stretched taut from the moment she entered the haunted house, finally snapped at this moment. Screaming in hysterical terror, she crashed through the door behind her in a desperate bid for survival and fled. It's the entrance hall. She found herself in this familiar house again, but the passage through the living room was blocked. Now she stood in the entrance hall, beside a wooden spiral staircase, with the house's main door behind her. Yang Feiqin looked at the lock position on the front door, and the last shred of her rationality reminded her about the key she'd found earlier in the study. She hastily dropped the camera and began searching through her pockets. Damn it, I definitely had it. Woo-woo, right here. How come it's gone now? Woo-woo. Although the camera had been thrown to the ground, its lens twisted toward the staircase and could no longer capture Yang Feiqin. Everyone could still hear her anxious, tearful voice. It's alright, hang in there. We'll make it out soon. Oh my god, this haunted house is even scarier than a zombie theme. Why did those two dead bodies move just now? Are they ghosts? Since when are ghosts this creepy? Especially that one called Xiaojia, pure nightmare fuel. Holy shit. Look at the stairs. Is something coming down? Leopard Bro, who'd been reacting dramatically on screen, spotted a shadowy figure emerging from the dim stairwell. He immediately let out an earth-shattering scream and quickly typed a barrage of bullet comments to alert everyone. The other netizens saw it too, and the ominous creaking of the wooden staircase started up again, as if something was descending from above. Yang Feiqin suddenly turned around, wiping her teary eyes with trembling hands, staring at the stairwell in terror as she gasped for breath. No, please no. Creak. The eerie and terrifying atmosphere reached its peak. Ugh. As the familiar gurgling sound of bubbles in the throat resurfaced, Xiao Jia's savage, blood-stained face peered out from around the corner. Her resentful gaze glared while her blood-soaked body slowly crawled downward in an utterly unnatural, twisted posture. Amplified by the background sound effects, everyone was scared out of their wits. Oh my god, what is this? Holy shit, I'm going crazy. Mom, oh my god, I totally lost my phone. This is too terrifying. No more, I don't want to watch anymore. Wah, stay away from me. Fear uncontrollably took root in everyone's hearts, their pulses racing wildly while their limbs turned icy cold as if plunged into frigid waters. Yang Feiqin wanted to flee. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as they fumbled through her pockets, tears pouring down her face. Utterly consumed by terror, she wildly kicked her legs against the floor to push herself backward as the female ghost began crawling down the stairs toward her. Suddenly, a key fell beside her. Grasping at this lifeline, Yang Feiqin snatched it up, channeling unprecedented speed to jam it into the lock. With frantic twists, she flung the door open and scrambled out, stumbling and rolling in her haste. Chapter 47. Tears and snot streaming down. Yang Feiqin was rolling on the ground, shaking with terror as she stared at the door behind her, and at the wounded, blood-streaked face that vanished as the door slammed shut. She had completely lost it. At that moment, only one thought raced through Yang Feiqin's mind: to flee this damned place at any cost, to stay as far away from that female ghost as possible. Only when the door sealed shut, with no sign of the ghost reappearing, did her panic begin to subside. Kneeling on the ground, she collapsed from sheer exhaustion. He didn't chase after us, thank goodness, sobs that was so terrifying. I don't want to play anymore. I really don't. Yang Feiqin's tears pattered to the ground. Suddenly, she felt sunlight falling on her body, so warm. How could there be sunlight? Had she escaped? Yang Feiqin had never been fond of sunlight, but ever since stepping into that eerie haunted house, even the most ordinary sunshine had become something infinitely precious. When she stood up shakily and turned around, she was astonished to find herself standing outside the haunted house without even realizing it. By now, the entrance was already packed with tourists, crowded layer upon layer. Everyone was looking at her at the exit with admiration in their eyes. Then came deafening applause, whistling, and continuous cheers. Yang Feiqin was dumbfounded. Her brain, overwhelmed by continuous fright, hadn't yet recovered, still trapped in panic. Is this really not the living room anymore? Did I actually make it out? Looking around in confusion, Yang Feiqin saw the haunted house owner Li Wei approaching from the side, beaming as he held a commendation banner which he then handed to her. Li Wei smiled and said, "Impressive, truly impressive. Reporter Yang, you're remarkable. My new Grudge House theme has been open for just one morning, less than half of visitors make it past the first scene. Fewer than 1 in 10 pass the second, and as for completing it, I'm honored to say you're the first. Here, take this banner. I'll have custom badges made soon, and every future completer will receive one." Li Wei was genuinely impressed. The terror level of the Grudge House far surpassed the zombie theme, employing a creeping, spine-chilling style that built fear step by step, culminating in an explosive finale when little Kayako crawled up the stairs. Hiss, hiss. This is infinitely more immersive than watching a movie. If not for the system keeping things under control, it might genuinely scare someone to death. Clickety-clack. Countless visitors eagerly captured the scene with their phones. Yang Feiqin even spotted the 3 women from her earlier group excitedly waving at her with exhilarated expressions. Clearly, after getting separated, they had managed to exit first on their own. Yang Feiqin stood rigidly holding the banner, her disheveled hair and crumpled clothes making her a complete mess in the wind. How absurd, how utterly ridiculous. As a well-known local journalist, frequently appearing on television as a legal affairs reporter, Yang Feiqin had assumed she'd encountered enough bizarre cases to face the world with composure. Yet she'd never imagined she'd one day be reduced to such a pitiful state, thoroughly humiliated by a haunted house. The moment Yang Feiqin pushed open the door, she had already mentally collapsed, even momentarily fearing that she might be trapped in the living room cycle again. Fortunately, after her desperate prayer, blinding yet warm sunlight greeted her as the door swung open. In that instant, all pressure dissipated like clouds after rain. Unable to contain herself any longer, she broke down in tears, weeping uncontrollably. No one dared laugh at her outburst. Anyone who'd watched her livestream breakthrough knew, without reporter Yang's meticulous reasoning and deduction skills, who knows how much longer it would have taken to unravel the truth. Just for that, it's truly admirable. Damn impressive. Reporter Yang actually cleared it, so cool, she's bringing glory to us women. Oh my god, I was scared to death watching the livestream. Several times I thought reporter Yang was done for. After seeing this haunted house scenario, I admit I spoke too soon earlier. This is genuinely terrifying. Hiss. I still can't forget that woman's horrifying face. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. The haunted house owner is too cruel. How could they design this never-before-seen specter? The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Li Wei handed over a pack of tissues with a smile, saying, "Reporter Yang, come take a break over here. Your photographer friend will be out shortly." Yang Feiqin took the tissue to wipe her tears, only now remembering the cameraman. She stammered incoherently, "Him, is he okay? I think I saw him being hoisted up just now." Li Wei shook his head. "We're a legitimate establishment, of course we wouldn't let anyone actually get hurt. Don't worry, he just fainted from fright. He'll wake up soon, and when he does, he'll even feel quite refreshed." This was also something Li Wei had the system adjust. After all, he couldn't possibly carry out everyone who fainted inside 1 or 2 was manageable, but recently, the horror NPCs' performance skills had improved significantly, and their terrifying aura intensified after several rounds of bloodthirst mode. Quite a few visitors had already passed out. Sometimes 2 or 3 fainting at once had become routine. Even with his physically enhanced body, Li Wei couldn't keep up with such demands, namely, it was just too troublesome. After exchanging some terror points, anyone who faints from fear inside the haunted house will automatically wake up refreshed when the game ends, as if they'd just taken a nap. Sure enough, after a short wait, the cameraman emerged yawning cheerfully and enthusiastically waved at Yang Feiqin in high spirits. Even though both had experienced the Juon house theme simultaneously, one was now in complete disarray, as if pulled back from the brink of death, still trembling occasionally, while the other looked utterly revitalized, so energetic one might think he'd just left a spa, radiating with vitality. Yang Feiqin. She clenched her teeth and said helplessly, "Everyone else got scared, why are you the only one showing off like this?" The photographer scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled, "I don't know either, but strangely enough, I actually feel pretty refreshed after taking a nap in there." Yang Feiqin was on the verge of tears. If only he had known, he would have fainted from fright right away. What was the point of risking his life without earning a single cent? Chapter 48, Going Viral Again. Yang Feiqin ultimately left. Though she still had important news coverage scheduled for the afternoon, the terror she'd just experienced in the haunted house left her utterly drained. She felt profoundly traumatized mentally, and even now that she'd somewhat recovered, her body kept breaking out in cold sweats. She suddenly recalled the many visibly shaken visitors she'd seen by the haunted house earlier, trembling uncontrollably. At the time, she'd thought they were overreacting. Now, she completely understood how they'd felt. I really need to take a break for a while. Although Yang Feichin had left, the impact of this livestream continued spreading across the internet. Originally, many people were only interested in bizarre criminal cases, but when the livestream took an unexpected turn towards the haunted house, it instantly went viral, completely overshadowing the police case announcement that same afternoon. By the end, the livestream viewership had surpassed 200,000 concurrent viewers. That means nearly 200,000 people experienced the uniqueness of this haunted house through the livestream. Anyone who saw it would immediately want to give it a try. Especially the screenshot of Xiaojia climbing the stairs that spread like wildfire online the same day, terrifying countless unsuspecting netizens. Some mischievous folks even wasted no time turning it into GIFs and spamming them everywhere. Ghosts have long existed in film and TV, but they usually appear translucent before audiences, their essence never inherently tied to horror. But in this haunted house, the ghosts have undergone a complete transformation. Not only do they have corporeal forms, but their makeup and costumes are all designed to be maximally terrifying. Even their movements have changed. Instead of floating, they now twist and crawl like spiders. Just hearing the eerie bubbling sounds alone would scare the living daylights out of anyone, let alone actually seeing them. This innovative ghost design is unprecedented, delivering an immense shock and awe to the people of this world. As a result, the video amassed over 10 million views in less than a single day, with countless reposts across the internet. Even Leopard Bro's earlier zombie-themed livestream footage got dug up and went viral again. Netizens were left wanting more. Oh my god, are these really the same ghosts I used to know? I used to think I could take on 3 at once, but now, I'd rather kowtow to 3 of them. This is absolutely hilarious. They walked in brimming with confidence, only to be carried out in the end, pure explosive entertainment. This haunted house has got something special. Can't believe such a haunted house exists and I never knew about it. Every search result is glowing with praise. Definitely need to experience this. Anyone up for forming a team? Holy shit, I'm blown away. Zombies, vengeful ghosts, all actually original creations from this haunted house? The owner's absolutely incredible. Could the stories be made up too? Damn, this is next level. As someone who's experienced haunted houses before, I thought nothing could scare me anymore in this lifetime. But now it's clear, this terror haunted house is on a completely different level. Whether it's the immersion, set design, or even the NPCs, everything's top tier. Damn, though it lasted less than 30 minutes, the impact rivals a full horror movie. Even through the screen, you can feel their desperation. Who can top me? After playing that night, I was too terrified to sleep without the lights on, and that was just the zombie theme. The Grudge House? I don't even dare imagine it. I'm afraid I'd see my wife and immediately think of that female ghost. The after effects are too intense. I don't even dare walk my own stairs anymore. Woo woo woo. This viral explosion was completely different from the previous local fame. The most noticeable change was seeing tourists from all corners of the country flooding the attraction, to the point they nearly drowned out the gloomy atmosphere from the recent tragedy. Even the investigating officers occasionally heard screams coming from the haunted house direction and couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. At that moment, Huang Yali, who had just stepped out of the scenic area office, still had tears glistening in her eyes. Taking the tissue offered by the police officer, she said, "Thank you, officer. I don't believe my brother could have died in such a bizarre manner. There must be some foul play behind this. I hope you can solve the case soon and bring justice for my brother." The officer nodded. "Ms. Huang, I understand how you feel. To be frank with you, despite the bizarre scene, there's no direct or indirect evidence indicating the presence of a killer. Unless new discoveries emerge, we can't alter the determination of accidental death." Huang Yali burst into even louder sobs upon hearing this. He was her only younger brother after all. Sure, he might run wild sometimes, but now that she'd finally married into wealth and had money, what did it matter if he acted a little recklessly? Supported by her assistant, she climbed into the car with a heart full of sorrow, struggling still to accept the sudden death of her younger brother. Just the other day, he seemed perfectly fine when we were chatting. At that moment, she heard a cacophony of screams and cheers. Rolling down the car window, she realized the commotion was coming from a haunted house. This was supposed to be the liveliest spot in the entire scenic area, yet now it filled her with nothing but irritation. Her own younger brother had been the scenic area manager, and now he was dead. Other merchants had at least shown some semblance of sympathy, so how could this place be so damned merry? Heartless bastard. Boss, from what we've gathered, Mr. Huang had a conflict with the haunted house owner before disappearing. But the police investigation found nothing suspicious. The assistant suddenly spoke up. Huang Yali sighed. "I kept telling him to think bigger, to stop obsessing over squeezing pennies from others." Sigh, why wouldn't he ever listen? The assistant remained silent, but recalling Huang Zhongwei's spoiled, incorrigible playboy demeanor, suspected what the man truly enjoyed wasn't money but the thrill of bullying others with his power. Zhongwei called me earlier, saying he was being haunted by some ghost and mentioned something about several people dying. At the time, I thought he might be on drugs and scolded him, but now it seems there might be some truth to it. Do you think it could have something to do with this haunted house? Huang Yali knew she was just clutching at straws in desperation. After all, if there was really a problem, wouldn't the police have already uncovered it? The assistant lowered his voice and asked, should we hire a private investigator to look into it? That way, you'll have peace of mind. Huang Yali nodded, rubbing her temples and said, alright, go ahead and make the arrangements. If nothing comes up, then let it be. Li Wei was practically overwhelmed with work. After the explosion in popularity, he had mentally prepared himself but still underestimated the enthusiasm of netizens. From the moment he woke up in the morning, his account's inbox was flooded. Opening it, he saw nothing but messages urging him to open the shop early. Boss, wake up already, I'm already at the scenic spot entrance. You should come early today. Hurry up and open the shop. Boss, I specifically flew in from out of town for this. I've got my diapers ready, boss. Hope your haunted house doesn't disappoint. And a lot of these messages were sent as early as 5 or 6 in the morning. What the hell is going on? It's not like some new phone launch where people queue up at dawn. Was this really necessary? He was probably the only business owner being urged by customers to open shop. By the time he reached the haunted house, the queue at the entrance had already stretched dozens of meters long. Everyone eagerly watched him approach, greeting him with expectant gazes, leaving Li Wei practically no chance to rest throughout the entire day. Who would have believed that a small haunted house could handle nearly 1,000 visitors per day, with the numbers threatening to break the 1,000 mark at any moment? Even though most visitors didn't meticulously explore every corner like young Feiqing did, often fleeing within minutes after being thoroughly frightened, hundreds of guests cycling through still kept the attraction fully booked from open to close. That's it? Many still felt unsatisfied and planned to come back for another round the next day. Li Wei tragically discovered that he'd somehow landed himself in a 996 blessing lifestyle in this world too. While the money came fast, it wasn't worth running himself ragged like this. Chapter 49, Finding Ingredients. Damn, this wasn't what he wanted. What's the point of living like an overworked beast of burden? Fortunately, as the boss, he still had some initiative at least. After 2 days of being swamped with work, Li Wei simply decided to take a break and closed the haunted house for 2 days, officially claiming it was to give the NPCs some time off. Though many visitors protested, the boss clearly didn't care about profits, and the NPCs' workload was visibly overwhelming. There wasn't much they could do but wait 2 days until the NPCs had rested before bringing up their experience requests again. Of course, Li Wei wasn't just making excuses, the NPCs were genuinely overworked. The opening of the grudge house did ease the workload of the zombies, giving them a breather, but it didn't last long. Due to its explosive popularity, the number of visitors had only increased. Only now did Li Wei realize that when a ghost's progress bar decreased, its body would gradually turn transparent. Faced with these employees crying out in hunger, Li Wei had no choice but to prepare food for them. High-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. After days of busy work, Chef Li finally took out his phone to order, no wait, search for suitable ingredients. Xiaoxiao was easiest to handle. 3 bowls of pig blood congee plus a basin of spicy blood tofu stew would do the trick. Although her appetite had grown a bit lately, Li Wei could easily meet such demands. As for the zombie horde, they still needed bloody meals. However, Li Wei recently discovered they didn't strictly require human flesh. Last time they devoured a chicken he tossed in, though the progress bar replenished much slower. So he planned to test them with a big fat pig next. As for the bitter love-hate relationship with the Grudge family. Oh right, Xiao Jia, your family doesn't eat people, right? Li Wei asked curiously. Xiao Jia's body creaked as she raised her head, staring at Li Wei with round, bulging eyes before shaking her head. Li Wei cleared his throat and asked concernedly, can you at least stand up to talk? Isn't it cold lying on the ground like this all the time? Li Wei immediately cut in, alright, forget it. Better not speak. Hey, Xiao Jun, why don't you make the decision for your mom? Would having another person here solve your problem? Xiao Jun opened his mouth, meow meow wow wow. Li Wei. Damn it, is there not a single person in this whole family who can hold a conversation? No. Li Wei realized that none of his employees could speak normally. This won't do. Next time he'd have to hire someone who could at least communicate. Li Wei swiped through news articles on his phone when he suddenly stopped, staring thoughtfully at the image of the Eagle Nation's president on the international news homepage. Ahem, admittedly, this particular ingredient is somewhat enticing, but who knows if placing it on the dinner table might trigger a chain of uncontrollable consequences. It wouldn't be good if well-intentioned actions ended up making things worse. After careful consideration, Li Wei gave up on the idea and shifted his gaze to another news headline. Famous singer Yin Yun flees abroad with 3 billion embezzled by his father, refusing to return the money, even publicly proclaiming his father's innocence. Li Wei wasn't drawn by the beautiful actress in the news photo, but rather stunned by that glaring sum of 3 billion in funds. Isn't this exactly what he needed right now? He quickly skimmed through the details. It turned out Yen Yun's father, Yen Kaming, had established a financial company. After orchestrating a series of fundraising scams, he siphoned off 3 billion yuan from nearly 100,000 investors and immediately began transferring assets in preparation to flee. Fortunately, someone discovered and reported him, leading to Yen Kaming's eventual arrest. However, by then, he had already transferred all his funds overseas to his daughter's account. His daughter, Yen Yun, happened to be a somewhat well-known singer in the country. After receiving the massive sum, Yen Yun never returned. Instead, she lived lavishly overseas with billions at her disposal, indulging in a luxurious lifestyle. Even after her father was sentenced to life imprisonment, she never once visited him. When the government offered her a chance to return the money in exchange for a reduced sentence for her father, she flatly refused. Every day she posts about her personal life on foreign social media and even pleads for her father's unjust treatment, which has sparked outrage among netizens. They have condemned her actions, but she remains completely indifferent to such toothless criticism. Li Wei frowned as he finished reading the news, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Something similar had happened in his previous world, and to this day, there was no solution. Whenever he saw such outcomes, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Moreover, in his past life, he had also endured the misery of a financial crash. His hard-earned savings of over 100,000, meant his dowry money, vanished overnight. That night, the wind on the rooftop was bitterly cold. This was also the reason he later worked himself to death with a 007 schedule, working from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week, so he harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who embezzled and fled. Now, a cold smirk curled at the corner of his lips. It was time to settle both old and new scores. Let's see if you can keep living it up. He snapped his fingers and addressed the Juan family. We've got work. Buckle up, this one's yours. Can you handle it? The Juan family nodded in unison, their eyes gleaming with malice. It was clear they'd been itching for action for quite some time. Li Wei suddenly asked, System, could I tag along for the tour too? After all, there's nothing pressing to do now. Treating this as a little relaxation wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Ding! The host may attempt through the lottery system. If you draw the Accomplice Experience card, you can accompany the horror characters on their outing. Li Wei. What the hell? An Accomplice Experience card? Damn, could this name be any more slapdash? It sounds seriously sketchy. I just wanted to take a look, not actively participate, damn it. Li Wei, then if I follow them, would I be discovered and mistaken as a suspect? Ding! This depends on the attributes of the horror character the host wishes to follow. If it's a ghost type, after using the experience card, the host will automatically transform into a spectral form. Unless the host desires otherwise, no one can see the spectral entity. Li Wei stroked his chin and chuckled. This was actually quite interesting, turning into a ghost. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he'd never experienced what it was like to be a ghost. Hiss, hiss. He was actually getting a little excited. What's it actually like to be a ghost? Asking online, really urgent. Chapter 50, Bizarre Lottery Prizes. Li Wei currently had quite a lot of horror points saved up, nearly 20,000 in total. But he wasn't very confident about winning the Accomplice Experience card in the lottery. He figured he'd just give it a try. If it didn't work out, he could always back out. After some deliberation, he spent 5,000 in one go, hoping to strike gold with a single attempt, but the result was, ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the horror prop, the Jaw Splitter. Jaw Splitter can be assigned to a designated user, with an unlocking key accompanying its appearance, and a timer set for 3 minutes. Li Wei stared at the massive mechanical contraption now before him, lost in thought. How could he have drawn this thing? Gazing at the dim crimson hue and rust-covered surface of the device, he could still envision the terrified expressions of those who wore it. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a troublesome little thing. This thing isn't of much use for now. Li Wei scratched his head and decided to store it in the system, waiting to see whether he'd get lucky with a few more draws next time. If he could gather enough, setting up a chainsaw horror exhibit would definitely be quite entertaining. The little ghoul family beside him was growing impatient, their bodies growing increasingly transparent from the prolonged suppression of their true nature. Li Wei immediately poured another 5,000 terror points into the lottery roll. The next moment, the window stopped again, revealing a green vial. Li Wei froze as he heard the system announcement sound. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the horror item, Invisibility Potion. Holy shit, an invisibility potion? Li Wei never expected this thing would exist, ahem. As a man, who hasn't fantasized about one day becoming invisible? That way, you could quietly accomplish things you normally can't or don't dare to do. For example, slipping unnoticed into, well, a bank to make off with a hefty sum. Or, leveraging that invisibility for the ultimate thrill, peeking at someone's exam papers. Better yet, getting daring enough to stalk your crush, soundlessly making your way to her side, and then, playing a mischievous prank on her. It's practically the dream item for introverts, a booster to unleash the inner beast, and an essential remedy for home travel and eliminating nuisances. How could something like this possibly be a horror prop? It's more like a heavenly gift. Invisibility potion. After consuming this potion, the user's body enters an invisible state undetectable to the naked eye. Kind reminder, this potion's effects are exceptionally potent with no current method to cancel invisibility. Please use with caution. These words poured down like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguishing all of Li Wei's blood-pumping fantasies, leaving behind only a dull aftertaste. Nothing from the system comes easy after all. Damned thing can't even deactivate invisibility, meaning whoever uses it stays invisible for life. What the hell? This piece of junk has restrictions like that? Who'd dare take it? Li Wei was speechless. Without even looking at it, he tossed it straight into the system. Time was pressing, so he didn't bother with small draws, directly investing 10,000 horror points, the largest amount ever, going all in at once. And this time, he actually drew the Accomplice trial card. Seeing his horror points completely depleted, Li Wei didn't mind. He couldn't wait to use the trial card, and in the next moment, he experienced a sensation like never before. How to describe it? His body first turned light and airy, and then his 5 senses became extraordinarily sharp. Looking down, my body turned transparent before solidifying again, my skin visibly becoming more delicate and pale. Ugh. It had turned deathly pale, quite ghost-like indeed, but compared to the blood-drenched family beside me, I looked more like a novice ghost fresh on the scene. How fascinating. Come on, let's go settle some scores, Li Wei shouted. The Xiaojia family blinked and vanished from the spot together with Li Wei. The sensation of flash stepping was something Li Wei couldn't quite describe. It felt almost instinctive, as if with just a blink, his entire surroundings changed. The environment around him was now buzzing with noise. He found himself in the middle of a lavish banquet. Around him, elegantly dressed foreign elites in tailored suits and evening gowns bustled about the ballroom, chatting and mingling. Yet, Li Wei and the Xia family silently blended into the shadows creeping along the ceiling, unnoticed by anyone. His target, Yan Yun, was nowhere in sight, but Li Wei knew without a doubt that he was somewhere in this crowd. This was his first time acting as a vengeful spirit to harm someone, and truth be told, Li Wei felt a faint thrill. He could sense the lightness of his spectral form and the resentful energy swirling within him. Dealing with mere mortals really was frighteningly effortless. While waiting for the target to appear, Li Wei curiously pulled the family aside and asked, "How are you going to act later? Do you have a plan?" Daxiong held no status in this family, being just one of Xiaojia's puppets, so he didn't speak. As for Xiaojia, Li Wei knew she would definitely strike at the end, but before that, she would undoubtedly methodically shatter the target's psychological defenses, a task that required their son, Xiao Jun's, participation. He actually really wanted to join in himself. After all, such an opportunity was hard to come by. Seeing the three spirits remain silent, Li Wei sighed and decided to play it by ear. At that moment, a woman of Xia Kingdom descent ascended the stage in the banquet hall below, dressed in luxurious garments. Her entrance was met with immediate applause from the audience. Li Wei knew the key figure had appeared. Yan Yun took great pride in being invited to this high society event. Though her attendance was bought with her father's embezzled wealth, she had ultimately crossed class boundaries. As per her usual practice, she delivered a speech before singing. Beyond expressions of gratitude, she emphatically tearfully recounted the misfortunes her father had endured back home. "My father isn't the person others portray him to be. To me, he's a hero. I hope everyone can support me and speak up for my father. Thank you." Li Wei watched calmly as Yan Yun feigned sobs under the flashing camera lights, his sense of disgust growing deeper. Li Wei didn't even need to guess what kind of gathering this banquet was. It was truly a case of birds of a feather flocking together with Yan Yun. Yan Yun took a deep breath. As the accompaniment began, she picked up the microphone and started singing on stage. Though her reputation was terrible, her vocal skills remained solid. This was where her confidence still lay. "If it hadn't been for that incident, I definitely could have become wildly popular domestically, might even have become a pop queen. Those damn troublemakers, what right did they have to condemn me? But, for now, this is good. At least I've stepped into the international scene." As she sang, her gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly caught sight of two out-of-place figures standing against the back wall, a man drenched in blood holding a child's hand. The child's entire body was ash-gray, its pitch-black pupils staring at her. When their eyes met, it opened its mouth to reveal blackened teeth and a dark void within. Chapter 51, Retribution Comes. Yan Yun was startled. Just as the overhead light shone over, flickering for barely an instant, the two figures vanished without a trace. Had she been seeing things? Yan Yun didn't think much of it. After the performance ended, she returned to her empty dressing room and began changing out of her stage costume, preparing to attend the party afterward. Just then, her phone rang. Yan Yun answered while continuing to change clothes. "Xiao Yun, it's your aunt. Have you made up your mind yet? Your father did something wrong, but you shouldn't follow his mistakes. Hearing the nagging tone, Yen Yun grew irritated. I suggest you mind your own business. My father got exactly what he wanted. Since he transferred all the funds to me, he obviously didn't intend for me to return them, and I have no intention of doing so. Why should we give back money we earned through our own abilities to these ungrateful peasants? Many people have lost their homes and families because of you. You'll face retribution for this. That's what they deserve. Heh. I won't give back a single cent. Since the country won't let my father go, I'll just apply international pressure, smear everyone. There are organizations here that love seeing things like this. Let's see who outlasts who. Heh. Retribution? With billions to my name, who do I have to fear? After saying this, Yen Yun hung up the phone with satisfaction and burst into laughter. What a bunch of idiots. Yen Yun stood up and approached the vanity mirror to fix her hair when suddenly, the curtain behind her rustled without any wind, catching her attention. She abruptly felt a chill, her surroundings becoming unsettling, as if someone was watching her. At that moment, a wig on the dressing table beside her fell to the ground. Yen Yun found it strange. How could it have fallen for no reason? She bent down and reached out to pick it up. Suddenly, the hair in her hand moved eerily. She turned her head and clearly saw that what she was holding was a bloody woman's head, grinning at her with a sinister smile. Ah! Yen Yun was so frightened she collapsed to the floor and instinctively threw it away. But as the wig landed on the ground, it remained just an ordinary wig. There was no woman's head. Yen Yun was bewildered. Was this an illusion? Could his eyes be playing tricks on him? She suspected it was due to the recent stress and thought she might need to take a break for a while. Just as Yen Yun was comforting himself and about to stand up, a terrifying bubbling sound emerged from the quiet dressing room. Air! The voice was so sudden that it made every hair stand on end, chilling his blood as a wave of unease enveloped Yen Yun. She jerked her gaze towards the wig on the floor. The sound had actually come from it. And, the wig twitched again at that moment, with dark red blood slowly oozing out from beneath it, spreading toward her as the inched its way closer, crawling bit by bit in her direction. Yen Yun had never witnessed such a terrifying sight before. Her pupils constricted as she shivered and retreated backward until the blood stained her palm, its sticky texture leaving her all the more certain of its reality. It's not an illusion, it's all real. The wig rose up, revealing a hideous, terrifying face amidst the blood as it relentlessly advanced. There's a ghost. Help! Yen Yun's fear reached its peak as she turned to flee, scrambling on all fours. Wawa! Yen Yun's face crumpled in horror as the ghostly pale face of a child suddenly appeared inches from her own. It was the same child she'd seen on stage earlier. In an instant, terror contorted Yen Yun's features. She sprang up as if propelled by springs, knocking over a nearby chair in her panic before bolting straight out the door. The staff outside also heard her voice and rushed over, colliding with Yen Yun. Seeing people arrive, Yen Yun clung to them as if grasping a lifeline. With a tearful voice, she kept saying, "There's a ghost inside. A ghost." The hair moved on its own, and there was so much blood. Sob. "I'm scared." Her makeup was now completely smeared by tears, clearly showing how terrified she was. The surrounding staff gathered around and peered inside, frowning as they said, "There's nothing in there." Yen Yun couldn't believe her eyes. She leaned in to look. The blood that had been everywhere was gone. The child in that face had vanished, leaving only an ordinary wig lying on the ground. Yen Yun's eyes widened in shock as she cried out frantically, "I'm not lying. It really appeared just now. Look at my hands." She stretched out her hands, but the sticky blood had disappeared too, as if everything that had happened moments ago was merely an illusion. Under everyone's skeptical gazes, Yen Yun found herself unable to justify what she'd seen. Never in her life had she felt such terror. "Miss Yen, why don't you rest here for a while?" The other staff member had no choice but to comfort her while arranging another room for her to rest and calm down. Wrapped in a blanket, Yen Yun sat shivering on the chair, her mind in complete disarray. She spoke up, "Could you get me a cup of hot water, please?" "Of course, just a moment." To avoid witnessing anything unsettling again, Yen Yun stayed in the temporary workspace next door this time, leaving the door wide open. She could still see the bustling crowd coming and going. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound from beside her startled her again. Turning her head, she saw the nearby printer whirring to life. Yen Yun glanced at the emerging sheets. They were menus. She let out a relieved sigh and chose to ignore it. The night had been too eerie, and she no longer wanted to stay in this place. It made her deeply uneasy. After finishing her water, she resolved to leave immediately. The printer beside her kept running, buzzing zzz, incessantly, grating on her nerves. He got up and turned off the switch. She had just sat back down to catch her breath when that terrifying sound started up again. The printer was working once more, and the noise had grown louder. Zzz. Yen Yun turned his stiffened neck and saw the printer spit out a completely black sheet of paper. Another entirely black sheet, then another. Yen Yun watched in terror, his momentarily calmed body trembling again. Staring at the endless stream of ejected pages, he shook his head and whimpered, "No, no." As sheet after sheet of printing paper emerged, slight variations appeared in the blackness, with patches of hazy gray-white beginning to form in the imagery. The printer's sound distorted unnaturally at that moment. ZZZZT. The gray-white areas on the paper grew more distinct, faintly taking shape. It seemed to be the face of a woman. In a hazy daze, the sound of the printer distorted to its extreme. ZZZ. Ugh, ZZZ, Yurg. As the familiar blood-curdling noise echoed in her ears once more, the printer spat out its final sheet. On it was the terrifying face of a disheveled woman, her eyes glaring fixedly at her. Chapter 52, Millionaire. Ha ha. Yen Yun let out an uncontrollable scream, staring in terror and despair at that horrifying face. She had no idea why such a thing was happening to her. The instinct for survival made her scramble to her feet, desperate to escape. However, with a rip, the ghostly face on the printer paper burst through the surface, extending its sinister gaze as pitch-black hair rapidly spread, silently coiling around Yen Yun and tightening its grip relentlessly. Under the table, two pale little hands clutched her ankles desperately, refusing to let go. Yen Yun gasped in terror, her strangled breaths reduced to muffled whimpers as she struggled desperately, her body stiff and unyielding, all efforts in vain. After enduring several shocks, her adrenaline faded, leaving her limbs weak and powerless. She could only cast a despairing gaze toward the corridor beyond the door, clinging to the feeble hope that someone might notice her. Footsteps echoed at the doorway. Yen Yun saw a pair of feet appear in the entrance, and she knew rescue had arrived. Lifting her head slowly, she cried out, "Hurry, save me, please, I beg you." Ah! Yet the moment she raised her head, the brightly lit room plunged into darkness, the light snuffed out, the lively hallway now eerily silent. As the shadow swallowed everything, Yen Yun finally glimpsed the true appearance of the figure at the door, and in that instant, a bone-deep chill seized her entire being. Standing at the doorway was actually a middle-aged man holding a knife, his gaze fierce and fixed on me. This man had clearly appeared in the corner of the stage earlier, alongside the child. The hope that had just surged was extinguished in an instant. Yen Yun's eyes widened as she felt a suffocating despair. The bearded man, his face covered in blood, walked in and stared at her coldly. Ignoring Yen Yun's pleading eyes, he raised his knife and brought it down repeatedly. Blow after blow, blood splattered everywhere. Ugh, ah! An excruciating pain, deep as if piercing her bones, made Yen Yun cry out in agony. But it wasn't over. From the wound where the knife had sliced across her abdomen, a blood-soaked ghostly hand suddenly emerged, crawling slowly toward her mouth, gaping wide from suffering. "Someone, please save me," sobs. "Whoever rescues me, I'll give them 3 billion. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me." Erg. A bubbling sound erupted from his stomach. In endless agony and despair, Yen Yun struggled desperately, yet silence as suffocating as death persisted around her until ghostly fingers clutched her chin and wrenched it downward with inhuman force. Yen Yun begged, shaking her head wildly, but her cheeks creaked unnaturally under the spectral grip. Bones twisted, skin split. The next moment. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Li Wei finally understood why it was called the accessory experience card. Sure enough, after using it, he ended up doing accomplice work. Stand guard outside. He genuinely wanted to rush in and kick that woman a few times too, but it seemed the card's rules held him back. After Yen Yun entered the temporary office room, the grudges of the Xiaojia family consumed the entire space. At this point, outsiders wouldn't sense any abnormality in the room and might even subconsciously overlook its existence entirely. But there was one exception, the staff member whom Yen Yun had asked for water. After pouring the water, she picked up the cup and began walking toward the room. Though she was just an innocent attendant, once she stepped inside, she would undoubtedly become infected by the curse, with lethal consequences. Li Wei pondered for a moment. Since she was innocent, there was no need for her to get involved. So his spectral form blocked the hallway, and just as the attendant bumped into him, he possessed her in the next instant. The sensation was akin to controlling a suit of clothes, simple yet novel. Li Wei guided them back while observing the ongoing situation inside the house. He had to admit this family's professional skills were truly formidable, particularly top sales Ghoul Xiaojia, whose understanding of human weaknesses was exceptionally profound. She knew precisely how to dismantle people's defenses step by step, hitting every pressure point with uncanny accuracy. What's more, she seamlessly integrated her abilities with ordinary household items, wigs, printers, accompanied by an array of terrifying tricks designed to maximize shock value. TSK. Even Li Wei couldn't help but admire her innate talent. She was practically born to be a malevolent spirit. In comparison, her husband and child fell somewhat short, they could only play supporting roles. Yen Yun's miserable death was irreversible, and Li Wei couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her desperate pleas in those final moments. People like her, who had always been domineering and overbearing, never understood their place in the world. Sometimes, only death could bring them face to face with reality. Soon, little Jia's family finished their task and retreated to Li Wei's side, standing by obediently. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the possessed waiter, their restless eagerness making it clear they weren't ready to let go. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. "Go back now." With that, the 4 spectral figures vanished. The possessed waitress shivered, suddenly feeling weak. Coming to her senses, she looked at where she was standing and wondered, how did I get here? She shook her head, unable to make sense of it. Nevertheless, she carried the water toward Yen Yun's room. Knocking on the door, she smiled apologetically and said, Miss Yen, sorry to keep you waiting. Here's the hot water you asked for. Seeing Yen Yun resting on the sofa with her back turned, she assumed she had fallen asleep. As she moved to place the cup on the nearby table, her foot suddenly stepped on something hard and slippery, causing her to completely lose balance. She fell heavily to the floor with a thud. Ouch! The glass shattered across the floor at that moment. The waiter groaned in pain as he struggled to rise, desperate to see what had made him slip. The next instant, goosebumps erupted across his skin, making every hair stand on end. It's a severed jaw. The waitress let out a blood-curdling scream and frantically stumbled backward, accidentally colliding with the sofa. Yen Yun's body slumped forward, his head coming to rest precisely upon her shoulder. She turned her head and instantly saw the hideous face looming inches away, its lower jaw missing, the tongue dangling onto her shoulder as blood seeped out, staining half the attendant's body crimson. A pungent metallic scent of blood assaulted her nostrils, while a bone-chilling cold shot from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. Throughout the banquet hall's rear area, an ear-splitting, soul-rending shriek could be heard. Returning indoors, Li Wei's body had already recovered. The disappearance of that weightless, floating sensation actually left him feeling much more grounded. This is indeed a rare experience. Of course, ghost tours are acceptable, but if it turns into zombies or something, Li Wei still feels it's completely unnecessary. After checking the dietary status of the Grudge family and the system, all fully replenished. Just then, the system's voice chimed, ding, current deposit, 75,942,094 xia currency. Even with mental preparation, he was still shocked by this string of verification code-like numbers. It wasn't until he counted them that he realized it was 75 million. In the blink of an eye, he became a multi-millionaire. No wonder the old saying goes, crime pays handsomely. Damn, money really comes fast this way. Though compared to those who embezzle billions at a time, Li Wei's little sum might not even catch their attention. Managing to get these random assets from Yen Yun already satisfied Li Wei. And now that the man's dead, he's lost all value to those overseas players. That money would most likely be reclaimed. Guess this qualifies as doing at least one good deed. Chapter 53, The World's Gone Mad. After sorting out the dietary needs of Xiao Yi's family, dealing with the other horror characters became much simpler except for the zombie horde. Their eating habits were far too noisy, forcing Li Wei to relocate to an abandoned building in the suburbs. There, he tossed them a wild boar and all on. Though it was messy and downright gory, watching the zombies devour the boar oddly gave Li Wei a sense of accomplishment. It felt like raising a bunch of unsightly pets and somehow managing to keep them plump and well-fed. By the time he finished, evening had already fallen. After summoning Xiao Xia, Li Wei hailed a taxi and headed straight to the restaurant. Zhou called to say the script was ready and hastily booked a private room before inviting Li Wei over. Arriving at the restaurant, Li Wei pushed open the door to the private room where Zhou He, who'd been waiting eagerly, rose enthusiastically to greet him. Mr. Li, you're here. Please, have a seat. Without standing on ceremony, Li Wei took his seat directly. Xiao Xia behind him imitated his manner of sitting, as she was becoming more human-like by the day. At the very least, her slender waist could now bend, and her feet could mimic human walking, though still clumsy and comically unsteady. Spotting Xiao Xia, Zhou He recognized her as the ticket seller from Li Wei's establishment. He hadn't expected Li Wei to bring her along. Could there be some intimate relationship between them? What a shame, though she's very beautiful, she's just a cripple. Mr. Li is truly a kind-hearted man after all. 2 bowls of pig blood congee and 1 portion of boiled blood with tofu. Li Wei called out to the waiter, then turned to Zhou He with a smile. Old Zhou, is the script ready? Zhou He rubbed his hands together excitedly and nodded. Finally opening his briefcase, he solemnly pulled out a booklet and placed it on the table. The furtive look on his face made Li Wei barely suppress his laughter. Zhou He chuckled awkwardly. Mr. Li, don't think I'm being overly cautious. It's just that this script is the most exhilarating work I've ever written in my career. After your suggestions, everything suddenly became clear to me. Ideas kept pouring out. This is practically the pinnacle of my life's work. Seeing how earnest he was, Li Wei picked up the script and flipped through it. The content was indeed similar to the zombie plot he'd mentioned earlier, though with some modifications to better suit the local context. On the whole, it truly was outstanding work. Li Wei set down the script and said, no problem, this is exactly the effect we want. Mr. Li, I can already picture how this film will turn out. Though I started as a screenwriter, I've actually directed some award-winning short films before. I just never got the chance to direct a feature-length production. Zhou He spoke excitedly, the words tumbling out in that particular way people talk when they feel they've met a kindred spirit after waiting too long. Suddenly, his expression softened as he hesitated. Since you've confirmed the script, I can handle the crew and actors. It's just the funding. Are you really sure about covering it? Not that I doubt you, but this will absolutely require a massive sum. There are some grand scenes in the film that'll be incredibly costly. Li Wei watched with amusement as Xiao Xia devoured the spicy blood tofu with complete abandon. Turning to Zhou he said cheerfully, so you've worked out the budget? Just tell me the amount outright. Zhou He scratched his head awkwardly. Even if we adopt the most economical shooting approach, between crew expenses, actor salaries, extras, and sets, at the very minimum we're looking at 40 million yuan. Afraid this figure might shock Li Wei, he hurried to explain, Mr. Li, we can seek investors. I know some industry people who'd definitely be interested in this project. That way we could ease the financial pressure and focus fully on production. Actually, this was already being quite frugal. He himself was prepared to sell his house and car, which could raise a few million. As for Li Wei coming up with over 30 million, to be honest, he simply didn't believe it. The other man looked considerably younger than himself. Though Li Wei's Fright Night Haunted House had been booming recently, from what he'd heard, just a while ago, Li Wei had been losing so much money that he'd had to lay off staff. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly come up with tens of millions? Even scraping together 100,000 would probably be a struggle, wouldn't it? Joey assumed it was just youthful bravado, which was why he suggested raising investment, giving Li Wei a graceful way to back down without losing face. Then he heard Li Wei speak up nonchalantly, saying, 40 million, that's indeed not much. Old Zhou, while we should save where we can, some expenses simply can't be skimped on, otherwise the results won't justify the effort. I'll cover it, here's 50 million. If it's not enough, just let me know. Put. Cough, cough, cough. Joey had just taken a sip of water when he suddenly sprayed it all out, not a single drop remained. His throat burned with violent coughs, and his face flushed crimson. He didn't even wipe his mouth, his eyes fixed intently on Li Wei, wondering if he'd misheard. Mr. Li, what exactly did you say just now? He hurriedly asked in reply. Li Wei picked up a piece of chicken for Xiao Xia, watching as the other man ate it only to spit it out with a look of disgust, a rather comical sight. I said, he repeated, I'll put in 50 million. Is that enough? Joey swallowed hard with a gulp, sitting dumbfounded in his chair. Holy shit, for real? He couldn't have misheard that. Mr. Li, cough. I mean, you can really produce that amount? If I may ask so boldly, who exactly is your father? In old Zhou's eyes, Li Wei now appeared profoundly unfathomable, as if shrouded in an impenetrable veil of mystery. To be able to produce so much money without a word, could he be some young master from a prominent family sent out for tempering? Such formidable backing. Li Wei said helplessly, what are you thinking, old Zhou? I'm an orphan, and this money was all earned through my own blood and sweat. Alright. Zhou he was dumbfounded. An orphan? Millions through blood and sweat? He understood every single word, but combined together, they made no sense at all. Zhou he had started from scratch and spent half his life in the industry, achieving notable success, yet his entire fortune amounted to just a few million. Meanwhile, this young orphan, with no background to speak of, running a failing haunted house, could casually fork out tens of millions without even breaking a sweat. Has the world really gotten this topsy-turvy? Earlier, he had pitted Li Wei, but now it dawned on him, who was he to feel sorry for the other guy? What right did he have? Mr. Li, cough, actually, I'm quite good at enduring hardships. I'm willing to take on some of your backbreaking work for you. The money doesn't matter, I just really enjoy suffering. Zhou he declared with an air of solemn righteousness. Chapter 54, Li Wei, the epitome of virtue. Old Zhou, aren't your calculations a bit too obvious? Not even trying to hide it? Li Wei said in disbelief. Joey gave an awkward chuckle, his face turning slightly red. Sorry, got carried away there, really got carried away. It's understandable, though he knew quite a few people in venture capital circles, someone as young as Li Wei who'd built his own fortune entirely through personal struggle was truly rare. Thus, he couldn't help but feel the urge to latch onto this rising star. Perfectly natural. By the way, Mr. Li, if you want to produce films under your company's name, it'd be best to register a new film production company first. With proper filming permits and registration, everything becomes much clearer, whether it's theatrical release, exports, or copyright issues. If you don't mind the hassle, I've got some connections in this industry and can help handle the paperwork for you. Zhou He's suggestion was sincere. After pondering for a moment, Li Wei nodded. Alright, in that case I'll leave it to you. Establish a subsidiary called Soul Shiver Film Studio to handle all film production matters, fully owned and controlled by Soul Shiver Haunted House. Old Zhou, you've got the experience, help me run this. I'll entrust all company affairs to you, and you'll take the CEO position. The only person Li Wei knows in the film industry right now is Zhou He. To break into the entertainment business, having the right guide is essential, and since he doesn't have time to handle this himself, entrusting it to old Zhou is the perfect choice. To outsiders, the idea of becoming the CEO of a shell film company under a small haunted house empire sounds absurd, like children playing house. Yet Zhou He accepted the position with genuine excitement. His rise to the top of the industry wasn't just due to extraordinary effort and talent, his keen insight into the business was equally crucial. Though the haunted house and its film company may be obscure now, dwarfed by industry giants, that might not always be the case. But Joe had a premonition. This was undoubtedly a rising star that no one could stop. The zombie designs had already shown him Li Wei's talent, and the recent curse-themed attractions were simply the highest interpretation of horror and thrill. He couldn't fathom how Li Wei's mind worked, how a seemingly sunny young man could design so many grotesque and bizarre things that could instantly evoke everyone's darkest emotions. In one word, brilliant. With these matters settled and dinner nearly finished, Li Wei wasted no time. He immediately transferred 50 million to Joe right then and there. The funds had all been processed by the system, ensuring they were legal and compliant. Neither the source nor the expenditure would raise any suspicions or cause any issues. Even after seeing the string of zeros on his phone, Joey still couldn't believe it. His heart pounded like a drum, as if he were dreaming. For a fleeting moment, he even entertained the absurd thought of running off with the money, but he shook his head violently, dismissing the idea. His gaze hardened with resolve as he thought to himself, Joey, am a man with vision. How could I let myself be tempted by this sum right in front of me? Never. Absolutely never. Slurp, but, so much money. Old Joe, wipe your drool, it's kinda gross, Li Wei chuckled hoarsely. Of course he understood how an ordinary person would feel suddenly coming into a fortune. Even a seasoned workplace veteran wouldn't be immune to that temptation. Naturally, this also served as his test for Joe He. Only if the man proved completely devoted without any ulterior motives would Li Wei truly accept him. But if Joe dared entertain improper thoughts, well, that Li Wei will make sure to be more careful in his next life. Joey picked up his wine glass and downed it heartily. With the funding secured, he was now ready to fully devote himself to the film production. The feeling of being free from worries was simply exhilarating. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, his face flushed with excitement as he said, Mr. Lee, there's one more thing. The NPCs in your haunted house have incredible acting skills, so realistic. I was wondering if they might be available to make a cameo in the film. They'd be absolutely outstanding. Li Wei froze, then paused to consider the scenario, mixing a few actual zombies into a crowd of extras and letting them wreak havoc. Damn, that really was thinking outside the box. But forget about zombies, they can't speak, are prone to exposure, and are hard to explain. Other horror characters might be worth a try, though. He shook his head and said, No. If they leave, my haunted house won't be able to operate. Joe He was a bit confused. Logically speaking, since Jinhun Film Studio had already invested 50 million in shooting their movie, a massive investment promising huge future profits, they should prioritize the studio's needs first. Why were they still putting the haunted house ahead of the film? Still, Li Wei was effectively his boss now, and the man surely had his own considerations. Joe He had no choice but to compromise. How about I have our performers come over to learn from you sometime? We could also introduce them to Mr. Lee. At this point, he slightly avoided Xia, who was spacing out after eating, and lowered his voice. Ahem, Mr. Lee, some of our actresses are quite aesthetically pleasing, if you catch my drift. That look, every man understands. Li Wei was stunned, coughing awkwardly before hurriedly cutting him off. Stop right there, old Joe. Don't joke around, I'm a proper gentleman. Actually, he has a psychological cleanliness complex. Though actresses in the entertainment industry may be beautiful and diverse in style, who knows if they're seasoned veterans? Li Wei now has a system after all. Proudly, he can't let himself be taken advantage of for free. Joey stared at Li Wei in stunned silence, feeling so awkward he could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Who would have thought his rare attempt at flattery would backfire so spectacularly? I had assumed a fiery young boss like him would be interested in beautiful actresses from the entertainment industry, and I could even play matchmaker. Of course, coercion was out of the question. I could only create opportunities for mutual attraction. After all, it's all too common for actresses to accompany wealthy investors at dinners. He'd seen it too often to be surprised. It seems I misjudged him. The boss is actually such a principled man who stays above such temptations. Joe He felt instant reverence. If before he had admired Li Wei merely for his extraordinary talents, now he looked up to him with mountain-high esteem for his moral character. Here was a noble soul, a man of purity, a man of virtue, someone completely free from vulgar interests. After the meal, Joey's perception of Li Wei had somehow become inexplicably more elevated. This man, who still managed to remain untainted in today's muddy and turbid society. TSK, no wonder he could strike it rich. If he knew Li Wei often sought out ingredients privately in his spare time, his worldview would probably shatter. Chapter 55, The Angel Investor. Feeling rather full, Li Wei declined Joey's offer of a ride and chose to walk back with Xiao Xia step by step. Since it's not far anyway, might as well take a post-dinner stroll. It had been a long time since he'd had such leisurely downtime. Though Xiao Xia the zombie couldn't speak, she made for quite a good listener. Whenever Li Wei casually said something, just a glance in her direction would prompt her to flash a timely smile with her little fangs, as if enthusiastically responding. Just as Li Wei was about to compliment her, he suddenly noticed Xia Xia turning to look at the adjacent street. This area was a small tourist town with lively nighttime foot traffic, snack vendors, stalls, and dense alleys winding between self-built houses clustered around the scenic spot. Xia Xia's gaze was fixed precisely on the entrance of those narrow alleys, where heavily made-up women stood by the roadside smoking, with men occasionally approaching to chat. Li Wei coughed lightly. Kids your age shouldn't poke into grown-up affairs. Hurry up and go home. Xia Xia remained motionless, staring unblinkingly at one particular couple as if completely fascinated. It was then that Li Wei noticed something unusual. A zombie wouldn't normally show interest in such things. Could there be some hidden circumstances at play? Li Wei held Xiao Xia's hand and pretended to browse the stalls nearby, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on the two individuals over there. Thanks to the system's enhancements, his senses had become notably sharper. Sure enough, he noticed the man who had been chatting with the abalone seller turn and leave, stealthily blending into the crowd. Yet, his gaze kept lingering in their direction, even pulling out his phone as if casually snapping photos, though the lens was unmistakably aimed at Li Wei. Was he being followed? Frowning, Li Wei pondered. He couldn't recall offending anyone recently or having any enemies who would do this. The other party was clearly a professional. If Xia Xia hadn't noticed something unusual, Li Wei wouldn't have been aware either. After all, who would expect to be randomly followed out of nowhere? Having made up his mind, Li Wei had no intention of letting it slide. He pulled Xia Xia toward a less crowded alley. The man trailing them saw this and discreetly followed, crouching at the alley's entrance as if to tie his shoelaces before stealthily peering inside. Just then, a large hand suddenly clamped around his throat and, against the man's terrified gaze, dragged him straight into the alley. Bang! Li Wei snatched the man's backpack, casually tossing him beside a trash can, looking down at him with authority. Talk, who sent you? The man clearly hadn't expected to be caught and panicked, saying, I don't know what you're talking about. There must be some misunderstanding, I don't even know you. Li Wei smirked coldly as she rummaged through the backpack. The man grew frantic, trying to snatch it back, only to have Xia Xia stomp hard on him, pinning him down. Stop going through my stuff. Do you realize this is illegal? The man hadn't expected this woman to be so strong. Despite being a grown man, he couldn't even struggle free. Li Wei emptied the contents and found that aside from the camera, everything else consisted of photos related to him, all taken from perverse, voyeuristic angles, clearly stalker shots. Li Wei threw the items onto the man's face and said coldly, you get one chance. If you don't speak now, you won't speak again. The man sprawled on the floor trembled at the sight of the scattered photographs. Though he wanted to defend himself, when he met Li Wei's gaze, an uneasy dread surged through him. In that moment, a bone-chilling terror seized him, as if some unimaginable catastrophe loomed. Struggling internally, he finally slumped in defeat, his face ashen. I'm a private investigator, he admitted weakly. Someone hired me to investigate you. Who's there? One of the employers was the sister of Huang Zhongwei, who died some time ago. She wanted to investigate whether his death had any connection to you. There was also another employer. Li Wei frowned. Wait, you're saying there are two parties investigating me? Li Wei wasn't particularly surprised about Huang Zhongwei's family, given how sudden and bizarre his death was. It was normal for them to spend money on an investigation, not that they'd uncover anything. But who was the other party? It's a customer from Jiangcheng named Chun Li Hao. He seemed more curious about your haunted house, asking me to investigate how it operates and for all the design materials inside. Mr. Li, please, I beg you, let me go. I've told you everything I know. I won't follow you anymore. The man pleaded. At the end of the day, what he did was illegal and couldn't see the light of day. If he wasn't caught, it'd be fine, but once discovered, he would face jail time. Li Wei was still pondering who Chen Lihao was when Xia Xia, standing beside him, suddenly frowned and kicked the private investigator. Li Wei instantly heard a crisp crack sound. The man flew into the air like a ragged sack, tracing a perfect arc before landing precisely in a trash can. After finishing, Xia Xia looked at Li Wei with a hint of pride, as if waiting for praise. Li Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't blame the zombie either. After all, he'd learned what he wanted to know, and judging by Xiao Xia's condition, just a few broken bones while unconscious, it was merely a slight punishment. The two of them swaggered off just like that. Li Wei thought the matter was over, but the very next day while busily organizing the haunted house, he received a call from none other than Chen Lihao, the private investigator's contact. Mr. Li, I've long admired your work. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chen Lihao from Jiangcheng's Venture Capital Circle, an angel investor. Chen Lihao's voice on the phone was cultured and polite as he greeted Li Wei. Though he couldn't see the other person's face, their words carried a mature and steady demeanor, spoken with an air of sincerity. Most people would probably leave with a favorable first impression, but Li Wei had discovered just yesterday that this guy had actually sent someone to investigate him. He smirked inwardly. Do you need something? I presume Mr. Li has heard of angel investors? Chen Lihao said proudly. Li Wei replied coolly, you want to invest in me? Chen Lihao laughed and said, "Wrong, to be precise, it's investing in your haunted house. Mr. Li, I came across your project online and I'm very optimistic about it. Your haunted house has pioneered a new type of theme park with great market potential. But looking at you now, it feels a bit like you're just dabbling. Seems like you don't have much of a professional plan?" Li Wei replied. "So?" Li Wei's tone was flat, but Chen Lihao continued earnestly. "I'm a very passionate person, and I really don't want to see your startup venture treated like child's play. So, I plan to visit you in the next couple of days to invest 30 million. With this capital, once you've built up your resources, you can open branches in major cities across the country, and we'll expand our commercial empire directly. Money won't be an issue, and if management becomes overwhelming, I can arrange for support. Let's aim to become the #1 haunted house theme park in the country within 2 years." It must be said that Chen Lihao's words were incredibly persuasive, overflowing with motivational energy and grand promises. Any entrepreneur hearing this would struggle not to get fired up, let alone when the other party was proposing a 30 million yuan investment. One could say these were the exact kinds of opportunities every startup dreams of. Many companies don't lack technical expertise or creativity, what they lack is initial capital. That's precisely why they keep appearing in the venture capital circuit, hoping to catch the attention of angel investors and secure funding. Now, with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity literally thrust in front of him, Chen Lihao simply didn't believe that Li Wei, a greenhorn young man, could resist the temptation. Chen Lihao could already picture the other party weeping with gratitude, pouring out tearful thanks over the phone. Chapter 56, New Horror Character. Fuck off. Li Wei calmly finished speaking and immediately hung up the phone. He finally understood why they had sent someone to investigate him. Angel investors, to put it nicely, do provide money, substantial funds, and resources. But nowhere under heaven is there such a thing as a free lunch, so Li Wei was certain they were after his equity. By then, the money would be secured, and the business would flourish, but Li Wei would also gradually lose control of the haunted house, edged out little by little. Such examples were far too common in the business world of his past life. Though he knew those horror characters wouldn't obey anyone else, that anyone trying to steal them would end up with mere empty shells, Li Wei still found the whole affair troublesome. So while Li Wei's words were crude, his underlying intention was to prevent the other party from seeking death. Recently, he'd been avoiding bloodshed, choosing to stay abstinent for a while. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office, Chen Lihao stared dumbfounded at the phone in his hand. He's completely dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, he never expected such a reaction. He was offering 30 million. Since when did young people face such an enormous sum with such disdain for wealth? Could it be that he's rejecting this money? Don't be ridiculous. And what infuriated him most was that other phrase, telling him to get lost. Chen Lihao's face darkened. Wherever he went as an angel investor, he was always treated with respect, even to the extent that people would resort to unscrupulous means to curry favor with him. Now, here he was, having taken the rare initiative to show such sincerity toward a project he genuinely believed in, fully expecting an easy success. And yet, the other party had the audacity to reject his goodwill? Without hesitation, he called his team, his voice icy. "Since they don't know what's good for them, proceed with plan B." The person on the other end of the line was equally stunned. Who in their right mind would turn down 30 million? It was sheer madness. "Understood, Director Li. Will you be coming tomorrow? The groundbreaking ceremony won't have the same momentum without your presence." "I understand. I'll be there. And incidentally, Chuckles, I want to see the look on that kid's face when he regrets it." During these 2 days when the haunted house was closed, the restless visitors could barely contain their excitement. Many chose to visit the scenic area first, thinking it would be a decent alternative. But upon arriving, they couldn't help feeling disappointed. The scenic area only has some natural scenery but fails to utilize it properly, offering a poor experience. After walking around for just 2 hours, you lose the desire to stay any longer. In the end, they could only wait idly in the hotel until the haunted house opened. So when Li Wei announced the opening, all these guests who had been waiting for 2 days swarmed over in a lively, bustling crowd. The first batch of visitors were all staying within the scenic area. When they saw Li Wei at the haunted house entrance, they immediately began protesting. "Boss, we've postponed our itinerary by 2 whole days just to experience your haunted house." Yeah, staying 2 days in this bland tourist spot has been so boring. "Boss, your haunted house better not disappoint us. We all came here specifically for this." "Wow, Sister Xia, you're way more beautiful in person than in videos." Faced with such a lively scene, Li Wei's mood improved significantly. Another large group of comrades was about to get tortured. He grinned and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Our haunted house has never disappointed anyone. As I always say, if you don't think it's scary, I won't take a single cent from you. And don't think I've just been resting these past few days. Cough, take a look." Li Wei paused briefly, then retrieved 2 metal objects from behind his back, presenting them to the crowd. These are 2 exquisitely designed badges, one depicting the savage face of a zombie, while the other features Little Gana's distinctive yoga pose. These two distinctive haunted house badges gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight the moment they were revealed, instantly capturing the attention of all the visitors. Holy badges! Wow, these are so intricately made. I really want them, boss. How much? These are amazing collectibles. I'll take them all. Li Wei smiled and said, the badge doesn't cost any money. As long as you complete a theme, you can claim that theme's badge. Hearing it was free, the visitors were astonished. They never expected the owner to be so generous, and their fondness for this haunted house instantly multiplied. Even those who had been complaining the most became reasonable under the allure of the badges. So the boss was working on merchandise. The 2-day wait was totally worth it. This freebie, this badge is so thoughtfully made. The visitors chattered excitedly while eagerly lining up to buy tickets, looking determined not to leave without getting their money's worth today. Zombie-themed attractions were always the safest choice for first-time visitors. Li Wei watched as a group of clearly well-prepared tourists strode confidently inside, casually discussing strategies they'd obviously gathered online. Their seemingly fearless demeanor almost made him laugh. What strategies? What backstory? Those were just details to enhance immersion. What truly made the difference were the horror characters themselves. Once those zombies unleashed their terrifying presence, all preparations would be worthless. Everyone would be scared out of their wits. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, those tourists came running out of the entrance screaming for their parents, their thrill and terror making them look like a bunch of manic youths. I was so close, just 1 inch away from grabbing the key, and you idiots had to go and alert the weeping witch. You think I wanted that? Everyone was holding their breath, not daring to make a sound, and then this half-bodied zombie grabbed my ankle. I practically lost my soul from fear. Wouldn't you be terrified too? The weeping witch truly is my worst nightmare. The sheer dread she radiates is unreal. Dad, I don't think the zombie theme suits us. How about trying the grudge instead? I feel that theme could earn us the badge. Damn it, if we can't bring back at least one badge today, it'll be so embarrassing. With the allure of the badges, the haunted house's business reached new heights. Some visitors who initially planned to experience it just once pushed through their fear for second or even third visits. So the line had been forming all morning, and surprisingly, the crowd wasn't thinning at all. Hell, it even seemed to be growing. At first, we could roughly estimate the waiting time, but now with so many heads, it's impossible to keep count. The scene itself also looked chaotic. Li Wei had personally experienced some of those ultra-popular theme parks before, the ones with wait times stretching over 2 or 3 hours, pure torture, especially when the monotony of standing in line killed all your excitement. Looks like we'll have to open more themed areas. Right now, there's just no way to handle this many people. The staff were working themselves to the bone. Li Wei pondered for a moment, then went to the haunted house's monitoring room. He pulled up the system panel directly and tossed the over 4,000 terror points he'd collected that morning into the lottery slot. Watching the scrolling window, he silently prayed, please give me another horror character that can actually help. Preferably one as approachable looking as Xia, but without being such a pain in the ass. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained a new horror character, Soul Severing at. Li Wei gasped sharply, gritting his teeth as he muttered, holy shit, system, you're just full of surprises, aren't you? You had to give me this kind of thing? Chapter 57, The Warm-Up Clown. If Westerners' long-standing fear of clown culture seems comical to many Easterners, who fail to understand what's so frightening about it, then the appearance of soul-severing art truly made many realize the horror of clowns. This is a heavyweight character indeed. Staring at the clown that had suddenly appeared before him, Li Wei felt a strong headache coming on. The figure was tall and lean, with a strangely pale face sporting a hooked nose that always seemed to be grinning. A small black top hat perched atop his head, and he wore a black and white clown costume, no different from any ordinary clown one might encounter. The moment Yate appeared, he scratched his head and glanced around, clearly curious about where he was. However, upon spotting Li Wei, the knot of confusion on his face loosened into a grin. He waved cheerfully at Li Wei, then swaggered over with oversized confidence, hauling a garbage bag behind him. With a triumphant flourish, he pulled out a small horn and proudly displayed it to Li Wei. System, can you refund this guy? Li Wei massaged his temples and sighed. No, host. Lottery results cannot be changed. If you don't want the current horror character, you can deplete his nature progress bar, and he will disappear. Seriously? So, starve him to death? Beep beep beep. Arte the clown kept pressing a tiny horn near Li Wei's ear. Seeing no reaction, he shrugged boredly before rummaging through a garbage bag as if struck by a new idea. The next moment, a wooden club studded with nails was pulled out. Silent laughter spread across Clown Art's face as he held it, but before his mirth could fully blossom, the weapon vanished from his grasp only to reappear in Li Wei's hands. Since they were in the surveillance room, Li Wei wasn't worried about outside observers. He patted the clown's shoulder and said, "You're new here, so there are things you need to know. Starting now, I'm your boss. Do you understand what that means?" Art raised an eyebrow, staring coldly at Li Wei. Unfazed, Li Wei hefted the spiked club in his hand and continued, "Your job from now on is to interact with visitors outside. Use your mime talents to entertain them, make them laugh. As for anything else, don't even think about it. Got it?" Atlas crossed his arms, tilted his chin up, and provocatively shook his head, clearly saying, "So what if I don't understand?" Li Wei sighed without wasting words, grabbed the spiked club, swung it in a full arc, and smashed it ruthlessly toward his head. He had come to realize every single one of these horror characters was the type that wouldn't recognize reality until beaten. So, Li Wei didn't hold back when it came to hands-on action. Don't be fooled by the clown's fleshy body, he could be hurt, but in essence, he was a demonic god, the kind that couldn't truly die. Of course, none of that mattered to the system. With every swing of Li Wei's stick, the clown convulsed wildly, gritting his teeth in pain. Blood splattered across the entire surveillance room, more gore than a vat of tomato juice. However, what terrified the clown most was realizing his wounds weren't healing. Now it was genuinely panicked, finally grasping the severity of the situation. This man before him was no ordinary person either. He frantically raised his hands in surrender. Li Wei's eyes widened. Woohoo, still trying to resist? And immediately struck with even greater force. The surveillance room was drenched in blood, its silence eerily punctuated only by ragged breaths and dull thuds, huff, thud, huff, thump, creak. Suddenly, the door burst open. Two visibly lost tourists stumbled in, panic-stricken only to freeze in stunned horror at the sight before them. Even as Li Wei scrambled for an explanation, the pair erupted in excitement. "Boss, is this a new theme you're testing? Clown-related? Damn, this setup is terrifying." Li Wei smiled without changing his expression and said, "You've really got me figured out, huh? Cough cough, but this room isn't open to the public, so you'd better head out now." "Haha, boss, keep at it. Can't wait to see your new creation." With that, they finally backed out of the room. Li Wei glanced at the nails now fully driven into the spiked club and casually tossed it aside. Grabbing the clown by the collar, he demanded, "I've laid out the reasoning for you. Are you in or not?" Atlas the clown was utterly drained, limp as a ragdoll. Faced with Li Wei's threat, he could only nod meekly before forcing an ingratiating smile. "Everything's a headache." Li Wei found the first aid kit stored in the haunted house and tossed it to the clown, telling him to bandage himself up. The clown looked innocent but still awkwardly took out the bandage to dress his wound, which only made the whole scene even more comical. At the haunted house entrance, all the waiting tourists in line were growing restless, constantly craning their necks to see what was happening. What's with this endless line? It's not moving at all. Who knows how long we'll be stuck here? Maybe we should come back another time. So bored waiting in line. Just as the visitors were grumbling, sudden commotion erupted at the front of the queue. Many started exclaiming in surprise, as if they'd seen something astonishing. In an instant, a bizarre and terrifying blood-covered clown appeared before the crowd, carrying a huge black garbage bag that clanked loudly with every step. Though he never uttered a word, his exaggerated gestures and theatrical expressions had the visitors roaring with laughter, just like the silent film era's comedy masters. Particularly when he put on a pair of children's glasses, spread his arms wide with a grinning face aimed at the crowd. That adorable yet warped expression possessed a grotesque comedic beauty entirely its own. The tourists all pulled out their phones to capture this extraordinary moment on camera. "Ha ha ha, this is so fun. Who is this guy? Must be an NPC arranged by the boss, so thoughtful, worried we'd get bored and send someone to entertain us. This clown isn't scary at all, nowhere near as terrifying as the other characters in the haunted house, but at least it livens up the atmosphere." "But, don't you think the clown has a bit of a Charlie Chaplin vibe?" The clown grinned, revealing his dark, grotesque teeth, though his expression was unmistakably conflicted. He rummaged through a trash bag and pulled out a tetanus-laden saw, staring intently at a young woman's neck nearby. His hand, gripping the saw, inched perilously close to her skin several times, just a few forceful strokes away from making contact. Moments later, he produced a meat cleaver and crouched down, tracing imaginary lines across a visitor's thigh as if contemplating the perfect spot to strike. Laughter echoed all around. No one seemed frightened. Instead, they marveled at the clown's performance skills, though they agreed his scare tactics needed work, lacked a little something. Chapter 58. A haunted house opens across the street? The clown wore an expression of utter grief and indignation. Far from performing a mime act, he was resisting overwhelming temptation to keep himself from attacking. Otherwise, as a bloodthirsty, cruel and violent evil deity, why would he bother with all this pointless chatter? He would have long since started hacking away. "Hey, clown, don't go. Let's take a photo together." Seeing the clown approaching in his big-toe leather shoes, many wide-eyed college students immediately cheered and crowded around him, pinching here and touching there with great curiosity, then raising their cameras for group photos. Yet the clown in the center of the photo still grinned with the same terrifying gleam. "Can you really not speak?" a student asked curiously. The clown shook his head. "Ah, the haunted house owner really is a good person, hiring all these disabled people. You'd better work hard from now on, understand? By the way, can you make balloon animals? I want a little dog balloon." "Wait, The blood on you smells so strong, it's just like the real thing. The details are insane, holy shit everyone look. As they spoke, someone reached out and rubbed the bandage on the clown's head, soft to the touch, but spurting blood with every poke, spraying everywhere until the clown's originally pale face was completely soaked in red. The crowd's eyes widened in delighted shock, bursting into applause all around. The clown pursed his lips in annoyance, slapped his hand away with exasperation, and stomped off in a sulk by himself. Times have changed. Even the clown ATU has become a mascot, can't kill him, can't make him leave. What else is there to do? Wherever the clown went, it brought a bit of laughter to the otherwise dull waiting line, and Li Wei cracked a satisfied, uncle-like smile. It seems no horror character is truly useless, there's always a place suited for them. For now, keeping him around to work diligently isn't a bad idea either. Busy until noon, the exhausted visitors finally left. Throughout the entire morning, Li Wei had given out no more than 10 badges. Compared to the massive crowd, this meager quantity made the badges incredibly scarce, thus their value was skyrocketing. The badges were released in the morning. By lunchtime, when Li Wei checked his account, he found netizens were already showing off on social media. The post had gone viral, flooded with requests to resell the badges in the comments. Even his short videos were exploding with discussions. Since the haunted house's difficulty was naturally high, earning a badge was exceptionally tough. As a result, these tiny badges were instantly bid up to hundreds of yuan and the price was visibly soaring. Priceless yet impossible to buy. Damn, I really want it. What should I do? A liability waiver is just the bare minimum. Only those who earn the badge are true legends. Boss, listen to me 1, 2, 3, post the link. It'll sell like crazy. Li Wei had no intention of making money from these small items, they were originally meant to increase user engagement. If everyone could easily buy them, they'd lose their purpose. After finishing his meal, Li Wei was about to take a break when he suddenly noticed a large group of people streaming down the garden path of the scenic area. There were quite a few of them, at least 20 marching along in a grand procession. Just as Li Wei thought another group of tourists had arrived, they unexpectedly came to a halt right across from the haunted house. Leading the group was a young man in a sharp suit, quite handsome, casually asking questions of the nearby scenic area staff. The employee responded with a smile, explaining something to him. Across from the haunted house lies another empty lot. This area used to be a small grove, but I heard they cleared it all to plant flower fields for landscaping. For some unknown reason, the flowers were never planted, leaving the entire plot abandoned. Could they possibly be leasing it out now? As Li Wei observed them, the group of people simultaneously turned to look back. The suited man at the lead nodded politely at Li Wei with gentlemanly courtesy, then walked straight toward him. Mr. Li, you probably didn't expect me to come here, did you? Ha, you'll regret your recklessness from yesterday for the rest of your life. You have no idea what you've missed out on. From now on, well, let's say we'll be seeing more of each other. Chen Lihao spoke with a smug smile. His ability to take swift action had always been his proudest trait. Surely the other party hadn't anticipated such instant reactions from him. Li Wei sized up the man before him and asked with puzzlement, "Who are you?" Chen Lihao's smile froze, feeling as if his fist had struck cotton. His face darkened as he replied, "Chen Lihao. Oh, so it's you. I'd already decided not to bother with you anymore. Why are you rushing to confront me like this?" Li Wei asked with genuine confusion. Chen Lihao burst out laughing as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke. "Mr. Li, I'm not here for you. I came to this scenic area to open a haunted house." A haunted house? Li Wei was dumbfounded. Since his plan to directly take over the opponent had failed, the man was now opening a rival business right across from him? Was there ever such stupidity? Chen Lihao, seeing Li Wei remain silent, assumed the man was stunned by his strategy. With hands clasped behind his back, he confidently smiled and said, "Mr. Li, it's too late for words now. I gave you a chance, but you failed to seize it. Though talent is important, foresight is equally crucial. You still need more training." Li Wei asked curiously, "Are you sure you want to run a haunted house?" Chen Lihao tilted his chin upward and replied, "I never let go of any project I set my sights on." "What's the matter? Are you scared?" His employees behind him snickered with schadenfreude. As a financing company, every day countless employees evaluate new projects emerging in society. Once they encounter something suitable and profitable, they will undoubtedly seize the opportunity at the first moment to expand their market presence. When encountering cooperative partners, everyone can get along peacefully for a while, but for those unwilling to cooperate, they shouldn't be surprised when aggressive tactics are used to dominate the market. These methods might be distasteful, but they are legitimate business practices, entirely legal and compliant, with no flaws to pick at. I'll open right across from you, totally legal. I'll even copy all your ideas, rebrand them with a different name and format, then launch them at a lower price, stealing all your hard-earned traffic. How infuriating is that? Getting angry won't help. Under the control of massive capital, their risk resistance capability is far stronger than startups. Who could possibly outlast them? Their team has long mastered these tactics, they've never encountered failure before. To them, this is just routine procedure, no different than usual. Li Wei immediately breathed a sigh of relief, patting his shoulder while grinning. That's fantastic news. Hurry up and launch it, let me catch my breath. The foot traffic has been overwhelming lately, and I'm worried my employees might collapse from exhaustion. Your opening will help share some of this burden. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into complete silence, with everyone staring at him in stunned disbelief. Chen Lihao's jaw practically hit the floor as he stood frozen in place. What the jeep bro, you, breaking conventions like this makes me look like a complete idiot. Same shit as yesterday's phone call, and today's still like this? Chapter 59, Poaching Talent. Li Wei sincerely hoped they would open their attraction quickly. The current visitor queue was unbearably long, and diverting some tourists there could serve as a temporary resting spot. After all, Li Wei harbored no doubts every visitor would ultimately return to his haunted house. As for them copying his ideas, the thought almost made him laugh. Did they truly believe they could replicate the essence of his haunted house? TSK. What a foolish young man. Li Wei didn't bother exposing anything. If some fool was willing to lend a hand, he certainly had no objections. Once the other guy got his venue set up and his business flopped, he might even be able to take it over. Ignoring the stunned Chen Lihao and his group, Li Wei headed back, thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, the clown who had been watching the spectacle sidled up to them, tilting his head with a toothy grin. For some reason, the clown who had seemed merely comical to visitors all morning now struck everyone as deeply unsettling. Goosebumps rose under the intense stare. At that moment, Li Wei's voice called out, "Yate, come here." The clown just shrugged with an exaggerated air of resignation before hoisting the trash bag over his shoulder to leave. But after just 2 steps, a blood-stained axe clattered to the ground. Waving his hand dismissively, the clown crouched down resignedly to pick it up. Yet as he bent over, the black trash bag tilted downward behind him, and suddenly, clang clang, clatter clatter. A chaotic mess of bizarre tools clattered to the ground. Common items like hammers, nails, axes, and saws mingled with freakish modified flamethrowers, spike-studded whips, miniature chainsaws. The assortment seemed endless, even including a handgun. And they were all stained with blood, a glaring crimson that hurt the eyes. Even though their minds told them it was all haunted house props, all fake, everyone present still felt their hearts skip a beat and begin racing wildly. The clown rubbed his head and, looking somewhat helpless, began gathering them one by one before striding purposefully toward the haunted house. Only after he left did everyone quietly let out a sigh of relief. A lunatic. The boss is nuts. The employees are all out of their minds. Is there even a single normal person in this haunted house? Someone couldn't help but blurt out. Exactly. For a moment there, I thought that clown might actually kill someone. I think so too. It must be just an illusion. Chen Lihao shook his head to dismiss the chaotic thoughts, his face gloomy as he said, "How dare he commit murder? He's just pretending to be crazy to scare people. This is a society governed by law. Besides, didn't you see how confident Li Wei looked just now? Does he really think he can hold on to his meager business? He probably has no idea what happens when capital enters the game. How long will it take to build our haunted house this time? Boss Chen, we're using modular materials this time. Much of it is already prepared. We can assemble and open within days." Chen Lihao pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, "Good. While we have time, go recruit people, do whatever it takes to poach his employees. I heard they're disabled workers, probably working so hard out of sheer desperation. That's why their results are so striking. Now, if we offer them high wages, humans are greedy by nature. I refuse to believe they won't be tempted. Once we've learned all their tricks." Chen Lihao didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the person would definitely be kicked out, as hiring disabled people was too troublesome. I get it. They'll be open this afternoon. Let's go in batches and try to win over employees from both themed areas. When the time comes, when he's left with no staff, what chance does he have against us? Chen Lihao nodded, then seemed to remember something and warned, "But don't recruit that clown. Something's off about him." "Sure thing. Were you really about to throw hands earlier?" Inside the haunted house, Li Wei curiously asked the clown. The other party eagerly nodded with rapid movements, their small hands fluttering about, clearly unable to contain their excitement. "Hold on, they haven't actually done anything wrong yet. I can't just silence them for running a haunted house, can I? I still need them to help divert visitors," Li Wei interjected. The clown, upon hearing this, instantly wore an exaggerated look of disappointment, even mimicking sobbing, yet his comical antics made it impossible to imagine just how brutal he could be. By the time operations resumed in the afternoon, quite a few tourists intrigued by the badge rumors had arrived, keeping the crowd size substantial. Across from the haunted house, a construction crew had also moved in, marking out the site with barriers and preparing to start work, even erecting a large billboard beside it. Thriller haunted house coming soon. A brand new horror theme awaits. Unparalleled terror and heart-pounding excitement are on their way. Stay tuned. The billboard was so massive that every passerby inevitably noticed it. Tourists waiting in line for tickets kept asking Li Wei if he was preparing to launch a new theme. All Li Wei could do was patiently explain each time, no, it's another haunted house opening up. For visitors, having a new haunted house to experience was ultimately a good thing. This counted as healthy market competition, something consumers liked to see. So, although many didn't voice it aloud, they silently began looking forward to it. Li Wei paid no mind either. In fact, he secretly hoped they'd build faster. The queues outside his place were already forming long lines again. After glancing around, Li Wei was about to head inside when he suddenly noticed a familiar face among the group buying tickets. Aren't these the same people from noon, coming to freeload so soon? Seeing they'd been spotted by the owner, the group didn't back down and said with a chuckle, "Boss, we're here as customers, you won't turn us away, will you?" This remark put Li Wei in a difficult position. If he refused, he'd appear petty and narrow-minded. But if he allowed it, most business owners would feel deeply uncomfortable while swallowing their frustrations. Either way, it was a no-win situation. But Li Wei didn't give a damn. He suddenly became very curious about how much fright value these people could squeeze out. Just where were the limits of human terror? So he too came forward with a jovial smile and said, "Welcome, of course you're welcome. Everyone please enjoy yourselves to the fullest." Seeing he made no attempt to stop them, the group shook their heads privately, their contempt for Li Wei growing stronger. Xiao Xia continued distributing tickets to them, then had them sign liability waivers. TSK, this woman is gorgeous, highlight her for sure. We must recruit her no matter what. Sign a waiver? Who'd actually believe such nonsense? They kept grumbling non-stop as they headed inside with their tickets. The group of 10 had come together, just enough to book out both haunted house themes. Remember, when you meet those staff members later, just state your purpose directly and immediately open with a monetary offensive, got it? Got it. But what if that guy finds out we're poaching people right under his nose? Won't he come barging in to disrupt our plans? TCH, with the way he is, he wouldn't even dare stop us from going in. Even if he sees us poaching his employees right in front of him, would he have the guts to bother us? Don't overthink it. Chapter 6060. Playing for real? The man leading the group was named Lu Mei. Despite the feminine-sounding name, he was undeniably a suited man with glasses. His resume was even more impressive, graduating with a finance degree from a top 10 university in Eagle Country, having spent some time on Wall Street, making him a genuine financial rogue. After returning to China, he had been fighting alongside Chen Lihao in the business world, becoming one of his key lieutenants. The haunted house project was also something he discovered himself. With just one glance, he knew this unprecedented haunted house would fill a major gap in domestic entertainment. It held tremendous potential. That's why he's so invested. This is all money we're talking about. At this moment, Li Wei sat in the surveillance room, watching on the monitor as the group of people separated and headed toward their respective themed areas. Li Wei thought for a moment and asked, "System, didn't you mention last time that some parameters of the haunted house could be adjusted, right?" "That's correct, host. Parameters such as not being frightened to death inside the haunted house, automatically recovering after fainting when the game ends, etc., have already been adjusted. Does the host wish to make any modifications?" Li Wei shook his head. He certainly didn't want anyone to actually get scared to death in his haunted house, otherwise, how could he keep his business running? Can the immersive experience be enhanced? Yes, it can maximize the immersion. At that point, every attack from the horror characters in the haunted house will take effect, leaving real pain and wounds on the visitors. But don't worry, host, it's all part of the experience. The moment visitors step out of the haunted house, all traces will vanish. Li Wei raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing? That's correct, but it's not recommended for the host to use, as it would leave a profound psychological shadow in the visitors' minds. Li Wei grinned and immediately ignored the system's prompt. In his opinion, since the other party had the guts to provoke him, they must be bold souls who deserved the highest courtesy, getting all the NPCs moving. He figured they'd been itching to grind their teeth lately. What with all their restless gnashing? Not a good habit, really. Might as well let this bunch help them work it out. Surely a mere mortal wound wouldn't bother them in the slightest. Alright, that's settled. Let's ramp up the immersion and welcome our guests. Lu Mei opted for a zombie theme. He had already researched it before coming. Currently, there were 3.5 NPC employees, 2 men, 1 woman, and half a body. The female zombie employee had the highest popularity. If not for the appearance of the little girl ghost from the Ju-on-themed attraction, the Weeping Witch would absolutely have been a heavyweight character. Online, she's dubbed as the roar that sealed her legend. Anyone who heard her speak would be frightened out of their wits. In that very moment, it was as if they could feel the urgency of life slipping away. Of course, this was also due to the employees' dedicated performances. Lu Mei had seen the video. Holy cow, with the employees screaming their lungs out and sprinting around like mad, even the most energetic young folks would be worn out by the end of the day. She absolutely had to poach those employees. The other 2 half-zombies are also quite decent. They're like specialty actors, so let's bundle them up and take them all. They walked through the passageway and entered a dimly lit hospital ward. This was Lu Mei's first time visiting a haunted house, so everything felt fresh and intriguing to her. Can our modular construction achieve such exquisite detail? Lu Mei asked, stroking her chin. The person behind him nodded after sizing it up. It should be about right. The main constraint was the tight schedule, otherwise, we could have achieved even finer details. Make sure to note everything down properly, so we can recreate it exactly later. The subordinate patted the small camera on his chest and said, no problem, it's all recorded. Alright, let's go. Time is tight, we need to hurry, Lu Mei urged. One of the subordinates pushed open the door and stepped into the hallway first, then clapped loudly and shouted, hey, NPCs, come out. We've got something to talk about. Everybody out. Lu Mei ignored the shouts of others, squatting beside the corridor to examine a prop corpse on the ground. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Could this actually be produced by some Hollywood studio? How could it look so incredibly realistic? The echoes of the shouting still reverberated through the corridor when a shambling zombie staggered out moments later. Spotting the group ahead, it quickened its pace with ravenous eagerness, lurching toward them with desperate haste. A foul stench immediately wafted over, nauseating to the core. Holy shit, what's going on? Did this guy just shit his pants or something? The man who'd been yelling earlier furrowed his brows, clearly revolted by the stench. But he continued nonetheless, dude, cut the jokes for now. We've got something to discuss. Our haunted house is opening in a few days right across the street. Wanna lend a hand? The pay's definitely better than what you're getting here. Oh, and we've got social insurance and housing fund included. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie had already closed in to within a meter. Whether it was panting heavily from exhaustion or excitement was unclear, but coupled with its rotten, disfigured face and blood-red eyes, it made all 5 people present hold their breath. Damn, this makeup is terrifying enough. Who on earth is the makeup artist? We absolutely have to hire them. Ha, look how happy this guy is, he's shaking all over with excitement. Absolutely, hurry up and get him to call the others out. Let's wrap this up as soon as possible. The shouting man nodded and was about to stretch out his hand for a handshake as a gesture of goodwill when he saw the other person spread his arms and lunge forward. Thinking it was a request for a hug, though inwardly disgusted, he gritted his teeth for the sake of work and opened his arms, intending to endure a brief embrace before pulling away. But the next moment, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. The zombie had already seized him. With terror in his eyes, he watched as its teeth sank toward his neck. Ah! Help me! Help me! He bit me! Ah! Screams instantly echoed through the passage. Ha ha! Zhang really knows his way around people, playing along with them like that. Young folks nowadays just listen to those screams, so realistic. They've got real potential as NPCs. His companions couldn't help but shake their heads in amusement, looking somewhat torn between laughter and exasperation. Even at a time like this, he was still fooling around like a child. Lu Mei frowned impatiently. Enough fooling around now, hurry up and stop wasting time. Plop. The man collapsed onto the ground in full view of the crowd, his face contorted in agony as his body convulsed violently. Even as he clutched desperately at his throat with both hands, the carotid artery and windpipe had been torn away, rendering his efforts futile. Blood gushed uncontrollably between his fingers, impossible to stem. Then came the suffocation, veins bulged on his forehead, his face flushed crimson. He opened his mouth, desperate to speak, but excruciating pain choked off his voice. All he could do was silently plead for help with agonized eyes. How could this be? He still didn't understand what had happened. The other 4 were dumbstruck. Their smiles froze instantly as they stared in horror at their bleeding companion on the ground and the zombie standing beside him, gnawing on his throat. An indescribable wave of nausea rose within Lu Mei as she doubled over and vomited. No, how is this for real? Chapter 61, Better You Than Me. Everything happened so suddenly, completely catching everyone off guard. Before this, they had anticipated many possible outcomes, but never in their wildest dreams did they expect things to take this turn. Is this NPC insane? Or is it zombies? Are zombies actually real? My worldview is shattered. Cough, cough, ugh. Lu Mei vomited violently, feeling like he was about to expel his internal organs. But seeing his motionless companion on the ground with those wide, lifeless eyes staring, he felt sheer terror. The shock was so sudden and overwhelming that his mind turned to mush, his ears rang, and his vision swayed unsteadily, everything blurred. One of them snapped out of it first, trembling as he turned to flee, but he'd only taken a few steps before something tripped his ankle, sending him crashing to the ground. As he looked up in panic, his soul nearly left his body from terror. At some point, a legless zombie had crawled right up beside him. Dragging a trail of intestines behind it, the zombie propped itself up with its hands, lifting its upper half off the ground. As it rose, blood and chunks of viscera spilled from its ragged waist with a sickening splatter, staining the floor a deep crimson. Ah, over here too. What are you doing? We came to invite you. To work, we'll pay, lots of money. The man screamed in terror as he stumbled backward. The zombies roared like beasts, propping themselves up on severed limbs as they lurched forward with horrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, one zombie's clawed fingers came slashing down, tearing bloody gashes across the man's face. Ah, my eyes, I can't see. Ah, it hurts so bad. The man clutched his face, his legs thrashing wildly on the ground as he tried desperately to kick the zombie away. Run! Help! Somebody help! Ah! The others also jolted awake, their rationality already shattered by terror. The vivid crimson blood assaulting their vision left them with only one thought: escape. Lume vomited violently, hastily covering her mouth against the rising bile as she screamed, "Wait for me! You all wait for me!" She reached out to grab her subordinate's clothes, but the panicked man wailed desperately, "Director Lu, don't pull me, please don't pull me, ah!" With that, a brutal slap landed on Lume's face, sending his glasses flying off. Lume's face burned with pain as he stood stunned. Were these really the same subordinates who had been groveling before him? But in that moment of hesitation, another zombie charged forward, pouncing on the subordinate. The subordinate frantically tried to push it away, but stood no chance against the beast-like ghoul. The zombie's skeletal hands moved like claws, each swipe tearing away chunks of flesh and skin. Even without its lower jaw, it managed to chew a gaping hole in the abdomen. Bathed in fresh blood, the zombie raised its stiff head with perverse pleasure, its twitching motions seeming to say, "Soul juice, pour it out." In the blink of an eye, 3 subordinates were already scattered in pieces here and there, with red puddles and white streaks everywhere. The remaining female subordinate had long gone limp, relying solely on sheer willpower to hold on while supporting Lume. Tears streaming down her face, she gazed helplessly at Lume and asked in desperation, "Boss Lu, what should we do now?" She didn't want to die, she was still so young. The zombies were busy feeding, so they didn't bother with them, but the 2 men hardly dared to breathe, pressing themselves flat against the wall. "This is no haunted house, it's a demon's lair. Damn it, we've been deceived." Lume was filled with bitter regret. He should never have come inside. His face deathly pale, he cautiously reached for his subordinate's hand and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll get you out of here." The female subordinate lifted her tear-filled eyes. In that moment, Lume's words struck her like thunder, and his image seemed to glow before her. His face was now forever etched into her heart. Lume touched his face, the severe myopia making everything as blurry as blindness. Clenching his teeth, he said, "My glasses fell on the floor. Are they over there? Come on, take me to check. Once we find them, we're leaving immediately." Though trembling with fear, the female subordinate still held Lume's hand, guiding him as they cautiously shuffled along the wall, hearts in their throats. "Over there." The female subordinate spotted a glint on the floor and saw the glasses near the entrance of a room, but the door was slightly ajar, while distinct sobbing sounds emerged from within. "Woo-woo, woo-woo." Their faces paled instantly, trembling violently as if their hearts were being viciously squeezed, nearly suffocating them. That was the weeping witch. What should I do?" They exchanged glances, the terror in their eyes feeding off each other, as though they had stumbled to the brink of hell. The female subordinate clenched her small hands, as if steeling herself for a monumental decision, then summoned her courage. "Boss Lu, I'll go get it for you." Lume grasped her hand sincerely. "Right now, you're my eyes, my only hope. I'm counting on you to retrieve it." In this moment, the 2 resembled lovers whose bond had been tempered through hardship, if one ignored the unsettling background noises of chewing and sobbing. The subordinate's heart pounded wildly in her chest. With each step closer, the weeping assaulted her eardrums, until her limbs began moving against her will. "Go for it. You can do it. Come on. Don't be afraid. President Lu is still watching." Approaching the door, the female subordinate swallowed hard as her ice-cold hand inched forward, her eyes firmly locked on the partially open door, the darkness within seeming ready to spill out. "Please don't come out." Terrified that the weeping witch might rush out to devour her, the subordinate choked back a sob in desperate prayer. Though it was less than half a meter, she felt like countless years had passed before her fingers finally grasped the glasses, her entire body now soaked in sweat. The female subordinate turned around to find Lume standing right behind her, and she was suddenly deeply moved. "Is Manager Lu worried about me?" Tears welling in her eyes, she smiled and said, "Manager Lu, your glasses." Lume also smiled, quickly taking and putting them on. As his vision cleared, he gratefully said to his female subordinate, thank you. I'll remember your kindness. Now, please see this through to the end." The female subordinate froze, not understanding what Lume meant. Suddenly, she watched in horror as Lume raised his foot, his smile turning vicious. With a whoosh of air, his foot viciously kicked toward her. The tremendous force struck her shoulder. Screaming in pain, she was sent crashing into the half-open door behind her. Even now, she still didn't understand why Lume had done this. The next instant, the door was smashed open, and the female subordinate was swallowed by the darkness of the room. The crying inside the house ceased abruptly, only to be replaced by a heart-rending, blood-curdling scream. Chapter 62, Driven to Madness. Lume listened as the mixture of wails and screams echoed from within the house. His heart pounded frenetically, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He killed someone. The thick metallic scent of blood kept assaulting his nerves. Lu Mei's pupils trembled with terror, utterly unable to calm down. No, it wasn't me who did it. He gritted his teeth, roaring inwardly. It was the zombies, that damned haunted house owner. They forced me into this. Yes, that's how it happened. He showed not a trace of remorse as he stared into the dark room and snarled, "Don't blame me. I don't want to die. I just don't want to die. Don't you blame me." The moment he realized the zombies wouldn't wander while focused on feeding, he'd already resolved to find sacrificial victims, especially knowing the most terrifying entity in this haunted house, the witch, still hadn't appeared. And with his female subordinate positioned so conveniently, he simply couldn't restrain himself. Now that all zombies were occupied with their meals, he could escape. Lu Mei charged toward the entrance without the slightest hesitation. He couldn't wait to get away from this eerie place for another moment. In the monitoring room, Li Wei watched dumbfounded. Honestly, he hadn't expected the seemingly gentle and refined Lu Mei to act so ruthlessly, maintaining such cruel yet calm survival instincts even when plunged into desperate terror. Human nature truly can't withstand the slightest test. However, Li Wei clicked his tongue in amazement at the system panel displaying over 600 collected terror points. The average haunted house visitor usually tops out at around 40 or 50 terror points, but these folks were something else, each contributed over 100. It might seem small, but that's already several times more than an ordinary person could muster. Apparently, death is genuinely a bit terrifying, yet still far from enough. Lu Mei fled the zombie-themed section in a panic, sprinting down the exit corridor, just as she thought she was about to reach the doorway. Right in front of her, the clown stood covered in blood, arms crossed, grinning from ear to ear as it stared at her. Only, it didn't move a muscle, frozen like a statue. Lu Mei had long sensed something odd about this clown. He could ignore it before, but after witnessing those horrifying scenes moments ago, he was genuinely terrified. "Let me go, please," Lu Mei pleaded. The clown remained motionless, grinning at him. The atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive. Tortured by tension, Lu Mei kept his eyes locked on the clown as he cautiously shifted his foot forward. Suddenly, the clown sprung to life, producing a meat cleaver and charging at him with terrifying speed. Lu Mei was scared out of her wits, hair standing on end, and didn't have time to think. She immediately turned and ran. Behind her, the sound of rushing wind sliced through the air, followed by a loud rip. Lu Mei let out a pained howl. Her back burned with agony, as if slashed by a blade. Fueled by adrenaline, she fled in panic until she suddenly spotted a door beside her. Without hesitation, she rushed inside and slammed it shut. The clown didn't follow. Lu Mei exhaled in relief. Only then did she feel the bone-deep pain in her back flare up, nearly knocking her unconscious. Trembling, she reached to touch the wound. Her fingers met sticky blood and the twisted flaps of torn skin. Lu Mei broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if countless needles were pricking him. Yet he dared not rest. He had to get out of this place. But when he turned around, he was horrified to discover that the scenery before him had changed yet again into a room furnished in the traditional Japanese style. Ah, the Juon house. A chill ran through Lu Mei's entire body. How had he ended up here? Wait, his companions were supposed to be nearby. What had happened to them? The house was eerily silent, devoid of any movement, amplifying his sense of foreboding. But now, with the clown blocking the entrance, his only remaining path was the exit of this haunted attraction. Yet, the mere thought of the vengeful staircase spirit he'd seen online, could he even escape? Lu Mei took cautious steps forward, then witnessed a scene that left him utterly shocked. The living room was bathed in crimson, the thick stench of blood nearly suffocating the space. In this pool of blood, a figure knelt wielding a knife, bringing it down methodically like chopping wood. Yet the sounds reaching his ears were unmistakably reminiscent of a butcher's stall hacking through pork bones. Thud, thud, thud. Blade fell relentlessly, each strike sending splatters of minced flesh scattering across the floor. What Lu Mei found most unacceptable was that the person holding the knife, judging by his clothes, was one of the people he had brought earlier, and the corpse on the ground was also one of them. Madness, madness, have you all gone mad? Lu Mei tightly covered her mouth, trembling with fear. Hearing his voice, the man turned around. Lu Mei was horrified. The face had changed. It was now the bearded man's face, one he recognized, none other than Nobita from the cursed house. How is this possible? Lu Mei collapsed to the ground, unable to believe what she was seeing. Everything that happened kept hitting his brain like waves, nearly driving him insane. Da Xiong stood up, threw the knife away, glared at him with wide, savage eyes, and suddenly charged toward him without warning. "Stay away from me!" Lu Mei screamed in a voice so shrill it sounded like a chicken's squawk. Having seen the video, he knew where the exit was in this scene, so he ran toward it. Then, he heard someone call his name. "Manager Lu, over here." Lu Mei looked in the direction of the voice and froze instantly. Standing with his back to him was another employee, with a pale gray child perched on his shoulders. The child twisted his head a full 180 degrees until his spine snapped audibly, rotating to face Lu Mei with a cheerful wave. Lu Mei nearly wet himself, too petrified to move a step closer. He now understood that the other group of subordinates who came here were most likely doomed. He could only hope these damned spirits would be satisfied like zombies and spare his life. Passing through the corridor, he returned to the living room once more. This time, he headed straight to Xiao Jia's study, which was now in complete disarray with the desk overturned on the floor. Lu Mei nervously opened the drawer, knowing it held the key to the exit, which he absolutely had to obtain. Yet when he pulled it open, the drawer was empty, containing nothing at all. How could this be? Lu Mei clutched his head in disbelief. Could it have been taken by someone? Suddenly looking up towards the closet, he noticed the cabinet door was indeed open. Clearly, someone had been inside. Could there still be someone alive in here? Lu Mei quickly followed suit and, amidst the dense strands of hair, spotted their subordinate dangling from the ceiling. This was already the fourth victim in this haunted scenario. He paid no attention, though the one suspended overhead wasn't dead yet, still struggling desperately, reaching out in agony while pleading for rescue. Lu Mei pretended not to see them. He absolutely couldn't let these people drag him down. Below was the final room, also where the exit was located. He prayed he'd encounter a door opened by a subordinate and make his escape. Just as he reached the third scene, his first reflex was to glance toward the stairway. Luckily, that horrifically twisted woman hadn't crawled down yet. Looking toward the gate again, he was thrilled to see his last subordinate crouching before the door, actually holding a key in their right hand and inserting it into the lock. At this moment, Lu Mei couldn't contain his excitement. He knew he was about to be saved. Open the door quickly, let's escape together. Lu Mei hurried over, unable to resist shouting. In the dimly lit entranceway, the flickering lights cast eerie shadows. Despite hearing Lu Mei's voice, the figure showed no reaction at all, deeply unsettling. Lu Mei, who had been immersed in joy, suddenly held his breath and slowed his steps. He had no idea what the other person was doing or why they weren't moving. But as he stared at the dark-haired figure's back, Lu Mei's heart pounded violently. A sense of unease crept over him, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Lu Mei didn't even dare to look at her face. Suppressing his fear, he tremblingly reached out his hand, trying to grasp that key. Just one slight twist, and the door would open. At this moment, he missed the female subordinate who had helped him earlier dearly. If only she were still here now, he wouldn't have to take such a risk. Just as he held his breath, nerves stretched taut, his fingers about to touch the other's key-clutching hand. Swoosh! Without warning, a pale hand riddled with wounds suddenly emerged from beneath the subordinate's jet-black hair, gripping Lu Mei's wrist in an instant. Lu Mei's pupils contracted, her mind buzzing with a deafening hum. A bone-chilling cold pierced his entire body at that moment, goosebumps erupting instantly as he recoiled in heart-stopping terror like a cat with its fur standing on end. This backward stumble pulled those ghastly pale arms completely free from the black hair, revealing Xiaojia's horrifying blood-streaked face directly before his eyes. You holy fucking shit! Lu Mei was scared out of his wits, his breath nearly stopping as he stumbled backward, pissing and shitting himself simultaneously. With the living room blocked and the staircase inaccessible, he could only flee down the hallway. Sobbing uncontrollably, he desperately tried opening every door in frantic panic. Every door was locked tight, impossible to open. Despair reached its lowest point at this moment. Xiao Jia lay twisted on the floor, bulging eyes glaring with terrifying intensity. Suddenly, a doorknob clicked open, and Lu Mei rushed inside as if grasping at a life-saving straw, quickly locking the door behind her. She pressed her body desperately against the door, terrified that the female ghost might burst in. Wah wah wah. At that moment, piercing infant cries echoed from behind Lu Mei. The sound reverberated through the deathly silent room while the lights flickered violently in sync with the wails. No! Where did this eerie baby's cry come from? Lu Mei felt as if a hammer had struck his heart, leaving him frozen in shock. Trembling with fear, he turned his head. Before his eyes, appeared a delivery room scene. Medical equipment beeped monotonously, and in the center lay an operating table where a woman covered by a white sheet lay with legs spread apart. Her face was obscured, but Lu Mei could see blood dripping plip-plop from the operating table, pooling on the floor. Around the operating table, surgical instruments lay scattered, with several medical staff collapsed in grotesque positions. Their faces were twisted in extreme terror, as if they'd witnessed something so horrifying it had scared them to death. And that infant's wailing came from beneath the white sheet covering the woman's lower body. Wah 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 ugh, wah ugh. The baby's cries gradually twisted in tone, the voice growing hoarse and fluctuating, accompanied by the faint, horrifying gurgling sounds that came and went. Suddenly, a bloody hand thrust out from beneath the white sheet covering the woman's lower body. It slammed onto the operating table with a loud clang. This was no infant's hand, it was as long as an adult's, its skin already soaked crimson with blood. The fingers twitched as they gripped the edge of the bed, using the leverage to pull the rest of its body from within. More blood gushed forth. Lu Mei was already petrified with fear, sitting paralyzed on the floor as she stared blankly. Then he saw a black-haired woman's head emerge from the white sheet, her mouth gaping in grotesque distortion, followed by her shoulders, her body. Amid the viscous plasma, the woman on the operating table convulsed wildly as the fluorescent lights flickered more urgently above, the eerie background music of the curse having begun to play unnoticed. Little Jia completely crawled out from beneath the white cloth covering her lower body. The impact of this scene was too devastating, equivalent to dropping a nuclear bomb in one's mind, obliterating all rational perception and creating unparalleled psychological trauma. No one who witnessed it could possibly bear the sight. Besides, this wasn't part of Lu Mei's previously seen footage, it was a brand new scene. Xiao Jia crawled off the operating table and crashed to the ground, sending up a spray of blood mist. With her hands clawing as they emitted a nails-on-chalkboard screech, she dragged her blood-streaked body toward Lu Mei in the most grotesque crawl. Whoa, no please, I don't wanna die, spare me. Whoa, mommy, save me. Gazing at the ghost girl now inches away, Lu Mei covered her eyes as her psychological defenses completely collapsed, her heart rate skyrocketing to lethal extremes. The next moment, he let out an agonizing scream before abruptly falling silent. His head lolled backward, face contorted in terror, scared to death. Ding! All tourists annihilated. Parameter adjustment complete. Due to extreme psychological and mental trauma, forced awakening is impossible. Please escort them out of the haunted house for natural recovery. Hearing the system's announcement, Li Wei stretched lazily while watching the surveillance feeds. He couldn't help but applaud the spectacle. What a thoroughly exhilarating experience. Just watching it felt like enjoying a well-produced splatter film, utterly satisfying. Surely those who participated must have felt the same way. Not wanting to disrupt the next group of visitors' experience, Li Wei went to the storage room to fetch a large cargo dolly. He then located these 10 participants, had the clown lift and arranged them neatly on the cart, before finally towing them out through the exit. Though these 10 people went through numerous ordeals, the entire duration didn't exceed 20 minutes. While longer than the average visitor's stay, it wasn't excessively so. After all, true experts proceed with utmost caution, as that's the only way to complete the challenge successfully. So the visitors waiting outside thought they were about to witness the unprecedented spectacle of 10 people successfully completing the haunted house, only to see the boss leisurely leading a cart full of people out from the exit. Every queuing visitor's jaw dropped wide open, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. After almost 20 minutes of commotion, we thought they were champions, turns out they were just rookies? Still, although people fainting from fright happens often in haunted houses, seeing 10 people collapse simultaneously was truly startling. This officially set a new record for the most faintings since the haunted house opened. Just as everyone thought the boss would take them to rest or call an ambulance to carry them away, Li Wei swaggered through the crowd of queuing visitors with the cart of people in tow, heading straight to the construction site across the street. He then dumped them in front of the dumbfounded Chen Lihao. After which, Li Wei sighed and remarked, "Promise me, if you're bad, just practice more, okay?" Chapter 63, What's Real? Chen Lihao stared blankly at the cart full of people before him, as if struck by lightning. This wasn't the outcome he wanted at all. Weren't these guys just swearing they'd go recruit people in person? How did they end up getting pushed out? Even when separated by a garden path earlier, he could hear the screams coming from inside. They were so blood-curdling that he briefly wondered if someone was being tortured in there. But then again, that shouldn't be possible. They were there offering money and job opportunities. Those staff members should have been falling over themselves with gratitude. Now it seems not only were they rejected, but also terrifyingly threatened to the point of fainting. How ruthless. Even the dumbest onlookers among the tourists could clearly see what had happened. This new haunted house secretly sent people to mess with Thrill House, only to have their entire team wiped out. TSK. Not a single survivor? Damn, what kind of terrifying stuff did the boss put in there? I'm dying to know. The results speak for themselves. These two haunted houses are bound to clash frequently going forward, but judging by the current situation, Bosley remains Bosley, firmly holding the upper hand. Can't we all just get along since we're in the same business? Why not grow the market together? You're overthinking it. Anyone who's ever run a stall or owned a shop knows how brutally savage competition among peers can be. We're natural enemies, irreconcilable ones at that. When profits are on the line, you might be willing to earn less, but others won't necessarily share that sentiment. They'd devour the whole pie if they could. But sending people in like this is downright despicable, isn't it? Damn right, shrimp head. The endless chatter of those around him reached Chen Lihao's ears, filling him with nothing but humiliated rage. Storming straight over to the flatbed cart, he found Lu Mei still passed out. Seeing her drooling in what looked like blissful sleep only stoked his fury. Just as he was about to wake her, Lu Mei slowly regained consciousness on her own. But the moment she opened her eyes, her expression transformed into one of utter terror and panic. Upon seeing Chen Lihao, she burst into tears with a wail. "I'm not dead. I'm alive? Thank goodness. Woo woo. Boss Chen, that haunted house was full of zombies. They'd pounce and eat people alive. Our entire team got devoured, necks bitten, guts torn out, died so horribly. Lu Mei clung desperately to him, sobbing uncontrollably. One of my female colleagues tried saving me. She was just fetching my glasses when a female zombie dragged her into a room. I couldn't save her. I was too scared. I hate myself for being powerless. Aha woo woo. And ghosts too. Those ghosts would possess our people, then use knives to hack at us / sobs. I even saw one colleague's head get twisted right off. So terrifying. Boss Chen, that place is a literal hellhole. I'd almost reached the exit when things got so desperate I had to keep running deeper inside. There's a delivery room there. It's utterly grotesque. That ghostly woman crawled out from under a woman in the delivery room. She was dragging her umbilical cord and still tried to kill me. Lu Mei collapsed, wailing uncontrollably. The previous harrowing experience remained vivid in her mind, something she would likely never forget for the rest of her life. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Lihao shoved him aside, glaring in disgust at the snot-stained patch on his clothes. Wake the hell up, he barked. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Lu Mei froze at the loud scolding, staring at Chen Lihao in disbelief. At a time like this, how can you still scold me? Do you have any idea what I just went through? If not for sheer luck, I would have fucking died in there, you know that? Lu Mei shrieked hysterically, unleashing all the fear and emotions she had bottled up. Bang! A sharp slap landed on Lu Mei's face, snapping her head to the side. The stinging pain on her cheek brought clarity to her eyes, and she suddenly became aware of the car full of people beside her and the crowd of tourists encircling them in dense layers. And where are these people you said were gutted by zombies? The ones with broken necks or hacked to death? Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Chen Lihao's fury was barely contained. Normally reliable Lu Mei was acting completely out of character today, like she'd lost her mind. Lu Mei clutched her swollen cheek, staring blankly at the others gradually waking up on the cart, her mind on the verge of shutting down. Could it really have been a hallucination? No, impossible. That sticky, bloody sensation in the haunted house, that pungent smell of blood, and the searing pain when the blade struck his back, how could any of that be fake? If all that was fake, then what's real? You tell me what's real? His mouth gaped wide as his whole body trembled, then he suddenly rushed madly toward the cart, flipping over each one to look at their faces and bodies. That's impossible, didn't he die? I saw his severed arm, and body parts scattered everywhere. These are definitely his clothes. Ah, her head, why is it perfectly fine? I saw with my own eyes the child sitting on his shoulder snapping her neck 180 degrees. It was exactly 180 degrees. And him, hanged in the hallway by the female ghost's hair. He even begged me to save him. He remembered every single person's death scene clearly, had even touched their corpses, so how could they all be completely unharmed now? Lu Mei's entire worldview collapsed. She gripped her own hair with both hands, letting out a low, heart-rending wail. The others gradually awoke to Lu Mei's shaking, each wearing equally horrified expressions. Some broke down into hysterical sobbing, others trembled uncontrollably while babbling incoherently. At first glance, it looked like some sort of gathering of mental patients. Chen Lihao was utterly exasperated. When did his subordinates become such cowards? It's just a damn haunted house. Was it really necessary for everyone to lose their minds over it? Unreliable, the lot of them. Right then, the female subordinate who had been sobbing uncontrollably on the cart spotted Lu Mei standing frozen nearby. She suddenly sprang to her feet, charging at him in fury, tears streaming down her face as she shrieked, "Lu Mei, I hate you. How could you do that to me?" She grabbed Lu Mei by the collar, raining wild punches on him with balled-up fists. After all the kindness she had shown him, he had repaid her with betrayal, kicking her straight into the weeping witch's chamber without a second thought. The agonizing memory of being torn apart by the witch surged over him like a tidal wave, filling his subordinate with such fury that she wished she could tear Lu Mei apart with her bare teeth. Another man joined the fight, raining punches and kicks upon Lu Mei. His hatred burned so fiercely, even though he'd been hung up and nearly suffocated, this damned bastard had pretended not to see, leaving him to die. Scum! The scene had already descended into complete chaos because of these 10 people waking up. If Chen Lihao hadn't ordered them to be separated and settled, no one knows how long this farce would have dragged on. Now, even the well-organized construction plan was affected. How could the entire team possibly continue working in this state? Chen Lihao glared at Li Wei in the distance with overwhelming hatred, his anger burning fiercely. Although his subordinates had embarrassed themselves somewhat, he suspected that Li Wei must have pulled some trick just now. After all, others who went in came out fine. Why did his people suffer such severe aftereffects? Chapter 64. I'm not crazy. This is hilarious. Are 10 adults really this terrified? They must have zero courage. TSK, exactly. Though I've never cleared it, I've played several times. Sure, it scared me senseless in the moment, but afterward I felt fantastic, like an emotional release. These guys are absolute chickens. Really? I haven't tried yet. Seeing them like this kinda makes me scared to even try. Don't be scared, sis will carry you. Did you guys hear that? He mentioned something about a delivery room scene. Oh my god, could there be hidden Easter eggs too? That lucky bastard. Why couldn't I find any? The surrounding onlookers scoffed at the 10 visitors' lack of courage. Even high schoolers showed more guts than them. The only thing that could genuinely pique their interest was the delivery room. Without a doubt, it must have been overlooked before. Just what kind of story was hidden within the cursed house's delivery room? Crawling out from under the woman. Could it be parasitic reincarnation? Holy shit! The mere thought of that terrifying figure crawling up the stairs and then into someone's belly made every tourist present break out in goosebumps. Damn, that was insane. You must go play. After this incident, the visitors to the haunted house became even more enthusiastic, especially when those who had lined up later emerged flushed with excitement and completely unharmed. The last shred of hesitation among the crowd vanished. After a busy day until closing in the evening, Li Wei finally opened his phone and uploaded the edited video to his Douyin account. Maintain multiple accounts and update frequently to keep the buzz alive. He knew many of his fans enjoyed watching videos of visitors getting scared, so of course he had to indulge them. Today's Digging Up the Dead crew of 10 people provided the perfect material. Though visitors appeared to be physically torn apart inside the haunted house, the surveillance footage told a completely different story. They were merely blocked by zombies before collapsing in terror and fainting, after which the zombie NPCs would crawl over them, pretending to bite, making everyone else piss themselves in fear. Once released, these videos quickly went viral, spreading like wildfire across the internet. Not only were the group's cowardly antics laughable, but the bespectacled man particularly stood out, choosing to sacrifice his teammates and flee for his life the moment danger arose. When netizens saw the guy kicking his female companion into the witch's room, everyone was stunned. Damn bro, are you actually method acting? If this were a real apocalypse, fine, but a haunted house? You're really going this hard? That kick was brutal. Your friend even picked up your glasses for you. What kind of man does that? I'm honestly speechless. Not a single shred of hesitation. Was that really necessary? You didn't have some personal grudge and used the darkness to settle it, did you? I have never seen someone so utterly shameless. As he looked at the netizens' cursing comments, Chen Lihao tossed the phone to Lu Mei lying on the hospital bed and scoffed disdainfully. Now that the other side has released the surveillance footage, what else do you have to say for yourself? Where's this so-called people eater you mentioned? All I see are your despicable actions. Ugh, disgusting. Lu Mei kept replaying the video over and over, still unable to believe what he saw. He looked up at Chen Lihao anxiously and pleaded, Boss Chen, you've got to believe me. I've been with you for so long, you know me, Boss Chen. I'd never lie about something like this. Chen Lihao suddenly turned around and snapped, how am I supposed to believe you? I only trust what I see with my own eyes. Lu Mei, the entire company has lost faith in you after seeing the surveillance footage. For now, just rest in the hospital and stay out of everything. Boss Chen, I don't want anything to do with that haunted house anymore. I suggest you stay away too. It's too eerie. Everything inside is just too unnatural. Chen Lihao completely ignored him, clasping his hands behind his back as he strode out of the hospital room right into a group of arriving doctors and nurses. How's it going? Chen Lihao asked casually. The body is fine, but the mind appears to be severely traumatized. We recommend a transfer to the psychiatric department for inpatient treatment. Chen Lihao nodded and walked toward the elevator without another glance. In the empty hallway, only Lu Mei's hysterical voice could be heard, echoing endlessly. Stop! Don't come near me! I'm not sick! I'm not crazy! Let go of me! I'm not— You've all been deceived. They should be arresting that haunted house owner, call the police, bring in the military, they have real monsters there. According to the latest reports from our station, renowned singer Yen Yun unexpectedly passed away yesterday in Eagle Country. Based on the investigative report released by the police, Yen Yun was invited to an evening event that night. After performing, while removing makeup backstage, she was found brutally killed on the spot. Her jaw had been torn off while she was still alive. Despite reviewing all surveillance footage, authorities remain unable to trace the perpetrator. Evidence suggests it's highly possible she forcibly dislocated her own jaw with her hands. The case is currently under further investigation, and our reporter will continue to follow up. Additionally, the 3 billion yuan embezzled by his father is now expected to be recovered following Yin Yun's death. In the restaurant, Li Wei looked at the news report on his screen, feeling quite pleased. The red scarf around his neck seemed to shine even brighter. As for the tens of millions he had received, well, he saw it as nothing more than fair compensation. What's got you so happy? Su Wen's teasing voice came from beside him. Li Wei looked up and said, just saw some uplifting news, that's all. You're here, take a seat. Su Wen quipped, I thought maybe you were smiling so brightly because you invited me out? Li Wei shrugged. Proves you overthought it. Su Wen pursed her lips, already immune to any response from this blockhead. After all, what romantic expectations could you possibly have for a man who'd rolled up a drunk version of you and carted you home? Though she thought so, Suwon was still quite happy to meet Li Wei. So when he asked her out this time, even knowing full well the man before her was a hopelessly straight steel beam of a guy, she spent all afternoon meticulously preparing, learning all sorts of doing makeup and outfit tricks from short videos before excitedly accepting the invitation. Yet judging by how things were going, it had all clearly been wasted effort. Li Wei smiled and said, "You've helped me a lot lately, your contributions have been huge in making the haunted house blow up so quickly. Just wanted to treat you to dinner. Also, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Chapter 65. Mind your influence. Fine, I knew you couldn't be up to any good, Suwon grumbled. Li Wei laughed. What's wrong with me bringing you up in the world? Suwon raised an eyebrow at his words and snapped angrily, we're the same age, and you're actually a month younger than me. Who are you calling bro? You should be calling me sis. Does that really matter? Of course, you don't understand women, Suwon said proudly. Li Wei understood all too well, it was just the sensitive issue of age, but he didn't want to dwell on it. Picking up the menu, he deftly changed the subject. After ordering and waiting for the food to arrive, he casually asked, Old Sue, do you want a wife? No, I mean, how's your company doing these days? Hearing his questions, Suwon shrugged. Same as usual. The market was good a few years back, made some decent money. These days, it's just small jobs, barely scraping by. Why? Are you really offering me a hand up? Li Wei quipped, why not? I plan to expand the haunted house in the future, so there'll be plenty of construction projects. Which is why. Suwon patted her chest and laughed, you want my help? That's easy, just say the word and I'll be there. Li Wei shook his head. No. I want to acquire your company outright, making it a subsidiary under my Terror Haunt Group, specializing in the overall planning and construction of haunted houses. Suwon, who had been picking up food with her chopsticks, froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, shaking with mirth. Oh, Lowly, after all these years, I never realized just how shameless and hilarious you really are. Turning a haunted house into some sort of group and talking about acquiring subsidiaries? Alright, now you really do have the air of some big shot tycoon calling the shots. Suwon giggled uncontrollably, while Li Wei said helplessly, I'm not joking, okay. Alright, I know you're not joking. Since Director Lee has spoken, of course I'll join. Suwon grinned so hard her eyes turned into slits. Good, a gentleman's word is his bond. Consider yourself partnered. Though it's a subsidiary, you'll still manage it. Tomorrow I'll have old Joe arrange someone to handle these contracts. Suwon nodded while chewing her food, then suddenly paused mid-bite and looked up sharply. Wait, Old Lee, you're seriously not joking? Li Wei said helplessly, who has time to joke around with you? You'll be in charge of running the company. I'll handle the cash flow. I've already thought of a name, it'll be called Terror Construction Company, Limited. Holy shit, holy crap. Lolly, I've got 2 construction crews on my payroll now, plus a few designers, you know how much that costs? That shitty haunted house of yours can barely cover it, okay? And who the hell is Lao Joe anyway? Old Joe is Joe He, who's now the CEO of the newly established horror film studio under the haunted house's name. He's preparing to produce a zombie blockbuster, Li Wei explained. Suwon looked utterly confused. You own a film production company too? Wait, Joe He? That name sounds so familiar. Could it be the same Joe He who wrote Ghost Flame Old Man? Suwon loved watching movies, so she was quite familiar with this fairly well-known heartwarming film. Li Wei frowned and thought for a moment. He seemed to recall that movie title being listed on the back of the business card, then nodded. Yeah, that's him. Suwon's eyes widened in shock. Fuck me. I mean, Old Lee. We've known each other for years, but right now you're making me feel like I don't know you at all. She could still vaguely recall how meticulously Li Wei had calculated every penny when opening the haunted house months ago. Even hiring her for construction work involved penny pinching, terrified of overspending by a single cent. Since when had he become so outrageously extravagant? Suwon couldn't resist reaching out to feel Li Wei's forehead, wondering if he was delirious from fever, but he swatted her hand away. Alright, that's the plan. I'm definitely going to build a large theme park in the future with multiple construction sites. You'd better get used to this scale, Li Wei said. Suwon swallowed hard and said cautiously, then how much are you planning to, offer to buy it? Let me tell you, I've poured my heart and soul into building this construction company from the ground up, blood, sweat, and tears, so you'll have to shell out more cash. That face reminded Li Wei of an old acquaintance. He said with a mix of amusement and frustration, how much do you want? 5 million. From now on, I'm your woman. Suwon straightened her posture, feigning composure as she elegantly raised her teacup to sip, moistening her throat while preparing to haggle with Li Wei later. 10 million. Only 1/5 left? That's a brutal cut, Lolly. Wait, what did you just say? 10 million. Put. Suwon spat out all the tea she had just sipped. Luckily, Li Wei blocked it with a towel, otherwise, he would have been sprayed, and he was a bit squeamish about imported water, or whatever. Suwon was stunned, reverse bargaining. What kind of outrageous move was this? She had come prepared for an intense back-and-forth negotiation, only for, What even was this? Of course, Li Wei wasn't acting recklessly. Acquiring the other company was just preparatory work, not an immediate move, so the extra money could be considered compensation. Su Wen stood up abruptly, downing her tea in one gulp. 5 million. From now on, I'm yours. 10 million, don't even treat me like a human. Quit it, watch your manners. Su Wen wouldn't stop, she was too excited not to let it out. She dragged a chair over and sat beside Li Wei. Lowly, I don't know where you got so much money, but I'm thrilled you thought of me. To thank you, let me do something for you. Rumor has it a haunted house opened across from yours, how about? She made a slashing gesture across her neck and lowered her voice, saying, I can get someone to help chase them away for you. As you know, in our line of work, we tend to know some unconventional people. Li Wei widened his eyes at her, torn between laughter and exasperation. Well, old Su, I never took you for that kind of person, he said. But thanks anyway, no need. I prefer to handle things with reason, not underhanded tactics. Truth be told, Su Wen's so-called unconventional people paled in comparison to the bizarre and capable entities from his own mystical house. His creatures were far more versatile and professional. Every time he sent them to negotiate, they always succeeded effortlessly. Su Wen pouted slightly before leaning in closer again. Boldly, she said in a hushed tone, then how should I repay you? Just say the word, anything at all. Really? Anything goes? Su Wen blinked her beautiful eyes, nodding eagerly like pounding garlic. Then stay farther away from me. Your perfume is too strong, I don't want to get marinated in it. Also, since we'll technically be co-workers now, take your work seriously. Don't always act so sloppy, got it? Su Wen's smile froze on her face. At that moment, she felt her breath hitch, an inexplicable rage surging through her, her chest heaving uncontrollably. What do you mean it's too strong? Drenched in it. Do you have any idea how much this costs? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have brought out this limited edition man magnet perfume. And now you're complaining it's too strong. And where exactly am I slacking? Where am I slacking? Su Wen's heart was engulfed in a raging storm, her silent roar of fury nearly making her strangle this utterly clueless man before her. Chapter 66, Marketing Strategy. By the next day, Su Wen still hadn't cooled off. She arrived with a dark expression, signed the contract in a huff, then hurried away. The acquisition procedures were handed over to Zhou He's assigned personnel. Li Wei essentially played the role of an absentee landlord. All he needed to do was provide the funds. With this move, what was originally tens of millions is now less than 10 million left. Today, the haunted house business was still doing well, with people coming in one after another. Meanwhile, the construction project across the street had also not stopped. Although Chen Lihao was nowhere to be seen, the workers on site had already started transporting large building materials for assembly. Li Wei stood at the entrance, watching curiously. It had now progressed to the point where modular materials were being used. With the help of cranes lifting them into place, they were assembled like puzzle pieces, and the speed was astonishing. In just one morning, the entrance of the rival haunted house had already taken shape, and the effect was remarkably impressive. At least it's more grandiose and refined compared to Li Wei's nightmare haunted house. Clearly they've invested heavily in this. Many visitors kept turning their heads to glance, visibly excited. Damn, that space over there is twice as big as this one, must be awesome when it opens. Right? The theming's so well done. We've got to check it out on opening day. I heard they invested a lot of money, way more than here. They even hired background actors from film crews as NPCs, people with actual acting experience. How do you know all this? Their official accounts have been promoting it. The venue's more sophisticated, the NPCs are more professional, and the prices seem even cheaper. Holy crap, the hype is real. At this rate, they might open in just a few days. Let me check. Whoa, they've already started ticket reservations. It's only been 2 days, and there are thousands of sign-ups already. The cute visitors murmured about the situation across the street, spreading the word from 10 to 100, gradually piquing the interest of many. This too was part of Chen Lihao's plan. Though he had lost Lu Mei as an aide, his company still had other seasoned business veterans, ensuring the plan's steady execution. First, he strategically placed a few people among the visitor lines to spread rumors about their horror house. Just a handful each day was enough to ignite curiosity among the haunted house enthusiasts, slowly amplifying word of mouth. This was direct competition, first intercepting visitors in person, then promoting their haunted house's investment scale, construction quality, NPC finalized costumes, and other advantages through online channels. They subtly and overtly showcased superior quality compared to Fright House from every angle, positioning themselves as an unmissable attraction for visitors. Moreover, all their interior renderings closely resembled Fright House's style. Even the NPC's makeup was nearly identical. The only notable difference was that their creatures weren't called zombies but monsters, and the curse house was renamed Bloody Spirits. Additionally, their theme featured twice as many NPCs as Li Wei's, over a dozen zombie NPCs and 7 haunted family characters. Thus, this consecutive marketing blitz yielded immediate results, quickly generating significant buzz. Many who had only heard of Terror House started paying attention to this newly opened haunted attraction, even planning to visit together when it opens. Due to the bundled marketing strategy and the extremely similar names between Terror House and Horror House, this caused considerable confusion among uninformed visitors. Online reservation tickets skyrocketed to 60,000 to 70,000 within just 3 days, an absolutely dream start for any pre-opening business. With proper management, blockbuster success was guaranteed. Good, this aligns closely with our projections. By the way, what's his reaction been? In the office, Chen Lihao listened to his subordinate's report with a relaxed expression. The subordinate laughed and said, "They haven't reacted at all, probably helpless. We're operating entirely through legitimate channels, no tricks, just straightforward competition. No small business has ever withstood this approach. When we open, customers will flock to us en masse, now that will be a sight to see." Did they sue for copyright infringement? Nope, hee hee. Boss Chen, these mom and pop shops don't understand legal matters. Since we dared to do this, we obviously have a professional legal team that's mitigated most risks. As for any gray areas, we'll settle them in court if necessary. Though by the time any lawsuit concludes, years would have passed. Chen Lihao laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. This is our key investment project today. We must make the first store a success, set a shining example. With the stage properly set for a grand debut, once our reputation is established, we'll be opening branches nationwide. And then, we'll release franchise rights to reap another wave of profits. He took a drag from his cigarette, savoring the moment. The Lee fellow has some talent, but his vision is too narrow. That kind of thinking won't last long. I did give him a chance, but unfortunately he didn't seize it, so we can't be blamed now. Yes, boss. I bet he's so worried he's losing hair by now. Ha. Chen Lihao nodded noncommittally. Oh right, when we open for business, invite some internet celebrities to come check in and help build the hype. Let's add more fuel to the fire. Alright, how about inviting that million-follower internet celebrity Brother Leopard? I remember, didn't he visit the haunted house across the street? Chen Lihao frowned. Exactly. Since he's been there, coming to ours would highlight the differences and be more convincing. That's what netizens believe in these days. Only problem is, influencers of his caliber don't come cheap. Chen Lihao waves dismissively, saying nonchalantly, that's pocket change. As long as the job gets done, there's a fortune waiting for us to reap later. Give me his number, I'll contact him myself. After getting the number, Chen Lihao immediately called Brother Leopard and explained the situation. Upon hearing it was yet another haunted house, this one newly opened right across from Spinechiller House, Brother Leopard hesitated instantly. He had only just managed to crawl out of that psychological shadow. The price is negotiable. I've seen your haunted house footage before. I just want you to perform like that again, preferably even more intensely, show more fear. Brother Leopard was speechless. Who the hell was performing? I wasn't acting. Chen Lihao was also speechless. Could a towering, burly man over 1.8 meters tall truly elicit screams of terror inside a haunted house? Is it really that scary inside? Could it drive someone mad? Brother Bao, going crazy from fright? That's not likely, but I don't want to experience it again. Chen Lihao, I don't care if you're acting or genuinely moved, what matters is the effect, and it needs to generate buzz. Under the opponent's financial pressure, Brother Leopard hesitated repeatedly but finally clenched his teeth and agreed, preparing to help create buzz on the opening day. Of course, as Su Wen's friend, Brother Bao also informed her of the matter in advance. Su Wen immediately contacted Li Wei. Li Wei also grew intrigued and said, is that so? I'm actually quite curious too. Perfect chance to take a look. Su Wen said anxiously, aren't you worried? They're coming on strong, what if they steal all your business later? I know you're eager, but don't rush. I'm not even anxious, so why should you be? Let the bullet fly for a while first. Chapter 67, Chaos Ensues. Li Wei had personally witnessed them moving in various hospital room furnishings and Japanese-style furniture over the past few days, so of course he knew they were copying the themed style wholesale. Li Wei was genuinely curious about how they'd pull it off. Rumor had it they'd even hired a bunch of extras from the film studio to serve as NPCs. That was no small investment. He himself actually had the impulse to go in and check it out, but since someone was already live streaming inside, it saved him the trouble. 2 days later, the horror haunted house was fully prepared and officially opened. When Li Wei arrived that morning, he found only a handful of people at his door, while the usual long lines had all shifted to the entrance of the newly opened haunted house across the street. Aren't you all going to play over there? Li Wei curiously asked the few visitors standing before him. They chuckled without hiding the truth and replied bluntly, boss, we got here too late, the line over there is way too long. So we thought we'd check yours out first, then go queue up there. Li Wei didn't mind either, waving them into play. After it was over, he promptly hung up the closed sign. With no visitors expected that day anyway, he decided to take the day off and give his employees a break as well. Coincidentally, it had been a while since the last draw, and Li Wei couldn't resist the itch. He immediately spent 5,000 fear points for a spin, hoping to land something interesting. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the horror prop, mutated T-virus injection, neutered. Mutated T-virus injection, neutered upon breaking, infects any living being within a 3-meter radius, turning them into a zombie for 1 minute before reverting to normal. Li Wei originally thought he had obtained a formidable weapon, but to his surprise, it turned out to be a neutered version of the T-virus that lasted only 1 minute. What good was this worthless thing? Li Wei casually tossed it into the system. Just as he was about to continue the lottery draw, Su-wen arrived. What brings you here? Li Wei asked curiously. Su-wen glanced at the closed sign hanging outside and said with a smirk, since I'm now part of the company, when another business engages in malicious competition, shouldn't I come take a look and give you, my boss, some backup? Li Wei knew the guy meant well, so he smiled and said, no big problems, don't worry. I don't have as much confidence as you do. Look over there, they've already launched 6 hot air balloons, and it seems there are also fireworks and lion dance teams. It's so lively and grand. What if I sneak in and cause some trouble? Su-wen narrowed her eyes and said, Li Wei, if you get caught, I won't bail you out. The two chatted casually like this, and then Li Wei received a call from Zhou. Boss, the film crew is set up and the actors have been selected. Didn't you mention before that we needed to arrange for actors to come train at your place? I was wondering if you're available today, could we schedule that? Li Wei looked at the completely empty space in front of the haunted house and smiled. Perfect. Today's one of the rare times I'm free. Send them over. Just as he said that, he suddenly remembered the prop he'd just drawn, his eyes lighting up. He coughed and added, hurry over. I've got something special waiting. Zhou had no idea what Li Wei was thinking and simply chuckled. Got it. They'll be there in about an hour. Oh, by the way, boss, a new haunted house opened across from yours. Any impact? Need me to help with some promotional work? Li Wei waved his hand. No need, just focus on filming. After hanging up the phone, Su-wen shouted, Leopard Brother is here. Looks like we're about to open. Li Wei arrived at the haunted house entrance to take a look. Sure enough, besides the red carpet at the terror house entrance, there were 3 large red inflatable arches. Balloons had already risen on both sides, with long banners drifting beneath them. The deafening sounds of gongs, drums, and firecrackers created a jubilant atmosphere. Chen Lihao stood stylishly in the center wearing a suit, ready to cut the ribbon for the haunted house opening. Thank you all for coming. Our horror house will not disappoint, it will bring you an unprecedented level of real thrills. This is truly a game for the fearless, and we hope you conquer the fear within. Without further ado, enjoy the scare and have fun. At his silent signal, Brother Leopard in the crowd understood immediately. Laughing boisterously, he stepped forward with his live streaming phone in hand. Alright, brothers. New haunted house adventure today, this one looks different, haha. Brother Leopard's here to reclaim my dignity after last time. Follow me inside, let's check it out. As soon as Bao Ji showed up, the other visitors erupted in excitement. After all, the haunted house's current popularity was partly thanks to his earlier explorations. Now, hearing that he was coming back to play, many visitors clamored to join his team. Teaming up with a big-time streamer is still pretty tempting, who knows, I might even go viral myself. Moreover, this haunted house allows 10 people to enter at once, which is quite appealing for visitors who dislike waiting. Leopard Bro was also happy to team up after getting seriously traumatized last time. He figured with more people around, the horrors wouldn't just focus on him, right? With a grand gesture, Chen Lihao yanked down the red cloth covering the wall next to the haunted house. The crowd gasped as a massive screen was revealed. Damn, this is hilarious. Now the wait won't be boring, we can watch everyone else freak out. So thoughtful, giving it a thumbs up. Big spender, wow. Look at that, the interior decoration is impressive, you can tell even through the screen monitoring how exquisite it is. Hurry up, I can't wait to go play already. Amid the tourists' enthusiastic cheering, Brother Bao led 9 people toward the haunted house entrance. A waiver of liability was naturally required, and after signing it, the eerie laughter from the speakers at the haunted house entrance sent chills down everyone's spine, perfectly setting the mood. Brother Bao admitted he was already traumatized by these things, so even though he knew he was leading the group, he couldn't help but walk unusually slowly. The others behind him instinctively copied his posture, moving half-crouched like a caterpillar when viewed from the external surveillance cameras. Their chosen theme was monsters, zombies, so upon entering the scene, they were immediately immersed in the familiar hospital atmosphere. Admittedly, the substantial investment paid off, the chaotic and surreal ambience of a horror hospital was recreated with haunting realism. But Brother Leopard frowned slightly. For some reason, though the current scene was much more refined than before, it didn't give him that spine-chilling discomfort. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. The lighting's a bit dim here, someone protect me. Eek, the corner's filled with corpses, Gigi, I'm scared. Brother Leopard, spot any zombies yet? We're all counting on you, bro. Hearing whispers behind him, Brother Leopard waved his hand cautiously and said, don't be afraid, just stay close to me and you'll be fine. At the entrance of the haunted house, Li Wei and Yi both took out their phones, curiously watching the live stream. Suwon leaned over to take a look, curled her lips, and said sourly, must be nice to be so rich. Investing this much without fear of losing it all. Li Wei, is it really that much of an investment? To put it this way, it's enough to renovate several places like yours. Seeing Li Wei actually laugh made Suwon even angrier. I just don't get you. They're clearly a formidable rival, yet you're not the least bit worried. It's infuriating. If they manage to build up their reputation today, your haunted house won't stand a chance in the future. Li Wei teased. You don't honestly think having slightly better decor and hiring some better NPCs will make you outperform me, do you? Suwon raised an eyebrow. Well, aren't those your only two strengths? Or is there something else? Li Wei simply smiled without finishing his thought and continued observing. Inside the haunted house, the group had also reached the corridor. Leopard Brother had initially hoped to search for some clues, but soon realized there simply weren't any. Then, the zombie appeared. One zombie NPC crawled through a hidden passage behind the group and suddenly let out a deafening roar, instantly sending the entire team into chaos. Those hiding at the back panicked and frantically shoved their way forward. Brother Bao also got goosebumps when he heard the noise, but when he turned around and saw the zombie, all his fear dissipated like waves receding. How should I put it? The zombie costume before him closely resembled the one in the haunted house across the street, unkempt, blood-soaked hair and a grotesque mask, yet it failed to instill any sense of oppression or fear in Brother Bao. Deep down, he knew it was all just people in costumes. Unlike the haunted house across the street, even when logically aware, he couldn't suppress the creeping dread. He even felt somewhat amused watching the other person imitate a zombie, stiffening their body and shuffling slowly forward. Though unsure what was happening, Baoji immediately regained his confidence, his lost courage surging back. Just as he was about to shout, "Don't be afraid," he suddenly remembered they were here for business, and clients' needs still awaited them. So he pretended to scream dramatically, "Ah, so scary. Quick, over here, there's a path." Everyone had indeed been startled, and at his words, they all rushed over in a frenzy before violently shoving the door open. Behind the door, another zombie NPC had already bared its fangs and claws, poised to continue terrifying visitors, only to see the door swing open at breakneck speed and slam squarely into its face. No! Thud! Aya! The zombie NPC let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. The scene fell into stunned silence as everyone froze in place. The sudden incident completely disrupted the visitors' mood. Actually, many of them had visited Li Wei's haunted house before, where the NPCs were so terrifying they left people breathless, with no room for resistance whatsoever. And now, a scary NPC here gets knocked flying by a single door. This feeling was like discovering a boss has a visible health bar. What's there to fear? Ultimately, they were trained professionals. The remaining NPCs immediately came over to drag away their injured companion, dimmed the lights, and arranged for others to continue scaring the group, even deploying 4 zombie NPCs to chase them from behind. However, the crowd had already snapped back to reality. Their expressions upon seeing the zombie NPCs became peculiar. Were they scared? Not really. Not scared? Well, sort of. In any case, it wasn't quite what they'd expected. The other people watching the outdoor screen outside the haunted house also exchanged somewhat puzzled glances. How should I put it? It doesn't seem very interesting, does it? Or am I overthinking it? Not at all. I actually think the atmosphere is pretty decent. Those NPCs keep popping up unexpectedly. Who could handle that? It's too intense. You haven't tried the haunted house across the street, have you? Yeah, what's up? No wonder. After you try that place, you'll realize jump scares are pretty amateurish horror tactics. Hearing the whispers around him, Chen Lihao frowned deeply. He spoke into his wireless earpiece. What the hell's going on? Get your act together. Go get the witch out here now. Upon hearing the boss's words, the staff immediately made arrangements. Inside the makeup room, the witch NPC hurriedly touched up her makeup, then grabbed her wig and dashed toward the passageway. The witch was a crowd favorite, reigniting the visitors' excitement as they eagerly stared at the monitor, curious to see how she would make her entrance. Li Wei and Suwon both watched intently without blinking. Then he saw the witch NPC hurrying along, only to collide with another zombie NPC at a turn. Holy shit! Oh my god! In the darkness, both took in each other's gruesome bloody makeup, instantly jumping half a meter in the air from fright. Their terrified screams echoed through half the haunted house. Tourists outside. Li Wei. Suwon. This is it? This is it? And you're telling me this is supposed to be a witch? Chen Lihao's veins bulged on his forehead as his fists clenched with audible cracks. He could understand employees being flustered on opening day, but goddammit, this was absolute chaos. Were they trying to ruin his reputation? However, those screams still gave Leopard Brother and his group a scare, leaving them unsure of what had happened. Just as they continued forward toward another ward, the witch's weeping suddenly echoed around them. That signature wail sent chills down many spines on instinct. Sure enough, a disheveled, red-haired woman appeared ahead, and the moment she spotted them, she shrieked and charged straight at them. The surrounding lights abruptly cut out, plunging everything into darkness. This rapid succession of surprises finally sent the visitors into another panic, making them scramble in fear. Even Leopard Brother was no exception. Every hair on his body stood on end, for the voice sounded eerily identical to the witch he'd encountered before. Dead memories came attacking him again. He turned and ran. "Brother Leopard, save me!" A soft girl's voice sounded in the darkness beside him, stirring something in Brother Leopard's heart as he sprinted. His deep voice responded, "Come here, sis, I'll get you out." As he spoke, he reached out to grope in the dark, grabbed her delicate wrist, then immediately pulled her along as they dashed toward a side passage. Barreling into a room, he turned and slammed the door shut. "That was close, really close. You gave me quite a scare just now. Are you alright, miss?" This appeared to be another laboratory, bathed in an eerie, sickly green light. Panther Bro gasped for breath, relieved, and was just about to turn around to chat with the girl when, whirling back, he saw a woman in a grimy white dress, her face twisted with resentment, staring at him with glowing green eyes. Wasn't that the same witch from earlier? Even though this witch wasn't as gaunt and terrifying as the ones he'd seen before, Panther Bro still let out a startled yelp at the sight of her. "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit! How did I summon a witch? Oh god, I messed up." The witch NPC was dragged along until she was panting heavily, her wig lost somewhere along the way. Completely exasperated, she leaned against the wall to catch her breath and snapped, "Dude, no. What? Why did you drag me? You ran me ragged, and made me lose my wig? Even my shoes are gone." Brother Bao flushed crimson with embarrassment, cringing so hard he could dig a hole with his toes. He opened his mouth but couldn't find any words to say. After standing there awkwardly for a moment, he finally turned and slipped out the door in disgrace. The tourists outside were laughing their heads off, clutching their stomachs as they watched the screen. "Ha ha ha ha, absolute madness. I'm dying, Leopard Bro, this is genius. Put. Made me laugh for no reason. Is this supposed to be a haunted house? Doesn't look anything like one. Ha ha, my stomach hurts from laughing. We're screwed. Zombies got beaten up, the witch got demoralized. All the scares in this haunted house are gone. What's the damn point of this anymore?" Li Wei looked at the uproarious laughter across the way, then at Suwon beside him who was also stifling giggles. Smiling, he said, "So now you understand why I wasn't worried?" Chapter 68 Nerf T-Virus. In any haunted house, whenever humans play the roles, all sorts of mishaps are bound to happen. In his previous life, Li Wei had visited plenty of these attractions. Most people remained completely unaffected most of the time, though female visitors tended to get startled more often. And during the few times he went to play, all kinds of mishaps occurred, flirting with NPC girls, accidentally hurting NPCs, awkwardly dancing in front of NPCs. There were even cases of turning the tables and scaring the scare actors themselves. It was absolute chaos. Logically speaking, after plagiarizing Li Wei's ideas, they could indeed be considered among the top tier domestically. However, everything pales in comparison. Once you've experienced Li Wei's haunted house, all this before you seems like child's play, just flashy but empty. This haunted house isn't scary at all, it's downright hilarious. Outside the haunted house, the queue erupted in laughter, filled with a jovial atmosphere. Only Chen Lihao's face darkened so much it seemed ready to drip with gloom, completely baffled by this situation. Shouldn't there be terrified screams and constant gasps of fright? What the hell is with all this laughter? Who wants to turn a haunted house into a happy amusement park? Outside the scenic area, a business vehicle slowly drove in. Inside the car, 3 men and 2 women were staring unblinkingly at a live stream on their phones, laughing uncontrollably. One of the men shouted, "I'm dying of laughter. Is this really what a haunted house is like?" Professor Joe made it sound so terrifying, but I find it downright cheerful. The girl beside me doubled over with laughter and chimed in, "Right?" Professor Joe even told us to come experience it firsthand so we could truly understand for filming. But all I can think is, this is gonna make me burst out laughing in NG all day, huh? We should call him Director Joe now. But I remember him saying haunted nightmares, not this terror house, right? Come on, haunted nightmares, terror house, they're all haunted attractions. What's the difference anyway? I don't think it's worth wasting time. But since Director Joe insisted, well, we're already here, might as well check it out. After the business van parked in the lot, the group got out and headed toward the spot marked by the sign. The sound of cheerful laughter drew my attention from afar. Towering in the distance stood a haunted house, with crowds gathered not in line at its entrance, but clustered around a large screen nearby. Some spectators had already taken out popcorn and cola, watching the spectacle unfold amidst continuous laughter. This turned out to be the live stream they'd just watched on their phones. After standing there a while, they finally understood why the visitors were laughing so hysterically. Because Leopard had hidden inside a closet, only for a zombie NPC to squeeze into. In the darkness, each mistook the other. The NPC thought he was a fellow performer while he believed the NPC was a visitor. The two ended up having a full conversation inside that cramped closet. The group watched with disapproval when they overheard nearby visitors remark, "This is so lame. Look, even the NPCs can be messed with. What kind of haunted house is this? Let's just go to the one across the street now that place looks properly terrifying." Hearing this, they finally noticed another haunted house tucked away opposite them called Nightmare Manor, though, admittedly, it looked even shabbier. Skeptical but curious, the group headed over and spotted Li Wei and Su when standing by the entrance. "Boss, Director Joe sent us to check this place out." Li Wei looked up at the 5 stylishly dressed people before him and smiled. "Got it, come on in." Through discussion, Li Wei learned that although these people were all actors, they weren't particularly famous. Apart from Wu Moli, the lead actress who was a second-tier star, the others could only be considered minor third-tier actors. Compared to major celebrities, they had much less exposure and weren't widely known by the public, so they treasured this filming opportunity, hoping it would make them famous. Li Wei naturally took it seriously too. If this movie succeeded, it could give his haunted house a boost, helping maintain its popularity and drawing more visitors. "You guys are here to shoot a zombie movie, right? So to give you an accurate feel of how terrifying zombies can be, I'll have the NPCs go all out with their performance. Think you can handle it?" Li Wei said. "No problem, boss. Bring on the scares, we can take it." Yeah, no big deal, don't worry about us." Everyone looked completely unconcerned. Even if they hadn't experienced it themselves, they just watched the live stream. It seemed manageable, a few were even thinking they could use this chance to practice their acting skills. Suwon watched nearby, biting her lower lip to suppress a laugh. Wu Moli looked at her puzzled and asked, "Is something wrong?" Suwon shook her head. "Just a reminder, this haunted house is different. Brace yourselves." Li Wei waved his hand, collected their phones, and led them through the entrance. Since it was his day off, he figured they might as well enjoy the full experience. Suwon followed eagerly to the monitoring room, then watched with a face full of schadenfreude. "By the way, don't they know you're the boss behind all this?" Li Wei replied. "What's there to say? I'm not here to show off." Suwon found herself viewing him in a new light. Only Wu Moli had taken those words to heart, so she behaved very cautiously upon entering, while the others seemed like they were just there for sightseeing. "I'm a method actor, so a small-scale setting like this hardly immerses me. It doesn't affect me much. I'm an expressionist, so it doesn't matter to me, I just need to imitate fear." "But Moli, you're an experientialist, aren't you?" Wu Moli nodded and said, "Yes, I think Director Joe recommended this place for a reason. Let's all be careful." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. However, even with their guards up, fear still spread uncontrollably once they stepped into the haunted house and then the zombies appeared. These zombies were completely different from the ones they had seen on their phones before. There was no impulse to jest or play around the moment they appeared, and oppressive, suffocating pressure overwhelmed them. Especially those crimson eyes, once they lock onto you, a chill runs down your spine, and cold sweat drenches your back. "No, something's not right, this is kinda scary." The man who'd been stubborn just moments earlier couldn't help but gulp, his words beginning to stumble. Yeah, feels like being hunted by wild animals." Before coming, Wu Moli had briefly researched about zombies, but reading scripts never quite immersed her in the experience. Now, just one glance at this NPC gave her an eerie, bone-chilling sensation. The moment their eyes met, the zombie charged without hesitation, releasing an uncontrollable guttural roar with a wave of nauseating blood stench. The crowd's hearts hammered in terror as they screamed and turned to flee instantly. "There's no choice but to run, I just knew I'd be bitten to death." Screams and howls instantly erupted madly within the haunted house as everyone was chased by uninhibited zombies rampaging through the corridors in a frenzied dash, pissing themselves along the way. Amid the chaos of chickens flying and dogs leaping, I barely managed to shake off the zombies when, before I could even catch my breath, half a zombie clung onto my back. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the witch made her grand entrance. Suwon couldn't help but laugh as she watched the surveillance footage. This is killing me. "Old Lee, come take a look, didn't he act all tough-mouthed just now? Hey, where are you going? Aren't you going to watch?" Li Wei shook his head. "I've still got some things to do." He pulled out that bottle of castrated T-virus serum from the system. Inside the transparent glass vial swirled 2 helical strands of blue liquid, emitting an eerie blue glow under the light. TSK. If this were real, accidentally dropping it would bring about the apocalypse immediately. Then no one would have to go to work anymore. How wonderful. He arrived at the final laboratory scene and casually tossed the T-virus. The glass vial tumbled through the air in a few somersaults, arcing before striking a corner of the table and shattering into pieces on the ground. An invisible gas began to spread. Li Wei retreated through the main door and returned to the monitoring room just as the group, chased into utter disarray, came bursting into the laboratory. Chapter 69, Mutation. One of the group, upon rushing into the laboratory, desperately pressed their back against the door in terror, letting the zombies outside relentlessly pound against it. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact struck like a hammer to their hearts, shaking their bodies and making their bones chill and hair stand on end. Why is this happening? Why are they so insanely savage? I clearly surrendered already. What do we do? They've bitten through all my clothes, sob. They really bit me. Though there's no blood, it hurts so much. Same here. Their nails are so sharp, my clothes have been torn open in several places too. Stop it, don't do this anymore, I'm scared. Let us out. We don't want to play anymore. Boss, we quit. The group screamed desperately at the surveillance camera in the corner. At this moment, Wumoli couldn't care less about any damn method acting or experiential techniques. She couldn't even recall the movie script in her panic, her mind completely consumed by the thought that she was going to die. Suddenly, her nose tingled as if catching a scent, and within moments she felt dizzy, her vision swimming before her eyes. Instinctively, she touched her cheek. It burned fiercely, as if scorched by fever. Wumoli lifted her head to look at the others, only to find everyone's flushed faces equally abnormal. Could fear have turned their cheeks this scarlet? She was just about to speak when violent coughs erupted from her throat, racking her body so fiercely it seemed her lungs might tear free. Ahem, ahem. Jasmine, what's wrong with you? Cough cough. Are you okay? Cough cough. Ugh. The woman beside her expressed concern, but before she could finish speaking, she too began coughing violently. The next second, her stomach heaved, and she vomited large amounts of blood before collapsing weakly to the ground. This terrifying spectacle startled everyone present. No one understood what was happening as they quickly gathered around. Asterisk cough cough asterisk. Hurry, hurry up, someone is injured, quick, cough cough. Wu Jasmine cried out desperately, her eyes fixed on the security cameras blinking red light above. Ah, my head hurts so much. Help! The translation maintains the original exclamatory tone and conveys the speaker's distress and urgency while preserving the paragraph structure. It's so hot, I feel like my body is burning up. Hearing the screams, she turned around again, only to see her companions vomiting blood and collapsing one by one beside her. Wumoli was at a complete loss in that moment. She truly felt the despair of being utterly helpless and alone. What's wrong with you? She kept shaking her companion but got no response. She collapsed into hysterical sobs and turned to open the door, but the entrance that had just been rammed by zombies was now eerily silent. When she pushed it open, the hallway outside was completely empty. The zombie NPCs had vanished without a trace. Wumoli leaned against the wall, stumbling forward with great effort. A splitting headache overwhelmed her, her body shivered uncontrollably from the cold, and she felt utterly drained of strength. Cough. I have to hold on, must go outside to find help, must find someone, rescue. She gritted through clenched teeth. Suddenly, from the dead silence of the corridor behind her came a sickening crack crack crack, the unmistakable sound of bones breaking. Wumoli whirled around and witnessed a sight that chilled her soul. The fallen companions suddenly began convulsing unnaturally, their hands clenched like chicken claws as they thrashed violently on the ground. The cracking sounds came from their twisted, contorting bodies. Wumoli even heard their blood-red mouths open wide, emitting low growls, exactly like the sounds zombies make. The twisted figures staggered upright, their bodies jerking unnaturally. Then, in unison, they turned their gazes toward Wumoli. Don't scare me like this. Wumoli's tears streamed down her face as she cowered against the wall, frozen with fear. The weakness in her body grew more pronounced until she suddenly coughed up blood with a loud wah. Even someone as foolish as her now understood they were mutating into zombies. But why? Their group had merely come to experience the haunted house, just to get into character before filming. How could things have turned out like this? She knew her companions couldn't be playing such a cruel prank on her. No human could contort their body like that, and her current predicament was far too real to be faked. Whoa! I don't want to die. Cough. I don't want to die. Violent coughing. I haven't lived enough yet. Wumoli leaned against the wall, feeling her eyelids grow heavier by the second as more blood spilled from her lips. In the final blur of her fading vision, she saw her companions rushing toward her, now indistinguishable from the very zombies that had been chasing them earlier. Crimson pupils, a bloody maw, and bestial savagery, terrifying to behold. The next moment, she was knocked down. My God, are they acting? This performance is amazing. This is the power of professional actors. Su Wen gasped in astonishment. She didn't understand why this group, who had been playing around perfectly fine, suddenly started acting up. Were they simulating the process of zombification? That was the only explanation that made sense. Li Wei shrugged. Alright, they came for the movie experience, so of course they should get something out of it. You and I should go over. Seems like they overdid it and passed out. Su Wen widened her eyes. That actually worked? The commotion caused by these 5 visitors was quite loud, even reaching the neighboring haunted house. The series of mishaps here had already disappointed hopeful visitors, but now that they heard familiar screams, they immediately turned around and headed for the nightmare haunted house. Just as they arrived, they saw the 5 unconscious people being helped to the rest area by the entrance, and everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, that's exactly how a haunted house should be. What's that crap over there, daring to compare itself to this? The difference is night and day when you compare them. This side's record is impressive. Just a short while without checking, and already 5 people fainted. Amazing. Boss, we're back again. Yours is still the best, we want to buy tickets. Right, give me 3 tickets. Visitors began streaming back, filling what was once an empty entrance, all enthusiastic and clamoring to buy tickets. Chen Lihao felt his heart bleeding with despair. At this moment, he couldn't fathom what had gone wrong, why everything had collapsed. He had meticulously replicated the haunted house in every detail. The number of visitors at the entrance visibly dwindled to less than a tenth, and even these few weren't buying tickets. Instead, they gathered around the big screen, watching Leopard Bro's hilarious antics. Soon, Leopard Bro also completed the challenge and emerged from the exit. Seeing the sparse crowd outside, he instantly understood the situation. His job to entertain was done, and he was about to leave when Chen Lihao stopped him. His face darkened as he said, "Tell me the truth, how was the experience, really?" Leopard Brother rubbed his head awkwardly and replied, "Mr. Chen, it was, pretty fun." "Fun? Not scary?" Chen Lihao asked in disbelief. Leopard Brother nodded earnestly. Chen Lihao gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said, "Compared to over there." Brother Leopard immediately interrupted, "President Chen, aren't those 10 employees of yours still in the psychiatric ward at the hospital? I really think we shouldn't compare." Chapter 70, dropped a big one. Brother Leopard was genuinely trying to help. Of course, this kindness was partly due to the tempting paycheck the other side had offered, and partly because this haunted house experience had revitalized his own vigor. That's why he felt compelled to offer some heartfelt advice. As for comparing it to that haunted house across the street, Leopard Go still shivers when recalling his experience inside. No comparison, absolutely no comparison at all. Chen Lihao stood stunned in place, seemingly still unable to process this fact. Leopard Go didn't bother with him either and walked straight out, waving at Su Wen and Li Wei across the street by way of farewell as he left. Li Wei was at his wits' end. Faced with the eager crowd of visitors clamoring for entry, he waved his hand grandly toward the sign hanging on the haunted house gate behind him and shouted, "Everyone, the haunted house is closed today. Come back early tomorrow if you want to play." The visitors all widened their eyes and groaned in dismay. "Come on, boss, don't be such a killjoy. We're already here, just let us in already." "Yeah, and I was really looking forward to playing here. Why can they go play?" Before Li Wei could speak, Chen Xiaoning beside him chuckled mischievously and said, "Come on, this is Boss Li's thoughtful arrangement for everyone. Today you can all go have fun over there to your heart's content, hee hee." With her naturally attractive looks and whimsical way of speaking, her words actually made the crowd feel a slight pang of guilt, almost like they were experiencing the remorse of a chasing your wife to the crematorium scenario. Li Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and could only explain, "There's a personal matter I need to attend to today, so we have to close temporarily. Everyone can come earlier tomorrow." Hearing the boss say so, the crowd could only reluctantly agree, reminding him not to be late tomorrow before leaving in displeasure. The once bustling entrance of the haunted house quickly emptied out. Most people had gone home, leaving only a small group who lingered across the street, hoping for another amusing spectacle. Su Wen leaned her elbow on Li Wei's shoulder, studying him with an approving nod. "Not bad, old Li," she said. "I underestimated you again. You've got some tricks up your sleeve, had me worried for nothing." Li Wei grinned. "Told you there was no need to rush." Su Wen pouted and shot him a glance, thinking to herself, "Don't pretend you don't know who Walter is worried about. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother." At this moment, the 5-member acting troupe had already woken up in the rest area. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to keep sleeping, but with a clown beside them wildly honking a horn, it was impossible not to wake up. Li Wei shooed the mischief-making clown to a corner to stand aside, then had Xiao Xia bring them glasses of water. This time, letting the zombies perform with unrestrained authenticity had indeed raised the scare factor by countless degrees. Wu Moli and her companions all sat bolt upright when they woke up, drenched in sweat, their eyes still filled with traces of fear. But upon seeing the familiar surroundings and recognizing their friends nearby, they all froze in bewilderment. Didn't we die? Exactly. Just now after vomiting blood I felt like I was burning up, then my consciousness faded, and the next thing I knew nothing. Wu Moli stammered in confusion, "But, I saw with my own eyes you all turned into zombies." "Ha, that can't be right. It felt like an extremely high fever to me, a really severe one, but our clothes don't have any bloodstains. How strange, was it all a dream?" Wu Moli was also confused, was this a dream? But the experience felt so real at the time. Li Wei walked over and asked, "What's wrong? Did you all have a nightmare?" Wu Moli quickly raised her head, "Boss, just now. Li Wei, just now, I saw you all faint from terror inside. Everything alright? To give you the most authentic zombie experience, I had the NPCs give it their all, hope you enjoyed it?" Everyone laughed bitterly at these words. Well, it seemed their mental preparation hadn't been thorough enough, they'd even underestimated things a bit. But after this haunted house adventure, they'd certainly gained a whole new understanding of zombies. It felt just average when reading the script before, but now I truly understand what it's like to face it in reality. Fear was inevitable anyway. My mind went completely blank at that moment. Thoughts of resistance or fighting back were pure fantasy. Sometimes you wouldn't even dare confront regular criminals, let alone bloodthirsty zombies that have become this ferocious. "Boss, are zombies really like that?" asked a male actor with utter defeat in his voice. He's the male lead in the show, a police officer who's portrayed as a brave and fearless character, surviving till the end. But in this situation, he's starting to doubt whether he can live up to that role. Just now, facing a few zombies nearly made him wet his pants, and in the movie, there were countless zombies. Li Wei patted him on the shoulder, comforting the terrified young man. "How would I know? I've never seen real ones either. It's all artistic creation. Young man, don't overthink it. The world is still full of beauty." Hearing this, the group forced a chuckle. After resting for a while, their moods gradually improved, and that sense of overwhelming relief kicked in. Only then did they leave together. This trip has yielded great rewards. They must hurry back to study the script thoroughly and then plunge into filming. Bang! In the meeting room, Chen Lihao slammed his tablet onto the floor violently, then vented his fury by stomping on it repeatedly. Only then did he glare viciously at the subordinates seated before him. Before this, you all presented exhaustive data analysis and industry research, compiling over 100 PowerPoint slides. You patted your chests and assured me this project would succeed, guaranteed profits. Fine, I believed you, invested millions in construction, renovations, and hiring. You said modular construction would facilitate future franchise expansion, so we spent another few million on mold development. His voice dripped with malice. Now, everything's built. After all the marketing hype and the grand stage we set up, we shit the bed in front of the entire nation. You've made me the laughingstock of the country. Chen Lihao grew angrier as he spoke, suddenly slamming his fist on the conference table with a loud bang. Unable to contain his rage, he roared, "This is the first day of operation, and only a handful of people came to play. Do you know what the reviews online are saying? Go the hell and take a look for yourselves. It's nothing but mockery. Is this the report card you're handing in to me? Ha!" Under his furious outburst, all the executives in the company lowered their heads, their faces twisted in bitterness. They had no idea what was going on either. Everything that happened that day was completely unexpected. Everything was identical to before. Even if the NPCs had made some initial blunders, everyone had quickly gotten the hang of it later. But for some inexplicable reason, visitors barely got frightened face to face, they even laughed instead. The most the staff could do was scare them a little from the corners. Who the hell has a haunted house filled with laughter and joy? Damn it! Boss Chen, our haunted house is absolutely world-class. We've also surveyed other haunted houses domestically, whether in terms of scale or performance, they can't compare to us at all. But, Chen Lihao gritted his teeth and snapped, "But there's a world-class one right across from us, isn't there?" "Why yes. With them there, audiences inevitably compare us to them. Back then, we set up shop across from them to go head-to-head. But now, it's not possible. We can't draw in the visitors. Instead, we become their stepping stone. Now whenever people mention us, they inevitably bring up the neighboring place. We've practically become a cautionary tale. Yeah, being so close, yet ending up digging my own grave." Chen Lihao's veins pulsed on his forehead. Having always sailed smoothly through life, he had never suffered such a crushing blow. This kind of failure was utterly unacceptable to him. He exploded in rage. "Damn it all. I'm not fucking interested in listening to your self-criticisms. What I want right now is solutions from you bunch, goddamn solutions." They exchanged glances, looking at each other in silence for a moment before someone finally spoke. "Boss Chen, we originally planned to crush them through capital dominance. But now, well, since we can't solve the problem, why not just eliminate the one causing it?" Chapter 71, Poisonous Scheme. The words hung calmly in the conference room air. After all, everyone present had vested interests. If the project collapsed, not only would Director Chen lose money and rage, but they too would face inevitable dismissal. Better to eliminate the root cause than bear the consequences themselves, a solution where everybody wins. Chen Lihao furrowed his brows slightly. "What do you mean? If he doesn't even want 30 million, then he must be a stubborn fool. Money can't make people like that bend. Even violence would only make him more obstinate. I think we should approach this from another angle." The suggestion came from a stern-faced man named Wei Chenggong. After Lu Mei was hospitalized, the project had been handed over to him. He'd originally thought it was a promotion opportunity, but now it had turned into a mess. Despite his serious demeanor, even Wei Chenggong couldn't help feeling a twinge of fear under Chen Lihao's ominous glare. These high-ranking executives who occupy lofty positions naturally have high salaries and consequently, high expenses as well. Heavy burdens weigh on their shoulders, forcing them to tread carefully with every step. And if they were to be fired, their lives would be utterly ruined. Wei Chenggong stated gravely, "Beauty. I've observed that quite a few attractive women have appeared around him, flocking like orioles and swallows. Clearly, he doesn't lust after wealth or fear threats. The only thing that might sway him is feminine charm." Chen Lihao stroked his smooth chin and fell deep into thought. What the other person said seemed to make sense. He didn't believe there were people in this world who were completely detached from worldly desires. Everyone must have their own weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Perhaps lust was the key. And when it comes to other strategies, using beauty is the cheapest trick of all. At their level, women are practically handed to them on a silver platter. Tell me your plan, Chen Lihao said calmly. Wei Qinggong lowered his voice. Two approaches, it depends on which one you prefer, Chairman Chen. If you just want to teach him a lesson and kick him out, then sending an ordinary woman to gather some evidence, frame him, or even threatening him with compromising photos would do. But if you're still not satisfied, Chen Lihao, then what? Find a woman with aids to serve him. The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room gasped in shock. Everyone's expression toward Wei Qinggong changed instantly. That's utterly ruthless. If it works, it would absolutely ruin the man's life. This scheme is downright vicious. Wei Qinggong shamelessly met the gazes of everyone present. His expression made it clear. Unless they wanted to be ousted along with the project team. Chen Lihao tapped rhythmically on the table with his fingers, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the matter. He truly loathed that young man. Had the other party agreed to his financing proposal from the start, none of this mess would have happened. Now, he was left humiliated, unable to back down with dignity. Today, people in their venture capital circle had already begun mocking him. This was a humiliation he couldn't swallow, but to retaliate by ruining the other party. As he was deep in thought, Wei Qinggong said, Mr. Chen, there's no need to worry. We're just setting out some bait, after all. Whether they take it or not depends on whether they deserve to die. What does that have to do with us? If they're really that indiscriminate, they'd get AIDS sooner or later anyway. We're just speeding up the timeline a bit. Getting it earlier means they'll wake up sooner, right? Those around the conference table nodded repeatedly, chiming in. Exactly, that's the whole point. Besides, AIDS is just one word, it's not like it kills you right away. What's the big deal? Young man, quite fiery for your age, some hardship would do you good. At worst, I can introduce him to a doctor I know. Guess I'll donate some money anonymously to help him stay strong. Chen Lihao looked at the faces of the people below and said, Shut up, what nonsense. I, Chen Lihao, am an upright man and would never stoop to such underhanded tricks. After speaking, he abruptly stood up, his blazing stare fixed on the crowd until they lowered their heads in shame. Who would have thought that despite President Chen's usually arrogant demeanor, he actually had such a strong sense of justice? It seems we were wrong to judge him so harshly. Even after Chen Lihao left, the crowd remained somewhat in disbelief. Indeed, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Only today have I realized the true breadth of Director Chen's vision. Mr. Chen seems to prefer defeating his enemies in a fair and honorable manner. I submit. Wei Qinggong stood dumbfounded, his mind in utter chaos. Could it be that you're the one with a dirty mind? That can't be right. My judgment of people has always been spot on. Chen Lihao walked out of the meeting room under the awed gazes of the crowd, returned to his office, and sat down with majestic poise. After immersing himself in this mood for a moment, he finally pulled out his phone and made a call. Find me a woman, make sure she's got an air of elegance and is beautiful. I have a task for you. Hanging up the phone, he exhaled sharply, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. Although what those subordinates did wasn't entirely to his satisfaction, he had to admit their idea truly hit the sweet spot for him. Finding a woman with AIDS. TSK. What a creatively devious scheme they came up with. Not bad at all, definitely worth the salary he paid them. But of course, such an amusing matter had to be arranged personally. He was intensely curious whether that stubborn young man could resist the test of feminine charm. Since it was a temporary rest day today, Li Wei had nothing urgent to do, so he had Su Wen accompany him car shopping. Now that he had some money on hand, it was time to buy a car for shelter from the wind and rain. The car brands in this world were completely different, and Li Wei couldn't make heads or tails of them. After visiting a few dealerships, he casually settled on one costing around 500,000, whatever looked good to the eye would do. The whole process went smoothly without any of those messy scenes of being looked down upon followed by some face-slapping drama. A quick swipe of the card and he was done, with pickup scheduled in a few days. Originally, he planned to invite her to dinner again as a gesture of gratitude, something Li Wei considered the least troublesome option. Su Wen was almost about to agree when a phone call came in, seemingly about something urgent, forcing her to leave in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, only Li Wei remained. He shrugged his shoulders, content with the newfound tranquility. Cooking was out of the question, so he found a nearby roadside restaurant for a meal. The restaurant was quite crowded. After sitting down and ordering a few dishes, Li Wei decided to continue with his prize draws while waiting. Although the ghost house competition issue was settled for now, he didn't believe his opponents would give up so easily. After all, with so much money invested, it was unlikely they'd just let it rot in their hands. Li Wei couldn't figure out what their next move might be, so he thought he might as well try his luck with the draws first. Maybe he'd get something useful for whatever came next. Following convention, he first tried his luck with 1,000 points of terror value. When the lottery box turned up empty, Li Wei wasn't surprised in the least. This was already the second time he'd drawn nothing. Clearly, 1,000 points as the minimum threshold yielded slim pickings. Without hesitation, Li Wei injected 10,000 points of terror value and spun the wheel again. He still hoped to come up with some attribute-boosting prizes, like physical enhancements, preferably supernatural ones. After all, what man doesn't dream of the extraordinary? Ding! One horror prop, Eye of Death, trial version. Li Wei? What kind of prop is this? Never heard of it before. Eyes of Death possesses the ability to see through a person's name, lifespan, and other details. The trial version can be used 3 times before the item automatically disappears. Li Wei finally understood these eyes were essentially equivalent to the domestic Skynet system from his previous life. As long as someone was scanned by these eyes, their detailed identity information could be identified through functions like image capture and big data analysis. But Li Wei felt somewhat helpless. He wasn't a police officer. What use did he even have for something like this? As I was pondering, a woman walked into the restaurant, immediately capturing the attention of everyone inside. No wonder she appeared to be in her late 20s, strikingly beautiful, with voluminous curls that accentuated her mature charm. Clad in a form-fitting black office dress, her enviable figure was displayed to perfection. She casually scanned the restaurant as if searching for a seat, but it was peak dining hours, and no solo tables were available. Under her gaze, many single men straightened their postures and put on serious expressions, secretly hoping she might join their table. Even without conversation, her presence alone would be a feast for the eyes. The woman walked in wearing high heels, then stopped right next to Li Wei's desk under everyone's gaze. "Sir, is this seat taken?" Chapter 72, The Fish Takes the Bait. The woman's voice was pleasant and melodious, but Li Wei's eyes remained fixed on the system panel, never looking up. Hearing her, he absent-mindedly replied, "No." The woman smiled and gracefully took a seat across from him, then proceeded to order food on her own. Li Wei finally snapped out of his daze, furrowing his brows slightly. Honestly, he really disliked the scent of perfume. It made his nose itch terribly, and it was quite unpleasant. But there genuinely weren't any other available seats now, so sharing a table was unavoidable. He refrained from commenting, though his eating pace noticeably quickened. Soon after, the woman's meal arrived. As she brushed aside a strand of hair and prepared to eat, she suddenly noticed a particular dish on Li Wei's tray. With a laugh, she asked, "That dish of yours looks absolutely delicious. Mind if I try a bite?" Without waiting for Li Wei to respond, she picked up a piece with her chopsticks and popped it into her mouth. As her red lips slightly bit down, she couldn't help but praise, "It's quite tasty. If you don't mind, you can try some of mine." Her smile blossomed like a flower, her personality open and unrestrained. Many men who had been secretly watching her gulped, feeling as though they might melt under the radiance of that smile. That guy hit the jackpot. How does he deserve to be approached by such a beautiful girl? Damn, I'm so jealous. Why wasn't it me? I'm not bad looking either, bro. Honestly, when a woman chases a man, it's hard to refuse. Sharing a dish too? TSK, she's making it pretty obvious. Pfft, he's just a bit handsomer than me, nothing special. Jo Monli smiled sweetly as she gazed at Li Wei, subtly sizing him up. She sighed inwardly. This man wasn't bad looking at all, but alas, she had a mission to complete. According to the information, the target is a lecherous man. It seems that if all goes well, the matter will be settled tonight. She had always been confident in her beauty. As long as she took the initiative, even without fate, she could create it herself. If she hadn't been so wild back then, she wouldn't have fallen to the point of becoming someone else's tool now. Li Wei lowered his head with a frown, staring at the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs that had been taken a bite from, then raised his gaze to the exquisite woman before him. Without a word, he silently picked up the plate of tomatoes and dumped them into the trash bin under the table. After wolfing down a few quick bites, he got up, paid the bill, and left without a moment's hesitation, smooth as flowing water. The entire room fell into stunned silence, gaping at Li Wei's retreating figure, rooted to the spot in astonishment. He didn't say a word, but the disgust in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Holy crap, this dude, what's his deal? A beauty like her, and he didn't even spare her a shred of dignity. I thought he'd be thrilled to share with her, but he just poured it all out? Hiss, shouldn't sweet girls smell nice? Why's he so disgusted? Damn, I wish I had that chance. The restaurant erupted in uproar. Many men beat their chests in frustration, secretly cursing Li Wei for being utterly charmless when she was throwing herself at him. How could he just throw away such fate-given fortune? Are you out of your mind? Jo Monli was also dumbstruck, her sweet smile frozen rigid on her face as her eyes and neck stiffly followed the figure until they disappeared through the door. Her entire body trembled faintly, her mind buzzing with noise. In that instant, she even began doubting her own appearance, wondering if she had applied her makeup wrong. Forgoing her meal, she immediately rummaged through her bag for a mirror and scrutinized her face meticulously. No problem, still absolutely gorgeous. With looks like hers, whether in school or at work, she had always been the most dazzling presence wherever she went. If it wasn't her own issue, could it be that the other party simply didn't fancy her? Jo Monley found the notion laughable. She refused to believe a man surrounded by admirers wouldn't want to possess someone like her. After pondering for a while, her expression gradually softened. She'd already figured it out, this was probably just one of his tactics. Some men might just enjoy using unexpected methods to showcase themselves, leaving a unique impression in girls' minds. Playing hard to get. Yes, that must be it. Jo Monley felt she had completely figured him out. Indeed, he was just a young man in his mid-20s after all, several years younger than herself, so having such childish thoughts was perfectly normal. At this thought, Jo Monley's mind became clear. Just then, a man carrying a tray walked over and sat in Li Wei's previous seat, putting on what he thought was a warm smile. "Miss, you can have mine. I just got it and haven't touched it yet." Jo Monley looked up with a radiant smile and said, "Nice guys finish last." With that, she also got up and left. From start to finish, she hadn't touched a single bite of the food on her own tray. The warm-hearted guy looked at the mocking smiles around him and froze. The joke was on me. Li Wei didn't dwell on what had just happened, thinking he'd simply encountered a woman lacking personal boundaries. But just as he finished buying groceries and was about to head home, he saw that woman again. The person walked hurriedly down the road with a flustered and helpless expression. A mere coincidence? Li Wei passed by indifferently, only to be stopped. "Ah, it's you, sir. Could you help me? My phone and wallet were stolen. Are you asking for money?" "No, could you take me home?" "I don't live far from here," Jo Monley pleaded pitifully. Li Wei was far from being an obtuse person. Although he was indeed quite handsome, that alone didn't explain why the same woman would repeatedly strike up conversations with him using such flimsy pretexts, almost as if she were afraid he wouldn't take the bait. What was she after? Li Wei remembered the eye of death he had previously drawn from the lottery and didn't hesitate to use it once. A faint red light flickered imperceptibly across his pupils, and the next moment, the woman's information appeared above her head within his line of sight. Jo Heike, 29, female, native of Haicheng. Occupation, escort, physical condition, AIDS, multiple gynecological diseases. Li Wei glanced at it, his hand holding the bag trembling slightly. Alright, so it's actually an HIV-infected pathogen. Immediately, he asked the system in his mind, is my body immune to HIV? Ding, rest assured, host. Your body has been enhanced and upgraded, and viruses or bacteria can no longer harm you. Only then did Li Wei breathe a sigh of relief. Understandably, HIV still carries significant psychological weight in modern times. Once contracted, it's essentially incurable. Naturally, Li Wei couldn't afford to be careless. But thinking this, he also felt somewhat angry. This pathogen clearly wanted to cling to him, they had no grudges between them. So what exactly did she mean by this? Also, on what grounds did she assume he would take the bait? Was he some kind of lust-crazed demon? After some thought, Li Wei changed his tone and said, "It's doable, but how would you repay me?" Hearing this, Jo Monley shyly lowered her head, her eyes narrowing slightly while thinking to herself, just as I expected. Just now at the restaurant, you were all cool and collected, but with no one around outside, your true colors come out. TSK, men, truly all the same, just big pig's feet. But this was exactly what he wanted. The fish has taken the bait. Li Wei hadn't picked up his car yet, so he was riding an electric scooter. Regarding the woman's request to get on, Li Wei firmly refused. Even though he knew he wouldn't catch it, he still felt incredibly uneasy deep down. So it painted a rather comical scene, Li Wei trailing behind on his little electric scooter while the woman jogged ahead like a dog on a leash, casting extremely resentful glances back at him from time to time. Li Wei's gaze remained as calm and unfathomable as an ancient well, pretending not to see. Jo Monley panted heavily, exhaustion stripping her face of its usual composure. Her complexion turned deathly pale. Though autumn had set in with its crisp chill, sweat drenched her forehead from the desperate run. By the time they reached the ground floor, Jo Monley was almost collapsing from exhaustion. Li Wei looked at the apartment building before them and asked, "Which floor do you live on?" Panting heavily, Jo Monley gasped, eighth floor." She was completely speechless about this man. She had never encountered such a bizarre person. He seemed like a split personality, one moment coveting her and the next tormenting her like this. Holy shit, this can't be an S rank, can it? Jo Monley suddenly got goosebumps all over, eyeing Li Wei with suspicion. If this guy really had some weird fetish, then, the price would have to go up. Inside the elevator, Li Wei remained calm as he waited, while Jo Monley's disheveled appearance and gradually intoxicated gaze seemed to drip with seduction. The elevator doors opened and they arrived at the entrance of her home. Jo Monley pursed her lips into a smile. "Thank you for walking me to my door. By the way, my name is Jo Monley. I still don't know yours?" Li Wei shook his head. "My name isn't important. After tonight, we won't be in contact again." Jo Monley clearly misunderstood his meaning and said coyly, "So impatient? Come in and sit for a while first." Once inside, Li Wei got straight to the point, Earlier you said I could do whatever I wanted. Still stand by that? Jo Monli took off her coat, revealing her curvaceous figure, and cooed, of course, but I'd like to shower first. Can't have you thinking I'm all sweaty and smelly. No thanks, I'm in a hurry. Seeing Li Wei approaching with such eager haste made Jo Monli's heartbeat quicken. Almost there, almost there. The mission was nearly complete, soon she'd have that 500,000 and could live lavishly for a while. As for the other person's illness, well, that wasn't her fault. During her time in DAI, she had long grown weary of this world and everyone in it, having already taken revenge on many. Li Wei was just one among them. Just as she began to undo her clothes, Li Wei's large hand shot forward, gripping her neck and lifting her up. Jo Monli was startled. What are you doing? Is this the kind of game you want to play? I'm delicate, please don't be too rough with me. Speak up, what's your goal? Jo Monli met Li Wei's icy gaze, feeling as though she had plunged into an abyss. With strained laughter, she muttered, what purpose are you talking about? Li Wei did not respond. With a slight tightening of his palm, that suffocating sensation descended instantly. Jo Monli's eyes widened abruptly as she clutched Li Wei's hand desperately, struggling frantically. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. You're putting so much effort into getting close to me despite having HIV. Let me guess, someone must be pulling your strings. Chen Lihao, isn't it? Right now, the only person who harbored ill intentions toward him was that bitter rival across the street. Jo Monli's pupils trembled in shock. She never imagined she'd be exposed like this. Impossible. He'd only met her twice before. Even if he could tell she was throwing herself at him, how the hell did he know about her status? Is there a mole? So he was toying with me this whole time? It wasn't the fish taking the bait, it was me who got hooked. Jo Monli felt chills running down her spine. She knew arguing was pointless now, since the other party was so certain, they must have investigated beforehand. She quickly explained, I'm not. Please let me go. This has nothing to do with me. I was just following orders. They only contacted me this afternoon. I don't even know who they are. This afternoon? That pretty much confirms it's Chen Lihao. The opening of the haunted house today must have rattled him so badly he started recklessly courting death. But Li Wei was genuinely surprised he could come up with such a vicious scheme. He said with amused interest, so you took money to do this job, and that means I just happened to be the unlucky one? If he hadn't strengthened his body, this situation would have been endlessly troublesome. No matter how careful you are, you never know when you might fall prey to such schemes. After all, you can't stay on guard forever. This woman was hardly innocent, so Li Wei naturally wouldn't let her off. As if recognizing the killing intent in Li Wei's eyes, Jo Monli grew terrified. Still, she suppressed her fear and pleaded, I have a virus. I have AIDS. If you make me bleed, you'll definitely get infected. Please let me go, alright? Spare me. I swear I'll turn over a new leaf next time. Li Wei laughed, tossing the woman onto the sofa with a look of disdain before wiping his hands and turning to leave. Jo Monli gasped for breath, watching Li Wei depart with a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Her gamble had paid off. Despite being the virus that tormented her life, AIDS also served as her hardest protective shell. Anyone who wished to harm her had to weigh whether it was worth the risk of getting entangled themselves. So, though frightened, she never believed her life was truly in danger. What a shame such a handsome man doesn't get hooked. Just as she was about to call her superiors to explain the mission's failure, the previously closed doors suddenly swung open again. Jo Monli thought Li Wei had returned, but when she looked up, she froze. A clown stood at her doorstep, carrying a bundle of black garbage bags, grinning widely at her. Who are you? Get out now. Jo Monli frowned, all her pent-up frustration erupting into fury. The clown waved dismissively, silently sneering as he walked in uninvited, even carefully closing the door behind him. Only then did he place the garbage bag on the floor, stroking his chin as he began rummaging through its contents. Two thick coils of rope landed on the ground, followed immediately by the withdrawal of an arm-length chainsaw. The clown hefted it in his hand approvingly, unable to resist giving it an enthusiastic thumbs up. Jo Monli sensed something was wrong. She scrambled to her feet, putting on a brave front as she shouted, What do you think you're doing? I'll call the police. I'm warning you, I've got AIDS, one spray of my blood and you're done for. The clown widened its eyes in silent laughter, pointed at Jo Monli with one hand while pretending to sob with the other, then suddenly lunged toward her. Madman. This guy's a complete lunatic. Jo Monli's hair stood on end as she screamed and tried to dodge, but the clown seized her ankle. Losing her balance, she was flung violently to the ground and knocked unconscious. When she groggily regained consciousness, Jo Monli was horrified to discover she'd been hung upside down, her limbs splayed in an X shape with her head dangling downward. The clown crouched before her, inspecting her up and down while idly revving that terrifying chainsaw in his hands. Chapter 73, The Invisible Man. Please don't do anything reckless, pleaded the inverted Jo Monli, her face flushed crimson with trapped blood as terror gripped her voice. However, the clown had no time to listen to her nonsense. He rummaged out a marker pen and meticulously drew a midline on Jo Monli's body before getting up with great enthusiasm, revving up the chainsaw. Zhou Monli was going insane. She had already figured out what was coming and frantically struggled to break free, screaming for help in all directions. But amid the roaring chainsaw, there was only despair. The clown's pitch-black eyes gleamed with excitement, his dark mouth stretched unnaturally wide. Raising the chainsaw high, he brought it down with a vicious swing. Li Wei originally didn't want to release the clown, but lately this guy had indead proven quite useful for the haunted house. The hunger bar was depleting rapidly, so naturally, it was time for a feeding. As for how the clown would deal with that woman named AI, Li Wei didn't want to know. Right now, he was preparing to give Chen Lihao a grand gift. In his mind, he wavered between choosing the jaw splitter or the invisibility potion. Both were excellent items, either would make a decent reciprocal gift to Chen Lihao. After some thought, Li Wei decided using the jaw splitter would be letting Chen off too easy. Given that guy's temperament, he'd probably freeze in fear, forced to watch helplessly as time ticked down until the inevitable crack of his jaw splitting apart. The viewing experience would be absolutely terrible this way. The invisibility potion, however, piqued his curiosity. How would someone respond if the other party truly became invisible? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Li Wei stepped on the gas, hurried home, quickly washed up, and lay in bed ready to enjoy the spectacle just as the clown returned too. Covered in blood with tiny shreds of flesh clinging to him, the smell was overwhelmingly pungent. But judging by the clown's intoxicated expression, he seemed thoroughly satisfied. With a wave of his hand, Li Wei tossed him back into the system. No need to dirty his own space. Having his employees handle the dirty work while the system took care of cleanup made Li Wei feel wonderfully carefree. After sipping his tea, he prepared to summon the invisibility potion stored in his system and remotely drop it into Chen Lihao's cup, just like how he'd delivered Sadako's cursed videotape. This thing is colorless and tasteless, you wouldn't even notice drinking it. Meanwhile, Chen Lihao was sitting in his office playing on the computer, but his attention lingered on the phone atop his desk. He was waiting for a call, waiting for good news. At this moment, those two should already be getting tangled up together, right? Zhou Monli was truly a stunning woman, judging by her photos, enough to stir even his own desires. There's no way that lustful Li Wei would pass up such temptation. Once the virus gets transmitted, the situation would become deliciously chaotic. Should he mention it to him tomorrow? Or wait a few days until the antiviral drugs become ineffective? Or, perhaps say nothing at all and let the bastard discover his doom when it's too late? TSK. No amount of regret will help then. Not only would he eliminate a nuisance, but he'd also conveniently inherit everything the man owned. Hell yeah! Still basking in the glow of anticipated victory, he reached for the coffee on his desk, downed it in one gulp, and let out a satisfied belch. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, making his mind reel. Chen Lihao reached up to rub his temples, but the moment he lifted his hand, he froze in shock. Nothing. His hand was gone, nothing but empty fabric where it should have been. This discovery shocked him so much that he leaped up from his executive chair in terror. He quickly stretched out his hands, all looked the same, gone. Panicked, he rushed to the glass window behind him. Outside was a bustling night scene, but through the reflection on the glass, he only saw clothes floating in midair. His head had vanished too. How could this happen? Chen Lihao frantically touched his own face. Thankfully, it was still there. Yet no matter how hard he looked, his hands remained invisible to the naked eye. Undoing his clothes revealed no trace of skin either. I'm invisible. Although Chen Lihao couldn't see his own expression, he knew it must have looked absolutely shocked. How could I have suddenly turned invisible? He began to panic slightly, delivering a stinging slap to his own face. The burning sensation on his cheek proved this was no dream. Even taking out his phone to snap a photo confirmed it. No one can see me, not even the cameras. Could it be that I have a system now? Holy shit, I'm the chosen one. At that moment, he was suddenly ecstatic. This was the only explanation that made sense. Trembling with excitement, he shouted into the air, "System." There was no response, but Chen Lihao wasn't discouraged. He felt this must be a divine gift. His era was about to begin. Gazing at his invisible body, one wild idea after another, things he'd never even considered before, bubbled up in his mind, making him itch to try them out. Invisible man. At this thought, he swallowed hard, stripped off all his clothes, tossed them into the drawer, and glanced at the glass, seeing nothing reflected. Only then did he cautiously push open his office door and stick his head out. Outside was the employee workspace. Though it was somewhat late, quite a few people were still working overtime. Seeing that none of the passing staff noticed him, Chen Lihao's initially nervous heart finally calmed, quickly replaced by exhilaration. Running naked through the office feels truly bizarre, both humiliating and exhilarating. After sprinting around the workspace nude for a while, Chen Lihao grew bolder. He began shutting down computers of employees who annoyed him and stealthily swiping chairs to make people tumble. Soon, the office was in complete chaos, though no one suspected foul play, blaming their own carelessness instead. After a while, Chen Lihao couldn't stop laughing. He was fascinated by this invisible control over others' fates. To him, it now seemed like he could doom anyone at will, with no escape. At that moment, he saw the receptionist humming a tune as she walked toward the restroom. He flashed a wicked grin. This was the woman he had once tried to proposition, only to be rejected. Chen Lihao quietly followed and then blew a gust of wind near her ear. Tap tap. The receptionist, still humming, suddenly jumped at the sensation near her ear. Confused, she glanced back, just in time to feel an eerie presence behind her, though her eyes found nothing in sight. She immediately shook her head and laughed at herself. Ha, ha, scaring myself. Just as she entered the women's restroom, a tremendous force suddenly pushed her from behind, sending her crashing into the bathroom stall door. Bang! Ah! Watching the receptionist scream and collapse onto the restroom floor, Chen Lihao nearly burst out laughing before walking away thoroughly satisfied. He recalled there was a bank near the company, as well as an upscale bathhouse. The beast inside him had been unleashed, and he simply had to go take a look. He just wanted to witness the bank's frantic reaction after the money was stolen, let alone openly admiring the sights at the bathhouse. Even though he wasn't short of female company in his daily life, this kind of experience was entirely new to him. Excited, Chen Lihao took the elevator down to the lobby and emerged onto the street, where the heavier crowds only intensified his illicit thrill. The only downside was the chilly weather. The cold wind made him shiver uncontrollably. Chen Lihao swaggered down the street, kicking anything that displeased him along the way, until the aroma of food reminded him of his growing hunger. Though it was nighttime, the bustling CBD district still teemed with shoppers and street vendors lining the sidewalks. Absent-mindedly grabbing an apple from a stall, he continued walking while munching away, only to realize every person around was staring in his direction. A chill ran down Chen Lihao's spine. Damn it! There's no way they could actually see him. Mommy, why is there an apple flying? Asked a little girl curiously to the adult beside her on the roadside. Chapter 74 Careless Mistake. Chen Lihao looked at the apple in his hand and immediately understood it was the floating apple that had given him away. Damn it, this was careless. Seems like I can't just casually swipe things so freely in the future. But as he lowered his head to throw the apple away, his whole body trembled as if struck by lightning. The apple fragments he had chewed and swallowed actually traveled down his esophagus all the way to his stomach, and he could see it clearly. The surreal part was that while his entire body was transparent, this damned food remained visible, floating midair in a grotesque lump within his stomach. Chen Lihao was stunned. Everyone around was stunned, rubbing their eyes vigorously, thinking they were seeing things. Chen Lihao quickly threw the apple away and took off running. It happened to be nighttime, with dim lighting around, so only a few people actually saw it. He managed to breeze past this incident, but through this, he suddenly realized this system seems to have bugs. Seriously? This is supposed to be invisibility? And you pull this stunt? This is riddled with loopholes. Then why the hell would he rob a bank? If he took the money out, you'd probably see a bag of cash running down the street everywhere. And now, with all this food stuffed in his stomach, wouldn't he just be exposing himself the moment he showed up in front of people? What a useless piece of junk. System, I don't want invisibility anymore, get me back to normal, Chen Lihao whispered from his hiding spot in the roadside bushes. After waiting for a long while, there was still no response, only the sounds of insects and birds echoing through the woods. Chen Lihao's expression grew increasingly grim. The joy he had felt earlier vanished completely at this moment. The early autumn night wind blew past, not only chilling him to the bone but also freezing his heart even more. It was then that he finally remembered one possibility. Could it be that he wouldn't be able to change back? At this thought, Chen Lihao felt as though he had plunged into an abyss. Looking around in desperation, he actually had no idea what to do. If no one could see him, did he even exist anymore? Fear, terror, and despair ferment in the depths of his heart. No, I can't just sit here waiting for death. Chen Lihao panicked. He decided to return to the office and get dressed first, at least it was warmer there, and he wouldn't have to endure the cold and hunger here. If worse came to worst, he could always call the police. Even though he had turned invisible, surely they wouldn't dissect him, would they? He stood up from the bushes and noticed that the food in his belly had started to change color. It seemed to be turning into excrement. Dark lines furrowed his forehead as he couldn't possibly imagine a flying turd in the sky. Just as he was about to leave, a rustling sound came from behind. Turning around, he saw two stray wild dogs, their eyes locked on his abdomen as they growled menacingly. Holy shit! The dogs looked vicious, and Chen Lihao instantly felt his hairs stand on end. With nothing on hand to fend them off, he faced off against them for a moment before abruptly turning and sprinting away. Woof woof woof! The two stray dogs barked excitedly and eagerly followed. Chen Lihao was nearly losing his mind. As the sound of barking grew closer behind him, he sprinted with every ounce of strength he had. What drove him to the brink of despair was that the two dogs seemed relentless, closing in on him step by step until they were right at his heels, periodically leaping up to snap at him with their jaws. Pressed to his limit, Chen Lihao spun around and dashed into the adjacent lane, preparing to dash across the road to the other side. The two dogs, however, didn't dare follow onto the busy street packed with traffic and could only stand by the roadside, barking helplessly in frustration. Chen Lihao turned his head back and burst into loud laughter. Come on, you mangy mutts. If you want to catch me, try again in your next life. With a hearty roar, he strode forward confidently just as a heavy-duty truck came barreling down the driveway at over 80 kilometers per hour. Chen Lihao spotted it from a distance, but he didn't care in the slightest. After all, as long as the driver wasn't blind, he'd surely slow down. But he had forgotten normally, if a pedestrian suddenly crossed the road, any driver would instinctively hit the brakes and swerve. Yet now, he was completely invisible, and no one could see him at all. By the time he realized it, they were already less than 5 meters apart. The heavy truck showed no signs of slowing down, not even sounding its horn. The roaring wind made Chen Lihao's face sting with pain. His pupils contracted as only one thought surfaced in his mind. I'm doomed. The next second, bang! The driver heard only a tremendous noise and was instantly startled, frantically slamming on the brakes. With a screeching sound, the truck left a long, horrifying skid mark on the pavement. The driver stepped out of the car, sweating profusely and trembling with fear. With his years of experience, that unmistakable impact meant only one thing: he had hit someone. Damn it! He'd been driving carefully just now and hadn't seen anything. Could it have been a blind spot? Frantic, the driver rushed to the front of the car to inspect the damage. Sure enough, there were clear signs of collision, a large dent, the headlights cracked, all evidence pointed to having struck something. He immediately crouched down to check beneath the car, nothing there. Then he turned his gaze to the road ahead, no dropped loot, no blood either. That's strange. Wait, the dashcam. He immediately opened the phone app and replayed the footage from just moments earlier. During the displayed time frame, there was neither person nor object in front of the vehicle. The sound eerily resembled a sudden crash into an invisible wall. The driver was dumbfounded, a chill creeping up from the soles of his feet. At that moment, he even began questioning whether he'd encountered something supernatural. But since there weren't any bloody scenes, he didn't dare stay longer, quickly getting into his car and speeding off. About 10 meters away, in an overlooked central green space, lay a twisted, unrecognizable corpse collapsed in the shrubs like a discarded burlap sack. This transparent body contained transparent blood that didn't stain the surrounding greenery red. Apart from the pungent smell of blood, passing vehicles and pedestrians noticed nothing unusual. No one could have imagined that inside was a young angel investor worth tens of millions. Chen Lihao never expected that one day he would die so silently and unnoticed. On the other side, Li Wei had already watched the entire event unfold through the system panel. The transparent figures invisible to others were laid bare before his eyes, though he found the sight somewhat nauseating and had the system censor it. What can I say? It's truly both laughable and frustrating. Ever since drawing this terrifying prop, he sensed it had miraculous effects. Sure enough, when used on enemies, the visual spectacle was off the charts. It somehow managed to forcefully create a comedic effect. What surprised him, though, was Chen Lihao. The guy didn't even last half a day before getting creamed by a heavy-duty truck. He originally planned to treat this whole thing like a series, eager to see if his target would gradually turn twisted while invisible, perhaps even evolving into some big bad like an invisible maniac. But, seriously? This is all I get? Not satisfying at all. So damn short and lacking. Chapter 75, Bottom Fishing. Li Wei felt not the slightest ripple of emotion over Chen Lihao's death. The other man had set a trap for him, using a poisonous beauty trick to make him willingly take the bait. Li Wei was the same in this regard. If Chen Lihao had stayed hidden without causing trouble or acting recklessly, and had instead gone straight to the authorities for help, perhaps there could have been a turn for the better. Li Wei might have allowed him a few extra days to live. But since he brought his own demise upon himself, he has no one else to blame. Ding! Current deposit, 21,987 Xia country currency. Ding! Current deposit, 24,038,742 Xia country currency. As the pleasant notification sounds and Li Wei watches the two payments come through, his mood improves considerably. The happiest thing in the world is nothing more than eliminating your enemies and taking their money as emotional compensation. Positive vibes. Li Wei hummed a tune and comfortably lay down to sleep. He was at ease, but the local police were about to go crazy. 2 missing persons cases occurred in a single night. One was a member of the venture capital circle worth tens of millions, who inexplicably vanished from his own office without a trace. The surveillance footage showed no signs of him leaving the room. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only a closet full of clothes for no apparent reason. Another was a high-end escort girl with HIV, who also disappeared from her own home, leaving behind nothing but a room full of blood. Not even a single fingerprint or shred of flesh remained. The worst part? She was infectious, and to this day, not a single officer is willing to enter that room for fear of contamination. Due to the disappearance of Chen Lihao, the big money backer, the newly opened horror-haunted house was instantly thrown into dire straits just one day after its grand opening. Initially, the external competition from the rival haunted house was already tough enough to handle. But now, with their own boss missing, though it didn't seem like he had fled, the remaining staff were thrown into a state of panic and uncertainty. The management team no longer had the mood to oversee the haunted house. Without the boss's return, it was as if they had lost their backbone. They too faced the looming threat of unemployment. The only difference this time was that at least they could legally divide up, handle the boss's relevant assets and affairs, ensuring everyone could walk away with a decent sum. There's no such thing as perfectly concealed secrets in this world. Once even the NPC performers in the haunted house got wind of it, who the hell still had the heart to work? No one knew if this month's wages would even be paid. With the company now under investigation, the already dwindling visitor experience plummeted to rock bottom. In no time, the once terrifying haunted house stood eerily deserted, with not a soul daring to approach. This newly opened haunted house, after enjoying less than a few days of glory, had already begun posting transfer notices. Li Wei's actions were entirely predictable. True to the thrifty nature of his fellow countrymen who believed what's built shouldn't go to waste, he immediately contacted the scenic area management, hoping to rent out the place for money. After Huang Zhongwei's death, a new general manager was parachuted into the scenic area. However, Li Wei had never met this new manager. Rumor had it that the new manager didn't interfere with the operations of the scenic area, they didn't even show up for work. It was unclear whether they had simply given up on the place. Moreover, the rent hadn't been increased and still followed the original contract terms. This hands-off approach suited Li Wei just fine. The scenic area staff acted as intermediaries, contacting the people from the haunted house to arrange negotiations. The person arriving was Wei Chenggong. After all, the project was in his hands, so he had to be the one to handle the wrap-up. When Wei Chenggong saw Li Wei, his eyes flickered with complicated emotions. That young man had no idea how close he'd come to walking the line of death. Considering how the boss had vetoed his decision and then vanished the same day, Wei Chenggong couldn't help feeling this youngster before him was extraordinarily lucky. In his mind, he didn't connect Li Wei's disappearance with Chen Lihao's. As the two were on completely different levels, it seemed unlikely the other party could possibly have such capability. Mr. Li, after all this back and forth, who would have thought you'd end up with such a bargain? With our boss Chen missing and nobody tending to the haunted house, as you well know, it was practically built under your nose just days ago, brand new beyond belief. We even prepaid 3 years rent up front. With the rent and construction equipment included, 10 million is practically giving it away to you. Wei Chenggong wore a cheerful expression as he adopted a negotiating posture. Despite framing it as a bargain for Li Wei, the price wasn't discounted at all. If anything, it exceeded the original investment. The surrounding scenic area staff secretly clicked their tongues in disapproval. This was clearly taking advantage of the young man's inexperience. Li Wei couldn't be bothered to play the usual haggling game. He cut straight to the chase. 2 million, not a cent more. The scenic area staff gasped in shock. While most people haggle by cutting prices at the waist, this guy slashes straight to the ankles. This cut is brutal. Wei Chenggong's smile froze on his face, his breathing growing rapid. Gritting his teeth, he said, Mr. Li, you're showing absolutely no sincerity here. 2 million is barely equivalent to 3 years' rent. There's also a whole complex of buildings on that land. Li Wei shrugged and chuckled. It's not like I asked you to build them. You're free to take them with you. If you leave this pile of junk behind, I'd have to clean it up for you. Not paying me for that is bad enough, but expecting me to fork out more? Dream on. Wei Chenggong's mouth formed an O shape, veins throbbing violently on his forehead. He thought he was already shameless enough, but never expected this young man before him to surpass his master, utterly devoid of face. Can you really not use those buildings? They're all for haunted houses. Don't pretend hardship after getting bargains. Mr. Li, I'll compromise. 9 million is absolutely my bottom line, he said through gritted teeth. Either 2 million and I'll take everything, or no deal at all. I'll keep running my haunted house, you keep losing money. A plot this size must cost you quite a bit daily, no? Li Wei sipped his tea calmly, looking completely detached from the negotiation. And rightly so, I'm here to save your ass. No way I'm letting you screw me over. But you can't just break the rules like this. Wei Chenggong protested indignantly. Rules? Ha! Who else do you think would be willing to take over this mess of yours besides me? Right now it's not me begging you, but you begging me. Got it? Faced with this competitor who wanted to copy his haunted house, Li Wei wasn't inclined to show any mercy. No agreement was reached on the spot. Wei Chenggong left somewhat dejected to reconsider, but within 2 hours, he sent an agent over to sign the contract. And just like that, Li Wei successfully secured the opposing party's fully constructed haunted house, which happened to perfectly serve as an expansion for his own haunted attraction, saving him the trouble of construction altogether. As for the original NPC employees inside, Li Wei dismissed them all. He didn't need human NPCs to act. Why settle for pretending when he could use the real deal? That very evening, Li Wei eagerly gathered his employees to tour the new premises. I have to say, spending big bucks on the setup really makes a difference. The effects are incredibly lifelike, complete with a full lighting control system, and even the sound system is far superior to Li Wei's staticky one. This 2 million was well spent. The zombie squad and little Jia's family weren't particularly interested in these activities, simply following Li Wei's lead to show their support. Xiao Xia, on the other hand, signaled with gestures to ask Li Wei if she needed to sell tickets at both entrances now. Having absorbed increasing amounts of human energy, present-day Xiao Xia was practically indistinguishable from a real person except for her inability to speak and her perpetually vacant, somewhat silly expression. Yet her popularity soared, she'd become the haunted house's star attraction, with visitors rushing to take photos with her before leaving satisfied. Li Wei found it quite troublesome. It'd be easier to switch to a one-ticket system, but even then they'd need someone to check tickets. As he was lost in thought, the clown Arthur had already begun darting excitedly around the haunted house, occasionally pulling gory props from his trash bag to decorate the scene. To him, this place might as well have been handed over for his personal use. After all, someone as infamous as Arthur the Soul Reaper fully deserved his own themed haunt. Lately, he'd practically become a comedy act out there in the world that wasn't his style at all. Swinging an axe and hacking people to pieces? Now that was more his speed. Chapter 76, New Theme, Soul Severing. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. Shoo, get out of here. Your turf is still outside. Right now, you alone can't carry an entire attraction. Wait until your whole clown family is assembled, then we'll talk. Despite the clown's vicious demeanor, in Li Wei's eyes, it was just like dealing with a mental patient. A single lunatic couldn't properly operate an entire themed experience. Unless you added the whole crew, male clowns, female clowns, even resurrected Pennywise, then maybe you'd have something. The clown looked indignant, persistently patting his sunken chest and flexing his scrawny biceps while raising his eyebrows animatedly, clearly trying to impress Li Wei with his might. Li Wei wasn't having any of it and completely ignored him. But then, the clown actually started throwing a tantrum, trailing behind Li Wei with a grief-stricken face, silently pleading like he'd just lost his father. The worst part? It was all done in mime, just wordless gesticulating nonsense. Finally, Li Wei couldn't take it anymore. He turned around and smacked the clown on the back of the head before snapping, "Fine, don't say I never gave you a chance. I'll draw 3 summons right now. If there's a suitable character, I'll let your team collaborate and properly develop a theme. But if not, you're staying outside blowing up balloons and doing card tricks, no excuses." The clown art nodded repeatedly, indicating no problem, his face full of anticipation as he looked at Li Wei. Li Wei let out a breath, pulled up the system panel, and directly spent 3,000 horror points to draw the lottery. Ding! Thanks for your patronage. Li Wei wasn't the least bit surprised by the result. Without batting an eye, he immediately proceeded to the second draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. Horror character acquired, disfigured woman. Li Wei. Holy shit. What kind of insane luck is this? Pulled it on the second try? And of all things, it's fucking disfigured woman Joker Art's best partner? The mere thought of that woman's face sent a shiver down Li Wei's spine. Sure enough, the space before him twisted, and the next moment, a woman with disheveled hair and a face gnawed down to near skeletal remains materialized before him. She was still clad in a blood-crusted white asylum gown, tilting her head blankly at Li Wei as if utterly perplexed. If it were Xia Xia tilting her head with that adorable dumb look, Li Wei would feel tempted to pinch her cheeks. But seeing the disfigured woman tilt her head, Li Wei just wanted to smash her skull with a hammer, anything to stop her from polluting his vision. The next moment, Yate rushed forward and punched her in the head, then hugged her excitedly, clearly overjoyed. As the clown Yate's puppet, the disfigured woman stretched her ugly mouth into a grin, laughing foolishly on the spot as well. The combination of these two certainly packs a punch, Li Wei thought to himself. Giving them a themed performance isn't entirely out of the question. Lost in thought, he casually activated the third lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've obtained the horror character, Little Clown Girl. Just as Li Wei was wondering who this little clown girl might be, his eyes widened at the sight of the photo in the frame. Holy crap, what a coincidence. Isn't that the clown girl from the laundry room in the second installment? She's a type of evil spirit. They're all tough customers. Now that all 3 characters have gathered, it seems establishing the Souls Ever theme is absolutely imperative. Li Wei was a man of his word, having made a promise, he naturally wouldn't go back on it. Moreover, as the boss, he couldn't dampen his employees' enthusiasm. Giving them appropriate opportunities to shine and boosting their initiative were key to the enterprise's development. So he waved his hand and laughed, alright, as you wish. I'll allocate a section for you here and have someone make the modifications. Then you can all perform together and thrill those visitors with blood splatter. Li Wei could already imagine the expressions on the visitors' faces when they saw the clown. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After all, this was a new theme. Li Wei still needed to plan the flow routes and scenes, while also putting to use the stockpile of simulated bodies and cola-flavored blood props he had accumulated. That very night, the Fright Construction Company mobilized under Li Wei's arrangement. The previously idle crew had been on the verge of boredom-induced madness. Finally receiving their boss's orders, they sprang into action under Su Wen's direction. 2 construction teams worked overnight with unbridled enthusiasm. By the next morning, arriving visitors were greeted by the haunted house's rebranded entrance and bustling construction crews moving in and out, leaving them bewildered. "Boss, what's happening over there? Why's your haunted house name hanging up?" Li Wei smiled and said, "The previous owners were running it poorly and about to go bankrupt. I thought it'd be a waste, so I took it over, planning to develop it properly." His words landed like a bombshell in everyone's hearts, leaving them all utterly stunned. "What the hell? It's going under already?" Everyone exchanged glances. Though they were all just bystanders enjoying the spectacle, they understood that the haunted house across the street had opened specifically to cash in on this wave of popularity, a completely cutthroat business tactic, not to mention the blatant imitation. But after all that marketing, heavy investments, and countless gimmicks, they only lasted a few days before going under? Not only couldn't compete with Terror Manor, but damn, they collapsed first. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Li Wei, filled with admiration. Throughout the whole ordeal, Li Wei had calmly watched his opponent jump around like a clown, completely unbothered. They watched him build towering mansions, feast with guests, and then see those mansions crumble. An air of profound mystique lingered about him. The boss is practically a divine being. Why so composed? Simply because his skills are solid enough, absolutely unafraid of direct competition. That's what real confidence looks like. By the way, boss, what are you planning to develop across the street? Any new themes? Li Wei smiled and said, "Of course there is. If all goes well, it'll open tomorrow. But, I must solemnly warn you, this time's horror theme is extremely intense. You might want to think it over carefully." "Could it possibly be scarier than the Grudge House?" a visitor asked. After all, in everyone's eyes, the Grudge House held such terrifying weight no one escaped without pissing their pants from the stairway ghost woman. Li Wei smiled and said, "They're different types, but they should be equally thrilling." Hearing this made the already intrigued visitors even more eager. Even those who originally planned only a day trip began discussing staying another night, determined to experience the new haunted theme tomorrow. Among the crowd, the clown art stared at the smiles on the visitors' faces, exhilarated within. At last, his moment had come. Tomorrow he'd give these folks a proper scare. "Let you know the terror of me, Joker Yate." He grinned with a sinister smile, but before he could finish, the surrounding visitors interrupted him, teasing, "Ha ha, what's with that creepy grin, little clown? Don't tell me the new theme has anything to do with you. Quit joking around and make me a dog balloon first." Chapter 77. Fooling around? The opening of the new theme generated as much buzz as the haunted house's initial launch, drawing crowds eager to see what this fresh horror experience had to offer. With the expanded space, visitors now naturally disperse after purchasing tickets, each gravitating toward their preferred theme without overcrowding, making everything far more orderly. The original two haunted house themes required almost no oversight from Li Wei, as his veteran staff handled everything with such competence and dedication that any ordinary employer would have felt compelled to raise their salaries. Thankfully, these weren't ordinary employees. Li Wei mused that he'd transcended the archetype of a capitalist and was now veering straight into unscrupulous slave driver territory. He arrived outside the haunted house across the way, passing through the line of visitors along the way, with people greeting him from time to time. Meanwhile, he also overheard some differing opinions. "I heard the owner just took over this haunted house a couple of days ago. Even though he's skilled, opening it after just 2 days seems way too rushed. Could it still just be the old NPCs and recycled scenes from before? If that's really the case, I'd be so disappointed. I went in just the other day. Aside from the detailed set design, there was no real atmosphere. Not scary at all. Just changing the surface without anything new is pointless." "Probably not. Let's wait and see. I believe the boss wouldn't do anything to ruin his own reputation." Li Wei would never tarnish his own reputation. Standing at the haunted house entrance, he watched the crowd of visitors who had already purchased tickets and were queuing up to enter. Only then did he reach out to pull the red cord beside him. The previous large screen had already been dismantled. It took up too much space. Now, it had been replaced with a poster, though it was still covered by a red cloth. With a gentle tug, the red cloth fell away, and everyone looked up, their gazes fixed on the 3 to 4 meter tall poster. At the top was unmistakably a clown wielding a sledgehammer, standing against an eerie red glow. The clown bared its teeth in a grotesque, terrifying grin, its face smeared with thick, sticky blood, as if it had just committed some unspeakable act. Behind the clown, 2 black silhouettes stood in backlight, their features indistinguishable but clearly a woman and a little girl. Truth be told, the poster fully captured an utterly chilling atmosphere, but for the visitors standing in line ahead. After a stunned silence, they all burst into uproarious laughter. "Holy shit, it's the clown? That's the same guy who always cracks us up at the entrance. This is a theme about him. Ha ha ha, boss, you're too funny. Worried we're not having enough fun outside, so you're sending us in to keep laughing, huh? That clown's a decent guy. He even twisted me a little dog balloon yesterday. But when it comes to the horror factor, it's lacking something." "Exactly, and he always digs out all kinds of bizarre props from trash bags to scare us. Every single time, it makes me laugh till my stomach hurts." "What a contrast. You're clearly a comedian, yet you insist on playing some fierce character. Laughter filled the air outside the haunted house, mingled with slight disappointment. No one expected the boss's so-called new theme to be this. This? Isn't this just clowning around? Of course Li Wei knew what they were laughing about. In this world, clowns also originated from ancient Western courts as entertainers meant to amuse emperors. This tradition has continued to the present day, where they serve as lively mascots in shopping malls and amusement parks, universal symbols of joy and comedy. How could a character meant to bring laughter to people possibly be associated with fear? Just looking at that perpetually painted smile on their faces makes it impossible to feel scared. Li Wei waved his hand to calm everyone down and said with a smile, "The soul-severing theme offers quite intense sensory stimulation. I sincerely advise anyone with a weak constitution or fear of blood not to enter, seriously. Additionally, the new theme's badges have been completed. Anyone who completes the experience can come collect one." Boss, that's over the top. It's just a clown. Ha ha, someone teased. Li Wei grinned and teased. Go ahead and give it a try then. But don't blame me if you end up pissing your pants, fair warning. Everyone wore looks of half-belief, somewhat perplexed by the meaning behind Li Wei's words. At that moment, 4 people pushed through the crowd, 3 young foreigners and 1 Chinese, all looking like college students. The group studied the haunted house before them with curiosity. The Chinese student at the front exclaimed excitedly, "This is the place. This is that super popular haunted house everyone's talking about. Looks pretty fun, don't you think? Want to give it a try? I heard the owner even designed zombies and vengeful ghosts for this place." John, standing behind him, shook his hair and laughed in awkward Chinese. "Doesn't look like much to me. I don't get why it's so hyped. And look, they've even got clowns, ha!" In the West, clowns symbolize joy, but here they're turned into a horror theme. Talk about cultural misunderstanding. The short-haired black guy added, "I'm definitely going in, Henry's word on it. If not for anything else, then for those 3 badges. Besides, we're in China to study, might as well experience the local thrills." Jennifer chuckled, "Hee hee, John, you're not scared, are you? Afraid? Look at these bulging, flexing biceps of mine. With these babies, I fear nothing." John struck a muscle-flexing pose while bragging. Everyone burst into laughter as Lu Wenji also went to buy tickets. The 3 of them were new exchange students at their school, and for the time being, it was his responsibility to help them integrate into Xia country's environment as quickly as possible. For young people, of course, that meant food, drinks, and fun. While everyone else hesitated, only these 4 stepped forward to have their tickets checked. After signing the liability waiver, they prepared to enter the soul-severing haunted house. Li Wei hadn't expected foreign visitors and laughed. "You guys will be alright, right? No conditions like heart disease or high blood pressure?" Lu Wenjie's group all shook their heads, while John confidently thumped his muscular chest and declared, "Boss, just wait till you see what a real man looks like." Li Wei chuckled, "Then I'll be watching with great interest." After bidding farewell to the owner, they entered the dimly lit passage. Lu Wenjie whispered, "John, you shouldn't have provoked the boss earlier. His haunted house is terrifying. If he decides to target you specifically, you might end up crying in fear." John chuckled and said, "Cry? A real man doesn't cry. And by the way, did I ever tell you guys? My dad actually worked as a clown at an amusement park, so I'm super familiar with these things. Seeing them just feels like meeting old friends. How could I possibly be scared?" Jennifer exclaimed in surprise, "I had no idea you were a clown's son." Henry, the black guy, added, "Then you can compare notes with the NPC clown inside later. I overheard someone saying this clown used to perform outside. No idea why they decided to make it scary now." Lu Wenjie laughed, "We'll find out soon enough once we go in. Hey, we're here." Chapter 78, The Clown's Performance. Lu Wenjie walked at the forefront, feeling he should guide the guests through the house like a proper host. So he stepped forward first and pushed the door open. Inside was a dilapidated room with wooden flooring and rough stone brick walls. In the corner stood a solitary table surrounded by toolboxes. The group stepped in with great interest, and only after realizing there were no NPCs did they begin curiously examining their surroundings. The table was cluttered with various props, cleavers, forks, daggers, and more, many rusted but covered in bloodstains and chipped edges, clearly well used. "These must be the clown's tools, right? I saw him pull these out of a trash bag on Douyin," Lu Wenjie explained. John dismissed it casually, displaying all this is just to make us subconsciously think the clown's savage. But haha, that clown's so scrawny and sluggish, who'd be scared of him? See my workout built back muscles? Impressive, right? I could take on 2 no, 3 clowns like that. Jennifer patted his arm, exasperated. Alright, we get it, gym rat. No need to show off, okay. Hey, there's a little TV here. Take a look. Henry walked over to the workbench and was about to turn it on when suddenly the screen flickered, the TV switched itself on. Amidst the static snow, the group could faintly make out 2 figures, seemingly part of an interview show. The signal was poor, with the audio cutting in and out. "Welcome back to the show. I, Static, am honored to have the sole survivor of that massacre, Static. When you woke up and saw your face, What was your reaction? I wished I had died. Static. Everyone was terrified to look at me. Static. I was almost free. Static. He ate half my face. Static. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Static. Ugh, sorry, let's pause the show for a moment. I'm feeling a bit nauseous. Need to use the restroom. Bang. Hee hee. Even you think I'm disgusting? TSK. Calling me a monster. Help. The screen became chaotic, but faintly showed one person lunging forward, followed by screams and the chaotic sounds of the recording. Then the footage abruptly cut to black. Though no one understood what had just happened, they inexplicably felt unsettled. A collective shiver ran through the group, and the room fell silent. Lu Wenjie forced a chuckle. Boss is really putting in the effort. Guess the show's started already. John snapped out of his daze and scoffed. What's the big deal? Just cheap theatrics. Let's keep moving. His naturally burly frame provided some reassurance as he led the way forward. The others followed suit, pushing open the door to the next room where their vision suddenly widened into unexpected space. This was a vast, abandoned space. In front of them stood 2 rows of wooden chairs, and beyond the chairs was a makeshift stage about half the size of a badminton court. Balloons and streamers surrounded it, giving it the look of a circus stage except that a large red curtain blocked the view. John was just stepping inside when he spotted a clown dressed in black and white standing rigidly by the door, staring straight at him. Fuck! He jumped in fright. The clown's eyes widened as it gazed at them with fervent delight, then quickly approached while continuously clapping its hands as if welcoming their arrival. It then fetched a string of red balloons from nearby, handing one to each bewildered visitor before leading them to the chairs and motioning excitedly that it would soon perform on stage. Watching the clown fumble around, clearly overexcited and worked up, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ha, this guy's got real comedic talent. Like, I'll give you that. Henry gave the clown a thumbs up while holding a red balloon. The others were equally amused. This guy had made such a bloody, violent deal on the posters, yet here he was, still the same hilariously silly figure, exactly as everyone had expected. Jennifer pursed her lips, chuckling. I thought there'd be some twist to it. Honestly, this haunted house isn't nearly as scary as you made it out to be. John nodded, but as a clown, he's qualified, really outstanding. Lu Wenjie scratched his head in embarrassment and was about to say something when the clown already took the stage. The clown even performed a gentleman's bow on stage, grinning at everyone before pulling open the curtain. Looks like there's going to be a performance. Is it balloon animals? Or juggling? Or maybe magic tricks? Jennifer craned her neck, watching with eager anticipation. Who cares what it is? If he tries anything funny, he'll have to answer to my biceps first, John declared confidently. As the red cloth was pulled apart to both sides, a crude stage was revealed before the crowd, and all laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone stared blankly at the center of the stage, where a woman was tied upside down in a spread eagle position, her back facing the audience. Before they could comprehend the scene, a loud whir echoed as the chainsaw's engine roared to life. Hearts skipped a beat as all eyes turned to the corner of the stage, where a clown mouth agape to reveal distorted black teeth charged forward with a manic grin. The deafening noise of the chainsaw filled the air, accompanied by wisps of white smoke, making the clown appear all the more eerie and unsettling. Without a moment's hesitation, the chainsaw blade descended upon the woman, blood instantly spraying out in a fan-shaped arc across the surrounding walls and curtains. Large and small, red and yellow, splatters of matter cascaded down the body onto the floor, some still stubbornly clinging on. The clown's hands didn't shake, nor did his eyes blink. Though silent, he kept nodding and smiling with apparent satisfaction at achieving such an effect. The chainsaw sliced quickly until catching on the sternum. Puckering his lips slightly, the clown made a helpless gesture as if to reassure the audience not to worry, he'd handle it promptly without compromising the show's impact. So he forcefully pressed down with all his might. Crunch, rip. The chainsaw cleanly split the person in half, and as the ropes on both sides pulled taut, the 2 severed sections of the body fell to the sides, leaving bloody trails as they were dragged across the stage. By now, the stage was already splattered with copious amounts of thick, crimson blood. Everywhere the eye could see was a ghastly scarlet, with the blood creeping from the edges of the stage onto the floor, then flowing toward the feet of the audience. Everyone stood frozen like wooden chickens, their pupils contracting and trembling uncontrollably, their minds blank from the brutal assault of bloody horror. It wasn't until the blood-soaked clown on stage bowed with another gentlemanly gesture that the crowd snapped back to reality. Their faces instantly drained of color, hearts pounding like war drums, leaping into their throats as they erupted in uncontrollable screams. Aha! Holy shit! Holy shit! Fuck! My god! Murder! There's been a murder! Murder! The scene was so realistically staged that people couldn't instantly discern whether it was special effects or real. Overwhelming terror crashed over them like a tidal wave, adrenaline spiked, chairs toppled backward, and the panicked crowd swayed and staggered in utter chaos. There was absolutely zero warning, no psychological preparation whatsoever, a perfectly frame-perfect ambush. Straight to the decapitation. If the previous sight of Da Xiong from the cursed house wielding a knife and attacking people had already caused visual discomfort, that was just the first level. Now, the clown's extremely twisted and cruel method of brutally splitting a person in two not only challenges the psychological limits of humans but also pushes the boundaries of physiological endurance. This wave hits the 5th level. Such face-to-face horror is something no one can withstand.